everybody, and welcome to the secondary stream here for League of Legends at EWC 2026. I am Valdez. Today I am joined by Huni and Jamada. How are you guys doing today?
Good. Yeah, so excited. It's the first day. It's huge. We're surrounded by like the whole stage. It's gonna be excited.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. You guys have effectively traded one Brit for another, as far as the royalty itself is concerned.
Where's Ox?
Yeah, where's he gone?
Yeah, well, he is on the other stream, of course. We are going to have a lot of action here at EWC 2026. That's why we do have the dual stream set up, and it is going to be so much fun. A lot of best of ones today into best of threes, just to try to figure out our initial seeding here at the tournament. But yeah, going to be starting off with Team Secret Wales up against Sentinels. Definitely going to be a fun matchup. Should be pretty close, I would imagine. What are you guys thinking for that first one?
I mean, I feel like Team Secret Wales are going to be feeling pretty okay, coming off of what was, I would call, a successful MSI for them.
العشرة نقص شوية هادشي مجهد
Yeah, I mean, I think the key is like since it's
سموحات كنا مجهدين جبونس في الصوت
you have to win like the best of one to get better seed obviously for the
السي حمزة اخويا العشرة ونص راه كان خطأ مطباعي فهمتيني 4 ساعات الروطار ماشي مشكل فهمتيني راه ها هو الستريم صراحة بدا مع ونص ولكن دايرين لك نص ساعة خصك تبقى تسايل فهمتيني ميمكنليش انا عاوتاني نجي ندير لكم باللي راه خصكم تسايلوا نص ساعة كنربحوش حتى معاكم حتى من الاشهار فهمتيني لهذا واحد 4 ساعة ما فيها بس على ما بداو الناس يجيو يهضروا كي داير الامور بعدا الصوت مسموع كلشي هو هذاك نديرو هنايا البروغرام نشوفو شنو كاين هاد النهار.
What do you guys think for this tournament? Any big favorites that stand out to you from the teams that are here?
You know, there might be one or two that maybe went the distance a couple of days ago, all the way over in Daejeon. I mean, yeah, it's HLE and BLG, right? Like, I think those two teams are just the definitive best teams in the world right now. They showed it in both their best of fives, to be honest with you. BLG's ability to move around the map with the support jungle duo, then of course HLE's ability to just never give up. Right? If they make it to game 5, they're a terrifying team.
Yeah, I mean, so personally, I thought like the MSI was really interesting because like any perspective, they prove they're better than you somehow. Sort of like
أحفظك يا حمزة شكرا.
So like these things can easily happen anywhere in this planet. So we're gonna see.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, and of course for the format here at EWC 2026, we're going to drop into a video to explain that right now.
League of Legends is back at the Esports World Cup, where the best teams in the world will face off in Paris for an intense week of
بيتوب ديرو شي ستوري نبارطاجيو اللايف
prize pool and to earn valuable club championship points. Here's how it's going to go down. This year, 16 teams from around the world will fight for the ultimate crown. First off, we have the winners of every major region, invited straight off the back of their home leagues. The teams who didn't have to ask twice. And then, there are the ones who did it the hard way. 9 teams clawed through the online qualifiers just to get a seat. No invite, no shortcut. Some massive names had to grind for their place the brutal way. Nobody here got an easy ride. Finally, there are the title defenders making a return to defend their trophy. But EWC, nothing is given, and the format only makes it more demanding. First up, the group stage. 4 groups of 4, double elimination, best of ones. Yes, 1 bad draft, 1 slow start, and you're fighting for your life. For the defeated teams dropping into the elimination bracket, it's best of 3s to survive. No second chances. Fail to show up here and you're booking a flight home. Out of the group stage, think you can finally breathe? The pressure's only just starting to close in. 4 quarterfinals, best of 3s, single elimination. This is where it gets brutal. The schedule's tight, prep windows are shrinking, and these teams are fighting their own limits. 1 mistake here, and you're done. The 2 fallen semifinalists get 1 last shot at the podium. 3rd place decider, best of 3, before it all ends with the grand final. 2 teams, best of 5, everything on the line, total war. And then, after all the triumph and tragedy, all the upsets and comebacks, one will lift the EWC trophy in front of the roaring French crowd. Survive the grind, dodge the choke, claim the throne. This is the Esports World Cup.
اخي حمزة المتتبعين كتار تبارك الله زربوا عليك.
So always a lot of fun here at EWC, and for 2026, definitely do have a lot of big teams here, as we were just discussing, with a lot of the favorites around the world, but also going to be curious to see where Gen.G does end up, because they are the title defenders for League of Legends, but at the same time, not quite able to have the biggest impact, I would say, early on this year. So
انا اوريك البروغرام حمزه وقول لي الماتش اللي باغي تتفرج فيه. نشرحوا لكم بعدا حتى طريقه اللاعب وكذا، زعما لي جروب وكذا، شكون كاين، كيفاش كاين التاهل وكذا. حيت اليوم يلعبوا جوج ماتشات، الفرق كاملين تقريبا يلعبوا جوج ماتشات.
It's weird because we've had best of threes basically everywhere now for what is starting to feel like a really long time.
اوكي هنا كيقولوا لنا صحابنا البرايز بول زعما اللي غيربح غيدي 600,000 دولار، الثاني 340. الا جيتي صراحه مع الربعه الاولى راك تبارك الله، حتى الخمسه حتى الثمانيه الاولى، 8 الاولى داو خبيز، فهمتي. تيوان اصاحبي واش باغي انت غير تيوان؟ راه ما يلعبوش غير تيوان، راه كاين بزاف الفراق. تيوان يلعبوا حتى الماتش الثاني. المهم الفرق مينيموم ما يديو واحد 30,000 دولار ديال الله، دونك تبارك الله خير ربي. هذا هو البروغرام. الماتش الاول كاينين جوج ماتشات، تيم سيكريت وسانتينيل، وكاين جين.جي وكارمين كور. انا جوبونس الماتش المزيان ولا غنديرو هو هاد كارمين كور بو جين.جي، حيت بجوجهم مزيانين، فهمتيني. هذا تيم سيكريت وسانتينيل بجوجهم يقدروا يخسروا، فهمتيني. مع غيخسروا ان شاء الله. كارمين كورب شويه، وسيرتو حتى دابا لاعبين في فرنسا، جوبونس كارمين كورب غادي يلعبوا مزيان، يكون عندهم الجمهور. جين.جي راه واعرين تا هما. جين.جي المتتبعين باغيين جين.جي، صافي نديروا هذا الماتش هذا، راه حنا متفقين. موراه كاين بلي قلت لك انا بلي والمكوي، وكاينه تيوان. هذه باينه غنديروا تيوان، واخا بلي تا هما راه اساطير، نقدروا نديروا بلي. صراحه هذا ماتش زوين، هذا بلي والمكوي ماتش زوين، ولكن تيوان عاوتاني خصنا ضروري نتفرجوا في الفكر ديالنا. حتى بلجي ماتش ديالو ما يكون زوين. شكون هاد بلجي؟ هذوك الوالا الوالا بلجي. شكون هما بلجي؟ هما بيلي. الماتش ديالهم يكون زوين، حيت هاد المكوي سبليوني مساخط. مورا كاينه جي2، غنتفرجوا في جي2 مع فيوري. اي جي ال جوبونس جي2 حسن، انا كيعجبوني جي2، فهمتيني. صافي بي ال جي توبا علي. موراهم كاين واحد الماتش مسلوق. اش من مسلوق؟ كاين المان هو وليدي. هاد المان هما اللي ربحوا الام اس اي، نتفرجوا فيهم نشوفوا كيديروا لاعبين مع هاد الفرقه البرازيل، وصافي. هادو هما الماتشات لي جروب. من بعد البلان هو انه كاين جوج ديال يلعبوا جوج ديال الادوار هاد النهار هذا. هانت كاينين 4 لي جروب، كل جروب فيه 4 فراقي، فهمتيني. كيلعبوا جوج ماتشات، واللي خسر كيمشي للور براكيت، عنده الفرصه الثانيه، هذه هي اللاست شانس ديال. اللي ربح كيدوز للابر براكيت الفينال ديال الجروب ستيج قبل ما يدوزوا البلاي اوفز. صافي نتفرجوا في الماتش الاول نديروا كارمين كور موراه تيوان، موراه جيتو، وموراه مانهوا ولا ما سميتو. هادو هما 4 الماتشات الاولى اللي نديرو. من بعد في الماتشات ديال الراوند الثانيه هذاك الشيء على حسب شكون تاهل، على حسب شكون تاهل نشوفو فاش نتفرج. غالبا لا تاهلت مثلا جيتو هنا راه غنتفرجوا فيها عاوتاني. لا هذا حتى 16 يلعبوا اليوم. كاين غير كاين هذا الدور هذا ديال المجموعه، الدور الاول، ومن بعد كاين اللور براكيت. الفينالات غيتلعبوا حتى الغدا ان شاء الله، الفينالات ديال جروب ستيج. ديك الساعه الماتشات اللي خسروا غيكونوا شويه ماتشات محلحلين، ولكن تقدر توقع شي مفاجاه. تقدر توقع شي مفاجاه. المهم هادشي اللي كاين. جروب ستيج كاين اليوم وغدا، وابتداء نهار الجمعه غيبداو ضرب طيح ويدي، والفينال ان شاء الله نهار الاحد. هادشي اللي كاين. غدا تبلبل ضروري، اليوم وغدا وبعد غدا، الايامات كامله مبلبله ان شاء الله.
But it looked like already so packed in Group D. Lion, the HLE, JDG, like it's really packed.
It definitely is. I'm not sure what to expect from JDG rather, because you know in terms of
نورمالمون باقي لهم 3 دقائق ويبداو اول ماتش مع 11 بيلا نورمال. هذا ستريم بي، نشوفوا في ستريم اي واش فيه شي حاجه. شوفوا ستريم الاول واش فيه شي حاجه. هذا المين ستريم نورمال. حقا راني درت البيكم. كاين واحد المسابقه بحال الفانتازي. انت قول لي حمزه الراي ديالك. الماتشات ديال اليوم كارمين كورب رابحه. انا كنقول واخا نجي مجهدين، فهمتيني، غادي مقمر عليها. كنقول اخويا كارمين كورب تربح. انا عارف نجي مجهدين، ولكن نمشي مع كارمين كورب. كنقول عامل الجمهور غادي ماشي شكون يربح البطوله، شكون اللي يربح الماتش. هذا غير الماتش. كارمين كورب تربح هذا الماتش. تيم سيكريت وسنتينلز قمرت على تيم سيكريت، حيت شفت الناس بزاف مقمرين عليها. من الصراحه انايا ما عارف، ما كنعرفهمش مزيان. تيوان باينه هذه بلا ما نهضروا. بلجي رابحه، بلجي رابحه، جيتو رابحه، اي جي ال رابحه. هادو عاد ربحوا التورنوا، ما يمكنش يخسروا مع البرازيليين بحال حلين. وهذا درت جي دي جيمين، هذا ما عرفتش قمرت عليها وصافي. انت كتقول جينجي، اوكي جينجي. انا كنقول اخويا كارمين كور. تنتا تيوان، تنتا بيج بلجي. قلت لك بيج بلجي. جيتو غالبا تقول جيتو. That's the only thing I got. I don't know. It was embarrassing what happened to Casey at MSI. I'm not gonna lie, but hopefully I think they've taken learnings from that, right? When you have a really tough loss and then you have time to prepare for another tournament, I think we kind of saw it last year with EU having a really disappointing MSI and then having a much better EWC, and I think Casey can replicate that, and I just frankly don't think that the level that they showed at MSI was their normal level. Leon, كتقول Leon. Okay. سيدي نديرو معاك ليون يلا.
But now with the fact that MSI wasn't that long before EWC, they had time to sort of make learning
صافي
from it.
نديرو اللي
Time now to test them out at the EWC and show that they've grown.
نشوفوا شنو يدير دابا. هذه اللي سميتو الفانكور ديال التورنوا. انا قلت جيتو هي اللي تربح التورنوا كامله، فهمتيني؟ 3% ديال الناس اللي قالوا جيتو غتربح التورنوا، انا كنقول جيتو غتربح. كابس ان شاء الله غيسيطر، بروكن بليد غادي يدمرهم ان شاء الله. جيتو غتربح. كاين بنادم اكثريه بنادم مقمر على تي 1 30% كيقول لك تي 1 تربح، ولكن تي 1 مابقاتش كتربح اصلا. فيكر ولا لاعب بوحدو ما يمكنش لاعب واحد يكيري لك التيم كامل. يقدر ولكن ماشي تورنوا، فهمتيني؟ ماتش جوج. هذاك الطوب ديالهم عندهم بحال كحمزه، فهمتيني؟ بحال جينجي تربح تورنوا ممكن. انت مشيتي مع الرأي ديال الجماهير، حتى هما قال لك 21% كيقول لك جينجي. اما كاع قال لك حتى الكومنتيترز والمحللين قال لك جينجي غادي يكونوا لاعبين عليه. المان هو فهمتيني؟ المان هو حتى هي لاعبين عليه. حتى المان هو عاد ربحوا الام اس اي بارك عليهم. يربحوا جوج ديال التروفيز باك تو باك زعما. ما نعرف ممكن كلشي ممكن. غنشوفوا فري فاير، نقمروا حتى على فري فاير. الفانكور كاينه فرقه ديال الجزائر كيلعبوا فري فاير، الاهلي ربحوا شويه النقاط مع فري فاير. وايلي خبره بصاحه لما هو يديروها مصاح. واش هما واش سميتو هما كوريين داك هانوها ولا ما سميتو؟ شو بالك فري فاير حمزه؟ قلنا فري فاير شكون يربح؟ فري فاير نمشيو حنا مع رأي الجماهير، فهمتيني؟ نقول اسيدي هاد اي جي ال غيديو. بلاتي انا كنشجع فالكنز، نختار فالكنز، نختار فالكنز، فهمتيني؟ الفانكور نختار فالكنز انا. فري فاير راه بداو تا هما، عاد فين وصلوا فري فاير. كلشي خاسر فري فاير، هادي ما كايناش هاد الاحتمال، ما كرهناش شكون دارو. حتى هما صافي راه غيربحوا الفلوس. فري فاير مدبرين تا هما، فلوس التسكينات وكذا. شحال يربحوا فري فاير؟ تقول لي شنو ما يديو 600,000.
But everyone is saying Yumi, she's not. But Shaco is disgusting. No one likes Shaco.
For me, it's kind of same thing, you know.
Yeah.
It's, for my team, Shaco is enemy Shaco is
so hard.
Yeah, so hard.
Yeah.
كيضروا على الشاكو حمزه.
No, enemy team Yumi is so easy.
Not so easy.
I think it's easy.
No.
Okay. And we disagree.
قال لك انا الشاكو في الانمي تيم تربح ايزي. قال لك صاحبنا حل الشاك.
What do you mean? I said yike.
Why you write to yourself?
I can believe I'm the funniest, right? It's a lot.
ما كيعيشوش الدمر اللي كنعيشوه حنايا مع الشاك.
I think I'm funny. I think Yo is also funny.
You is also funny.
Yes, but
فري فاير.
I agree.
فري فاير داير لهم داكشي ناقص شويه من 300,000 دولار، حيتاش كيلعبوها في التليفون، فهمتيني؟ محقورين، صحاب التليفون محقورين.
He's the youngest, but he's not like he's smart about the game and he's actually good at like interviews. He's good at telling what he thinks and yeah, I think he will be a good coach. But he's still young, so he'll be.
صاحبنا برو. واخا برومو راه كيبقى الشاك. حنا كيلعب معنا شاكو برو، كيلعب لنا الشاكو مسكين. قضاو هادي هادو كيتهاودو، رجعوا ليه هادو صحابنا. تعطلوا علينا انت اخي حمزه، راه ماشي انا اللي كنتعطل. قال لك غيبداو مع ال 11 ودابا 5 دقائق دازت مازال ما بداوش.
I'm also excited for Team Secret. I think that they are very raw as a squad. They come from a region, talking with our guys that are going to be casting later, that come from the LCP. A region that's very rookie heavy. You know, it feels like they're not exactly consistent. They're trying to figure out exactly how to hands check, but also not go too far. Maybe like a bit of a more raw LPL, like what we used to see in the past, where teams would just kind of go crazy all the time and not really have a direction. So they have the ability, but I'm not sure if they're ready yet.
انا مشكلتي
Kind of an exciting team because I feel like, you know, we were talking
نتوما
about
وقتولي
Furia, who's kind of similar
ممكنش
in that
تدير كلشي بواحد.
aspect, but I think Team Secret as well is one of those teams that actually prove themselves to a certain level.
كاين اخي حمزه يد وحده ما كتصفقش فهمتيني.
Definitely could take games off the big teams.
عندك الصح كاين هضره معقوله خاصك شي واحد قتال بحالك تقتلع بيه مع القتاله بحالك.
Volibear was like the big one, which
حنا معاك حتى تلقى اللي يلعب معاك القتاله اللي يلعبوا معاك حتى تلقاهم حنايا معاك فدأتنا لقيت باش تبدلنا سيدي غير بدلنا.
Yeah, if you get surprised, especially in BO1, it's big, it's a huge. But they're playing against the veteran, like the Sackles. They're old. Like it means like they've been playing forever these League of Legends. So for sure they're gonna know somehow like playing against the surprise pick, the bucket picks.
Yeah, I just as an LCK guy myself, just thinking about Broken Blades Kled and how T1 were like, wait, what? Like, wait, he can just solo both of us?
Hold on, he just got back up on the horse thing? Why did
What is
happen?
that? Why did it run away and then it came back? Like, is that on a timer? Like, how do we... It feels like, you know, it can look...
صافي احنا
Pro
مدني.
players are like, what does this champ do?
حتى كتجبدنا هادشي اصاحبي.
You know, they obviously know what the champ does, but at the same time, it's like if you don't have multiple pro games against it, you're just not going to know exactly how it spikes, exactly how it feels in a late stage of the game in a side lane when there's 45 minutes and elders spawning and stuff like that. So definitely a lot of chances, I would say, especially when we have best of ones here, to kind of try to sneak games off of big opponents. And, you know, BLG, they just came off of a very long MSI, almost won at the end.
بلجيكا قال لك
Where's their mental?
كانوا قراب.
Are they ready to just come over
اشوف
and
الترنو سميتو كي داز
Yeah, they should be. Like,
الترنو اللي قبل من هذا.
Look, think about how many times this team has finished second at like internationals in the last 3 or 4 years. Like, this is a team that's got a lot of resilience, that bounces back. And I think Danny really has these guys under his thumb, right? And I think he's
خسروا من بلجيا صاحبي المنهوة.
5 games to lose to HLE, especially when what you've already
خسروا مع بلجيا فينا ربحوا زعما بلجيا فينا.
series.
والله يا مساخ دازو الدومي فينال ديك الشاش قلتي لي نقمر عليهم انت مسخور.
And most of the rest of the squad was fine.
جيتو دراتي كانوا في الدومي فينال دونك جيتو يقدروا يربحوا.
There's not really a lot.
انا كنقول لهم المفروض جيتو هاد التورنو ديالهم.
There's so many players that you can actually play through it, and it's like
تي 1 خسروا في الروبو عصا.
they've been through on
Dang.
war, so
خاصهم
they've been probably worse.
خاصهم يرجعوا داو.
The experience is gonna be there.
Also, definitely looking at that JDG Lion game as one where it's like, well, we didn't really get to see JDG. I think if you're not an LPL avid watcher, you
فيوريا دازت تاهي تأهلت في
just saw a lot of Lion gameplay.
تأهلت الربع.
I've got it.
Yeah.
It's Junjia. Junjia is a psychopath.
مساخ.
Now, he's been reined in a little bit, but the main thing really is just the early creative pathing and just how he makes games chaotic, if that's what JDG desire. And
تي 1 أتحل حال داك الطوب ديالو مسكين.
very calculated and very meticulous is going to be the matchup to watch for me. Just because again, Inspired did a lot of interesting pathing at MSI. He made games.
قلتي لي داك الطوب فهمتيني
Stalemate if they have to be stalemate.
كلاش بندق.
Against Junjia, who's typically very one gear. That's a matchup where I'm thinking, okay, well, Inspired, how are you going to deal with this guy? Because he will be up in your face. The second he's got lane power somewhere, he is going to come and attack you.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty fun to watch that jungle matchup. We are going to take a look at the brackets that we have here for the specific groups. So, in terms of the opening matches, G2 up against Furia is going to be happening, and then, of course, D plus Kia versus AGAL. And then you go into an elimination match, decider match. You just want to make it to playoffs. You know, we saw the prize pool before. Even if you do get 16th place, you still get 30 grand. But at the same time, there's just so much on the line, not just in terms of money, but in terms
احسن توب في العالم.
pride for your
شكون هو احسن توب
organization,
في العالم؟
as good of a placement for the championship points at EWC. But also
اش
just
ال
to try to prove if you're
مان هو عندهم احسن توب في العالم. ايوا راه بالصفه مفرغ راهم اللي ربحوا التورنوا. الا ما كانش عندهم احسن توب في العالم كيديروا يربحوا. راه الطوب هو اللي كيربحك الماتش. شو غير حنايا شحال كنخسر بسبب الطوب ديالنا. والجنجي تا ما عندهم طوب مزيان. والجنجي اصاحبي ما تاهلوش حتى البلاي اوفز في الام اس. واش ما لعبوش ولا؟ انا كيعجبني سميتو داك اش كيقولوا له بروكن بليد يمكن ديال جيتو. انا كيعجبوني جيتو الصراحه.
Genji's ready to play, or does Karmine Corp have a good angle? I think it's a pretty close matchup, actually.
I mean, 100%. I think it's 100% agree. Like, I think it's also same questions for Genji, right? Like, they almost qualify for MSI, but being ends up disqualifying the MSI, and then are they ready? Are they
جنجي ما تاهلوش للام اس اي قال. اوكي. ما تاهلوش للام اس اي وعندهم طوب مزيان كي داروا لها موف. هذا باينه شي طوب بحالك فهمتيني. مزيان غير ايه فاش كيلعب السويفت. اللي ربح من تي 1 يلعب مع سوا المكوي سوا بلجي. هادو غيكون عندهم ماتش واعر. هذا فينال هذا تي 1 مع البليبيل. هذا غيكون ماتش مزيان هذا.
If BLG have it 100%, and I wouldn't count Koi out by any means.
Weird draft. I think Koi can make the game like different for BLG coming off the back of like I think what a meta that ended up kind of being solved in the end by MSI. So it's really about the prep I think for Koi.
And here's Group D. Hamalife Esports up against MIBR, and then we have JDG against Lion, which is going to be the match that we are doing here on this stream. Does feel like HLE.
هاد الماتشات الاولى كاملين سميتو هاد الماتشات الاولى كاملين غيلعبوا بيست اوف 1 يعني غير ماب وحده ماتش واحد من بعد سميتو الاليمينيشن ماتشز فاش يوليو الماتش ضرب طيح سوا هادو سوا الوينرز ماتشز ولا اللوزرز ماتشز غيكونوا بيست اوف 3.
strongest team at the moment, so it's gonna be a tough one.
You know, it does feel like sometimes the teams play extra.
ارجع الستريم الاول نشوف شنو فين وصلوا صحابنا.
We sat down in the LEC podcast with Busio and Kalist, and Busio made it very clear that what separates KC is that they have tactics. Other teams have strategy, but they have tactics. Now, what does that really mean?
What does it mean?
It was kind of a buzzword, not gonna lie. He was kind of waffling.
He's yapping us. He's yapping.
But what tactics meant to them was these more finer precision things, that they think about the smaller details than a lot of other teams, and that they don't get too lost in the overall picture. Don't miss the forest for the trees, right? That's the one. No, I get what you're saying.
نتعقل جنجي عندهم كاين في الطوب البوزيشن في الطوب الجيم ديالهم. فرا راه ما كاينش ما يمكنش تكون كتعرف تلعب بلاعب واحد. السيون صافي حيدوا له السيون خسروا. وقال داكشي علاش ما تاهلوش للام اس اي كيعرف يلعب غير بالسيون. ما لعب ما والو هذا احنا نبقاو نساينو حتى يطيح عليه السيون. علاش كاين داك البان والحامر غنبقاو نبانيو حنا ديما السيون.
I hope he's going 8-0 and not 0-8.
خاصك تلعب بكلش موفر. نتمناو اسيدي يلعب بالسيون يخليو له السيون نشوفوا شنو يدير به. انا كنقول جنجي خاسر انا موفر. هذا بعد عرفت بانني غادي نجيب سميتو نجيب التوقع صحيح فهمتيني.
region, and I think it can.
جنجي خاسري كارمين كورب يضربوه.
Highlighted earlier, one of the weaknesses from Gen G was that bot lane. So I think in the 2v2 matchup, I'd be surprised if Casey can really dominate. But I do think once you get junglers involved, Canyon as well can be inconsistent. I think Yai can then try to find those angles, and that can be a good avenue for success for KC.
I think a lot of the picks as well that we've seen, like the Camille, Pike, that have been more popular, these are picks you have to play with confidence.
Yeah.
And there are going to be times where you just get exploded and die, and that can't throw you off. Because you ever play Camille and you're hesitant, you will lose. That's a pick where you can dive into the backline, jump in, ult.
المان هو اللي خدوه منذ في الطب الماتش ديالو.
So I think the main thing for me from KC is that they play with confidence.
ما نعرف تمام.
If they lose, they have a second chance as long as they're
دابا الماتشات اللي كتفرج فيهم يقدروش يكونوا معيار فهمتيني ماشي ديما. هذاك الشيء كيتبدل على حساب الاوبننس ديالك فهمتيني. نتمنى فهمتيني نتمنى يكون شي ماتشات كومبيتيتيف.
And with our co-streamers live on site right down in front of us, it is such an experience for the fans to be so close. I mean, look at all of these screens right there. I think one of the fans were like, we're so close to the stage. I've never been so close to Chovy in my life. It's been such a great experience here for our fans.
One of the fans, I thought, Jack, you said that, didn't you?
What did I say?
It was Jack.
Jack was the one who said that. I've never been so close to Chovy, you know?
One of the things that we did get to do.
وهذا راه 11 وربع تعطلتوا علينا 4 ساعة قال لك غيكون بالماتش كان يكون بدا قال لك دا كيوجدوا لكم الكراسة وقال شتي بنادم عاد كيجلس بيسيات راهم ليه مقادين خاصهم يجيو لعابة صبحوا ناعسين وقال. ما غادي يعزلوا السيون تيكون اديكوا الخطة ضروري من برا عندهم المحللين وكذا. احنا نشوف.
Feels like a privilege and a gift, and I just want to be grateful for that, while also trying to get some pictures so that I can remember it forever. You know.
You know, I get it. I remember my first day on the LCK.
Yeah. Were you a little fanboy?
I mean, I feel like obviously at that point I'd been casting for a while. I'd seen a lot of pro players. I was like, you know, I don't get that like sort of fanboy vibe anymore. Yeah. And then I saw Faker the other end of the cafeteria, and I'm just like,
aura,
oh. That's like, crazy.
If you have not seen Faker in person, it feels different. Like I always try.
نهار الحد نمشيو نشوفو فيكر مع أسامة حمزة شتي كون جيتك وراك مشيت.
But Faker, I can't. He's different. He's built different.
Yeah, and we'll get to see Faker.
صافي أنا عاقل أنا ندون هاد الشيء إن شاء الله أنا نكتبو دابا صافي. طوب ديال جين جي غادي يلعب بالسيون.
Of EWC, who will etch their name in history alongside T1 and Gen G? Will it be one of the squads from the LPL? Will Korean dominance continue to reign supreme? Let's find out together for the opening ceremony of EWC.
ما يبداو opening ceremony. Oh, finally. ان شاء الله اجمل الله يحفظك. شوف شنو يديروا في هذا السيريموني. هاد صحابنا مالين هاد التعريجه فين ما تبدا شي ترنوات يدخلوهم فهمتي عندهم اوبن سيريموني وحده تيعاودوها في الترنوات كاملين. خلاص هذا عاوتاني كيجيو بداو يتصوتاو علينا هنايا ولا سيريموني اصلا. احسن من وورد كاب اصلا. تراك حمق. الفلوس كامله داوها اللعابه فهمتيني، الفلوس كامله كيخسروها في اللعبه، ما كتقالهمش باش يخلصوا هاد الناس هادو اللي كيجيو يديروا لهم احتفالات. جابوا هاد صحابنا فهمتيني عطاوهم شي 4000 ريال لواحد قال لهم دخل الشطحه. بونجور باري. صافي سالات السيريموني 4000 ريال. هادشي اللي هادشي اللي كيشطحوا لك فيه الناس. صاحبنا قال لهم فانتاستيك زعما راه ضرب فرنسا.
Et vous le savez, pas de repos pour les braves, no rest for the wicked. But I feel like we've spoke enough, you know, like.
هادي جايبينها باش تهضر بالفرنسي.
Abrège, frère.
كتهضر بالانجلي اكثر من صاحبنا صاحبي، ما عرفت علاش.
First up, a LPL powerhouse. It's JD Gaming.
دابا يدخلوا الفرق كاملين جو بونس ديال لي جروب كاملين بريزونطيو الكيس ديالهم. هاد الكي هذا هاد الكي كل فرقه كتكون عندها كي، فاش كتقصى هذيك الفرقه اللي ربحاتها كديستروي لها الكي ديالها قدام عينيها صاحبي. الله يعين. شي جمهور ذكر من كورب راه لاعبين في بلادهم. هادو ما عندهمش جمهور مساكنات برازيليين. الله يربحوا التورنوا. ها هذا ما لا يربحوا التورنوا وليد. كابس كيدير لهم باي باي. فيوريا تا هما برازيليين. وكان عندهم داك الريجن فهمتيني محلحله زعما ساهل تأهل فيها. جو بونس ما عندهمش بزاف ديال الكومبيتيتيفيتي في الريجن ديالهم. القتال هادو هما اللي ربحوا التورنو. فيكر خلاوه هو الاخر. مازال اي جي ار 1 2 3 4 8 مازال ديجا 8 الفرق حيت كاين 16 فرقه في الكل.
messieurs, DK.
Please welcome Movistar Koi.
ما عنده كارمين كوربس مطايفين مع هاد كوي هادو، لقاش هادو البريزيدنت ديالهم هو واحد ستريمر سبليوني، وكارمين كورب البريزيدنت ديالهم واحد ستريمر فرنساوي، وكتشبك بيناتهم، كتشبك. داكشي علاش الفرنساويين ما حاملينش المكوي.
Almost touch the trophy and surely have a revenge to take here in Paris. Parce qu'à l'EWC, on ne vient pas pour être deuxième.
هادو ما لقاو فين يوقفوا مساك. ها فيك رجع.
Most decorated organization in League of Legends history, led by the man who has defined this game for more than a decade.
شحال عندهم لي سبونسور اصاحبي تيما ما كيضحكوش.
We have GAM Esports. They will probably be representing Vietnam on the international stage. The odds have never scared them. Est-ce que le Shonen GAM peut continuer à Paris à l'EWC?
Coming onto the stage, Sentinels! The North American side, who's
هذا عاود نورث امريكا. شكون كيلعب في نورث امريكا؟
all the way here.
غالبا يخسروا هاد.
Bienvenue à Team Secret Wales, the APAC contenders with experience, with confidence. Attention à ne pas sous-estimer Team Secret.
And finally, the team to beat, Gen G!
جنجي هما اللي ربحوا العام اللي دازو قيلا الاي دبليو سي. ها شتي داخلين بالطروفي ديالهم.
The title defenders return to this stage to prove that victory was not the destination.
شو زعما يربحوا عاوتاني عام مورا صعيبه مو فرا.
Devenu une référence mondiale,
عندهم طبسيل واحد فهمتيني، كيبقاو يديروا له الريسيكلاج.
ils sont là pour conserver leur titre.
A crowded stage packed with the best in the world looking to make history.
ناري كلشي كيشوف فيهم باغيين يخسروا.
Welcome, and we start off with a ruthless group stage.
Best of ones.
شحال التصويره كي داير
Au group stage de l'eSports
كرينج شوي،
Legends.
واقف في الوسط وعالم كامل كيشوف فيه.
I am the arena. I am the slaughterhouse. I am the cathedral where empires are born. I am the grave where their thrones are torn. When the crowd pour in like the Seine under the Pont Marabout, heroes are minted in my light. Mythologies whispered into the long night. I choose no sides. I keep no score. I only hold the silence before the first roar. I've watched new faces being carved into gods in a single day. A single fight. A single flash of brilliance that rewrote every record in sight.
تيمون هما اللي ربحوا كاس العالم ديال 2024.
One bad call.
نايس، يعني ديجا ربحوا تورنو.
Doubt that was never meant to dwell. I have watched brilliance take over, mastering the rift by the speed of thought. A moment of perfection that cannot be bought. I held the breath before the kill and caught the long exhale when the final one fell. I am the beast who cradles legends in my glow, and the same one that swallows them whole. And yet, I am still here, waiting for the next souls brave enough to walk my stage, to take their places beneath my gaze, to rise or to fall, and to seal their fates.
كتبين له مسمى بالجابوني ولا ما تباش؟
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here for our first best of one with Genji taking on Carmine Corp here, and Genji with the home ground disadvantage moving on to the Rift for this one as the defending winners of EWC.
لا صاحبي جنجي رابحين التورنوا غيجيو يلعبوا مع كارمين كارب لاعبين في بلادهم.
As mentioned, against the home crowd here with Carmine Corp being in our host country of France, their home ground. And we have Genji coming off of a struggle. They did not qualify for MSI. There's a lot less tape of this team right now because they did not perform in our last international tournament. So struggles there, but on the other side, KC also really underperforming compared to what they looked like domestically in the LEC at MSI. So two teams trying to dig their way out right now of a bit of a hole.
Yeah, and this is the difficulty, right? Obviously, the play-ins at MSI was a difficult one, right? There's one team that makes it out, and unfortunately, T1 was in that group. So that was a rough time. The real problem, though, is that they weren't able to even get through Team Liquid at that time. And so after both of the LEC representatives were eliminated by North American teams, I imagine there is a chip on their shoulder as they make their way over to Paris for EWC. And we'll see whether they can get through Gen G here. This group is a rough one if you're not Gen G. If you're Gen G, you're probably pretty happy about being here. And we'll see whether KC can be the team to follow them out of the group as well. With 4 groups, it is double elimination, so there is at least a little bit of leeway. But best of ones, man, anything can happen.
Absolutely, and that is, I think, if you're a KC fan, what you are hoping to bank on here. There's no fearless in this part of the tournament. It's
well,
just,
there is.
Yeah, but
the best of ones.
It's best of ones. So effectively not. And as a result of that, if you have one good read or if you have one bad read in the case of Gen G, you get an early game rolling, anything could happen here. We do have a pretty snowbally meta. It has been all year long since their introduction of role quests. The AD carry has been the central focus. It has been getting ahead. But speaking of AD carry, we've had the rise of the mage meta in the bottom lane with champions like Mel, for example, really taking over. Ziggs being quite relevant all year long, as well as even some of the Viper eclectic picks like the Vel'Koz making their way into the bottom lane. So if we have a really unique read here for either of these squads, who both of them have shied away from the mage meta compared to the rest of the teams from their region, there could be something that comes out strong here. Ryu and Gen G have had that additional time because they did not go to play-ins, they did not play through MSI at all to prepare for this tournament. We're playing on the same patch that MSI was played on. Lock is still disabled. So there is
ما كاينش لوك في التورنوا.
just see the same type of meta that we saw at MSI just prior, but maybe some new ideas coming through here from Gen G.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting, right? Because I think both of them have the Ziggs shared. I feel like every AD carry has played Ziggs, like that's just normal. But both Ruler and Kalist, like Kalist hasn't played a mage on the bottom side of the map all year long outside of a Ziggs game, right? That was at MSI. That was just before they went home. So I don't know whether this is going to be an indication of there wasn't enough time to see all of what KC had prepared, but him and Ruler just don't tend to go that direction. So maybe this is going to be an easier matchup for them because they get to just stick to their comfort zone and actually play the shooty champion.
What's really interesting too between these two players is Ruler hasn't played it as much this year since it hasn't been as meta, but one of his most played since returning to the LCK has been that Corki pick, which is also Kalist's currently #1 played here this season. So a large shared pool there in that pick, but the Ashe pick both players are famed for as well. It's fallen out of the meta quite a bit, not necessarily, especially in the LCK picked up as it was a few months ago.
Yeah. And this is another really fun matchup in the support position, right? Busio has been absolutely incredible. And Duro has had a little bit more of a slower year this time around. This could be an opportunity for Busio to really come out and show his strength. I think the Bard pick is going to be a huge one between these two players as well. And if I was a Gen G fan, I would be a little bit scared of Busio getting his hands on that one. So probably going to be seeing that one on the ban list as we get closer to Champion Select for this first game of the tournament.
One of the matchups we haven't talked about too much, but I think is really critical, as you see on screen here, Yike versus Canyon is one that I really have my eye on, because I think Yike has been incredible for this squad. You know, he's sitting at a 68.5% KP for his team. Pretty strong performance on the jungle, as we finally do have this draft coming.
دابا غيبداو.
Hit or miss a lot of the time this year, and if you miss in a best of one,
ديجا بداو الماب بول. نايس. كارمين كوب بانو اوريانا. اوريانا ديما كتبان سميتو في كونتر جينجي ديما كيبانيو. 50% ديال البان ريت تقريبا. بوبي ما كاينه. نوكتيرن.
Yeah, it's a really great way to start a draft and to make a clear statement here.
Oh dear.
Syndra, very early on in the draft here, alongside Canyon's iconic Lee Sin, and it's
Syndra.
early lock, as if Gen G had a different idea about.
سميتو به فيه جايين موجدين. لي سين وسندرا. واش هاد الجانجلر ديال جين جي واش ديجا لعب بليسين وشنو الستاتس ديالو؟
There's a lot of single target lockdown now in this draft between the Camille ultimate, and now even with the Cassiopeia coming down, and the ability for the Nefiri to get on top of a single immobile target like Syndra, for example, feels fantastic here. They have a lot of great team fight power here, as well as scaling.
نايس. كانيون جانجلر ديال جينجي احسن بيرفورمانس عنده في الجانجل كان لعبه بليسين نيت، ولكن مؤخرا ما كانش لعب به بزاف ديال الجيم. اخر 50 ماتش لعب به غير شي جوج مرات، وكان عنده 100% دوين ريت. مي بون لعب غير جوج ماتشات راه نورمال يكون عنده وين ريت طال. تمام نلعبو.
Protect this pick instead of going for a support counter pick. They want to have a strong duo and keep that relatively hidden.
كارمن كورب خداونا فيري كامي.
Protect this top lane pick. Again, I guess we didn't mention it, but the Camille could also be going top lane, but very unlikely in this meta. The Shen will come out as a ban here as well, interestingly. I'm expecting Duro to potentially be playing that one in the bottom lane into the
Vayne und Renekton.
The Vayne to protect this Ambessa further.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I was actually expecting a Mel ban, right? Mel and Camille together have been kind of the premier bottom lane when that Camille is locked away. But not going to be considered here, just trying to protect Keen as best as possible, as Pantheon going to be taken away as well.
Some really interesting bans here. Must be some scrim reads coming through, because we don't see Duro playing Shen or the Pantheon all too often at all, really.
Yeah.
And, you know, you see that the Shen pick, and sometimes you're thinking a hyper carry, and they do need...
ما عطاوش الكين سير. ولكن كيلعب حتى بامبيسا هي ثاني تشامبيون كيلعب به في اخر 50 ماتش، لعب بها 7 الماتشات، عنده 71% ديال الوين ريت بها، ماشي بحال ستيون ولكن كيلعب بها حتى هي. كاليستا يلعب بالنار. كاين كيلعب حتى بالنار بزاف، وعنده 80% ديال الوين ريت به.
You could play the Mel here, but you already have that Cassiopeia late game damage. Something with a little bit more punch could work out, as the Kaisa fits the dive, but instead they're going to deny this Ezreal here, which is great follow-up to the setup they already have here in this draft. So let's see what the response is going to be here now for Ruler. Varus is available, but I don't think it necessarily suits what the rest of
تام بس كيلعب بها مزيان على حسب ما شنو.
for Gen G, so expecting something a little bit different here. Jin,
okay. So this just means that Gen.G really does just want to
Hmm.
play fast and loose through the top side of the map. Ruler can just
ليونا وجين.
and try and pick up waves where he can and
Nice.
follow up on the crazy skirmishes that this composition will be capable of. But man, this is a huge treat, right? We get
إسرائيل وكامي.
in game 1 of EWC 2026. If anyone needs an introduction
Blan.
to this guy, he has probably the best competitive Lee Sin play of all time.
I would also say, if you really want to have a lot of fun, you could probably just search Canyon Lee Sin and then click images. And you'll see a lot of really funny Photoshop there as well.
You will definitely see those.
I think when I look at this draft, the player I think has the most agency is Kalist, because if he gets caught by any of that initial CC, even though he has arcane shift,
هذاك جينجي الجنجلر ديالهم غيسيطر هذا الماتش جوبونس. عنده ماتشات اسطوريين بليسين. كيبان لي جينجي غتربحها من اخرى. التوقع ديالي غادي يفشل. المابول ما كتساعدنيش. يا لطيف.
It falls apart like a house of cards, and that's when the scaling composition that is on the other side can really shine here for KC.
رولر المين جين هو المين ديالو. عنده 80% ديال الوين ريت به في اخر ماتشات.
I'm really glad to see that because Gen.G have been known as a slower team just generally, and this time around definitely looking like they're
ماتش صعيب على كارمين كورب.
The gameplay does need to reflect that as here we are under the rift for game number 1 of EWC.
ليتس جو اول جيم نبداو نشوفوا هادشي كيطلع.
Seeing whether our winners of last year are going to be able to come out the gate swinging, or whether it is going to be KC to immediately start off the tournament with an upset.
It is what everyone
خاصهم يبقاو
here now. As Chovy was a Syndra player in his early days, especially back
ايوا على الله
in Life Esports, where it was the premier mid lane pick alongside Oriana for many
كارمين كورب يربحوا.
but it has not been one of his go-tos since it has been much less meta recently. So excited to see what his form is going to look like right now. When you see it this early in the draft, you could see Gen.G were planning to build towards something like a Syndra Jhin setup, but also a lot of lane dominance potentially for this Syndra pick, depending on how many of these orbs Chovy can hit.
Yeah, we're seeing actually Yehu finding so many of these noxious blasts onto Chovy. Hits
هادو بادين
as you can see here, Chovy not quite finding the cues.
نار الجنجي تحلحلو.
Yehu able to get a really good shove here in the early stage of the game. Great engage here from Busio here towards the bottom side. At the same time, gets the heal out already from Ruler and Duro, who look like they're shaking the rust off here just a little bit to start off EWC.
شوفي كان يتحلحل.
Having been in MSI, have played more recently, but this is a great start for them as Gen.G just trying to catch up. That's a great hook shot to come on through from Busio, but Shield of Daybreak going to be there from Duro to help avoid any sort of danger.
Yeah, Aftershock as well. Level 2 hit first here for KC. See if Busio
نافيري لي اللعبه الاخرين في الجنجل صحابنا كانت تلعب ميد.
but they're just going to play it safe and patient. Chovy forced the back, meanwhile, in the mid lane. And really great laning phase here from Yehu so far, who has just pulled ahead substantially.
Yeah, 9-12. That is not what I was expecting. Well, 9-11. I tried to like do it a little bit early. CS didn't actually come on down, but still, very nicely done from Yehu so far in this game. As Busio finds a bit of an angle towards Duro, taking some cheeky mystic shots here, and KC really making things happen. 300 gold, the advantage.
Yehu, with teleport advantage right now, could look for just a few more bursty trades here and wind up finding himself in a huge health advantage to further that lead. Chovy kind of in trouble here, as Ruler's back will not be stopped.
الميد ديال جنجي خسر ديجا التليبورت ديالو وخسر لافونتاج في الجولد. كارمين كورب بادين مزيان لحد الان.
Kana is playing with a lot of respect. They haven't quite seen Canyon is right now. We can see he is picking things up towards his top side of the map. As Yike will be able to grab this scuttle crab
سالوا الكريف في نفس الوقت.
But I think the Gen.G are going to be looking towards this Lee Sin to make things happen for them because
شو مسخط شنو باغي يدير هادي.
going as well as they expected.
Yeah,
I think
it's not easy to set up unless you hit that scatter for the mid jungle here into this.
خصو يرجع.
So he will hit this one, but Canyon's not in range to follow up. Busio
انا راه غيشدوه.
first roam up here with Yike, and Duro is struggling to get any sort of controls. Callista's coming up as
انا راه غيشدوه ولكن جايكا اللي استيعاون. انا راه غيجيو بربعه. هادشبك هادشبك هادشبك. احاول يشفر له هذا الدجاج. شبكات شبكات شبكات. فيرست بلاد وليدي قلت لك كارمين كورب. كارمين كورب بداو مزيان. عرفتي كلشي لعب مع الجانجلر فهمتيني كلشي غادي معاه باش يشفر الدجاج ديالو جابو معاهم كيل. جنجي تحلحلو في هاد ما شكون اللي خدا الدجاج في التالي فينالمون. وقيلا سميتو كارمين كورب هما اللي خداو. دوماج السيبور هو اللي خدا الكيل. اوه ولكن دخل كانيون من اللور. اوه دوماج جابوا الكيل تريداو. انا فريكات حلحل الجنجلر الحامق ديالو الفوق.
Lee Sin was down there and they kind of set them up. Canyon said it's a bait. I'm out here, the bushmate, and that's an early kill here now for Genji in return on this Lee Sin. So now we find ourselves 1-1.
هلا سين غيجي ما يلقى تلعبه. اهرب وليد صافي بارك علينا. شال مشى.
To go aggressive. Decent little control wood here as the teleport will be coming on through. That's Duro making his way over by the looks of things. As never mind, it's just Keen making his way back as Duro doesn't have.
لعبوها عيانة هنا كارمين كورب. جنجي غيجيبو شي كيل هنا. نايس. بخمسة بهم تجمعوا هنا مصاب. يلا طيح. جابوا الكيل ديالو. الروينة والله الا المساخطة ذكر من كور ابدين مزيان كارمين كورب وليد. اوكي بداو جنجي هنايا كان خاصهم يجيبوا كيل ولكن هرب لهم داك بوسيو. الميد ديال كارمين كورب ديجا وصل ليفل 6. امبيسا بدات تقصي دبل كيل. المشكل ديال كارمين كورب السيبور خدا لهم جوج الكيلز. دابا امبيسا غادي تهرب شويه على النار. تعادلوا في الجولد.
Duro will avoid this true shot barrage, but this back will still be delayed. It's an early mountain here, heading into Cloud, so we could.
دراجون الأول خداو كارمين كورب.
That's when I'm casting with you, it feels like it happens half the time.
It really does.
And you could see in that last exchange how well Genji's Cup can work pick-wise if they get that initial CC. They didn't have the damage to kill Busio that time around, but it is going to be very scary if they can keep lining that up in future fights. Ruler is going to come up here.
العدس يطلع لفوق.
Will have to respect it. You see the ping from Yehu as he's going to push bottom lane in response here as Yike tries to grab it.
ناري غيشدو الجنجلر كارمين كورب يحلحلو ولكن يهرب نورمال مو غيهرب ايزي. جروبز مشاو. مشاو بربعة بيهم للجروبز. ناري النار غيجيب الكيل ديالو. ولكن ليونا صعيب تموت.
Has certainly been playing fast and loose as good old Duro so far this game. Couple of deaths already.
Well, I think it's perfectly fine that Ruler finds himself down 10 CS here, down 200 gold.
كيف يعلم الوقت.
He has that call and he is playing Jin in a pick-based composition to where he
عزرايل تو طلع لفوق.
later on even if not ahead right now.
ولكن الويف ديال البوط مشات.
Too valuable here since he's behind and they're not leading the charge, but it is
البوط والطوب تبادلوا البلايص.
much more relevant, much more set up later on. I'm more concerned about Yehu's lead because he is online early.
Oh yeah.
Well, will be. He's still sitting on his catalyst right now, but will be online early.
Yeah, gonna have that 400 gold advantage at least for now. I think the most important thing is that Kane is kind of going nuts so far in this game. Couple of kills already, 1,000 gold going to be his advantage, as he was the one that grabbed a plate towards the bottom side of the map. I believe got the one on the top side as well, which has really helped extend the lead for the Ambassador. And we know Kane's pretty good carrying games on this champion. And we'll see whether that is what Gen.G are going to be able to leverage in order to get themselves a lead in this one, as things have slowed down just a little, at least for now. Yeah. And it feels to me like Gen.G probably do have a fair bit of pressure on them to make things happen in this mid game, as KC with an Ezreal and a Cassidy are probably feeling all right, letting this one go later, as you mentioned earlier on. As Canyon looking to move on over, as Yike not going to get tagged by the Lee Sin. Canyon still just moving in.
فيري كتهرب دغيا ما تشدهاش.
Because he lost his escape there, Yike is not necessarily interested in recontesting just yet, so I think they are going to posture defensively here on this mid wave for now, and he'll just go back over to Raptors as we kind of reset back to normal lane.
اجي دايرين الحلقة موفرة فين ما مشاو مجموعة.
Keen and Kana there on the top side. Keen having a huge lead feels great for what the late game side lane is going to look like, as we do have Busio looking for a potential angle.
كامي باغت نايس شدوه. اوه دوماج هرب.
And Ruler just loses a bit of health. He'll be able to back away. Teleport in from Yehu as he's looking to try and create a little bit of an angle for himself. And takes the turret shot and walks away. Sometimes you just got to test the waters.
I think the next big pivotal point in this game will be the Herald and who ends up getting control of it. Since we've slowed down massively here, next Dragon will be about who has Prio, but we might not necessarily see a big team fight there, but I think the Herald is where Gen.G really need to make a strong stand. They do not want to give that over to KC and allow them to scale up further, as we do have, again, a bit of a 2v2 here in the mid lane with the supports roaming over. Busio with level 6 advantage, very scary.
نار غيشدو نفير. لا هربات. اوه شدوه مشى على الزبلة وليد. كامي سكويشي. نايس. عزرايل قتل جين.
Check out what happened there. Barrier expanded as well, and he still died. You can see there the summoner spell cooldown right next to his death timer. And yeah, it looks like probably just a empowered. Let's see. Stop.
كي دار له.
And then Kalist pushed the wave.
علاش ما رجعش؟ بغى ياخذ الويف.
W doesn't even connect actually.
دبر فيها مسكين.
See how this really breaks out, just hits a Q and then W into a shift.
There it is. Does have the barrier there.
جي جي ولدي. برافو كاليس.
Kalist puts him down. Now that lead is pretty significant. I said earlier, nothing to write home about. The call will even it out a little bit, but now starting to.
حتى جابوا Gen.G كيل وكذا هو يدمرهم داك البوطاسات. حتى قالوا غيبداو المومنتوم. هرب لهم عاوتاني. يبقاو يشدوا داك البوط بوحدو يبقاو يحلحلوه. ديال الخطة ديالو. غيطيفوا على الدراجون الثاني دابا. ما عرفتش واش يكونتيستي جايين بصح ما يخليو لهمش.
Canyon moves in, finds a Q onto the Drake here, as Ruler does have the curtain call up and available.
Yeah, Ruler, arguably, even though he's behind, a lot more relevant in this fight.
امبيسا تيليبورتات.
Now he does. There's a team
امبيسا جاية.
from Keen.
Yeah, Connor is not here
نار.
yet as Duro going to make his way
تايم.
forward. They get the chain CC public execution.
ولا ولا ولا.
Backline Yank is
ووو نايس تعادلوا معاه في الدريك. ولا ولا غيقتلوهم تا هما.
That being said,
ناري دريكو كيل.
down goes the Cassiopeia and
دريكو جوج الكيلز.
wash KC on the floor.
Yeah, I think a little bit overzealous there
Dommage.
for KC for this fight. As we look at the initial setup, Canyon has control of the Dragon, Duro's on flank, and they don't have full vision, they still want to contest, and then Yike becomes the target here, is burst down, and that means that there's no smite here. Canyon is able to get in there and secure it last minute. Yes,
مات كانيون تريداو كيل وخذوا الدريك.
unfortunately for Kana, he cannot join the fight, cannot be relevant, and Gen G
برافو عليهم فاتهم دابا خذوا شويه لافونتاج.
this comp has so much setup, so much CC that can link together, and Yike was the victim there. Despite having the escape, you know, if you do end up getting caught, if you can't get out, you will just blow up.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Yehu threw his petrifying gaze to no one.
That didn't help.
He was preaching to the choir on that one, I'm pretty sure. And so no one going to get scared of this snake. We'll see whether he can find an angle in the next one, because now Chovy does have 600 gold advantage. A little bit more than that. Blackfire Torch now in hand as well as Callista. One more time. There's the ult in from Yike. And I don't think this Jin is going
نايس جيجي.
to at least try to barrier something, but that is not going to work out.
كانك واعر منا فيه.
Do at least do what they do best, which is killing Ruler at this stage of the game.
That is seeming like that has been the best game plan for them thus far. As Callista will buffer this stun, they're looking for the chase on him. I don't think
ناري غيشدوهم عاوتاني ما هربوش.
Just gonna die. 7 seconds on the ulti for Chovy here as well. They might be able to find an angle towards Yike.
this might just be free Herald here on the pick. And
ناري خذاو الريفت.
a little bit aggressive here. This time it's
اجنجي دابا غيهربوا.
a little bit too far forward, a little bit disrespectful, and thought he was out there, but gets slowed by the solar flare. As Duro's just going to hold the wave as they look for that Herald top side. So a big win here for Genji. Already have a significant lead, and they're looking to snowball it.
Yeah, Canyon should be able to take this one down. Although Yehu was thinking about moving on over, it is not quite going to work out. So there goes the Herald. I'm going to get picked up here as Canyon thinking about throwing Shelly towards.
واخا تجين خورهم في ذيك الكيلز ولكن دابا رجعوا.
This will be a lot of resources needed to defend this turret. I think they're simply going to have to let
التورت الاولى مشات.
It does have two grubs here to work on the final parts of its hit points. As Keen is looking for a little bit of aggression on the bottom side.
Yeah, the Naba was nowhere near as okay. Hextech ultimatum comes on.
نشدو الشوفي.
Break the ultimatum here, and Chovy
No,
just
نشدوش.
walks his way out with those Swifties. In the meantime, towards
مسخوط اليساندرا.
crazy things are happening. Canner is last hit by King.
نار مشى.
And Duro going to scare the doggo away. And Genji really in this chaos of like a late mid game.
امبيسا فايتا صاحبي نار ب 1600 الجول.
Duro ends up being much better here. You look at the KP for Duro right now, he's 100%. He's 9 out of 9 compared to Busio at 4 out of 6. So they're both being really incredibly impactful, but in this final moment here, they're not able to get the catch onto Chovy. He backs away, but on the bottom side of the map, Keen cleans up house again. 1.7 thousand gold. The largest lead here in the game is on the Ambessa. And KC is starting to find themselves very deep in the hole. What was once a small gold lead for them is now 2,700 in the deficit.
Yeah, first turret going on over to Genji, certainly helping out on that one with that turret falling down on the top side of the map. But talking about top side, I mean, that is the massive advantage that Genji has for themselves. As they go in once again, Deadly Flourish, Kalist does find Ruler on the other side. Mystic shots are connecting. Oh, the interruption, no hook shot for you. And Busio will be taken down. Canyon going to be able to claim that one. Okay, curtains are being called here as Yaki is going to flip himself over to
نافيري هرب للجين.
Brambleback. But they get a pick.
هذاك السيبور مسكينه كلات العصا. فوق ما يشدوي.
Right now, Canyon and Ruler should be able to whittle this one down as Duro's looking for an angle here on Yehu.
Yeah, mega coning over as it is a
نايس غيشدو سميتو.
comes through from Kane, holds the snake in
أمبر.
position, and he will just dash his way around. Decent petrifying gaze this time though, as Kane
والله إلا هرب مسخوط.
out of there. The poison's still ticking down. The Genji will keep their top laner alive. I say that it is going to need to be flashed here as he gets a big old shield. Another one comes in.
والله إلا هرب عاوتاني.
Is now
امبيسا صاحبي وان شوت هربات وقتلو كاسيوبي. سالا والماتش صافي.
The macro game that's winning out here for Gen G as they link their CC together on these picks. And I was leading into it before it even started to happen as the Chovy had TP, so
اليسين خدامه صاحبي. شو صاحبي 3 الكيلز 7 الاسيست.
they thought they were able to re-control with Yehu's great defense there onto the turret. I mean, Yehu's having a phenomenal game, right? From his laning phase here to some of these early
والله الا توب ديال التوب. والله الا هرب لهم الحرم وان شوت وصيد النار.
Maybe we can make something happen here, but Chovy is backing uncontested, has TP, and beyond that here,
شو كي دار هرب صاحبي. كنت فيه وان شوت وهرب.
practically immortal on this Leona. Canyon shows up and Chovy's here, so there just wasn't really ever an angle. The margins were thin.
اليسين ما كيضحكش.
Might actually have been the final nail in the coffin here.
قاعد كي غير خلاه هذيك الكيل التاليه غير خلاه. ما كره دات هي.
I'm pretty sure Kane had like 1 health or something like that. We'd like to say calculated, but man, I think that it was a little bit more luck that came in there. The Ignite was ticking down, and yes, Ambessa can get a whole bunch of different shields, especially now that that Eclipse has been done. But still, if I was a KC fan, I would be feeling a little bit frustrated about the outcome of that particular situation. 5,000 gold, close to the advantage here as Gen G really starting to run away with this one. But it was so competitive at the beginning of this game, right? Yeah. And it just feels a little bit frustrating that KC haven't been able to get things together at this stage.
If we look at some of the hopefuls, right? The copium angle for KC in this one.
Give it to me.
They got one dragon early, right? So they were able to buy some time. They have a composition that scales incredibly well. Kana is massively behind, but given time, will be able to, if he has a few opportunities to set up some Narbars, be able to get into this game. What they need to do now is stop major objectives from going over, like the Baron, right? Stop the inner turrets from getting picked off. If Chovy gets too much alone time and gets a turret, that's a problem, right? They need to be able to defend their base as best as possible, their structures, and deny Barons, and just otherwise let the clock work for them. And I think that's their one potential window back in this game. But any more mistakes, any more overextensions, any lone
يشدوا الطوبات.
the end of this one, because I think you really are
عذبوه في حياته هذا النار اصلا.
Chovy just taking over 100 splinters as well here in this game. It is a frightening moment. Does have the
لما يدي الجنجي سيطر.
10 stacks on that soul stealer as Busio looking for an angle doesn't find it as Duro and Canyon pretty mobile at this point in time.
صراحة الجنجلر ديال كارمين كورب لعب مزيان ولكن عشرانو تحلحلو.
The snake in this bottom lane as the miasma just gets thrown to Narnia.
يا لطيف. واخيرا غيقتلوا قلة الطوب. واخيرا شت داون.
These are the exact types of situations that can get KC back.
بس طمعات.
Match rotations, and when you see someone has overextended a little bit, make that commitment. Look, in Keen's defense, he's 2 levels up, right? He's like, this is a solo kill angle. He sidesteps the ultimate here. Busio comes down, and there's just too much damage. Unfortunately, the shutdown goes over to the Fury instead of going over to that Cassiopeia, but it's still a big win here for KC.
It is. And that gold lead actually does deteriorate just a little bit, right? Under 4,000 at this stage. Not insurmountable, you could say. That being said, early days, Rift Scuttle are going to go over to Canyon here. 3-1 and 7 on the
جنجي خداو الدراجون الثالث. طبعا عندهم جوج ديال الدريكس.
can be said for Yike, who does now grab some nerf treads as well. It's going to be very nice into Chovy especially, who is now just trying to bully Yehu where he can. These Dark Spheres are now starting to land. Feels like he's got his eye in at this stage of the game, especially sitting at 4-0-2.
Very strong as you get to the goal difference over time here is really starting to stack up. There was that dent made on the pick onto Keen that you referenced earlier. It's Chemtech Soul, so Gen G, you know, if they get this soul point, it's relevant, but again, not back-breaking necessarily for KC. They're still hanging on by that thread. And I think for Yike, it's just always try to find out where Canyon is and match him and just sit back and get any minion you can. You look at Yehu in the bottom lane catching that wave, that's where he wants to live. His Rod of Ages is almost done, right? That'll put him actually significantly ahead in terms of experience over Chovy. Obviously didn't build that item on the Syndra. And he is scaling. He is going to be more relevant. The 2-item spike hit for Kalist a while ago. Looking for 3 eventually in this game to then be able to help out team fight Genji later on. As Busio
السيبور ديال كارمين كورب هلكهم اصاحبي دارهم 3 الكيلز. كان ديك الكيلز مشاو عند شي واحد اخر كون راه شويه. كلشي كل سميتو كارمين كورب كاملين داون في الجولد من غير السيبور.
He has TP. I just don't think this is where you want to. This is not the hill you want to die on. If you're KC, is Soul Point here for Chemtech when you have so many more opportunities later on in this game. If you could get to those later on in the game moments.
شوفي عنده الميد جاي وعنده فيه 10 ديال ستاكس مازال ما مات حتى مره. خصهم يقتلوه ضروري الا ما ماتش يولي يزيد غير الدمار.
Getting to a point where they could potentially find one of these angles. Does have that dash cannon as item number 2.
ياخذوا الدريك الثالث.
So this is not going to be that fight that they're going to be going for. Well, instead, just make sure that level 16's gained. Get an item or 2 more onto Kalist. And then pick that battle when they find it. True Shot Barrage picks the gap between Ruler and
غتشبك.
get flashed on Canyon. Not going to be able to hit the Q as Yike does manage to go untargetable in the nick of time. Teleport going to bring the Ambassador in there as Ruler's moving over.
مشى السيبورت خورهم. ما كيديروش الدامج اصاحبي كاع كارمين كور. كاينش الدامج كاع. بوب صافي سلام. هرب مسخوط. هرب من الايس. نافيري مسكين لعب بوحده. هذا هو علاش دخلت يا صاحبي. من كنبقى له عنده ما يدير صراحه. ديك الفايت اللي خسروا صافي سهل الماتش. انا طمع فيها الجانجلر.
Cassiopeia is just frontlining, forced to flash away. The kick here as well, just a cherry on top. Not even necessary, but it looked damn cool, Atlas, and KC are in trouble.
Lucio is very, very dead. As Chovy in the 1v2 is just going to murder him. And now Canyon fishing for that Q. Yehu is just going to have to run away, and he just gets kicked.
شوفي ولا عنده 25 ستاك في الميدجر.
Absolutely devastating, and we're seeing it in full effect right now. The inner turret going to be falling down as Yike gonna have to deal with Duro, who's moving on over there.
النهاية وليد.
The aftershock makes him near immortal as he just looks for a dive. Speaking of dives, my goodness. Okay, Soul Flare not going to land, but Keen is doing so much damage. Canyon makes his way in, and the deadly flourish lands. Public
ايش هو دابا؟
max range from Keen and Genji. Yeah.
البارون عاد بقى مازال له 4 دقائق. صافي جيجي.
Chovy's not even going to get to put his death cap together. He's got his fully stacked Vajay's. He doesn't need the death cap to win this game right now, as there's a stun on the Kalist.
Oh yeah, able to arcane shift away, but still, I mean, Yike is just taking so much damage. Every sphere that lands from Chovy is just absurd damage. As Canna gets in there with an ult, he brings back 2.
اول ما عندهمش الدامج كاع صاحبي. ب4 فيهم كيضربوا بواحد وما كيقدروش. وكي كدير اصاحبي هاد ليساندرا. طيب. مصاخ. جيجي برافو عليهم.
Ultimately, it was the map reads and better play from Genji and Duro, who was so so relevant in this game, constantly finding picks. Getting that pick on the Kalista in the mid lane was one of the big moments for Genji to start taking over the game, but he just baited them into so many bad fights. He knew he's Leona, he knows how durable he is, and KC started to fall apart at the seams.
صافي مبقاش
Very quickly became one-sided.
It really did, and I was
مبقاش يقدر يوصل داك الميد ديال جينجي. صافي سيطر.
the laning phase was looking better than expected.
Ruler kept dying.
Yeah, Ruler got solo killed by Kalista towards the bottom side. It just didn't actually.
ما كانش كيلعب سميتو، ما كانش كيلعب بها قبل، ما لعبش بها كاع في الماتشات اللي داز. سخوط كريزي الشوف.
Genji known to be oppressive from ahead, known to play the map better when they are ahead, but also showcasing in this game, when they're not that far ahead, they can still take control so quickly. All it takes is one mistake, and Genji are everywhere.
Yeah, they're going to be the top dogs of this group as well, and hopefully KC can bounce back. They are not out just yet.
ميت في المستوى كان اول ماتش كان حامل ويطاس.
League of Legends at the Esports World Cup begins just as it ended last year with a Genji victory. We're standing by with Chovy. He knows this trophy all so well. We've of course got Maddox here, our translator. Crowd loving a bit of Genji here. Let's begin with the obvious question here. You come as the title defenders. How driven are you to raise that trophy once again, this time in Paris?
이제 초비 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 이제 타이틀 디펜더로서 이렇게 파리에 다시 오게 되셨는데 여기서 다시 한번 우승을 도전하는 느낌이 좀 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 전년도 우승자로서 여기 파리에 또 오게 되어서 좋고 이번에
Yeah, it's definitely good to be back on the stage now in Paris. And that being said, I'm really driven to lift the trophy once more.
À quel point effectivement
revenir
chercher ce trophée puisqu'ils sont les gagnants en titre, et bah ça fait du bien d'être de retour à Paris, j'en suis ravie, et évidemment j'ai envie d'aller pour ce nouveau trophée. And my question for you, Chovy, is gonna be, I feel like it's been a long time since you last played Syndra. You arrive in Paris, first game on stage, and you're already just farming and doing amazing. So what was your secret?
이제 파리에서 이렇게 플레이를 하신 지 상당히 오래되셨음에도 불구하고 여러분들 팬분들께서도 이렇게 좋아해 주시고 정말 좋은 경기를 계속 보여주시는 것 같습니다. 좀 그 뒤에는 좀 어떤 것이 있는지 궁금합니다.
네, 마지막 질문만 다시.
그 뒤에는 어떤 것이 있는지 궁금합니다. 그 경기력이나 이제 팬분들의 사랑을 받는.
일단 올해 디펜딩 챔피언으로서도 잘하고 싶고 또 우승하고 싶다는 마음도 있고 무엇보다 팬분들이 항상 응원해 주시는데 저희가 항상 잘하는 모습을 보여야 한다고 생각을 해서 열심히 연습했고 그 연습한 게 오늘 좋은 결과로 나타난 것 같아요.
Yeah, definitely it's the motivation to lift another trophy, and of course the love of the fans. So I think that drives me to perform better, and that showed us in our game.
Comment est-ce que j'arrive à être aussi fort dans cette game d'ouverture? Et bah tout simplement l'amour des fans et l'envie également de soulever forcément ce nouveau trophée. Donc merci à vous encore une fois.
Chovy, great start. Congratulations. Maddox, thank you very much. We're just getting started here. We've got a long day of league coming up. Let's keep moving.
Thank you very much, Ian and Lou. Maddox with
ويا صاحبي تا لونجلي ما كيهضروش بالونجلي كاع مصاف. غير هاد البلان هذا غير زعما غير في ليغ اوف ليجند كونتر سترايك كيكونوا كيعرفوا شويه لونجلي، لحقاش كونتر سترايك كيكون فيها سميتو كيكونوا فيها روسترز غالبا من الانترناسيونال، دونك خاصك ضروري تهضر بلونجلي. هنا كيلعبوا غير بيناتهم ما محتاجينش اللونجلي زعما وسط الجيم. داكشي علاش ما عندهم ما يديروا بلونجلي، لونجلي قضي بها الغرض نتاعي. تيم واحد اللي داروا كومباك اجينست جنجي وماتيو مساخط فاش كياخذوا المومنتوم صعيب تشدهم. جي برافو عليهم. ولكن كارمين كورب بداو مزيان، غير شويه طمعوا داك السيبورت ما كان كيشفر لهم الكيلز الحرام. اسامه عندهم اسامه.
where Yehu was showing off that pedigree and that resilience that he's grown into over the last year.
I mean, this is like, if you remove the nameplates here, you'd think this was Chovy. This looks like Chovy laning phase, weaving in the autos, dodging the Syndra Qs, dropping the minion aggro.
كاسيوبيا بدا مزيان.
This is a laning phase styling on him, just one on one.
والله لا بدا مزيان ولكن في التالي ضمر.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy's struggling in this matchup, and he has always been a big highlight.
والله هلا حل الشوفي في الأول.
Laning strength to Yehu, who we've seen lane against Chovy many times before when he was in the LCK, having such a strong performance early on. That was an initial tool that we thought maybe Casey could capitalize on.
Then over on the top side of the map, around 6 minutes, that's where our next action happened here, as it was Kana and Keen going head-to-head here, but it wasn't just them.
I mean, the thing is, all of this kind of leads into Yehu's early laning phase. You can see the fact that he has the level 6 while Chovy's still stuck at level 5, and that's what allows Casey, even though Busio gets really chunked, to continue clicking forward. Zone them away and take
كارمين كورب كانوا عندهم لافونتاج حيت وصلوا للليفل 6 من الاول ولكن واخا هكاك ما شو الاخر هرب صاحبي وان شوت كان ينهرب وان شوت ضيعوا الماتش صراحه.
It was the right fight to take, but just a little missed execution let them down.
Yeah, just a bit there, and then at 13 was our big next inflection point of this Group B matchup.
So I think the target selection here from Duro, who had a fantastic game, by the way, was just excellent. It's, you know, obviously contesting the dragon, the jungler's our main focal point. This flank here, Neferi, not an easy target to pin down, but he's immediately there for the follow-up, the layered CC, and we look on the other side, Canyon also being focused down, but look how long he lives. He gets the
يمكن الدريك ما كانش خصهم يكونتيستيو كاش خصهم يطايفوا عليه بسببه ضيعوا جوبونس اكثر من 1000 ديال الجولد ادفانتج.
Kalist got a solo kill on Ruler and he was kind of styling on him, right? But then you just get out team fought once, you start to fall behind a little bit, but that's Gen.G's comfort zone. You know, they're probably the best snowballing team in the world. You know that if they get a lead, they're not gonna throw, and they showed why in this game.
هما قالوا ديك الهضره اللي قلتها اخي حمزه. ياك جين.جي الا خداو لافونتاج في الماتش مستحيل انت تولي ترجع معاهم.
Close, and then one big one. Never let them back in the game as we are still in the game over at Stream B right now. Sentinels and teams Group B. The winner will play.
نشوفوا الماتش الثاني هما يديروا لنا الماتش الثاني وقال. سنتينيل رابحين.
Yeah, Hambak having a great performance so far on the Lee Sin, and you know I saw this very vocal Sentinels fan over here at Stage A when they came out. It was Digon. Digon was really cheering loudly for the team there.
That is a very fed Lee Sin. Holy, 2,000 gold lead just on him. I mean, this is starting to look like Canyon in this last game.
No. It's time. Bro talent, baby. That's right.
There we go.
Hero Hambak is on full patrol here as he's leading the line. But as we know, that Lee Sin needs to translate that lead into other lanes. And if you want to finish watching this matchup here, you can head on over to the B stream. Sentinels for the LCS, that 5th place squad taking on that LCP leader for the right to play against Gen.G. The losers of that matchup will play against Karmine Corp in best of 3s. So in our opening match and winners match, those are best of 1s. The elimination match and decider matches, those will be best of 3s.
And I think with how Casey played, you know, definitely in that matchup between Team Secret and Sentinels, I would not want to go down there, risk a tournament position on that best of 3. Obviously, Gen.G a tough opponent, but in the best of 1, you never know.
I mean, I think Casey, with what they showed now, for me, they still showed a really strong early game. They showed potential. I'm just not sure about Busio on the Camille. He was making a lot of mistakes, and I think as well we saw it at MSI against T1, where just I feel like you're not getting the early lead that you need on this Camille, and he's constantly kind of like going a bit too deep.
Yeah.
I think we just need to see him either on the Enchanter or a more classic engaged support.
You know, I said that you need to play with confidence on picks like Camille and Pike. I think it's my fault because he had a bit too much confidence.
It's your fault.
A bit too much confidence in some of those plays.
It's your fault. As we have a special guest and a special announcement after this short piece of content, so stick around. We'll set you up for the next matchup after this.
نشوفوا الماتش الثاني. على ما يبدا الماتش ديال تيوان.
We're here over at the KC booth where there are a couple.
So it is now Secret Wales trying to make something. Look at that gold graph. We're on a roller coaster.
نفس البلان حتى انايا تيم سيكريت بداو مزيان
If this doesn't remind you of the LCP, I don't know.
وسنتينز رجعوا عليهم.
18 kills in 26 minutes. I'm still feeling a little, LCP, we're so used to 1 kill a minute at least. Yeah. This is the, the LCP versus LCS, right? They're two different styles of play meeting here at EWC 2026. And it's interesting to see how they react with one another, right? It's not like, oh, it's that champion, I know how to beat that. No, it's a player I don't know how to walk into on that champion. They might have different plays, which we saw out of Pun. He was nearly...
الجنجلر مسيطر هنا. او 2500 ديال الجول ديفرنس 8 ديال الكيلز داين حتى هو لاعب بليسي.
One bad hook could spell disaster for Secret Wales, or maybe I say one good hook. But still, we need to see Secret Wales being a little bit smarter, controlling the vision state, because Sentinels are just all over them.
Huhi is looking for this hook. Pun is doing a great job standing right in front of Huhi, right? Because you don't want to hook Kasante. That's the worst possible target. So Pun doing a great job. Gets on Huhi.
Pun is there, good flash comes out, misses out.
ناري 5 كونتر 5 وشي في الميد.
Sending out the barrage just to trim the wave a little bit, but still, now Hell has to be careful that items are coming online. We're still seeing very close. We're getting towards that IE, so Jin's getting closer and closer to that 50% crit, but with the Ghost Blade, it's going to mean a lot. The damage is there. Dragon is up. This is the big thing, and the control from Sentinels is already out, but look at Teams of Secret. They're just sitting at this tier 2. Equalizer gets dropped early. It's hitting 3, so a lot of damage. Pun on the wrong side could get caught here.
شدوه.
Logan. And that's
صح.
the zoning ultimate coming at Impact we were talking about earlier. He used that equalizer to zone the rest of Team Secret Wales away, and then they're like, you know what, we will hook Pun here today because it's a 5v1. You could be the tankiest top laner in the world, you will not survive that on your own. So a fantastic...
واخا كي هاد الماتش جوبونس تيم سيكريت يقدروا يرجعوا. ما كاينش فرق بزاف في الجولد وديجا واخدين كاع التيرتس الاولى. عندهم جوج ديال الدراجونز.
To contest this one. A really great minute there coming out of the Sentinels from the LCS. I'm loving seeing this intelligent gameplay.
Yeah, look, it really is. You're right, is they're playing really smart to how strong the players are. That is the difference between a good and a great team. Still, both these teams are great. They're just putting on a different performance. And it's nice to see Secret Wales, they're trying to claw back what they can. They're trying to get those picks. They're trying to mitigate those losses. But Sentinels doing a fantastic job. They're really accelerating this game. They're on soul point. They've got all 3 Hex Drag souls right now, and they're feeling pretty strong. So it now
كلشي غيلعب بليسين هاد النهار واقع.
because Baron up in 10 seconds.
I was about to say, right, the second Baron is about to occur, but it didn't feel like they got too much value out of that first Baron.
Yeah.
So Sentinels have to be looking to get something more off of this second one if they're able to secure it. But Team Secret Wales, they're primed and ready to go. Almost every single ultimate is up. Almost every single summoner spell is up. But the same can be said for Sentinels. The next fight is going to be a big one wherever they make it happen. 3 Hextech Drakes for Sentinels. Their poke stings.
عندهم الدريك اللي كيعجبك.
The Team Secret Wales, so a little extra damage, but a little extra resilience. So the Kasante can stand a bit taller.
صراحة كيعجبني انا الدريك هذا.
And look at the vision control. Not only is it traps, but it is pink wards everywhere, and they are massive, and they're doing so much away. But there's a little barrage going forward. It doesn't really hit its market. He just controlling this state. Yeah, you pulled it in, but it's Pun getting hit with the rocket grab. Let's see if Hisso's still going to be the target. Has to dash away, but it is this control. They have had to back off. The pressure from Secret Wales was enough.
Yeah, they backed off, but D-Ray wasn't there. He just completed his 3rd item, so they were just delaying. They needed D-Ray to get there. He's got his 3rd item online, so now they can fight. They can contest these objectives in a serious way. But Sentinels, they're still on the Baron. Team Secret Wales don't know this is happening right now. The rest of Sentinels is zoning them away. They have to move in.
Look, this is it. It's only Humbug doing the Baron, so it's a bit of a different story. Yeah, you have a good bit of healing. You have that Sun to Sky. You have Death Stance. You got an Eclipse as well on Humbug, so you are feeling really strong. But it's not often a Lee Sin can solo a Baron, even at 30 minutes, so we'll have to see as the damage is still good. Now the rest is coming through. Rahel's now here. Darkwings is joining. That's your damage dealers. Where is Secret Wales? They're not even looking as they're trying to snipe.
بغا يشفر لهم البارون
Beautifully played by
بالالتي ديال ازرايل.
kept Team Secret Wales so effectively to the point that Team Secret Wales thought they were just in contention around mid lane priority. They had to be aware that Humbug was missing or at least concerned about it. You saw his toe, he was wrapping around that red buff, but a ward spotted him out, so he had to back away. Huhi playing the bouncer there. So Team Secret Wales, they pushed in that mid lane, they tried to chip down that.
بغا يتجمعوا كاملين يبوشوا باش يساليو جو بونس.
All the advantage, and that IE, that third item for Rahel, now completed as well. And look at the damage Eddie is doing. He is trying as hard as he possibly can to carry Team Secret Wales through these fights, but the next 4 damage dealers are all Sentinels.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit
يطلعوا الطاب جو بونس.
early of the game, but now it's just starting to fall off. He's been targeted. He had a big mark on his back, and it was Sentinel saying, we can hit that mark. But we'll have to see if they're going to start moving forward. Histo needs to start making those aggressive plays and getting into these pits.
It really reminds me of the draft.
كاي ساينوهم تيم سيكريت.
And they banned Eddie, sorry, Histo's top 2 junglers. He is the LCP MVP. Right? He has the most
ما قادرينش عليهم مساك.
He's such a playmaker that they put him onto something that he's less practiced on, less comfortable on here in this BO1, and it feels like the results are showing.
Another Realm Warpers. Histo's the only one that's taking his Cyclone.
Woo!
It's going to be enough. Histo just getting
كريزي ووكونغ ولكن مشى فيها. محاولة. والله لا هربوا الاخرين. ولكن هيهات فين غتهربوا ولد. لا مازال ما يساليوش ولكن ما ياخذ لهم شي مازالهم دقيقة في البارون ما ياخذ حتى شي انهب صراحة. صعب ياخذوا الانهب.
Where was Pun? Pun needed to take the Realm Warp too. I think they were just out of position. You can see Pun is there saying, where are we going? What's the go? But they lose the tower, and now they said, okay, they're just going to siege us here. Maybe we need to be a little bit faster on these plays. But I think they're just worried about Huhi.
Oh, Pun just missed it.
Pun missed it.
Just missed it. And then we see Impact come here as well. Impact's positioning phenomenal. Gets that equalizer.
هادو لاعبين الجين. الفرق كاملين لاعبين نفس الدرافت. ازرايل جين ليسين دابا غيطيفوا على الدراغون دار ياخذوا السول صافي يسالي الماتش. هنا غيسالي الماتش ولا يقدروا يرجعوا الاخرين. اش غيرجعوا صاحبي ويلي كي داروا له. ازرايل فيه 2 ضربات اصاف الايسه وليدي. هرب ريز طلعت سالي ولدي طلع. سمعوا في الدريك سمعوا في العامة. ياخذوا الايس وغادي يخليوه يرجع. نايس جيج برافو سانتينا. قمرنا على سيكريت يربحوا الساعة. انا الفرقة اللي باغي يربح خاصني نقمر عليها خاص باش تربح. دوماج ارجعوا الفكر ديالنا راه قرب يبدا.
So there it is. It is Faker, the game ambassador of EWC, joining EWC and strengthening the bonds of esports even more. I mean, what has Faker meant to you and your journey throughout esports? Because I know that, you know, we knew this our time in LA, very different life, and then you've gone in there following what esports, what Faker's created for esports.
I mean, Faker is the GOAT, and it's like no better ambassador, not just for esports, but for gaming in general. So very excited to have him on board, and we hope he sticks around for many, many years. So shout out to Faker and shout out to T1, and thank you for what they've done for this sport.
Yeah, that is awesome. Again, congratulations. And we'll have more about that in the upcoming days. actually, we have an update from the B stream. Sentinels have defeated Team Secret, and so they will be the ones moving on to the qualifier match against Gen G.
جنجي غيلعبوا مع
Secret and KC.
مع سنتينل.
Later, obviously, Team Secret, one of the LCP
Team Secret, let's go LCP, baby. We gotta represent. We gotta shock the world together, y'all.
I know, so we'll see how they do in just a bit. Let's dive into the matchup here, GAM and T1, and we'll start with T1 here because we've been talking about GAM.
جنجي سيدور خاولد يطلعوا البلاي اوفس بعونتهم سدودين.
Right now for people that haven't followed along.
I mean, I think T1 in the MSI especially, I think they struggled with the consistency. I think the meta is all about picking up your favorite matchup into the laning phase, because if you get the lane priority, it's so much easier to snowball the game. But I think they most struggled with the top lane. I think Doran had a kind of rough time throughout the MSI, because I think he was having a hard time just because of the counter matchup, and also he couldn't really figure out what is his favorite matchup. So I feel like this time around they need to figure out what's their favorite pick, what's their comfort zone, because they're on the same page, they're on the literally same champions. So I think this is timing that maybe T1 can bring up once again with their legacy.
And I feel like Owner and Carrier are going to have to play two big roles.
Oh yeah.
Dorn struggles yet again. Kiaya is an absolute freaking legend, so it is going to be a tough matchup, and he can't bring out the Gwen out of nowhere. So I feel like Owner's going to have to step it up and probably support a lot more towards the top side, or even try to snowball the other side of the map. I mean, Paze has had a mind-controllingly good MSI, and he still couldn't get the W, so that says a lot.
TK, when you have these types of matchups, especially against someone like T1, where do you feel like your strength lies as GAM Esports, especially against T1?
I mean, I think when you go up against someone like T1, there actually isn't much pressure. You just got to enjoy the moment and just have fun. So I think it actually helps the team, because you know what, we're the underdog, so hey, what can we do to shock the world?
Who do you want to be that steps up? If there's a player that deserves that kind of MVP recognition for GAM, who would that be here in this matchup?
Well, I'm looking forward to my man Drakthar, because he's not only replacing the one and only Levy, but you know, this would be a major win. So these guys, they're excited for this, for sure.
Obviously, we're here in the STC Arena in Paris. How has the crowd been so far for you, the reception of the players and GAM as a whole?
I mean, this entire setup is crazy, guys. I mean, the energy behind us. We actually bought a drum, right?
Okay.
Wow. We borrowed a drum from the Vietnam Culture Center here in Paris.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
that we could be like, you know, hyping up the fans here. But the KC fans are crazy. I gotta say that. I'm trying to match their energy, but it's like, you know, me and just like a few of us. So we outnumbered, but that's why we need you guys. Yeah, basically, right? But it's okay. We're gonna always be the underdog.
How about for you, Adid? How about for you? How's this fan audience been?
I mean, I think the interaction between the fans and the players is so much closer than any other event. So I feel like it's such a great chance to meet up your player and like say hi to them, because they're literally there. And also, I went to the stream B as well. Like, they're literally in front of me playing the game. So like it was a really great experience. And again, I think having those amount of fans around here is such a great experience as an esport fan and as an analyst. You know, it's just amazing.
Trouble, we got 30 seconds before we head on over to the stage. Who you think is going to step up here and be the MVP of this matchup?
Okay, I'm getting a very strong stare on the right side. But you know what? I've always been with the underdog story, and I've always supported the underdog story. So I think for this one, it's a best of one. Anything can happen. So I'm looking at Kiaya, my GOAT in GAM, to lead the team to potentially 1-0 versus T1.
Let's go.
All right, there we go. Group C matchup starting right now. T1 and GAM Esports. Woo!
Bon. Petite défaite de Carmine. Pour commencer, mais il y a
فرنساويين مساكن مقلقين.
Underdog, il y a des défaites et il y a des légendes. And talking about legends, we're about to welcome the team on stage. Everyone knows who I'm talking about, and who better than Tyler One to help me welcome T1 on stage.
Woo! We are pumped to be here. I am pumped to be in Paris. This is going to be a show.
This is going to be a show indeed. Regardez-le, il est déjà prêt dans les starting blocks pour atteindre et évidemment accueillir son équipe. I know you're here for a reason, Tyler. I know you want to welcome a specific team, but I'm going to have to introduce their opponents first. Do you get it? Should we go?
I understand. Yeah,
You
we're
ready
ready.
for it?
Absolutely, we're ready. I am ready to see these Titans battle it out at the Esports World Cup.
Let's get it. La première équipe, elle nous vient du Vietnam. C'est Gam Esports. The Vietnamese squad is ready to be all odds here in Paris.
Vietnam.
Ils arrivent avec la casquette d'Underdogs face à l'une des meilleures équipes du monde. Mais ils n'auront pas peur. Ils sont prêts.
And now, the real reason we're all here. The undisputed greatest League of Legends team of all time. T1!
فكر داخل اسطوره. هم اللي ربحوا الووردز. الله.
Mesdames et messieurs, are you ready for it? One more time. Faites du bruit.
What an incredible introduction there. T1 introducing T1. It's an absolutely beautiful time. Just fits. Yeah, I've replaced Wolf. I've got Ox up here with me to go through T1 versus GAM. And I'm really glad that TK isn't actually here on the caster desk because he doesn't get to intimidate us into thinking that GAM are going to win.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely T1 pretty heavily favored, but I will say one thing we've consistently seen from T1 this year is the circus.
That is true.
And also
هذه أول مرة يلعبوا هذول
Vietnam teams very aggressive.
ال EWC. العام اللي داز ما تأهلوش.
A high kill game. I expect chaos, but probably at the end it will be GAM's Nexus.
T1 سيدور الخمسات. ولكن عندهم الماتش اللي مورا غيكون ماتش مزيان. اللي ربح يلعب مع سوا بيلي بيلي سوا كوي.
So maybe they can actually get through that way. And I was thinking back, right? Because I knew I know Levy left, right? And then Drakthar came into the squad. And I was like, where have I heard that name before? He played in the Kesper Cup in 2024. Wow. He was actually there for Team Vietnam. And I was like, oh, that's where I've seen this guy. And he was playing with Pun, actually, from Team Secret, who are here at this tournament. Ares was also on that team as well, who is here on GAM. And so we actually have a little bit of tape over in Korea as well, and probably actually played against at least a couple of these players on T1 right here. So maybe he can utilize some of that experience in order to get a little bit of a leg up over T1 in this particular match, because it's a best of one. TK actually did say it pretty straight when he was talking about the fact that surprises can happen, and maybe Trouble was onto something there as well with her GAM prediction. So we'll just have to see whether they can find an angle here, because it will be an uphill battle, but as they said, they got nothing to lose.
And that's the thing as well, with it being a best of one, we've seen upsets happen in best of one. Quite a lot of times, it's a bit harder to get it in a best of three or best of five. But you just come out all guns blazing. If you're aggressive, catch them off guard, it's definitely a way to punish.
Yep, and whether it be the LCP or the VC.
أتقام بدأ ولا ما بول ومازال ما بغاوش يعطيونا البانو ولا
get that snowballer rolling before T1 have really even started the game yet.
I remember as well Taki, who's on this roster.
Yeah, he's been around for a really long time.
He was on Saigon Buffaloes at MSI 2022, and actually they went super aggressive against T1's bot lane at the time.
Yeah.
Got a lot of early kills, so I'm interested. I expect aggression. That's the main thing I'm looking for to come out here. But where it's going to be on the map is the big question mark. We've seen at MSI, the meta shifting up a bit. A lot more teams leaning towards the top side of the map. But then HLE coming in and saying, hey, even though we have Gumayusi who's so good in the weak side, Zeus who's so good at playthrough, they just put the eggs in the Gumayusi basket to win the tournament. So interesting to see how that develops here. And obviously draft is going to play massively into that.
بانو جيس ادور انا كيلعب بجيس مزيان.
Final band to come on through here for GAM, and first pick will go over to T1 here. Of course, the winners of the very first EWC, but lost that title to Gen G last year, and desperately want.
دوران عنده 90% الوين ريت بجيس في 50 ماتش له.
Initial ban of the Akali does show that they really do want to give Glory some respect. And it is interesting as Glory is coming in over Arrest here for the first match. I was going to say game one. There is only one game. It's a best of one here for our.
الجلوري اللي بانوا له اكالي.
It's a fearless best of one. Yeah. Wolf was weird because he said that it wasn't fearless.
اخر 50 ماتش لعب بها 5 الماتشات وموين عنده 15 الكيلو اسيست. كيلعب بها مزيان. دابا غيتحلحل فاش حيدوا له اكالي.
It's dangerous, a lot of cost here. I can understand things like Owner's Nocturne and Carrier's Bard, big priority picks. But the question is, what
حيدوا الكيريا بارد. لكن كلشي كيحيدها له زعما.
Do you know what I'm getting flashbacks of? Do you remember that DK versus T1 game?
Yes.
Where Showmaker got entirely embarrassed on Cassiopeia and then basically never played the champion again.
He's at this tournament, so
yeah. That was the Oriana situation. It's not a great matchup. You do generally get a little bit outranged, but the Nefiri going to come in through as well. We did see this combination played by KC.
فيكر يلعب بأوريانا.
See whether Gam can find a better angle.
Nice.
Snake Lady into the metal ballerina.
ما بان والوش هو ياخذها.
Looking to round out the last couple of picks here.
بان ريد أوريانا 42% كونتر تي 1 ديما كيبان هو تقريبا. وفاش ما كيبانيواش كيلعب بها فيك. نار. عاوتاني كاسيوبي يا صاحبي. جلورا يلعب كاسيوبي. نفيري عاود نار. الشامبيونز كي تعاودوا صاحبي. كلشي يلعب بنفس الشامبيونز.
Confidence on the pick. I remember when Vi first was played in Pro, it was Ona who was actually leading the charge on it. I'm a bit unsure though because when we first
Vi يلعب بفاي.
It was as a Vi counter.
Honor يلعب بفاي.
I feel like a lot of Vi's have now figured out the tech, right? We've seen a lot of like Q flashes into insta ults to make sure that the Nefiri just never has a chance to go untargetable.
It's kind of like the tech we saw in Zaya. You know, Zaya was often picked into the Vi.
Oh, okay.
Vayne.
Kiaya going for the scary matchup.
Yeah, not a fun time for Doran in this situation. We asked the question, which
Vayne يلعب في التوب كونتر نار.
am I going to play through, look to punish, and I think we have our answer.
Yeah. And honestly, if I was Gam, I'd be very happy to play through Kiaya as well. This guy has been really, really good for an exceptionally long time. And Doran has been struggling a little bit in recent weeks.
لوسيان بناو لوسيان.
Do here as we're going to get into the bans one more time. The Lucian going to be taken away from Pays to start us off. And we're going to look
بيز كيلعب باللوسيان. ولكن جبونس يلعب بأيش دابا. كيلعب بزاف بأيش هو.
Artemis could be playing that one towards bottom side, but I don't expect that to happen.
Yeah, you also have a lot of AD damage on the top side for GAM. I mean, you have enough for T1, right, with the Vi and the Gnar, but having a Vayne Nefiri means if you go mage bot lane, you're still feeling really
يا صاحبي النار يشد ذيك.
We've seen Pays though be pretty excellent on picks like the Mel. And actually Syndra going to be banned out.
ولكن ما عاد باللي هاد كام ما كيلعبوش مزيان فهمتيني دونك ماشي شي تيست. ما نعرف نشوفو.
I wonder what that actually means as far as where GAM are going to be going with their bottom lane because it might be a setup for a
بناو ساندرا علاش بناو ساندرا؟
Syndra insta Cassiopeia in the bot lane I think at MSI at some point.
That's
and I think it's difficult because when you play Cassiopeia a big struggle is getting into range of the target. You have the damage and Syndra can just
علاش بناو ساندرا؟
and make that a problem. So maybe that's a bit of a clue, but we'll see what GAM look to do here. I mean, here's the difficulty. A support pickup here means you don't get counter pick for support, which is obviously nice. but it does keep that Cassiopeia.
Yeah, holding the flex, I
available.
think, is really important. And I think if they do lock support here, we'll know that they are willing to flex it.
Yeah.
Let's see what Artemis does want to take away here. 5 seconds to go.
هذا معطلين جين. اوكي.
They're going to have support counter pick, and it's going to be the Jin.
Okay, so
بيز جبون سيخترع ايش.
prioritizing that counter pick, trying to make sure Ataki can get a good matchup into carrier. I think it makes sense playing it safe, but loses a bit of that flexibility that we were talking about. Now for T1, what are they going to go towards in this situation?
Melpike.
Melpike.
It's just going to... Right, it's Pays carrier. They're just going to do it.
They definitely could in this situation. They could also just go for things like Caitlyn Lux.
Oh, wow.
Talia?
Wow.
Wait, Talia Pantheon or T1 going to do it? Are they going to take a leaf out of CV Max from 2019's book?
That'd be a throwback.
That would be crazy.
That one still holds a place in your...
Oh, yeah, rent-free, man.
Talia عدسة.
I think I wake up in the morning and I think about it, but instead of
Shen.
Shen is something that Carrier has
Crazy.
many times. 6 seconds to go, still making up his mind.
Shen support.
Please play Pantheon. It just feels like a beautiful bookend to the story, but it's not going to happen. It's going to be the Shen
Tamam.
locked in. And, I mean, it could be Orianna bot, but it's probably just going to be that Talia Shen. We did see Viper play the Talia in the bottom lane a couple of times at MSI, and it worked out quite nicely. So that is going to be
Talia Shen. اوكي.
Taki,
بلا.
what do you want to play in
مسخت هاد تي 1 كيتيستيو في هاد الفرقة هادي.
And it looks like Pike Jin is gonna be the choice for Cam, and man, there is only damage. There is
They'll
zero
Pike.
durability on this team, and I would expect nothing less from Cam Esports.
This is exactly the vibe we were looking for.
Oh yeah,
Moicha.
it's just like crash and burn or shine
Crazy.
bright. You know, there is no in between at all.
Absolutely not. So I expect aggression out the gates here from GAM. I feel like T1, top side, a lot more standard from what we've seen from them. The bot lane is interesting. A bit of a mix on, as you said.
لاعبين بجوج تشامبيون ديال الميد جوج تشامبيون ديال التوب.
Not as reliable as the put it clicks.
وجانجلر فهمتي.
Reliable, especially in carrier's hand, but also the double glow.
ولكن شين كريزي سيبور. متانكي وكيشيلدي.
Point of the game where bot lane establishes themselves in the middle of the map, you can really just open up anywhere and look to challenge both side lanes in this situation. It will be interesting to see though if they can try and alleviate some of that pressure towards the top lane. If Doran doesn't fall too far behind, you can then enable carry, enable Pays to maybe put some pressure towards them in the later stages of the game.
And, you know, there are some sneaky champions on GAM's side. I feel like this is going to be a hard game for Owner to play, right? Like, how do you find a target for your cease and desist when everyone is just going invisible all the time? Could be a little bit of a frustrating one, but once he does get someone locked in,
دوران مسكينة
for them to get away.
عاني ما ديك فين.
Everyone is squished. Everyone is a pick.
كاد هاد العبد كاع ما كيلعبش بفين نورمال.
Oh yeah.
A lot of dash champions.
ما لعبش بها كاع. اخر 50 ماتش ما لعبش بها كاع.
Yeah, but even you can, if Jin starts ulting, you can send the Weaver's Wall straight at him to interrupt.
Oh,
so
that's true.
I think Pays has a lot of potential with this kit to make things happen for T1 here.
Make things very frustrating for GAM.
شين بلان.
Close to loading up onto the rift here for our second game.
شين في السيبور.
A stream. If you didn't know, there is another stream going on here as well, which has different games throughout the day. There is just so many matches, and so we need to just have an extra stream going to make sure that we get them all done in the short time that we have here. But it does mean there is a huge concentration of video games that are getting played. Gen.G already taking a victory here on this stage. We'll see whether T1 can follow them.
Yep, so the other match is BLG against MKOI, which is the other match in this group.
Yep.
Winner of that will play the winner of this, and the losers will also play Expectation. You know, we said T1 Expectation winning here. Expectation in the matchup is BLG.
Yep.
If an upset happens, we'll obviously spice things up.
It certainly will, and we'll get some MSI rematches potentially there at the same time. And then some complete unknowns, as MKOI and GAM were both not at MSI, and so haven't really been able to check in with them over the last few weeks. So we'll see what they've got cooked up for us. Already, GAM with an absolute smorgasbord in this game, as far as the champions that have been locked in. And we'll just have to see whether they perform well on them.
GAM were pretty close to making it, going 2-3 against Relove Deep Cross Gaming in the LCP playoffs. So win far away, just missing out. And I feel like for those teams who didn't make it to MSI, who have a second chance at the EWC to try and make something happen.
He's so intimidating, isn't he?
Oh, the eyes.
تصاحبنا كان مع الاناليست.
TK, he just tells so much with just a look, doesn't he? And also so much when he's ever given a microphone.
Oh, absolutely. He doesn't need the microphone, but oh, he makes good use of it.
Oh, he certainly does. That guy is a content machine. But we're still waiting a few seconds to get onto the Rift here, as I believe there has been a slight delay on stage. No idea what has actually happened, but we will keep you updated if we do get any information. If they do feel like we're allowed to know, you know? Because sometimes we're not.
Drum he was talking about.
That's the drum he was talking about. There it is.
So sick.
So they got that from the Vietnamese embassy, right? Is that what he said?
I think he's
هذوك السي او ديال قام.
Faker, what was that? That's Doa. He said that.
Yeah.
Remember him, Eric Lundqvist?
I do remember.
Yeah, he's got the most famous esports line of all time. And it was that.
I mean, it was a pretty sick line. I wonder in the moment if he was thinking like,
this is going to live forever.
Probably
Yeah.
not.
Probably not. I would assume not.
He probably
Look at the cleanse. Look at the moves.
He probably finished that and thought, you know what? That was a banger line. Hopefully I get a good one like that next week.
Yeah, probably. I would assume that. Or it was Doa, and he was probably just thinking about something funny to say afterwards and didn't really think about that line very much at all.
Have you actually seen like what happens after that moment in the game?
Yeah, don't they just keep talking about something else?
No. In like the gameplay, so Faker actually gets executed by the tower.
Oh, really?
Like, pushing the tower, he gets executed. And you know what else is funny? Both teams had a Shen.
Yeah, they had a Shen that didn't ult. Yeah, no, I know. It was a different time.
It was a different time.
That's why we're releasing League Classics.
تطلعوا علينا.
That game existed.
ما عاد فين وصلوا
Like, it's just crazy. He made like the
ستريم
most
تاني.
iconic
واش
play of
بدا
all
ولا
time,
ما
and
بدا.
it's just crazy level of play. And then he's hitting the tower, and he's probably, I don't know, he's just thinking like,
Maybe he's
wow,
just
that was,
celebrating,
he's
yeah.
like, that was, and then he just dies the tower, and it's like,
What you gonna
ماتش ديال بيلي بيلي راه غايبدا تا هو. بيلي بيلي ولا مكوي.
the greatest mechanical feat of the time. You just need a bit of a break. Maybe just hands off keyboard at that point.
Yeah.
It's like I don't need to do anything here. It was also game.
مازال ما داروش درافت.
At that time, if you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, Game 5 was like the time of blind pick. It was the greatest thing in the history of League of Legends. The fact that you get to a Game 5 and then all of a sudden it's utter chaos. That's why there were 2 Shens and 2 Zeds in that game.
I love how far away we are from that, because now we have the most bans possible in Game 5 with Fearless, with 5 bans on each side. Back then, nothing. Clean slate.
Do you know what we should start doing? We should start doing best of 7 Fearless last game, if it ever gets there, is blind pick.
I'm down.
Because that would be such like whiplash, wouldn't it? Like from like there's 800 champions.
أما يبدأ.
None, and you can pick anything ever. But ladies and gentlemen, I just got word
Let's
that
go.
we are ready to get onto the Rift here, and you can see Hayes is furiously clicking, and that means that we
أسباق ولدي.
our way. Let's see who can do it, T1 or Gam here for the second match of the A stream. As Glory swims out of base. Look at these skins, man. The hot dog and the...
أوري أنا صاحبي أوبك واش كيلعب بها.
haven't seen that one.
وكتبانا بزاف.
I've seen the hot dog about 1,000,000 times.
Yeah, 1,000,000 times.
Because everyone uses it, including me. It's a banger.
It is. Okay. It is, of course, Darkstar Jin. The only skin that anyone uses ever.
There's some champions where it's like you have one skin, and that's all everyone uses, and then
شي سيبور ديما كيطلعوا للطوب. وكيتليبورطاو ويوليو يهبطوا للبوط.
Rumble's a one-skin champion.
It is. And it's Rumble in the jungle.
Wow.
Because you throw pineapples.
If he's in the jungle. Which
I know. You're talking about Super Galaxy. No. Rumble in the jungle is the greatest Rumble skin, and I will hear nothing about it. As Faker and Glory doing battle here in the mid lane. Being a little bit frustrating there is Glory so far, as Kiaya having a good time level 1. We've seen this. The level 1 all-ins from the Vayne have been pretty good so far.
نار مسكينة
oh man, good start.
محلحل.
We saw Yahoo against Trophy. Yahoo getting a really good
فكر تا هو محلحل. ضرب البوشن ديالو.
And the top lane matchup going good as well. This could be a great start for Gam.
Oh dear, the Taunt is going to connect towards the bottom side of the map. That was Taki taking
ولكن كيعاني لتحت.
to get that health bar back.
ليفل 2 وصلوا ليفل 2 قبل. غيبوشيو البوط غيبوشيو.
We're going to find that minion. He really wanted that minion. That minion was the target.
سي بون.
It was locked down.
تعطلوا. اصلا كانوا شويه لو.
Coming over here. They do have have vision on him. Drakthar is also making his way into the river.
Yeah, he's actually looking for an
اش كيدير هاد الجنجلر شنو فيري
he wants to challenge. Bear in mind, he has red buff here as well, and Ona just using his Q. He's in a bad spot.
He really is.
اونر مشى للزبل كريزي 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 هرب مسخوط ما جابش الكيل شوف فيكر شوف فيكر شوف فيكر فيرس بلاد على فيكر نايس كريزي ناري اونر كيعاني اصلا ما قدر يدير التلعب ناري اوه تحلحلو تيوان تحلحلو شو غيجيبوا لكي شو غيجيبوا لكي ما جابهاش
just be straight up dead here. Owner is coming on over because they know this could be an absolute disaster.
قتلوا اونر كريزي وقتلوا وين قتلوا الطوب والجنجل كريزي والله لا كريزي صح
seeing this all happen on the top side must be so overjoyed with the start the rest of the team is able to get. Yeah.
والله لا مسخط هذا فيتنام هذا.
Absolutely what has to happen for Gam if they want to win this game. This composition is so snowball.
هذا السيبور حاضين.
Actually get that rolling. It can look a little bit awkward later on as Carrier, nice little taunt here, gets himself the aftershock to keep him alive. And now Ona trying to get into this river, but
أوالو أونر مشى للزبلة مو فري. أوه لا لا. كريزي كريزي كريزي. تيوان مشاو للزبل. 4 ديال الدقائق 2000 ديال الجول ادفانتج. تاين. شوف فيكر تحلحل اصاحبي شوف فيكر تحلحل. فيكر تحلحل فيكر تحلحل. غيمشي غيمشي فيكر غيمشي غيمشي غيمشي. الطوب هبط عاونه اونر هبط. هرب مسخوط 1 اتش بي. صافي ما خصهمش يطمعوا خصهم يرجعوا. خصهم يرجعوا. طمعوا. 2,300 gold in the lead at almost 5 minutes into this game. As that is the bonus. Owner gets the smallest little vault breaker to get out of the way of the stun. And he will be okay for the moment. Man, T1 just need to slow this game down and they need والله ما خلوش الجنجلر يفارمي كاع صح. We get to see this earlier play from Glory just hitting everything he needs there. Just catching him in the flash in to get the last damage in that auto. And just no response at all. فيكر مسكين انه يتحلحل. Just ice cold, laser focused. Damn. Okay. Well, crazy. In this early game, we'll just have to see whether it's enough. As even Yankos is losing his mind. That's a Yankos reaction I expect. Now the شو الفارم اصابي الجنجلر اونر نزل في 25. Hits it, but he's not got mega nowhere near. And Nefiri so good at dives. In fact, you can drop the tower aggro. If Doran doesn't sense this, he might be in big trouble. Glory وصل ليفل 6. امشى دوران هرب مسخوط. كيضيع بزاف ديال يبغيو ياخذوا الدريك. ما يكونتستيهمش. ما كونتستيهمش. الجنجلر كان طوب. هذاك الستريمر وقيلا اللي كان قبيله لابس جيتو. Glory is just shoving this wave in whenever he would like to, though, and the bone skill are going to get charged up here by Taki. He does have a level disadvantage against Carrier right now, but isn't too worried about it for the moment, just making sure that he gets those roams out as best he can. And Artemis just dealing with pace towards the bottom side. So, even though the gold lead is still massive,
It's now 7 minutes, not 5 minutes, which is still not great, but a bit better. It's the top side of the map that has that massive lead. So I think 41, if you want to make some plays back in return, looking at the bot side, could be an angle. That feels kind of bad because obviously you have globals on the bot side.
Faker ولدي.
And even though Glory yelled at them, T1 didn't seem to mind too much. So finally, T1 are on the board.
Just that quick, that easy to do.
أول kill.
Great shockwave. Although in the 1v1 without that tool, it just means he's in a tough position.
عطا لي جاتها. مشيت وليدي. التيم بلاي كيطيروا فيها صاحبي. شد له تورو داك طالي طلع عندهم نيشان جاب الكيل.
And just using those proactive tools from T1 to make those plays. Taki just trying to play with so much confidence, not respecting the shockwave, and now seeing a return to live.
مازال باغي. صافي رجعوا T1. قواو على اونر ما بخلاوش كاع يفارمي مسكين. دابا صافي غادي يتوعر لهم. صافي رجعوا. الله يلا طمعونا في الاول قلنا راه غيكون ماتش نواضي وكذا. صراحه ماتش نواضي ولكن كيضحكوش. قواو على اونر هنا قواو. طمعوه. غيديروا عقلهم دابا صافي.
That forces Owner's flash but isn't enough to save his top laner, and T1 back to back just get a handful of phenomenal plays to get them back in this game.
I wasn't expecting it to be that swift, you know, the comeback here for T1. Again with maybe, a bit
I feel a little bit robbed, like if you pay for a whole circus performance, you expect it to be a bit longer. This feels like just a little introductory act.
Yeah, it really was just the intro, and then we get the League of Legends afterwards, when a lot of, like, some of the T1 games are just circus the whole way, and then they find a way to win. This was, just a pre-show circus, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, what we're going to get as we get back to career a little bit later on, but that's a sneak preview. T1 now just going to be teleporting back towards his bottom side, with Pays making his way back down. Artemis going to be going back home. That means the T1 should be able to grab themselves some plates here as the rocks go on down. And Pays, I feel like he's been having a really good time playing all of these weird picks on the bottom side of the map, doing his best Viper impression here for T1. And I still think that T1 have the best bottom lane in the world. It's just sometimes weird stuff happens in the game.
Their 2v2 has been very fearsome. Obviously, this combination is not one where you're playing specifically for the 2v2 unless there's a misstep from Taki. But Pays now with the Ludens, so much wave clear available just to free him up or just stop Gam from having any pressure there, and allows Carrier
Faker اصلا كيدير الفارم.
This is the one lane where Gam still have a sizable lead.
ضيع بزاف ديال المينيونز في الاول واخا هكا كفات الميد ديالهم في الفارم. هو اكثر واحد عنده الجود، هو اول واحد مات. ناري الطالية ما كيضحكش. حاجة عندهم من تاونات الصاد. كريزي. صافي ارتاح انا فيري ارتاح.
T1 move to a kill lead.
Just seeing how T1 are linking up on these plays, so effective here. And you can see initially, it's a Pike. Pike, not the easiest target to pin down, but Ona says, we can do this, I can make this happen. Carrier trying to get in range, but it's his Weaver's wall from Pays that even bumps him back to just guarantee that he goes down. Now, Gamma starting up the Dragon, but T1 are here to respond, and they're collapsing in. Taki might just be dead again.
Oh, able to dash away. As Drakthar, he is in a lot of trouble. That untargetability now on cooldown. And where did the pike go? I have no
علاش دخل
Where did Nefiri go? He's also trying to do battle.
نفيري كان يقدر ياخذ دريك وهو دخل
T1 finding another great team fight. Pace is going to get
درنا نصابي هاد نفيري
sinking those fangs in. And that is going to be Ona
جابو كيل ولكن كان يمكن له ياخذ دريك جو بونس
And Doran hanging out towards his top side, happy to have a little bit of time to himself.
This is a situation where we see when the top lane, when Kaya joins in on the play, the difference he can make this Vayne. I also think T1, they put a lot of resources into Taki, into Drakthar, didn't have answers for the DPS of the Cassiopeia and the Vayne. This was a bit...
هنا نفيري كان يبقى ياخذ دريك ديالو اصاحبي ما عرفتش علاش مشى ما عرفتش علاش قلت على اونر
No mana on Faker here, and no real response, no CC available left for Glory and Kaya. They just charged down Ona, and it's a reminder that even though we saw those great set plays from T1, you can't...
والله صاحبي راه كان عنده فاش قلت عاد مشى عطاوها العصا ما هو كون كنبقى مع الدريك اومو ياخذ دريك ويهرب هادشي يقدر ينقص في الحيط ويهرب ولكن قلت باش دخل عند الاخر غير دخل عنده عطاه
They do make that one work. Season desist comes down though as there is the flash. Miasma not really going to be helping out though as he sidesteps.
صافي الادي سي تدمر
Is going to keep this Vi alive. All right, from the death chamber to immediately killing someone.
That was a delicate play, if I'm being honest, but pixel perfect precision from Ona there to dodge away from the ultimate allows him to get the kill and get out.
ما شفت واش زعما بغا يصوفي شي واحد الساعه والو 10 وكانوا خارجين
Does manage to get that dodge field down. Still actually dancing around this battle quite nicely as the Silver Bolts really frustrating. Okay, we'll be able to get a lot back.
That was a game of chicken right there because Carrier knew that Kaya had flash and didn't want to commit his, wanted to bait it out, and Kaya was like, no, we'll just hold it there. That sidestep there from Ona was just flawless.
Beautifully played. So T1 with the kill advantage, 1.4k in the lead as well. And this is a composition that will age a little bit better than what the GAM comp does. Pike is one of these champions that feels notoriously awkward moving later on into the game.
I feel like the T1
دوران مسكين محل في ديك الطوب.
have like a more robust front line, but I will say their comp is, you know, as you were saying before, all burst. And dealing with the Cassiopeia Vayne scaling may be a problem as this game
That's a good point. There's not a lot of tankiness, but there is a heck of a lot of consistent DPS. So maybe that'll work out here as GAM. We're going to push Owner away. They will be able to do so once again. Glory may not be so lucky as... Oh, the shockwave flat from Paze to collect the Cassiopeia. That was cute.
صافي سهلة الماتش مو كي غيديروا يرجعوا الاخرين دابا
Yeah, that's a cool one. But anything works if you've got a flash. And that is going to be that chase down as now GAM trying to make that cross map play towards
ياخذوا الريفت
Yeah, I think the response from T1's
ما يكونتيستيوش يمشيو ياخذوا التورت الاولى
your mid laner there. Give up the Herald and get mid tier 1 and some pressure, but 2, I think T1 pretty
وياخذوا التورت الاولى ديال البوت
I said mid laner, bot laner. It's just he's on a mage.
No, I think you probably get away with it.
دابا داك والتورت الثالثة الله يا اخي الاخرين خداو الريفت دابا هادو خداو 3 ديال التورت خصهم داك الريفت يفرقعوا فيه 3 التورت باش يتعادلوا
That means they've taken an inhibitor.
That would be impressive, but also that would just be matching what T1 did. And considering pre-5 minutes, there was a 2,300.
صافي والماتش الجاي عندهم سوا مع بيلي سوا مع المكوي شاول تكواو مشى مسكين هذا فين لعب بوحده مسكين
And with all of this extra tempo, I think that gold lead is only going to expand even further than this 4,000 mark.
I feel like in the gold discrepancies, the last bastion was that top lane, but now Doran with a lead. No leads anywhere on the map for GAM right now.
دوران نرجع الجولد ديفرنس ديالو بديك الكيل ماشي تاكيل جاب جوج الاسيست والتورت اللي خداها
then afterwards just doesn't really work. Feels like any iteration of SKT or T1 has been very, very good at
خدا غير الاسيست
as you get to the mid game. It hasn't often been at this level though, because that like deficit was massive for that time in the game.
اوه خداو الدريك
Secured here, but the cease and desist does.
قات فيه 4 اتش بي وقيله اونر مات ما بغوش تفكوا معاهم دابا تيوا غيرجعوا خاصهم يرجعوا اوه غيديروا لهم الريفت
You know what? You might have spoken too soon. As we're going to get a replay, we're just not going to watch the drifting. It's fine.
شتي بقات فيه 4 اتش بي
Just a little miscalculation. Goes to 1 HP before Draktar picks it up, but then this punish on the owner and then kite away with the miasma. Pretty beautifully done by Gam, and we're back to life. How many towers? Zero towers.
Hey, she's still alive. Okay, look at her go. There's one turret that's there.
الريفت غير تسارى به صاحبنا وصافي
Carrier. Oh.
No. Let me count. It's it's zero.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Daniel.
Just need to verify.
Yeah. No. I'm glad that you can count. I failed to do so in the last game. That's okay. At least we've got someone here that can do it on screen. Okay. Carrier now coming on over to try and defend this control lord. Taunt not going to connect there onto Taki, just barely able to get over the wall with that dash.
I feel like Taki has been playing with fire a lot this game, sometimes to his detriment, but sometimes able to bait out some big abilities.
I am impressed by his consistency though. Always going in. As Doran does hit Mega, Artemis is over here as well. As Draco does get stunned, Ona moves in. That is going to be the red.
شو الطب اصاحبي الطب كيكلير لهم الجنجل التحتانيه مصطفى
I honestly thought when I saw Draktar coming over, I'm like, well, that's Gam's red buff, but not anymore. And you feel
supposed to be.
It is. You feel the pressure mounting up. Oh, TP flank coming in right now from the Cassiopeia.
Alright, Faker gonna get caught out here by Kiaya potentially, but Carrier is on his way. There's the taunt flash, as Carrier might be sacrificing himself unless he can get out. The Condemn actually going to be helping him escape, but the ulti from Draktar should mean the end of the Shen.
فيكر سمح في صاحبه ما جاب فيه جين تضربه
Not curtains for him just yet. And in the meantime, there is a Gnar being frustrating in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we've seen this many times before. Teams trying to collapse on a Faker. This time he does live.
Oh dear.
مشى الزبل
There he goes.
Yeah, so the answer back.
مشات الان مشات تحت الميد ثانية فاش كتشد الريف نسى والله الا داكشي اللي كيوقع ما كتعرف حتى شنو كيديروا بها الناس والمشكله 5 بيهم مشاو باش ياخذوا داك الريف خسروا عليها 3 ديال التوركس باش في التالي واحد ضرب بها تويره من البوط طلع على الميد وخرج كريزي اوه فكر مات صافي فكر مات 2 مرات دابا سالا الماتش ما باقيش يولي يموت حتى شي مره في الماتش كيديروا الدامج شويه داك كام
The Vayne wasn't even involved, and yet we're just seeing Doran constantly in the side lane making this happen. It's a bit of an issue. Yeah. I do think they need to respond and answer to that.
I feel like there might be a macro discrepancy between these squads right now on display.
Yeah, I think we can see in the while this play is happening, some good moves from Glory to get onto Faker.
800 درهم وليدي الدولة.
Bot side of the map that Doran is forcing the Vayne away in the 1v1, and if that's happening,
الفيتنامي فرحان.
TK's still psyched about what's going on here. He just, he's blind to the gold advantage the T1 have put together, and every time Gam managed to pick up a kill or two, the hope is rekindled. And honestly, at this point, I mean, 3.3k, it's not exactly anything worth writing home about. And the next Drake going to be up in 30 seconds' time. T1 could grab themselves Soul Point off the back of that one. But Gam could also find themselves a team fight. We'll see whether they can. As we have a look at this very topsy-turvy goal graph, as Gam off to a great start, that has since tipped over, as we can see here.
Looks like a slide.
Yeah, Kiaya might also need to slide away from what's going on here. Season assist comes down, Shockwave is going to be in there, and
بيلي غاديين مزيان راهم رابحين دابا كونتر المكون.
This is a super squishy composition. If you start that Baron, you're going to get massacred.
Yeah. Not much of an opportunity to do that one unscathed, and Owner is just going to come on over and take this dragon.
متمكنش مساك.
T1 setting themselves up for that soul in 5 minutes time. He's going to help out there with the threaded volley, and down it will go. And we'll be able to lock that one up. So gold leads abound here for T1. And I just want to go back, you know, to that time where GAM were in such great position at the very beginning. And
those are good times.
They were good times. Things were looking competitive, and it's starting to slip away here for the Vietnamese representatives. Still, it's a decent little route as Bone Skewer is going to come on down. Carry out not actually going to get enough help here.
يجيب اوه نايس.
The resets are coming down here as well. Let's see whether Taki can get another one. For the answer, looking like a no is over.
والله لا برافو عليهم راهم غاديين.
Another deadly flourish is going to land, but Faker not in any threat at this point.
واخا ما عندهمش التانكرز
So T1, they do lose carrier.
كيلعبوا شويه سيف مابقاوش بحال الاول.
Something a bit more significant. We see the play here. It was that deadly flourish when he's against the wall and doesn't get out of the way of it in time. The follow-up from the Pike is there, and then here you can see Paige starts to move a little bit to try and cover from the Jinnel.
The Pike farms for.
Yeah, really nicely done. So a bit of extra money there as well from the ulti out of the Pike. Taki still making moves.
عاوتاني 3 الكيلز خدالهم داك البايك. جين مسكين عنده 0 كيل.
As T1, I mean, it is 24 minutes into the game and they haven't started a Baron yet. This is not the T1 I know. But they are hovering around the area. Problem is, if T1 started, that's exactly what GAM want. And that might be their only way into this game, honestly. And so maybe...
كاسيوبي رجعت في الجولد صراحة برافو عليها.
I will say it is the
Glory.
Baron. In terms of the 3 Baron types, this is not the most dangerous one, which is the Hunting Baron.
Ah, yes, true.
Which is, it's been talked the town recently. Don't mess with the Hunting Baron. So this one you can mess.
It can't hunt you very far though, because it is relatively stationary.
It is pretty stationary. But remember, this is what I'm looking for from League Classic. You know when you could like pull Baron with Blitzcrank?
Yeah, Baron with the tiniest health bar of all time. Oh man, I missed it so much. It was so cute watching the show match.
That was peak.
Oh, brilliant. And also, did you hear like all the
والله داكشي اللي داير الخطة ديالو راهم غادي. خصهم ما يضيعوش السول. الدراجون الجاي خصهم يطايفوا عليه. ناري غيجيبو كيل عاوتاني. ابايك والله الا بايك لا شفار. ابايك شفار مسخور. فكر الا ما تفكر 3 المرات راه خسر الماتش واخا يربح راه خسر الماتش. الا قتلوا فكر 3 المرات ربحوا.
That is a play where I think T1
الله هرب ودانا فيري هرب.
There is that big potential. They managed to get Paige the big shutdown. But some pretty chaotic follow-up to this one. This play initially was good, but Taki ends up.
والله لا جين لا برافو عليه واخا ما جايبش كيلز بزاف ولكن كيلعب. تيليبورت جا معطل شويه كون كان تيليبورتا بكري وراه قدر يشد فيكر.
Maybe that's an avenue when we look towards this next dragon fight. If you just kill Faker off the bat, T1's composition, they are ahead. They have a lot of damage because of that, but they don't have the most DPS. If you kill their mid laner, maybe that's an avenue into the game.
جين كيلعب. كان خاصو ياخذ الكيلز دابا هذا هو المشكل ما عندوش الكيلز.
It does, but I just ignore the Jin. And then I notice that, like, you know, there's even a Pike in the bottom lane.
بايك غالبا غيكون كيدير الدمج كثر من داك كثر من الجين بداك الكيلز والشات داونز اللي خدا. شحال عنده د الايتمز؟ واحد جوج ثلاثة. تا جينا عنده ثلاثة د الايتمز، ولكن كون كان خدا ديك التيك داونز داك الشات داونز كون كان خداهم هو كانوا يقدروا يديروا شي حاجة. اوكي العزج معنا نقاد الكاميرا.
Pull them away from the dragon, obviously would be sold for T1 if they can get it, but they're trying to force him to contest at the Baron. And again, this territorial Baron not doing a ton of damage. The abilities are quite telegraphed, so
Kiai is making his way over. There's the teleport in from Doran, and this should be going down. That is going to be secured by Draktar. They might give him up for the Ghost, but they've taken the Baron off the rip. Carrier finds a double taunt though.
شنو وقع هنا؟ السيطرة وليدي صافي سهل الماتش. قام شفروا البارون. نايس، قام شفروا البارون قام خذاو البارون وتيوان انتفضوا عليهم. ما كيديرش الدامج كاع اصاحبي. شو تجينا صاحبي كيديرش الدامج، الالتي ديالو ما كيديرش بها الدامج.
They lose an inhibitor turret and an inhibitor, and yeah, losing a fight after a Baron is absolutely devastating because then
ودابا خذاو السول.
but you also then lose your entire base. It is very problematic.
نايس جي محاولة.
Very many of them try and pull back in this game. The only positive is that at least T1 can't get it.
Yeah, that's something.
They now have Cloud Soul though.
Yeah, and that extra mobility, honestly, pretty hard to deal with. Especially, you know, if you throw the miasma down, that extra movement speed is just going to get you out of it quicker. That passive movement speed that is available with that.
Oh, not to mention, like, Carrier with Cloud Soul. Like, Shen with Cloud Soul is kind of crazy because you just book it immediately after joining a fight.
Yeah.
All right, well, T1 now just going to be looking for this one to flash forward. And the Stand United has come.
والله لا برافو عليهم. شت داون عاوتاني على النار. بايك عاوتاني بايك مسيطر اصلا. كون يلعب هو العب يصير بايك.
And it'll just disrupt them, slow down the pace of the game a bit, but
wait, first game turret. There it is.
اوه خداو التورت الأولى.
Pace is coming. Oh, with the channel.
Yeah, okay, there's the delivery. I thought Stand United had actually come in before, but it actually didn't, I guess, because here is Carrier now.
That seemed pretty easy, pretty straightforward.
Yeah, Cease and Desist is going to get blocked here, but he does close the distance, finds the Vault Breaker, and Draktar, he does get Ona pulled away, but then the Flash is going to finish him off, and that's a solo kill actually for this Vi.
Ona's just so fast. You know, after he ults,
كريزي اونر لعب مزيان اصاحبي. واخا دمروه في الاول ما خلاوش كاع يفارمي رجع.
He really did. Gam just unable to keep that same level of aggression, or they did, but T1 were able to punish.
صاحبي بايك مسيطر والله.
Second inhibitor is going to fall.
عنده الكيلز كثر من فيكر اصاحبي.
Shockwave is good. Pulled back and destroyed here by T1. Taki now looking for a bit of an angle. I mean, these resets could be possible because these
اجينا. اوه كيريا كي دامج لا سيبو.
Pushes away T1, but the base is in shambles.
Why is it always the sports? You know, they're the always the ones left in the wreckage.
They don't have a lot of money to buy the items that keep them alive, nor do they have any levels at all.
They're also just selfish, you know.
That is true. That is true. All right, T1 still in a phenomenal position though. 5.2k gold in the lead.
اجمعوا عليهم كاملين تما.
Oh really? Okay.
ما يدخلوش
That is going to remain the future, and it looks like it's not. So he's
that was one
change his fate.
Yeah, he changed it. Good job. This is a dead vein, actually. Sorry, I guess I saw.
You did. You saw a different future. Sometimes you just don't know what you see.
يا صاح.
Not much outplay potential there, if I'm going to be honest.
أسامة لاعب وصح.
Here, Ona ults and it gets cancelled.
كلشي تبلى باللعب ده أسامة.
Shutting him down, and the Fury is such a hard target to pin down, but you can just out.
It's like right-clicking is a dash. It's very annoying. As there's the shockwave after the dash cannon. Faker really nicely done for that pick onto the Cassiopeia, who did not quite hit the ulti to land any of those stuns. So T1 looking pretty good right here. Oh, that's very cute. Get a kiss cam? No, we have one of those here at EWC. All right. Glory and Artemis catching waves here in this mid lane. We do have a push from the bottom side as well, coming out from Doran. Trying to lock
ماشي ساري هذا الماتش.
remaining inhibitor turret.
Faker's arm guard now for Pays for tricky target. They go for Faker.
أبيلي بيلي رابحين.
As they do manage to avoid the seismic shove, Doran is just kiting this one out though, and there is the shockwave once again. Taunt comes through. Glory does go golden. It's a 3-man ulti from Doran though.
أصها في النهاية. النهاية. أيس.
Absolute decimation. The ult from Doran, who's had a pretty quiet game other than being in the side lane. He just grabs 3 members of GAM and presents them to the rest of T1. T1 will take
نايس جي جي. برافو T1 كمباك واعرة. أتاقام برافو عليهم.
A very classic T1 performance here as well, starting the show at exactly the way we wanted them to here at EWC 2026. GAM certainly looking good in those early stages though. See whether they can keep themselves alive in the tournament. And we can see some more of these crazy comps.
I'll be honest, that first 5 minutes for GAM, some of the best performance I've seen from any team this whole year. Yeah. What happened after though?
ضيعوا عليهم المومنتوم اللي ربحوا في الأول.
They've already nailed that first 5 minutes, but everything else maybe just needs a little bit of work. I will say though, they kept trying to find angles in, they kept trying to challenge, kept trying to look for opportunities, never gave up in the game. Looking to challenge T1, but T1 just kind of felt a little bit inevitable after they made those big comebacks, and the team play, the coordination, setting up those picks to get that goal lead back in their favor just felt really smooth from T1.
And now it is time
صعبنا الفيتنامي.
and hear from the stage.
Thank you guys. I'm super glad and honored to welcome Keria the Prodigy on stage. Keria Sunso Signi Chkaeo. Congratulations for this victory, of course. What I wanted to ask you is that you were facing a Pyke in this game, and we know that it has been your go-to champion for quite a while now. So what are your tips for being a great
شكيرد كمان.
사실 파이크가 캐리안 선수의 시그니처 픽 중 하나인데 이번 매치에서는 상대방 선수가 이제 타키 선수가 이제 고르게 됐는데 사실 그래서 어떻게 보면은 파이크 전문가로서 좀 팁이 하나 있다면 파이크 팁을 어떤 거를 좀 주실 수 있을까요?
일단 좀 파이크를 잘 알아가지고 상당히 좀 편했던 것 같고 많은 유저분들이 또 파이크 할 때 팁 같은 거는 그냥 잘 숨어 다니는 거인 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it's been very comfortable because I know that champion like so well. So that being said, my advice to the people to play, you know, Pyke, I think, yeah, just to hide. Yeah, hide everywhere. Try to not to be.
خصنا نقول لأسامة يلعب بايك.
Good advice indeed. Donc il affrontait un Pyke dans ce match-up et on le sait, c'est un de ses champions du moment. Donc est-ce qu'il a un petit peu un conseil à donner? Bah effectivement, c'est un agent que j'aime, un champion pardon que j'aime beaucoup. Donc effectivement, faut tryhard là-dessus pour être fort.
All right, so you enjoyed a very successful start here at EWC. You're coming right off the back, no rest from MSI, here to Paris. It wasn't the tournament that you hoped for in South Korea. What were some of the lessons that you learned from some of the other teams that were competing at that event?
예, 일단 오늘 순조로운 출발에 파리에 사기.
الماتش الآخر بداو سميتو زند.
일정을 또 소화하셨잖아요. 그래서 또 MSI에서는 좀 아쉽게도
تعادلوا. ماتش واعر هذا.
With the Shojin completed alongside everything else, his ability to continue the damage is very strong. Eyes on the top left corner of your screen, though. Dragon's coming up, and that will be sole point for BLG if they can claim. And Baron.
الطوب ديال بيلي بيلي مسيطر. تا هو لعب بأمباسا. الأي سي ديال المكون هذا.
performance. Who is going to get those kills first? Who's going to have that impact?
ميت هذا ولدي
And that's going to be a big decider for me.
ما يسال يسال.
Brief conversation where I mentioned the thing we never got to describe it, full contact team fighting, which is basically you dive my backline, right? Well, my job is to dive yours. So then the follow-up damage isn't there. The problem in this game is the people who are diving are also doing the damage. So Viper and Super in particular are going to have to be very wary of the people looking for their heads. Dragon started. Super throws down that true shot barrage. Look at Knight on the flank.
Oh, already looking to take it down to 4k health. It is BLG trying to get that control.
طايفين على الدريك راهم غاديين تقريبا غادي في الدريك. شبكات شبكات شبكات. بداو الدريك. لا 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 بيلي بيل.
They're looking to make moves, but BLG decide it's worth staying back.
It is Knight tries to back out. That was on the flank, got zoned off a little
صح.
bit. Again, it's a little messy, but they did get soul point, and because MCOY were a little late to the plate, didn't manage to get in there, and Joya traded his life with Ons. It's a win again for BLG.
بين واضح.
Catch 22. You're down soul point. Viper ghosting in. Just have to back away. That got a little spicy, but holds onto that mid lane turret critically. Knight, hang on.
بين كندين. وحمزة زيد عليهم حمزة. حمزة الاشتغال.
Playing in the jungle, living in the darkness, but it is still BLG now trying to get this vision around the Baron. We keep coming back to it. It's been up for 7 minutes. No team is able to lock it down first. Super is just a little bit too low.
المكوي خصهم يطايفوا على الدريك الجاي الا بغاو يربحوها 11 لا. وهربوا للحرم. مسخو.
It's the flash down though, and this is the cooldown economy we talk about. LPL team
حمامة كانت تصيد.
Between objectives where your ultimates are less important, you look to blow things like flashes from mid laners, from AD carries.
هذاك عزرايل.
Then you don't have it for that soul fight. Then you don't have it for that Baron fight. And considering how obnoxious, how problematic the Ezreal has been for BLG to lock down consistently, that's a big win as far as I'm concerned.
Big thing there though, it is an Ezreal. You have the arcane shift, you can dash away still, but as long as you lock them down, you have a Nautilus. The dredge is going to be pretty good, so you have to be super careful with that as well. But big power spike starting to come in. Knight with a shadow flame of all things is going to be blasting out of the water.
It is indeed, and then we've got that popping up there as well. Very, very dangerous indeed. And the thing is, look, yes, you've got the arcane shift, but you've still got to deal with depth charge, dredge line. You've got a Akali diving in with all of her mobility.
شو فايبر لعب كاسيوبيا. شو صعب.
Executions as well from
كلشي لعب كاسيوبيا اصلا.
Gets very, very difficult. You've only got the one dash to help out with that. Sure, Super with a magical journey, with a locket, with a tempered fate. You've got some tools to potentially defend your AD carry, but that is going to be easier said than done. Baron is up. No team has really started that, but it is MCOY in control of that top side of the river right now. Couple minutes until Soul a possibility for BLG, and the gold is practically dead even at this point of the game. We are 29 minutes in, and it is 700 gold that separates these two squads.
Which I don't think a lot of us expected this to go. We all thought BLG was
عاوتاني كاميرا متفاهمش علاش.
No, MCOY doing a really good job there. They're facing a crowd. They're in the catacombs, but they are holding on and they're finding the light. Let's just see if they can get into the land and outside.
Exactly that. And again, I don't think it's necessarily that BLG have been playing poorly. They've actually made some good moves. There's some really good side lane solo kills. But I think then the way I want to phrase it is that I think MCOY have stepped up. They have delivered, and they are looking like a good team here. Let's game one. Viper look for the pick. Can't quite get it, and we are playing for river control. Again, Dragon is a little ways off, but that seems to not matter right now as Alvaro in the river. Bin split off. Viper had to flash there. He's down that one. That's pretty huge. Joya goes in.
ناري الطايفو. راه مازال ما جاش الدريك.
It's going to be a big deal. Keep Joya safe. But the miasma
اوه.
is going to fail flash over.
تخورو المكوي تخورو.
Both junglers down. Knight needs a rocket bell away.
اوه شحال اللي وصابي بيلي بيل.
Everyone who dares get into a choke point.
ولكن جابوا الكيل وهربوا مصاح.
The glacial storm without losing a couple toes. Ben did try to catch our mirror in there, but no, wasn't enough. But still, you could as well see that BLG had to really retreat there. Like, they were very low. Two members were kill shot ready. So Big play. Let's watch the replay here as well. You can see it was trying to be started on, wanted to make that move, but everything just got in the way. Walls, snowstorms, it was just not enough. And it was Shun who did get the nice little scuttle crab. So not the end of the world. It's all about that vision control like we talk about. But now it's all about starting these fights and straight into the back line. And that public execution was great.
The Tempered Fate bought a lot of time, but again, Alva went flashing for Q, didn't Then Shun gets a little bit caught there, but they do bring down the jungle. If it had been Yoya there was a very real world.
او بعد جو بونس كون كانوا دخلوا كانوا يقدروا يجيبوا واحد الكيل.
It's just doing an absolute
هربوا لهم بجوج وصافي لو اتش.
damage. Super's now got a 4th item as well. Knight landed a shuriken flip and couldn't continue the damage, which was very problematic. I think this Ezreal is still going to be a menace here, and it's still going to remain a very contentious game, to say the least of it.
100% initialize. It is going to be big as the dragon now spawns. It is sole point for BLG. This is going to be a big fight.
Eyes on some of the summoners missing. Viper, no flash. On, no flash. Super, still no flash. Alongside, frankly, the majority of Mkoy.
And this is going to be the big one. Shun is already in the pit, waiting there on a pink where they have the safety. It's all about the smite.
Here they go.
لا غتشبك.
Tempered Fate hits the dragon, but they're on the back line. It is Mkoy trying to hold back. Shadow says good enough.
خذوا السولم صح.
Has been picked up. Ocean Soul locked in for BLG. Now they just need to recover. They need to move back and stay a little bit longer. But no, it is Mkoy looking for more. Cease and desist on the back line. Petrified Gaze. It's good. Alvaro wants to get the shot, but it's on. It's all through. It's all that Shiro. They're getting the damage.
ولا 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 ولا.
He wants Jojo in the
سيطروا أصحابي بيلي بيلي.
scramble up some bird because it could be a little bit much, but they're still.
امسخ ديما كيهربوا وانا اتش بي. عنده جاردين انجل يبقى غير داخل دابا. مشاو الزبل. عشتي السول عاونهم بزاف السول. جي جي برافو عليهم سالاو.
Is monstrous. They've got a wave waiting for them top. That will at the very least be inhibitor.
And that is such a big turn of the game. It was a 500 gold differential. Was now 5.4k.
The thing is, there's 30 seconds on the way.
Salah.
BLG smell blood in the water. And maybe a little bit of that omelette frying, eh? Towards the Nexus turret they go. Tempered Fate buys some time. Yoya and Alvaro must stop the onslaught. But Billy Gaming will
Crazy أصلا.
here. And Mkoy, they fought well.
أكالي مبقاش كضحك. أكالي ليفل 17 والآخرين باغيين يطايفوا معاه. نايس بيلي بيلي و تي 1 في الفينال. نايس.
They really think. To be honest, I want to give serious credit to Mkoy. That was a game that I think a lot of people on paper were going to go, Mkoy scraped in to Esports World Cup. They were kind of an extra, an afterthought. They didn't look like that today, did they? They looked so strong. BLG though, MSI finalists, first stand winners, still managed to clutch it out and do a phenomenal job there in those late game scenarios. The dragon stacking ended up being the difference maker at the end of it all.
And that was where that priority was. The vision was good, the team fights were clean.
ميت شصا بيلي بيلي وتيمو.
Waiting for those objectives to come through and then just getting in at the right second. So BLG looking so fierce today. They said they wanted to come in and look strong. So it is how hard can they go? How high can they fly here at EWC?
طبعا يبداو G2.
But we'll just have to wait and see as they do move to the upper bracket here, initialize. Now it comes down to what is the next step? Who do they go up against and how big of a component or opponent?
G2 مع فيوريا.
Exactly that, and again they are theoretically one of the favorites for the whole League of Legends tournament here in 2026 at the Esports World Cup. But that is perhaps easier said than done. Isn't that right, Valdez?
بون انا جاي مون فرير نرتاح شويه استراحه على ما يبدا الماتش الجاي.
Trying to beat them into fights and saying, okay, we have a really nice disengage comp. Let's just let them come into us. But they gave away so much. They gave away the Ocean Soul. And then that last fight was just a little bit too much. And I think when you have Nautilus, you have Akali, a lot of different ways to get into the fight. It just looked like BLG had enough to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, especially I think when they get this team competition against like the engaging team comp, like you can't be scared getting engaged on because you have a bar can protect. You can actually have a wall, so make sure they get separate. It's just like they're really over. I would say like over scared. Like we're gonna see with the highlight, but like they're over scared. So like they actually went back to the bad choke, like above the cross, the like the C carb, the brush, and also they feel bad because like they lost the objective, and they're like, let's just go in because we lost the objective. Like it's just the game plan was like more. PLG was more basically delegated.
Yeah, I think it's just very difficult when you're not on the objective first with the Anivia in general, especially versus so much dive, right? And unfortunately, it didn't feel like this Vex pick got enough value in assisting in some of that dive. There were some moments, sure, but I think not all. That's the thing with picks like that with Moen, right? Because I called for it, I was like, hey, like let's get something weird from Moen, right? I think that's normally when they look the best. But it's definitely also when they look the worst because when it falls off, it falls off hard, and this was definitely one of those games where
was too weird.
Yeah, maybe a little too weird.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea, but the execution was not necessarily there, and BLG eventually got across the line, starting off with first blood in the bottom lane, which Shun, once again, you know, we've had actually Lee Sin in every single game so far here at EWC 26 for League of Legends on both stages, and he popped off on this pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, like it looked like the Kali kind of died for free, but it's actually not because the Lee Sin was like so behind on all the games since he was ganking bottom and mid and top, as we see. Like it was like really, he was like way behind on the Vi EXP, like he was like almost level down. So I think Akali there, it's just like go for die and then just give the Lee Sin kill, and it helps so much, and be able to push mid wave. It translates to like these scrimmages, like he's actually he's still one level down, like even though what happened earlier, but because he wasn't farming, and those kind of stuff like are so managed to like as a team, and it's like it's really easy to team fight and get a playing around objective.
Yeah, we saw a lot of side lane shenanigans here from Irwin, and not in his favor. Knight took advantage of that, so did Bin, and it felt like, you know, the Vex and the composition, it kind of makes sense theoretically, but when you get wrecked in lane, you get pushed and you don't really have any side lane pressure, and then in the team fights, it's still a Vex. At the end of the day, like, this is not a top tier pick, so theoretically okay, but yeah.
It's weird. It's like it wants to be tankier, but it can't survive that much burst damage, right? And so effectively it just kind of turns into a one-off fear bot, and if it doesn't necessarily yield value, like, you know, someone gets hit by a Bard stun because of it, or a Nivea stun, and then they just chain CC'd and died, it just kind of turns into this where it just dies on site.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, like, they have a good choke, like, sure, I get that they have their trying to approach, like, a different angle, but the thing is, like, you don't, in this the type of the comp, like, you don't actually have to go first, like, let Anivia get wall, and let Angel just poke. Like even this one, what I just talked about, like they lost the Drake Soul because they were not willing to fight. Then why are they willing to fight after they give up the soul? It's just like it just doesn't make sense, right? Like they might as well just play like way more aggressive when they actually have a chance. Or I would say the success of the percentage is higher. Just take the opportunity.
Yeah, oftentimes I like to call fights like those like they're window shopping for the objective.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, oh, there's a lovely sale, but I'm about to miss it. The timer's running down. And they walk into the store, they miss the sale. And then in this case, BLG just clubbed them over the head for coming in late. But yeah, again, I think sometimes that just shows a little bit of lack of maybe confidence of just willing to go, hey, like, we have the space to send it. Let's send it, but then make sure we can try and control the fight afterwards.
Well, guys, that was a very interesting best one. We had BLG to take the win on this one. We have Kitty on the stage now with the Knight. Take it away for the interview.
Thank you so much. By my side, we have BLG Knight for the post-game interview. 欢迎奈特来到我们的赛后采访. This is going to be our first time where we host EWC in Paris. So I want to ask Knight, how is the atmosphere in France so far? 想问一下奈特，今年是首次在巴黎举行的 EWC， 所以感觉氛围如何呢？
感觉挺好的吧，人很多，然后场馆也很大，然后也是我打 EWC 第一次赢比赛吧，就非常开心。
I'm very happy because this is my first time winning a match in the Parisian arena, and of course, it's our first time in France, so I'm very excited, and the arena is huge. 那么下一轮你们对阵的会是 T1. Next round, you guys are going to be versing against T1. Who are you guys gonna be looking out for？ 下一轮是 T1， 所以想问一下奈特选手有什么比较需要注意的点呢？
因为上次我们赢了他们嘛，就照常打应该就能赢。
Because we already won against T1 the previous time we versed them, so we just have to be a bit more careful and we should be okay. 那么现场有很多奈特的粉丝 ，we have a lot of Knight fans in the arena today. 所以有什么想要跟他们说的吗？
就巴黎这么远，也谢谢大家来支持我们吧，我们也会争取加油进决赛的。
We have a lot of BLG fans in the arena now, so I wanted to say thank you so much for flying all the way to Paris. We will try our best, and we will make sure to get every single win we can. 谢谢奈特 Thank you so much for the post-game interview, and back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Kitty and Knight, for that one. Obviously, showing a lot of love to the local crowd and talking about how big the arena is as well. It was, I would say, not BLG's most amazing game, not their most flashy, but they got the job done, and really that's all that matters. They are going to go up against T1 in the next matchup. I mean, I don't know. T1 didn't look amazing either, so, you know.
I mean, look, I think that's the story of a lot of BLG's year, to be fair. It's like, it's not pretty, but for the most part, they've gotten the job done. And it's just another, you know, it's another chapter to just whack inside the book for that. But again, I think MKOI did a very good job of making that game awkward, making it weird with the Vex pick, with the way that they obviously skirmished around mid, with the Anivia. There were loads of things that just slowed them down, and I think once eventually they were able to kind of just, well, mostly just find the picks on the side lane, it just enabled Knight to have so much more freedom once the team fights rolled around. He had so much extra gold in his pocket.
Yeah, I think it's also like really exposed game, like for both team, honestly, like showing off like the weak side as well. But you know, there's like that they were playing around the competition well. Like those, I'll say, like those are really strong sides. So those kind of have to be more impactful against like these teams because like these teams are good. Like they're here for just playing actually international team. They are decently well. That's why they came here to play at EWC. So I mean, for sure, you gotta take some risk to get reward.
They absolutely have to, and you know, it wasn't a bad showing from the side of MKOI, but there's a lot more work to be done as they will have to go up against GAM Esports, who looked actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I like their ability to really mix up a game and never make it like very cut and dry, which is kind of what Korean teams like T1 like to do, where it's like, okay, we have control, we do whatever we want, and you guys lose.
Yeah.
GAM are like, no, we're gonna throw that out the window. And I think they did a pretty good job of doing that. That was on the main stage that game was happening at the same time. So will be pretty interesting stuff here for Group C, but that's going to do it for now, guys. We are going to take a break and come back with our next matchup. Don't go anywhere.
que você votou? Mid. ADC. For me, mid's just easy. ADC is also easy, but I'm like on competitive, maybe not so much.
In League, I think it's ADC because you kind of just need to hit and do damage. People just say most ADCs is just dumb because they just need to hit and do damage, so they don't lose a lot of brain. So that's easy for me.
I'm on mid again.
Support.
Mid because I don't know, I find it fun to play. It's like my second role, and when I'm out of field I always have fun and I find it easy.
Yeah, support because when I start to play in competitive, I play support. I start playing support, but now I'm ADC, so support if I choose another role. Tem que ser esse.
Tem que ser. Mel.
Yumi.
Mel is just, I don't know. It's just a bad design of a champion. She doesn't work. She should not be on the game.
Yumi because it's a support, but just enter into ADC or I don't know, into jungle or other person. People just say when you play Yumi, you don't play League. You are just waiting and do other stuffs, and I think Yumi is a good choice. Gigo. Juju. I can't say it's me, so it's Gigo. He's always saying like dumb stuff, and I'm always laughing. I think it's Jojo because he always laughing about everything, but he used a lot of sarcasm. Sarcasm. Yeah, so I think it's kind of funny. Special. I think Brazilian players are really passionate about the game, like casual, pro, so that's it for me. Kind of the same thing, but I think in Brazil we kind of just like to play a lot of champions. I think you can see we play a lot of stuff and try new things. For me, it's kind of special because of that. I have no idea. I think I have a good one. A knife. Knife? Yeah, I'm not sure why, but I might need it. I don't know if there's like animals, I don't know, might be useful. I think of League of Legends, no? Oh! I choose Zonias because you can stop the time and just wait for help. That's a good one. I'm not sure if I can write it right. Psychologist. Doctor. I used to study for this actually. I don't know, League just happens in my life, so I was like, yeah, let's try League, and it worked. Yeah, I choose Doctor because I like medical stuff, and when I was young, I liked to watch series about medical stuff, so I think it's Doctor. Whom I use it? Carrier. I'm a fan, so not much to say. I think he's really good. Yeah, I'm also a fan, and he wins a lot, so I think it's just the right choice.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
We booked Esports World Cup. He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back!
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Hello and welcome back to the secondary stage here for EWC 2026's League of Legends. We're getting ready for our third match of the day. It will be Furia up against G2, and already the fans are piling in behind us as we've had many fan chants already. The game hasn't even begun, and obviously some big fan bases for both of these two squads, guys.
It's really loud. It's really packed. Everyone's like so ready for it. Everyone's so excited. I'm ready too.
Dare I say, I think there's more people here for G2 Furia than BLG Koi. Yeah, I mean, makes sense, right? European team, home soil. But the Brazilian fans, no matter, honestly, what sport, esport, passionate, the shout is there. And even though I think they're slightly fewer in number, they're equally as loud.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
There they are. You probably hear them and or see them behind them as they're getting into it. And yeah, I mean, again, always have to do this disclaimer. There's a best of one. Anyone can win. So far, I think, you know, the second match kind of went more the way we were expecting, although BLG weren't like super flashy. They got the job done. They took the win. What is your guys' expectation for this one? Who should be the favorites coming into this match?
I mean, it's like the meta's like right now is like really kind of, I would say, like it's not steady, right? Like it's just like all the game, if you get like one thing like really screwed over, like it just seems like it's really easy to hit the enemy like constantly, like, and it's like losing the point, and that's like, you know, transit to the like objective and middle game, the skirmishes. It looked like there's no clean game so far because like there's no one-sided game. It's just the both teams are trying so hard to win and it's managing. And also preparing really well, just playing around the objective, playing as a team. Like, it's showing off, like, really strong the identity from the team. That's how I feel.
Yeah, what I'm looking at from G2 is how they actually look to control the pace of the game. I feel like that's something that they did really well when they're opening to MSI, but then come the Lions series, that was a lot less present. And I think versus a team like Furia, they're going to come at you fangs bared, and they aren't going to stop. Like, they will keep on looking for plays, and a lot of that is driven by Tatu. The kid's a superstar, right? He is a playmaker. He wants to be the guy that drives the game forward, and oftentimes, down in the CB low, he is the guy that drives the game forward for this team.
Yeah, definitely the reason why they are here on multiple international stages, representing their region. You know, quite obviously the best team from there. And again, it's another jungler you mentioned that is having a big effect. It does feel like this meta especially very jungler-centric. And also, we've seen Lee Sin in every game that we've had so far, so would not be surprised to see more of it here.
Yeah.
I was going to say, do you know who's pretty good at it?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you gonna, yeah, would you give to listen to him?
Oh, having trouble hearing you guys because, well,
yeah. These headphones aren't soundproof.
Yeah.
For free.
I mean, we have like the main stage right over there, and there's like tons of seats and stuff. But actually, over here, I think there might be more people.
It's super packed.
I mean, it's G2, right? Huge fan base here in Europe, here in Paris, and they're getting a lot of support, to say the least. And as you already mentioned, the Furia faithful are here as well, supporting them. But G2, you know, I think there's a lot of hope behind the squad recently for this year. Not just because of their win over T1, but, you know, especially because of that. I think a lot of people can say, well, they beat T1 and then the loss to Lion was a fluke, so they should be, you know, kind of in a really good spot right now.
And you know what? About that weird spot, we haven't touched on the coaching staff change. Dylan is no longer the coach.
Yeah.
Right? They've elected to go with Perks. Obviously, Perks officially, I think, only started working with them at the start of the month. He's been around probably a little bit longer than that, but I really want to see what level of impact that has on this G2 lineup, because, you know, a lot of the talk when it came to Dylan oftentimes would be, does he make these guys cook too much in the prep and in the draft, right? And I don't think that was necessarily the case in the Lion loss. I didn't really hate the G2 drafts. I think you could actually see it in their opening MSI series a bit, where, yeah, they can go too far forward. But I really want to see what the philosophy looks like from a Perks-led G2.
Yeah, I mean, 100% indeed, because, like, how would they want against T1? Because they were cooking, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you can't really blame him. So, I mean, yeah, it's just, I think it's go back to, like, you know, get fresh environment, like, fresh atmosphere, and it's, like, just... It doesn't mean that actually changing like the team play style, obviously, because it's like roster is not changed, right? Like it's just only like the managing the team, managing the player, like those kind of things are gonna be the only change. So I think it's hopefully for G2 side, the perspective, I think it's, you know, it's a good side if it's good.
Yeah. I think this is a good test bed.
If it's good, it's good.
To say the least. And look, again, Furia are the kind of team that when it comes to internationals, they come in, I mentioned it with Team Secret Wales, they come in hungry.
Yeah.
Right? They're here to win.
100%.
Right? And obviously that swings both ways. Like you will play to win into a loss sometimes. And that often is the failure of a lot of CBLOL teams, is they play too hard in the skirmishes, and then it leads to those bigger macro losses. And that's what we want to see kind of reined in here.
Yeah, I mean, this is like really good opportunity. It's like it's testing your ceiling, right? Like you get so good practiced opponents against it, and it's like this is like where you can actually just prove yourself and test yourself. Like how can you push yourself to limit? And it's time to prove on the stage.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on both of these teams, no doubt. I mean, it's a 16-team tournament, but if you lose a couple of matches, you know, 1 best of 1 and 1 best of 3, you're just out. So got to be ready to go, and both of these teams looks like they are, and our draft should be up here in just a moment, guys. So take it away, our casters, as we head into the draft.
With pleasure, Valdez initialize here, joined by Logan, switching it up just a little bit here as we do head into draft. And the desk are absolutely right. There is very little room for error. 1 best of 1, 1 best of 3, and it can all go wrong. Folks, the crowds have turned up for this match, and that might mean me and Logan, we have to work to be heard because the Furia fans, the G2 fans are here in force, and it is pretty electric here in Paris today.
That is right. G'day, g'day. We are here for G2 versus Furia. It is the LEC versus CBLOL, and the energy here, oh, you could feed off this energy. It is a feast. Everybody is pumped, and we're already into these picks and bans. We've already got that Poppy, J4, and Cassiopeia, who has been rising in the meta because she can flex the mid and bot now in this mage meta we find ourselves in.
And especially as we're just coming off MSI, where IU was absolutely throwing out that Cassiopeia and doing a fantastic job with it. What has gotten through draft, though, is the Camille that has been defining the early picks pretty much since MSI. And of course, both these teams were just there. G2 had a interesting tournament, I think it's fair to say. They had some incredible highs and some slightly lower lows as well. Furia, of course, some good early games versus Furia, but couldn't quite clutch it out and ended up with a fairly disappointing end of results. See what they can do here as they come on in. Caps gets the Syndra. Last time I saw him on this, he was getting a pentakill out of MSI, and they'll lock in the Leona to go into this Camille as well.
Yeah, the last time we spoke about Camille, I actually mentioned it's the Lee Sin of support. You need to be hard, fast, early, and aggressive. And when it's played right, it can overtake that lane, and then when they're roaming around, have so much impact. But as you so rightfully said, Caps, Penta, Syndra, it's almost an iconic situation already, and backed up with this CC that Leona brings to that bot lane. I love it.
Well, how about we go for the Lee Sin of jungle in Lee Sin? With the Camille, incredible early skirmishing here for Tatsu and Jojo. We'll be wanting to get some serious
الأول 20 let's go, we're back.
Some teams go all in. It's hard, fast, early aggression, whereas other
جينا
teams
نشنو على
hedge
الماتش.
their bets, right? They go with the meta. They sometimes go with those comfort picks and depend on the scaling. The more comfortable, confident teams might go those slower builds.
G2.
Aggressive. We need to give it our all.
Furia.
Right now, it's now or never. They go for those pumps.
Well, to go with your pick, I'll add you some pick. The Jin follows up with that Lee Sin and Camille. Also means the Camille is not freer to
عاوتاني عن ليسين جين كامي ساندرا.
follow up slash set up for these very aggressive early skirmishes pretty well. Tends to have that unfortunate.
صراحة ما شفناش بزاف ديال الشامبيونز كانوا
What's the response here?
نافيري عاوتاني بزاف ديال الشامبيونز كيتعاودوا.
Yes, you can body block it, but you basically sacrifice yourself unless you are a top lane tank into this Nefiri, and those resets can be scary. So I love the lockdown. There's so much CC that G2 has already drafted for themselves into this Furia composition.
Second phase of bans coming on up. Neither top laner realistically picked it. Theoretically, Guigo could lock in that Camille, but it's not really been seen at all. Actually, it has been primarily a support pick. Come what may. The Shen being taken out right now. That has been some of the BB has pulled out. The zombie build with things like the Dusty Dawn, all those kind of shenanigans gets pretty obnoxious. And, you know, you're looking at G2's comp right now. got a fair amount of burst themselves. That mid jungle hits level 6, and someone's losing their head.
That's it. And Syndra obviously scaling ultimate ability there as well, doing so much work and damage. It has to be respected. I mean, Caps is the best in the West, as they say. So Furia, are they going to respect this Syndra, or are they going to all in him and take him out of these fights quick, smart? But their composition, right, they've got a bit of dive. Camille, dive. Lee Sin can get around those back lines. But Jin wants to sit all the way at the back. So it's almost like you guys frontline while I try and deal the damage to this Syndra, to this Leona. But Leona, one of the tankiest supports you can find, she's going to be a tough nut to crack as these last bands have come through. Cled. That's respect to BB.
Broken Blade came off a monstrous Game 5 win against T1 to knock them out of MSI with a 15-kill Cled. It was magical. Of course, the series to follow, perhaps a little less magical for G2. We're looking to perhaps channel that initial victory here, and they're looking potentially for the Gnar here, having taken out the Vayne, having taken out the Rumble. Of course, on the other side, see what Guigo can look to lock into the Gnar.
One thing that I am loving about these jungler picks too as well is that they're both very aggressive, obviously, but they're not Jin Zhao. We've seen Jin Zhao a lot across the world, so these guys, they're not letting themselves be defined by the meta. They're definitely going with
ام بس ساعة وتاني ونار اوه دايم كل شيء لاعب بنفس الماب بنفس الكومبوزيشن.
Feels like enough of the nerfs have come on through that he's just fallen down that priority ladder a touch more for things like the Vine
كالي عوتاي
and actually debating doing what BLG just did and locking in a publicly perfect execution pairing.
Yeah, absolutely. Public and perfect execution. You said it.
I hate this. Every time I conflate the two, it's a disaster as a play-by-play, I tell you.
Which one has which ult?
لا برافو يلعب قالي.
But Galio, I like this choice. Galio, a strong, locked in. Another frontliner though.
قاليو ميد قاليو ميد قاليو يلعب قاليو يلعب بكابس.
One of the big things here as well is there's been some questions about does Hansama play the major spot? He's locked in a Syndra here. He's clearly feeling confident enough to come in here at EWC. The first game, they're locking the Syndra. You've now got Neferi Galio with a Leona to go diving on to some of these potentially more dangerous carries, or potentially responding to things like that Ambessa, things like that Camille coming diving on in. Because the other side, you look at Furia and we were saying, hey, look, they had some close games against Lion, but it was the late game team fights where they couldn't quite get over that execution barrier. That doesn't look particularly late game to me with the Lee Sin of the Camille. They want to get rolling.
شحال هذه ملعب قاليو كابس.
Composition is so high damage.
Yes.
That is damage for days. Whereas G2, they've kind of respected the traditional draft. They've got some solid frontline and sacrificed.
لعب ب 16 الماتش عنده 70% ديال الوين ريت بقاليو.
So it's that trade-off. We're going to need to see how both of these teams play this one out, because they both have dive elements, but the shorter range of G2 means they're going to be much closer to that fighting than the Jin from Furia. That could be the difference maker, that range differential.
And another potential caveat to this as well is I wonder whether G2 play this as a counterpunch. And they say, we see you all dive in, get Leona ulted, get Galio ulted, get Neferi W'd, and then we go back in. Because I think there is a very real world here where if Furia don't pull the trigger at the correct time, where they get a little over-eager to make those plays, the punish that could come in from the global of the Galio, from the Neferi ulting, and from the Leona going, absolutely not, eat a solar flare. That could get really dangerous too.
These are going to be explosive all-in fights. No matter which way you go with it, neither of these teams...
I feel like that might be a touch of an understatement, but you know, who am I?
Look,
who am I to judge?
I come from the LCP, right? So, like, if these guys get a kill a minute, I'm going to be like, yes, we're on.
Oh, boy.
But both of these compositions, they really want to fight. It's just how they're going to set up around these objectives, which will inevitably be the catalyst for these explosive engages.
Well, we've already had one very close game here on the B stream where Mkoi actually stood up and delivered versus BLG very well, but the difference maker ended up being the dragon stacking that came on through, and that did sort of prove to be a little dangerous. And I agree, those objective setups are going to be a little intricate, I think, this game, because both of these comps don't really get to be non-committal, do they? No. And speaking of committing, we are committing to Summoner's Rift.
That's it. Once you go in for these fights, there's no way back out. You need to
let's go الماتش الثالث اليوم.
work for you with these compositions because again we are here on Summoners
G2 Furia.
one of this best of one between Furia
انا جبونس G2 غادي تربح ايزيلي. نتمنى يكون ماتش كومبيتيتيف شويه.
And again, you win. You go towards an upper bracket best of 3, which is great news. You lose, you're not quite done, but that lower bracket best of 3 is a little more alarming to say the least. But fighting over these level 1 wards, Furia will clear that one out relatively swift. You can see that, of course, Jojo starting off there with the sweep. Of course, not to be confused with Jojo Pune. If we see those two teams fight off, we're going to have to be much more careful about our phrasing.
What I really like there is Hans Sama just chipped away at IU over the wall blind, right? And that speaks to the level of play these guys have. The seconds he was counting down in his head, he's like, you walk this fast, you will be here, I'm going to chip at you and get a little bit of a lane advantage, which is so important in these early stages as they start to skirmish on that bot side.
And again, there are going to be a lot of questions about G2 because we saw some real high highs from them at MSI. That victory against T1 will go down in European history. The series that followed against Lion was a real disappointment.
It will also go down in history.
Stop. Oh, yeah, and then that gets tricky because again, on top of that, there's been the backroom staffs, Dylan and Perk switching up a little bit there as well. So it means that there's quite a lot of eyes on G2 to see what we get from them. And we've already got a little bit of a different look in that drafting phase with that.
ليسين كليرا جنجل تحتانية وباكا.
English casters, shout out to Trajan and stuff as well, who was giving me some of their notes and their thoughts on what they thought about the MSI perspective from someone who's a big CBLOL fan. Put a lot of time into these teams, saying, look, frankly, really happy that they did a good job.
نفيري تاو.
Did them proud, but
نفيري ما باكاش.
just this issue was like maybe in years past you could have said, look, the hands were there, but the game sense wasn't quite. This time, it was just really difficult to win games against the top teams, and there was a little bit of like, frankly, just getting out executing those late game team fights. See what happens here. There was some violence occurring.
First blood and knife labro.
To show exactly what hands they've got.
That's it. We saw LeBron burn both summoners, but critically, Hans Sama stepped up and took the deadly flourish from IU, protecting Labrov, preventing that first blood going over. Because as we were talking, we saw on the top side here, Broken Blade had Guigo pushed in, and another skirmish in this mid lane. Caps has that. What's interesting here is that both of these are Malay mid laners.
تحياتي مفرد تشاو تشاو. بس خر.
We're just going to be brawling the whole time, but critically these junglers, right? Currently both on the top side, however.
نفير ما يكونتستش السكوت اللي غادي يرجع.
Here comes everyone. Hang on. This gets spicy. Tuts goes in with that shuriken flick. 3v2.
هرب كابس. كانوا يشدوه.
Comes with an additional summoner cost.
That's it. Both summoners burnt their 4 caps. It was going to be a 3v1. It ended up being a 3v2, so it was much harder to get that coveted crown off of caps, but the flash well spent to escape there. As this top side, they're skirmishing. They want to get these stacks up. Guigo critically, the grasp to get that permanent max health here. But the junglers, again, we see Skumond around that mid lane trying to potentially get the flash out of Tuts on this Akali, because flash is so important.
And again, poor Fury, you are the team with the Lee Sin, with the Camille, with very volatile lanes, lots of setup, lots of playmaking. They are being active. It's what we wanted to see from a draft like this, and they're not playing slow, they're not playing conservative right now. They're trying to make the moves happen. Logan just pointing out the fact that Labrov was recalling on a warp. It doesn't look like we're going to see the interrupt as it stands. But thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate you, mate.
Of course. I mean, we all have to help each other out here, but it will be seen. So that's information given over for free, which is not something you want to be doing. You don't want your opponents to know that they're up a man into your lane, because that's when these plays can happen.
جوجو باغي يغانكي انبس الفوق. بروكن بليد عنده الفيجن ولكن افونسي بزاف غيرجع غيهرب.
Can Jojo get on in here? Misses that hook shot. He just steps on it.
So chill with that one.
Casual.
Yeah, BB does not have 2 left feet. This man has a left.
Bravo, Broken Blade.
Dance lessons. Well, it's baiting it out, right? If he can delay Jojo, if he makes Jojo want to stick around, he still has the flash, so he has the confidence to get out of a 2v1, but Jojo goes topside, wastes a little bit of time, recalls back out onto the rift.
And I was chatting with Jamada a little bit before, and he was doing some really great breakdowns on
Dragon Ban.
support roaming, because catch-up XP is incredible.
هاد الساعة كلشي بايد عليه.
About 8 minutes on, so you can just spend the first 5 to 10 minutes roaming around and just rely on the 8-minute catch-up XP to get yourself back in allows people like Jojo to go looking for moves like that.
سكيمون طلع يكليري جنجل من الفوق.
So it will be which jungle wants to get there first. We do see that G2 has vision around that Drake pit though, so they will get that information if Furia decide to go for it. But the rate these two are scrapping.
BB might have to be a little bit careful here. He's about to go mini and misses his ult. Does clear the wave. Does Guigo want to look on this mini Gnar timing for the public execution? There it is.
برافو بروكن بليد.
Wondered whether he might be looking on.
فلاش اوت هرب.
Does get a little bit extra.
I would say that ult for BB's flash absolutely worth, because Gnar without a flash, it's almost impossible to get those excellent angles on those ults, those team stuns.
And again, this is a composition from both teams that loves that level 6. The ult buttons are absolutely.
نافيري جو بونس يمشي لدريك.
Yeah, absolutely. Han,
قال يوهب تا هو.
maintaining that CS, just getting a little bit of poke on IU, which is why we're seeing both of these supports.
نافيري جو بونس ياخذ السكت ويبدا في دريك.
A bit more than Lebrov at the moment, but I think Lebrov might be trying to play patient, protect Syndra while they're getting this up. Caps though making a play.
Does go looking. Scumon's around. Has got that ability
كابس
to call up the hound.
دخل يفايتي في الاول بوحدو.
Hook shot and sinker.
That's it.
غامر فيها كابس فاش دخل بوحدو.
They got there quicker and they take out Caps. Solid. First blood over to Fury. They'll net themselves that bounty gold as well off the first blood. So they find themselves 1,000 gold up over G2. However, the rest of the lanes, it's kind of normal at the moment. We've got most of these summoners down.
Hang on. Jojo went looking. Oh, that got spicy. The hook shot that time a little wide. Can't make it 2 for 2 there, but still got a little nervous. You can keep going now, Logan.
It was a great Zenith blade from Lebrov. I'll give him that as well. Level 4, so had that level advantage. So a little bit tanky as we go into this replay. Caps is doing everything.
صراحة ما كوميتاش بزاف ولكن هما ثلاثة بهم هجموا عليه.
So had to call in the reinforcements.
Whoa! Oh, Labrov's gone. IU picks it up. We come out of the
الوفاة.
into violence of Furia here. Find themselves third.
ليونا دخل فين دخل مات فين مشى لابروف.
Very good. All right, yeah, very nice. All right.
Furious Fury.
We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it.
That's it. But another kill for Furia. They are firmly on the board. 2-0. But critically, that first strike of the game is still up. So this is going to be a slower game. We're not going to be rushing to 4 dragons and get that soul. The grubs are up as well, so in 5 seconds. So jungle objectives, not a high priority.
No, it's not really been about the objectives so far. I mean, part of it, of course, has been
G2 خاسرين جولد في كاع اللينز.
As it stands, Fury with that Camille found themselves those two.
بروكن بليد شوية قريب التوب لينر ديال فيوريا مي ولكن تيم فايت على ود الجروبس. جيتو جابو كيل نقصوا شوية الجولد ديفرنس. سكيومون دخل ولكن خدا دامج بزاف. جي نحاول يلتي ولكن ما جاب حتى واحد.
As G2 crowd goes crazy over these 2 kills.
It's not just them though. You're hearing the counter chants from Furia.
جيتو تعادلوا بعد هذا جوج كيز اللي داروا. هنا لابروف دخل بوحده ولكن كان معاه سكيوموند. هاد الصامت هو كان قريب. فيوري كان خصهم يرجعوا ولكن هنا اوفر كوميتاو.
The hero turns up and is right there to save the day as ever. Really good stuff there. Gets G2 their own couple kills on the board and evens up that goal discrepancy that was going against them. Few hundreds to the lead for Furia, but certainly nothing to write home about.
But something to write home about. Skumon has completed the first item of the game. Has that Cyclo Sword on that Neferi, so very, very dangerous.
Slightly busted item.
Yep, but Tar2 answers in kind and has just picked up his Sundered Sky as well. So has that healing, has that sustain. will be able to go toe-to-toe, but is down in CS significantly to Skumond at the moment. So these first items starting to roll through. We've got a couple of kills in the important places, though, ADs and jungles.
We do indeed. And again, well, AD is standing for awesome dudes again. We are back into
دريك مازال ما دخل عليه حتى شي واحد لحد الان.
48 stacks right now in terms of that Syndra passive, those Splinters of Wrath, which is a great name for an ability, by the by.
Love it, well said.
And it's 120 is the max stacks. Of course, you get the execute at 100, which is obviously a significant break point into a comp that is very squishy. You get to a point where the Syndra has enough AP, the R button will be pretty lethal here, but ways off that being a genuine one-shot for now. Dragon still untaken 10 minutes into the game, which is fairly late for the meta we were seeing evolve at MSI just last week.
Yeah, literally days ago, everyone was going for these objectives immediately, but there is a little bit of a scuffle here for that vision control.
11 دقائق دازت ومازال حتى حد ما دخل دريك.
Going for it, but both teams want to know when the other one does because they don't want to give it over for free. Because it is such a late Drake, these teams are starting to become powerful. They're hitting those one-item spikes and will be able to fight over these convincingly. For now, though, it's about priority. As Tatu has started up...
تاتو بدا دريك.
And Tatu goes, maybe I don't, maybe I get out of here.
ولكن نرجع دغيا هنصامو لابروف غيدخلوا مع سكويموند واول دريكه ياخذوه جيتو. سكيموند باغي يزيد يدخل مع لابروف كابس تا هو جا. لابروف فلاش اوت. سكيموند دار شوت. بارك عليهم ما بغاوش يفايتيو. فيوريا كانوا بوزيشن مزيانين، بوزيشنمون زوين، ما خلاوش صاحبهم يموت. سكيموند كمل الكويست ديال الجنجل، دابا ولات عنده 1400 في السمايت. تاتو مازال عنده 4 ديال المينيونز خاصهم يقتلو. كابس اولتا وات كان غالا شويه ويقتلو. برافو جود كيل، برافو كابس. كمل الكويست ديالو الميت تا هو. قلتي واعرة صراحة، تايمين زوين.
If that had gone another way, we might be having a different conversation as it stands, though. G2 now find themselves up 1,600 gold. They found themselves a lot of those role quest completions as well. Furia lagging behind a little in that, and the early moves that we were seeing with that Camille have just sort of fallen away a little bit. And I am looking at a composition here from Furia.
جيتو بداو ياخذوا لافونتاج.
You're there with your Akali, you're there with that very heavy playmaking jungle support.
4 اللعابة كملوا الكويست ديالهم. فيوريا مازال تلعب ما كملوا. يلا تكمل الجنجل والطوب كملوا بجوج. جيتو هنا باغيين يدخلوا في فايت. لابروف داخل. ايو شويه لو. لابروف خدا بزاف ديال الدامج شويه.
Catch-up experience begins to do a little work there. Jojo has got that one as we noted. Back to the river we go. Herald a minute and a half away. So at this point, really what we're playing.
يزولاو اكالي بوحده دابا. ولكن ما دخلوش عليها. انا كشوف الالتي اللي دار غاليو. انا تيم فايت. لابروف كيموت. سكيمون تا هو جوبونس غيموت. سكيمون بقى بوحدو هانساما ما يقدرش يعاونو. مات سكيمون. هنا فيوريا جابو دبل كيل. لابروف مازال ليفل 5 ما عندوش اولتي.
Furia has completed all their role quests, 1,000 gold diff in favor of G2, so they've been able to claw it back from Furia. But if you take a look at that vision control, G2 are the ones in control because they want this topside objective. They're preparing for that Rift Herald in 20 seconds, and there is another Drake up. It will be the second of the game though, so again, really slow on these Drakes. I can't see this.
10 ثواني باش يجي ريفت.
I have to imagine it's going to be a Baron and a Force.
See how that one works again. It will be a very late dragon in general. First one went the way of G2 alongside those scrubs, and again, you're the team with the with that ability to come collapsing with that global, so theoretically a win condition there, especially if BB goes something like that Trinity Force Black Cleaver build rather than
سكيموند بدا الريفت كابسا يجي يعاونو
currently soloing out the Heralds. Are we going to see a contest? We might.
تاتو وجوجو بجوج يقدروا يكونتيستيو ولكن جات رينفورسمنت ما كانش يقدروا يكونتيستيو هذا الريفت هذا. لا بروف زقر على شويه.
But I do want to point out, even though Furia lost the Rift Herald, the value of their vision control in that area. They knew G2 was starting up, they knew how many members and which members of G2, so they were like, you know what, we can't contest this. We're going to let them have it, and that's a smart play. So they got cross-map. They started feeding gold into their other players in other lanes and gave that Rift Herald over. They said, that's a fight we'll worry about a little bit later. Because if you look at it, no turrets have gone down yet. They're all pretty healthy. Even the mid lane for G2 is still on the maximum amount of turrets it can be. So Furia, they're not getting onto these turrets. They need to start.
I mean, you've got a Jhin and double melees in your solo lanes. Hell, even your jungle and support are melees. Your ability
لي زاد سي طلعوا للميد.
limited here unless you manage to get
نارا بوت اكالي بوت غاليو توب دابا. جوبونس يقدر ياخذ كاع التيرت اللي في التوب. هنايا التي ديال جين لابروف. كامي مشات. نافيري هنايا كي التي. اوه التي واعرة ديال كابس.
And he's taking so much damage, but it buys G2 the time to collapse and take Fury to the cleaners. It was a clean fight from G2 there, taking two.
برافو عليهم جيتو ربحوا هاد الفايت وغياخذوا مورا دريك.
Second Drake of the game, and their stacking is on, and they're 2k up.
And Labros now just picked up a protoplasm harness as well. The ability to pick a Leona through the eclipse.
قال لي رجع للطوب. التيرت الاولى قريبه تطيح. ولكن طالع. التيرت الاولى ديال البوت هي غادي تطيح.
And almost an exercise in futility as well. Labrov, yes, 0-2 and 5, but Labrov has lived more than he's died in these fights. As we go back to this Drake.
شوف الفايت في الاول بدا من لابروف. جوجو كوميتا دخل. إلتا جين خدا بزاف ديال الدامج لابروف ولكن ما ماتش. قاليو تيليبورتا ما إلتاش. وخدا كيل ايزي.
Game we come out of the replay into more action. 6-4 in the kills, but it feels like there's definitely been a bit of a fracas at any given moment. Touch now coming up towards his top same, where of course Caps has managed to get that level advantage. A couple of kills to the good here. He's got the Hollow Radiance. There's another stun into the wall and a nasty.
Broken Blade. هنا خصو يجيب ضروري هذا الكيل هذا على جيجو ولكن جيجو قدر يهرب. التيرت الاولى دازت في الطوب.
Yeah, the first turret going down at 1836 is fairly slow by today's standards, but I just want to point out as well, Labrov is a
سكيموند هنايا غيفايتي مع تاتو ولكن يقدر يهرب تاتو. بروكن بليد مازال باغي يقتل كيقول لي ما رجعش ما بيساش غيموت غيدفع الثمن. كان خاصو يباكي نورمالمون. امبيسا كيعاني مع هاد النهار هذا. 1800 ديال الجولد ادفانتج عند بروكن بليد. الماكينات الالمانيه يا سلام. الجولد ادفانتج عند جيتو طلع 4000 ديال الجولد 4500 ديال الجولد تبارك الله. ودابا غيوجدوا البارون اللي بقات له 25 ثانيه ولكن جوبونس ما يقدروش يدخلوا عليه دابا. بروكن بليد كيبوشي بزاف البوت سايد وغياخد التورت الثانيه. هنا مبيسا مسكينه حاولت تهرب ولكن ما عندها فين تهرب.
This is the addition that I do want to see, my friend, as we see Jojo deep in enemy territory, trying to get sort of some vision control down, just to know what G2 is doing. Tatu clearing his camps out. The rift.
هنا الريفت كيتحط
Baron is now up at the 20
في الميد. جيتو كيدخلوا غالبا غياخدوا التورت الاولى وغيدخلوا حتى الثانيه. ما قدروش. 3 ديال التورت مطيحين جيتو لزيرو. تاتو غيبغي يفايت مع سكيموند. تريداو شي ديال الدامج. سكيموند ما تقاش كاع. سكيموند كيفارمي جنقد الانمي. جين التي لابروف او تاتو توفى. ولابروف بقى وان شوت تقريبا من الالتي ديال جين. كريزي لابروف.
And it prevents it from going on to Han Sama. He protects the AP carry of G2 so well. This bot
أنا كاين بارون عند G2. Very early baron. Listen ميت. Easy baron for G2.
It's going to be a relatively slow baron as there is no AD carry in a Syndra as your damage deal. Of course, Skewmond on the Neferi, perhaps a little bit more able to offer that baron DPS, and it will go down easy as you like. They'll pick that one up. Jojo goes looking for Labrov, but we've seen this one before, guys.
لابروف ما كيموتش. لابروف دريك غيطلع دابا. بقات له 5 ثواني. جيجو كيحاول يدير شي حاجه مع كابس. واش يقدر يجيب اول كيل ديالو؟ جوبونس كاب غيهرب ساشون كان عنده الالتي. غيالتي اوت. يس لابروف كيالتي اوت. كابس كيالتي اوت باش يهرب. سكيموند كيدخل دريك. غياخذ الدريك الثالث. غتكون عندهم سول بوينت.
But this will get their stacking. It is an infernal, and it will be an infernal soul, which means extra poke damage.
And what we did see from the likes of BLG at first, and is you can give up some of those dragons.
أنا كنشوفو غانك على جوجو. جوجو الوفاة. جوجو فير سكويشي.
Jojo could do, but I was saying before, 9 kills. Labrov has been a part of 7 of them. Labrov is
تيتو ديال الميتا تحت هي. باغيين يزيدوا يبوشيو مع هاد البارون. جوبونس غيدخل حتى الانهيب. تودز غيتوفى. هرب دابا. هرب. سكيموند كيحاول يتبعو مي جوبونس با غادي يلحقو. اوه بغا يباكي تما. ما سحابلوش بلي راه راجع. ما سحابلوش بلي راه بقى تا هو. ايزي كيل سكيموند. ايوا نقدروا نقولوا جي جي دابا صافي. تو انهبس البارون 4v5. جينا يحاول يدير شي حاجه ولكن ما يقدر يدير والو. جي جي برافو جيتو. ايزي وين. فيوريا بداو مزيان شويه تا هما ولكن ما قدروش يطولوا. فيري جود جيم.
G2, the veterans, were able to chip away at Furia and just snowball from there. You can hear the crowd so ecstatic.
بدي زوين الجيتو اللي غادي يلعبوا غالبا مع اي جي ال اللي دابا رابحين الماتش ديالو.
Another chance here at EWC 2026.
Indeed. And again, we were wondering what we were going to see from G2 after what
جي ال مازال لاعبين كونتر دي بلس وكان عندهم ادفانتاج كبير في الجولد تقريبا 4000 ديال لافونتاج في الجولد وعندهم السول ودابا غادي ياخذوا البارون غالبا الماتش غيسالي عند اي جي ال وغادي نشوفوا اي جي ال وجي 2 في الفينال.
Well, they did defend bot lane because Flandre TP'd out of it, but they couldn't find an angle to get into this river on top side.
الماتش ديال اي جي ال
AGAL have closed all doors to that objective, and now with a Baron and a 4,000 gold lead, I feel like they've got a better team fighting composition. They've got the engage, the disengage. It's just so easy to play from here now.
I just feel like it's been it was an interesting laning phase, but it does feel like, again, that hope lead overflowed to the rest of the map. Tarzan finding early objectives as well. Setup was beautiful. DK now trying to climb back through objective gain. That bot lane turret going down, but meanwhile, what does it cost? Top turret and all its entirety of plates with mid as well. Inners both going down.
اي جي ال باغيين يساليو الماتش دابا جو بونس.
As they run through approaching the base.
Top lane, mid lane, both tier 2s.
خداو الثلث الثاني ديال الميد وديال التوب.
Only one more defense outside of that base from DK remaining, and AJL have no will to take that one as they have two cannon burned up minions over on the top side of the map, and DK have split up in two groups trying to defend that, but they're both falling at the same time.
اي جي ال ما كيدمجوش كاع.
Bot wave is a nonchalant wave for the time being. Next wave coming in. Baron for another minute 15. This aggression won't stop. DK might have to make a move. The scatter of the week is not bad here on the Tarzan. Solo play now thrown out with True Shot Barrage.
غيكوميتيو في الميد يدخلوا كاملين. شانكس غيدخل عندهم حتى هو. زونيا ديال شانكس. نايس. غياخذوا الانهاب ديال الميد وديال التوب. ونقدر نقولوا جي جي. كارير غيتوفى غالبا. جي جي. برافو اي جي ال. برافو اي جي ال غيتأهلوا الفينال غادي يلعبوا مع جي 2. دي بلس غادي يلعبوا مع فيوريا في اللور براكت
Over and over again. Fantastic early game win conditions with that bot lane. Incredible mid game to collect every kill possible on the map whilst using Flandre. And then the patience on the Shen, knowing that eventually they'll shut down the... And it will just be smooth sailing. And it was. They were just a better team fighters.
And what was so annoying about that game is every fight I thought, oh man, Flandre is carrying, and then you look closer and like, wait, Flandre is probably just unkillable.
Not only unkillable, but he's such a threat damage-wise as well.
سالوا الماتشات ديال ثلاثة ديال الجروب دابا باقي غير الجروب دي اللي غيبداو دابا شوية. ومن بعد الماتشات ديال الجروب دي غادي يبداو السيمي فاينالز ديال اللور براكتس. Not one of his most successful, to correct myself from earlier. And now the biggest question is, how will they do in that lower bracket? Because they are soon, I believe, G2 versus G2 success. So GAL will happen as well in this Group A.
Probably. Yeah.
Will.
Bravo EGL.
In a best of 3, that's gonna be super fun. I feel like seeing AL come back like this, especially the way KL and Hope are playing not only in lane but also in
وناخذ واحد البوز هنا نمشي نقص شويه ونرجع ان شاء الله مع الماتش ديال الجروب ديال ان شاء الله.
And suddenly it just clicks back together. I feel Tarzan had a phenomenal game. Flandre super patient. Shanks with the solo kill. He was also very responsive.
As on stage stands by Flandre after an insane, well, annoying Shen performance.
Absolutely insane it was. The breakout team of last year's Esports World Cup, AGAL, get off to a phenomenal start here in Paris. I'm here with June, our translator, Lou, and of course the man of the moment, Flandre. Lou, it's safe to say that a big part of that performance was down to this man.
And once again, congratulations for the victory, of course. You know you've been around for a long time now. You're a very experienced player. I want to know how it feels, you know, still to be able to like carry your team like this in important plays also on the stage.
所以大家好，今天我们非常荣幸在巴黎这样美好的地方，要看到我们很棒的选手。那么刚刚呢，就像我们主持人所讲的这样，我们的选手今天的比赛非常棒。我们想要您跟我们讲一下您现在的感受，是否在打完一个如此精彩的比赛之后，还是同样的很兴奋的心情吗？
是的，因为我们今天算是。用我们自己的体系，然后我们大家配合也非常不错嘛，然后我们顺利赢下比赛，对我们大家都是增长非常多信心的，我觉得特别好。
Yes, absolutely. This is amazing match. I think we did really well. We collaborated with each other, and this match gave us more confidence.
J'apprécie beaucoup la réponse humble de Flandre qui dit effectivement on a eu parce que je le félicite pour sa performance de dingue individuelle qu'il a eu évidemment, et lui répond ça a été un effort d'équipe, on a très bien collaboré ensemble et on a été trop fort finalement.
We saw a lot of that confidence last year when you finished second place, the silver medal, and I think to a lot of people you were like a surprise team that shocked a lot of the teams here. Do you think that surprise factor has gone now because you've had some incredible performances since then at other tournaments, that the teams here see you as a true threat going into the next games?
那么我们知道去年您的成绩也是非常棒的，然后呢给大家一个惊喜，是一匹黑马呢以第2名的这个结果呢达到了最后比赛的成绩。但是今年的话呢，您的感觉是如何的？是否我们大家可能不再觉得您是一个惊喜，而觉得您对于很多其他的团队来讲是更多的是一个很巨大的威胁？您对此是怎么看的呢？
对此我主要还是更多关注于我们自己团队上的问题吧，就是我们也是会有失误，所以要看我们接下来怎么样调整，怎么样减少嘛，然后肯定也希望减少失误，然后能够走到最后的冠军嘛。
Well, I'm carrying my team forward, so this year I think I will focus on my team's collaboration, our tactic, and hopefully we can improve the difficulties and we challenge ourselves, and hopefully we can have an even better performance than last year to win, to be the champion.
Ouais, effectivement, la question de Yann, c'était l'année dernière, vous avez fait 2e à l'EWC. Qu'est-ce que vous en avez appris un petit peu? Est-ce que vous avez l'impression que maintenant, les gens vous voient comme une menace alors qu'ils vous sous-estiment l'année dernière? Et là, clairement, bah oui, je pense qu'on est devenu meilleur. On a essayé de focus un petit peu sur notre tactique, etc. pour avoir encore une meilleure performance cette année à l'EWC.
Thank you very much. AGL wants that trophy this year. They take another small step towards it. A long journey ahead still to come. Thank you.
谢谢您，让我们共同期待着您的美好的比赛。
好，谢谢，我们会继续加油的。
Thank you, thank you. Pleasure.
June, you were brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, we did have some brilliance there from Flandre, both in the interview and also on the Rift, showing the power of the draft, how clutch it was here against E+ Kia.
There were a lot of questions that we had going into this draft about whether the Shen into Jace was the right call, but ultimately in side lane, Smashed was able to make a global impact on the map and had so many of those critical moments there in the late game to close it out. So many huge taunts, and I think he was a huge part of the win, but generally speaking, D+ took a lot of risks in their draft, and it just did not work out.
Yeah, on the other side, we had Trundle support, which is kind of weird choice. It doesn't have synergy with Jhin as well, because you can't really chain CC with the pillar with the Jhin W, because it doesn't mark it up. So I think it was really a huge question mark towards this draft, but also, again, I think Shen was also high risk, but I think the way how they played it out with Tarjan in the early game, it was just insane.
Yeah, I mean, look at that goal difference. It was very, very close throughout until that 23-minute mark, and that big team fight broke it all open, and AGAL take the victory.
I think it's important to note that obviously AGAL were here last year. They nearly were able to take the win, right? They were almost able to be the winners of EWC 2025. A lot of these players have a ton of international experience now, right? Whereas some of these players on D+ are still incredibly young, right? You look at Career, you look at Shiu, who had a really rough time, and some of those team fights wasn't able to make the impact. I think that experience does matter, and AGL did look like the veterans in this game.
And as you saw there on your screen with the Group A bracket, it was G2 getting the victory over Furia. It was a early lead by Furia over on Stream B, but then G2 came storming back, and there's one happy face here about that one.
No, I mean, I heard G2 actually smashed them in 24 minutes, so like it's kind of insane in this meta because you can always bounce back with the team fight, but like ending the match in like that early, I think that's kind of insane.
It also does mean we know that it is Furia, right? No, it's not. No, it's not actually Furia in the same group that will face off against D+. We actually don't know that matchup just yet, so I'm mistaken about that. Different groups.
Yeah. Well, we'll see about that. Let's take a look at this matchup here as we start with the bot lane and how aggressive it was, but not as impactful as it could have been.
This was a risky choice, right? It's really hard to get Flourish on Ezreal, and then some side steps here in this from Kyle also just really ruined their day, because Lucid's coming down here to actually try to make this into a 1-for-1 here, and Kyle just kind of breaks their ankles, gets a second side step here, and you just see the difficulty of execution for this draft for D+.
And also, like, I don't see the reason why he picked a Trundle in there, because he's not playing jungle Trundle. It has a huge spike. It's support Trundle. It doesn't have damage. I think whenever you play into Ezreal Leona, you always getting threatened by them getting one shot.
Yeah, let's take a look here at 20 minutes, our next inflection point of this matchup between AGAL and D+ Kia, where on the top side of the map, Showmaker gets caught, and then eventually D+ get whittled down.
If you look at the rest of the D+ members, they're pretty far away, right? But they still want to turn this into a win. They want to try to turn this around, right? A lot of turret aggro picked up here. Shanks takes a lot of damage. And Lucid's like, look, I got Crescent Guard. We got TPs coming through. But it's just a slow trickle here for D+ trying to salvage the play. And it was somewhat disrespectful, I think, to try to actually turn this one around, because if AGL play it well, it's never going to be your fight. And this is one of the big cementing moments in this game for AGL to pull ahead.
Yeah, this is the aggression that we were looking for from AGAL. I think mainly Tarjan and Kyle, when they're opening up the map, their aggression and the chain CC is on point, and I think DK couldn't have a chance against this team.
Yeah, and then finally, you've seen a theme here of a couple of these critical shots by Smash going wide. We've got our Drake fight that popped up here. And here was another opportunity for Smash to put him away, and he misses. Shanks lives and turns the fight around.
It looks like in the beginning of this fight, this is unlosable, right? But they missed the shot. The Zonias comes out, right? And then some wonkiness happens, like Shio's Shock Blast here. A complete whiff, right? Hope is able to buy space, flashes, shifts away. They bought so much space. And you can see in these moments, too, like if you hit your shots, if everything lines up, if the scatter goes through and the follow-up is there, this draft can absolutely work. But it's just too many conditionals. AGL had the way easier win cons, and they just outplayed them time after time. And I think this type of risky drafting is what the D+ coach is known for, right? CV Max loves to really throw a wrench into the gears. But in best of ones, if it doesn't work out, you don't get to go, well, I'll go back to standard later. Now you're in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's why we won for some target CCs. You know, I think in theory you have some control with the pillar, you have some long snipe with the Jhin, but at the end, if you miss the skill shot, it doesn't work at all. And I think this is one of the reasons why D+ Kia didn't have consistency in the regular split in the region as well, because I think they always bring up some fresh idea, but it doesn't look good at all.
Yeah, AGAL able to capitalize on those missed skill shots and allow Hope to glide around and get themselves to that victory. 1-0, they move on to the uppers. In the lowers, it will be that Furia versus D+ Kia later on today. But we're not done yet for our best of one opening matches. Our final one, it is MIBR Los versus the reigning MSI champions, newly crowned Hanwha Life Esports. We'll be back right after this.
the director of the train, the conductor, I suppose. He steers everyone in the right direction, keeps you going where you need to go, and he will always be that voice of reason.
It's great playing alongside him. He's a very vocal player, doesn't sugarcoat anything, really. Will tell you exactly what he's thinking, and he knows exactly what each player needs to do and what their role is, and he vocalizes that very well, so...
He just know that what's the most important situation gonna be. Let's say just second dragon is really important, then he just shot calling this game changer, so everyone just be ready.
He's a very objective guy, and he will not sugarcoat your answers, so having that just sense of direction always in-game and outside the game is invaluable.
He's great to be around outside the league. He's very passionate about football with the World Cup going on. He's got a lot of opinions on that. We share a similar sense of humor. Easy to get along outside the game.
He's a funny guy. Someone who is blunt and comes from a different European background and not something that I grew up with. So he brings a new perspective on so many things, and it's fun to have him around.
It's the E-Cap, the EWC Cap, the Resports World Cup. Okay, whatever it is, this is what happened in week 1. We crowned our first 3 champions, which means that we had even more losers. And God knows that I'm a loser. Wait, shouldn't this say that I love losers, not that I am? Can we fix this, please? But what happens when you lose? Well, you wind up here, the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Don't sing Green Day, don't sing Green Day. Every one of which represents a tournament elimination and crushed dreams. Losers live forever here, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear the voices of disappointed parents who said that playing video games is a waste of time. On the Valorant stage, 4 of 8 playoff teams were EMEA, and they managed to get 1 whole win. So move over, Europe, because the finals was 100 Thieves and NRG. That's right, all American, baby. These colors don't run, they soar. The Battle Royale of the Apex Legends final featured 20 teams, and no surprise, Team Falcons won. Wait a minute, no, they finished 8th. Sorry, it was favorite Team Liquid who... No, they finished even further back at 9th? Oh, because it was actually 2024 champion Alliance who... Oh, come on, who won? Unlimit? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but like most people, I've never heard of them. They beat every top contender to become the first Japanese team ever to win ALGS. This will also help them on the road to winning the club championship. Nope, never mind, that's their only team, and they're not even registered for the club championship. Still, my Japanese heritage is proud that we can produce both esports winners and heated toilets. Dota 2, or Dota Duh, as it's called here, started its first week of play with solid competition from... Sorry, actually, nothing of note yet. I'll have more on that next week. And finally, things were heating up on stage of Fatal Fury Wolf City. And I don't know if you're picking up on the theme here, but Dark Angel fought his way out of the losers bracket to top the regional favorites and get another win for North America. If only the Football World Cup had been so kind. Well, guys, what is happening? 3 tournaments and 3 new champions, no title defense, no favorites able to compete, and all underdogs at the top? I'll tell you what it is, because I've said it before and I will say it again. This tournament is about the losers. See you next week.
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everyone, welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026, presenting League of Legends, and there they are, the reigning MSI champions, straight off the plane from Daejeon and into Paris. Up against them is MIBR Los, the proud representative from CB LOL, looking to make an upset for the ages. Welcome back to the desk. Degon here alongside Wolf and Ox to break this one down. 3 best of ones down and dusted. What are some of the quick takeaways so far as we have our final best of one, Wolf?
Some of the games have been, I think, a little bit more competitive than people thought, just looking at some of the favorites, right? Like T1 had a pretty rough early game. We did see Carmine Corp have a really strong laning phase going into that matchup against Gen G. So Hanwha Life coming to this series as favorites, still feel like you got to be respectful, you still got to be careful.
I think we obviously talked so much about having a clear plan when it came to best of 5s at MSI, but in a best of 1, you really need a clear plan and you need to be able to execute when it comes to that. If you're misaligned when it comes to draft or what you're doing in game, you don't get that second opportunity to go deeper in the series, and we kind of saw that today.
Definitely not. And when we think about Hanwha Life Esports, who did lift the trophy over at MSI and come up, we have to start at the beginning of the year as an LCK Cup squad who finished last place. Not, oh, they missed the playoffs or, oh, they lost in the quarterfinal. They finished dead last and then found their way moving on up. So a story of redemption here to ultimately defeating BLG in that finals best of 5, all 5 games. It was a banger.
I mean, they lost a lot of games on the way there, though, right? I mean, it was in my opinion, it was probably the hardest one MSI in MSI history because of how much they faced, like how they were pushed to the brink, nonstop, constantly actually being forced until those final games, right? And playing against every region as well on the way there. So probably a little bit of exhaustion, right? But I think a lot of lessons learned that they could take into this best of 1 where they're already favorites. But I think for HLE, it's trying to actually get back to dominant form and not just winning barely by the skin of their teeth, which is how they lifted that MSI trophy.
I mean, that's the thing. Regular season for HLE was super dominant. Great performance, came into the road to MSI and got a really clean route just straight to the tournament. And I feel like before, you talked about the LCK Cup, trying to gel after Pina had left the roster and bringing in Kanavi took time. But also, as you said, at MSI, it wasn't completely smooth sailing. The first team ever to win MSI from the lower bracket. I think it showed a lot of resilience, a lot of adaptation, but also that it wasn't just a straightforward path.
Yeah, and it felt like every single player had their moment from this kind of glow up from the beginning of the season, Ox, to now. Who has impressed you the most out of that 5-man roster of Hanwha Life Esports?
I mean, for me, it's got to be Zeka, right? I think last year, Zeka, for me, was really struggling to get to grips with Fearless. I feel like his melee play was still phenomenal, but when champion pools were being stretched with mages, he was struggling, but I feel like he's such a complete player right now in terrific form. I feel like he could bring any pick out, picks that, you know, last year or in previous years, I'd be like, is this a Zeka pick? I don't think there's any pick that I wouldn't say Zeka could just bring out and I'd be satisfied with.
On my end, it's Kanavi, right? Like Kanavi, I think was a player we all respected, but his style wasn't working for Hanwha Life Esports at the very beginning of the year, hence the 10th place finish, right? But he was able to tone it down, but also convince his team to trust him. And we saw this evolution through the LCK regular season for rounds 1 and 2, where it was all Kanavi all the time. Constantly follow Kanavi, got to go aggressive. But then when we got to playoffs and we got to MSI, it was a completely different story where they could do that, but didn't have to do that. And they actually grew in so many different directions with Zeka's champion pool being unlocked as well, as you mentioned, Ox. So I want to see what the next evolution of this team is right now, because at MSI they were challenged a lot. They won in the end, but we didn't have a definitive style for this team just yet. Maybe that emerges here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens as they take on MIBR Los, which is the combination of MIBR and Los now participating under one banner here for the Esports World Cup. And this CB LOL representative, it's so fascinating because the CB LOL has had so many different teams pop up just this year, with Loud kind of stepping up, you had Red Canid stepping up, you had Furia, and now you have Los, MIBR Los here at EWC. All different proud organizations finding success this year. It's very exciting from the CB LOL region.
It's super cool always seeing these different teams, especially coming from the LCK perspective, where so often we just see the same teams again and again. And the fans from the region are always so passionately getting behind these rosters. It is a tough task for your first match going up against HLE, but I think when you go in as the underdogs, you just have to try and do your best, play your game, and not be too upset about whatever the expectations are.
I mean, my experience with these teams coming coming from the South American region is that no one gives them any credit. No one says they have a chance, right? They just come in as underdogs, and they usually actually overperform people's extremely low expectations, right? I think this could be another of those situations where Hanwha looks still a little bit vulnerable, right? I mean, look, they are MSI champs. I don't want to take anything away from them, but it was hard fought every step of the way. A lot of weaknesses were exposed, and if the preparation is good and better than HLE's in this one best of one, I'm not saying I would predict it, but who knows? We've already seen some closer than expected games here today.
Well, one thing I know is that when there is EWC, there's always an opportunity to talk to the man that leads the co-stream for the proudest region in all of esports. We're talking Brazil. So that means we have Baiano joining us here on stage at EWC Paris. Baiano, brother, how's it going, man?
I played against Hansam.
How are we feeling about that one?
I think they're a little bit tired from the MSI, so maybe we have a chance. We have really good players on MBR, so of course they're really good. They have Zeus, Guma, Yuzi, they have Zeka, but maybe they are tired, so I think we have a chance. I mean, it's BO1, you know, so we just need one game, one really game, good really game, and we have a chance. Let's fight.
I really love the hopium that's coming out because I had a conversation with the players as well on Monday, and they said, you know, we're taking this very seriously. We're doing a lot of prep. We are very confident because they had such a good bracket run. Do you believe in them to make it out of groups?
Yeah, like I said, BO1 is really good for us. We have a chance to make a really good game, early game, mid game, and maybe win. For us, it's really good anyways because only the experience playing against these guys is really good for us. When we come back to Brazil, our team is better, like our players are playing better. So, yeah, I trust them. Let's do it. We have people cheering here, Brazilians here, everywhere. So let's go, guys.
Vamos, Brasil!
Thank you very much, Ginny and Baiano. Always great to see him at every EWC leading the cheers in charge for Brazil. Looking for an upset with a bit of a mixed roster. Feisty in the mid lane, a former Brion product, and now getting the opportunity to lead the line here at an international event. So exciting to see that for him.
Yeah,
really cool to see.
I did want to talk a little bit about something that we've seen because of this MSI win for HLE. Now we have
Lion
is the first player to have won EWC, First Stand, MSI, and Worlds, and Zeka, if they win in this tournament, can match that.
هنا يلعبوا HLE اللي ربحوا
The cool thing to mention as well, Zeka won all of these
اللي ربحوا MSI.
First try. So with this, you know, isn't his
خلينا هنا تفرجونا أحسن.
So won't be able to do that here, but still a great track record, I think, and just shows these players the achievements they've been able to get, the legacy that they have.
I mean, just from going from winning Worlds and being the patch guy, right? People discredit him. Not anymore, right? Now he's won everything, basically. He's got just one trophy missing.
Yeah, Zeka has been writing his name in the history books. Let's see if he's able to do so yet again in their first matchup. It's MIBR Los versus the reigning MSI champions, Hanwha Life Esports.
I mean, when you talk about surprises, we could look at last night, Spain.
I'm not rooting for the UK tonight, for England tonight. This is not happening.
Sorry, pardon! Pardon! Je suis anglais! But what I can say is, if we see a big surprise in this next matchup, it could be the biggest upset yet.
The biggest possibility, the two last teams hitting the stage for one game, une et une seule. Mesdames et messieurs, on commence par MIBR. One of the most iconic esports names in Brazil. They're carrying the passion of their region here in Paris. Peuvent-ils le faire face aux géants venus de Corée?
Their opponents, Hanwha Life Esports! as the reigning MSI champions, carrying the form, confidence, and expectations of the tournament favorites. For MIBR, this is an opportunity to announce themselves against one of the world's best. For HLE, this is the next step in an incredible month defined by international success.
Pour HLE, c'est un match censé être trop facile, mais MIBR peuvent-ils surprendre les favoris? C'est parti!
مسك هاد البرازيليين هياكلوا العصا. ولكن كيبقى عندهم ماتش ساهل من بعد، ماشي ساهل ولكن مقارنة مع التيمز الاخرين لا الا خسروا غيلعبوا مع سوا لاينز و جي دي جيمين.
Jack and Jake, baby.
Jack and Jake, and we are taking it with first pick coming from the snake. This Cassiopea is going to get locked in.
That definitely could happen, and I just want to say it's a pleasure to be with you, Jake. It's my first time casting a non-European, my first international cast ever.
Hey, big day.
I mean,
it had to be with me.
It had to be with you. I think it might be one-sided, but as Wolf was saying, right, KC had a really good early game lead against Gen G, and I feel like, you know, if things pushed a little bit further, we could have had an upset there. T1 had a fantastic game against Gam. And
outside of the first 15 minutes, because Gam had a big early lead.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, Gam had a fantastic early game. That's what I meant. Exactly. There was nearly an upset there on the table.
Really?
So I do think that if MIBR Loss has been watching that, and then Homo Life, I think it's very common that we see this, where a team slightly slumps after they've just had a good tournament.
Yeah.
Because you kind of have this, like, it's really easy to not stagnate, right? But when it's always harder when you come in as the favorites versus coming in as either neutral or the underdogs, because the burden of expectation is on your shoulders, and I think that can be something that weighs on Homo Life's backs. But at the same time, I feel a bit silly for saying that, because they're players that have so much pedigree. Like Ox was saying, that they're pretty used to the pressure at this point.
Yeah, they are. And again, you know, that pressure comes around to a guest CB LOL team, a team that's come in not as one of the partnered organizations. The only guest team in the CB LOL made it all the way to EWC, which is such a feat. But now as MIBR Loss, can they cause an upset in a best of one? What have they got up their sleeves? Because this is a team on the other side from Korea that is known for their amazing draft. I mean, I think their drafts are so flexible, so versatile.
Yeah.
Zeus comes out with this like swaying top. Oh crap, what are we gonna do? You know, Zeka has all these melee assassins that historically, even before his Worlds win, he started becoming known for. Now his flexibility has outranged that.
Yeah.
Solo lanes are crazy from Homo Life, and I feel like that's what helped them win the MSI title.
For sure. I think the fact that Zeus can play a really good weak side and just chill, like we saw in Game 5 against BLG, he picks the Dr. Mundo. It's a really bad matchup into the Aatrox, and he goes down, what, 10 CS at 20 minutes? You're completely fine.
Runs the game.
And then he takes over the team fights, right? And the fact that he can both do that, and he can play a hard-winning matchup and take over the game, adds so much consistency to their game, because now you can either have Gumayusi on more of a pivotal carry and play for him, or you can just leave him on the 6, leave him on the Jhin, leave him on the Ezreal, like we've seen them do a lot, and just play up towards Zeus.
I was talking to Wadid backstage, and I'm like, you know, who do we think the best mage bot is right now?
Player or champion?
I mean, player, I think.
Player, it's Gumayusi.
I mean, that's right. That was the answer that came back
Actually,
to me.
it's Viper. For me, it's Viper.
Well,
but I love Viper. I'm biased.
From the top teams, that's the versatility we talk about, and it's not like Mage's bot have been a thing heavily outside of MSI, but we are in that MSI patch. We've had a lot of time, and HLE have had so much time on that patch and so much tournament time that they're coming fresh off of it, only a couple of days off their giant win. We're about to get into pick and ban. Reminder, 26.13, we're still on. And no one's asked yet, but I will remind you that Locke is still banned. He's not available. That's why you won't see him at this tournament, which is a shame. You have to wait until summer.
Is it a shame? He seems so broken. Like when I played against him, he seems so broken.
He's so broken, but the skill expression is
The skill expression is cool. He's definitely a cool champ. I think the design is very cool as well.
It's amazing, yeah. It's good for first timers, because first timers always jump in with that leak, you know? Like, very easy to int.
Yeah.
Once again. All right, here we go. You know it's starting up, Jack. You know the center camera means that we're going to pick ban, don't you? You know the angle. You've been in broadcast enough now. You know what this means.
I know what this means. I mean, I'm curious to jump on what you said about the mages bot lane, because we haven't seen too much of it. I think we saw it.
اوكي دونك الدرافت بدا. لوس هما اللي بانيو الاولى، بانيو كامي وليسين. نايس. هادشي اللي باناو جيس وفاي
want to play into that meta or if they want to try to make something happen of their own. We've seen, for example, MKOI, I really liked when they said, we don't care about the range supports, we're just going to put Alvaro unengaged. And I do think when you're the underdog, playing outside of the meta and just sticking to your comfort can be really, really nice.
Agreed. Let's see what angle is it here for MIBR lost. They're going to be first pick as their Akali's final ban. Oriana goes with it as well. Seemed like a
اما بي راح يختاروا من الاولى. جو بونس يقدروا يبداو بالجنجلر حسب انا لهم فاي. جو بونس يقدروا يختاروا شينزاو. كيرس كيلعب بشينزاو بزاف. اوكي جارفان.
That makes me think that Hanwha Life will probably just want to pick up the Astral.
اوكي غيبداو بالطوب دونك جارفان.
Or they might go for the Lucian instead, a much more proactive early bot lane that want to try to get ahead. But we've seen Guma quite well on the Lucian Milio.
زيست ما كيلعبش بزاف بجارفان. يقدر يكون كيرس هو اللي يلعب بجارفان. جنجلر يقدر يكون الجنجلر هو اللي يلعب بجارفان. هادشي اللي يختاروا سيندرا ودابا غادي يلوكيو الجنجلر. اوكي نافيري سيندرا نافيري شفنا بزاف هاد الكومبو اليوم. كاسيوبيا عاوتاني عند لوس نوتيليس. باقي الطوب الأ دي سي وسيبورت عند
What I like about taking the support is that you're probably
and
always
HLE.
going to have a both lane matchup. You can also flex that Syndra later on.
So what do you want? Not Rakan here, what do you want?
I think you want Leona or Alistar. I like both here. Alistar provides a lot more tankiness. The only thing is Alistar feels
Alistar support.
Casio because if she gets that miasma, you can't combo. But as long as you're able to play around that, which I think the Light will be able to do. He's shown quite good prowess, and if you can get a good flank going or just get that engage going, it also just nullifies the Nautilus a lot, because if Nautilus ever hooks in, Alistar pops the ulti, Alistar combos Nautilus, and Nautilus always dies first. So it makes it quite a bit harder for Ackerman to try to find that engage and try to set up his team for success.
Is Zeus going to be going something like a tank this game? I see the Vayne ban, normally fishing because
definitely
like
needs to be either a tank or a bruiser. I don't think he can get away with going
في ستيل ميد ديال لوس ما كيلعب، ما عندوش بزاف الجيمز بكاسيوبيا. لعب يلا 4 الجيمز، ولكن عنده ستاتس واعرين فيه. 100% ديال الوين ريت و 11 ديال الريشيو ديال الكي دي اي. دونك يقدر يلعب ماتش واعر الميد ديال لوس.
do quite nasty things on the LeBlanc and absolutely style on his opponents. I think it was against G2, I remember that he was styling on us with the LeBlanc. So a good ban here from MIB loss.
Renekton's going to follow up as well. Maybe it is that Ambessa you talked about, Jack. I mean, I see Renekton ban, I say it is an Ambessa angle through and through here. Or maybe even the Gnar, but
I think Ambessa and Gnar both make sense here.
Yeah.
It's interesting that they choose to keep the Cinderflex for last. It makes sense, but you know, typically I feel like we see Seus getting
زي كتهو ما لعبش بزاف بسيندرا الميد ديال HLE. عنده يلا 4 الماتشات بسيندرا، ولكن عنده ستاتس زوينين. عنده 11 في الكي دي اي ديالو.
because that has been one of the more aggressive, hyper-aggressive angles for a top laner to play.
It could be. You do have the front line in the Nautilus and the Jarvan, and they're setting up for a hard AD top laner with the 6. And you have a lot of kill threat with this Tristana. I mean, this is going to be a game where we
تريستانا تلعب في ADC.
Bot lane is just going to be farming unless Guma UC pulls something
زيجز
out here on last.
زيجز يلعب في
top lane is the name of the game.
Because there
Top.
is almighty scaling throughout the board, even the Tristana for sides later, but we can talk about it as the
نار top.
For now, I want to see where's this Syndra finally going. Is it going to be bot towards Gumayushi or
ولا يلعب كاسيوبيا، يلعبوا كاسيوبيا في التوب. ما عرف.
Seraphine. I mean, that would be a Seraphine bot lane for Gumayusi. You have a lot of team fighting power on this Hanwha Life comp, but a lot of
سيرافينا تلعب في الاديسي. اوكي تريسيانا تلعب في التوب. اوكي
So I do think if it gets to that 30
نار
minute
تريستانا
point,
في
and
top.
MIBR Lost doesn't have an early advantage, they can't have that split pushing threat from the Tristana, it's going to be tough for them. So we're really looking at the Tristana to get a big lead early game so that she can be the split push threat, be the difference maker in the team fights.
It's going to be an interesting team fight at that regardless as well. Let's see how MIBR go through that top lane. As you said, it's going to be all about Zest here. Zest is going up against Delight, and Jack, I was looking through the history, and I was looking at like, well, where has Zest been, right?
Yeah.
And I see this little caveat in 2022 summer, I believe it was, where he played a series versus Nongshim on Gen G 2022. He played with Ruler, Lehens, Chovy, and who was the jungle? Peanut.
Yeah,
was
Peanut.
the jungle.
Wow.
So, you know, Zest has been around obviously through Gen G challenges as well. And you played against him.
I played against Zest.
Recently.
I played against him in 2024. He was in EU and he got rank 1, I remember, in solo queue.
And
he was
Feisty
very
as well,
impressive. Right? Yeah, I played against Feisty as well in the Spanish league. He played for Giant X Academy.
Yeah.
And he was always really, really good in scrims and definitely gave me the vibes of a really good aggressive player. Kind of the stereotypical like Korean coming to use, better mechanics, outhands, diffing everybody. So I do think that like Zest, to me, seems like a player that he's both willing to take this gamble and try to kind of stomp Zeus in the 1v1, and I could see him taking it as well. There's very little counterplay for this Gnar early on.
اوكي هذا اخر ماتش نتفرجوا فيه في
I think it comes a lot down to the junglers.
في
Top laners play around it because if we can just get that isolated one for
السيمي فاينل ديال الابر براكت.
help him out massively and maybe allow him to snowball that game.
Let's see, can the CBLOL take a game?
اخر بيست اوف 1 من بعد يولوا ماتشات كاملين بيست اوف 3.
MIBR lost, undefeated. Okay.
That's true.
They've come together, added MIBR to the name, and they have not dropped a single game.
That's true. They're also undefeated at this EWC right now.
اوكي علي ستار مشى توب من بعد يباكي وغادي يرجع للبوط.
Did drop games recently. We have no idea about CBLOL. Who knows?
That's true. That's true. It's going to be the Doran's Helm for Zeus here to just try to survive that early game, and the exhaust on Tristana that we've seen quite often when you pick these really high volatility matchups.
Do you like the lethal tempo in this lane as well? Because obviously it accounts for the Na's going to try and match the duel early, or
it's quite interesting actually that he decides to go for that. It makes sense because he just wants to try to match the power that the Tristana has in those long elongated trades, and because he won't be hitting the wave too much, he won't be able to keep the grasp proc stacking consistently. So it makes sense for these later on skirmishes. I do think the biggest thing that I'm looking at if I'm Zeus is trying to get that play to steel caps. I think once you get the play to steel caps, the game gets a lot easier, but already Zeus took a pretty bad trade and is down to half HP here. So Zeus was able to outplay him. You can see that Hanwha Life invested 2 wards up in the top lane, and that's probably why Zeus was able to get that early game trade, because you really want to play around the bushes, avoid that minion aggro, and be able to snowball off of that.
Zeka's getting pushed in the meanwhile as well. We just had this picture-in-picture. Top lane, Kanavi, can he do anything here with the opportune moment? Boomerang dodged.
نافيري كيكات توب سايد وباغي غانكي نار.
Zest, I would assume, has rocket jump for now. Kanavi still coming in.
زيست غالبا غيهرب. يس غالبا يهرب. استعملوا بجوج البوشن ديالهم. نافيري غادي يحاول يدخل على اوه نايس زيس. نافيري كان كيحاول يغانكي زيس مازال ويدخل على تريستانا، ولكن زيس خدا الفيرست بلاد وما احتاجش الغانك ديال نافيري. سموحات العشرة الكاميرا كتمشي ما عرفتش علاش صراحة. كفاية ونعاود ان شاء الله.
This game is off to the wrong foot for MIBR.
Auto poison. Zeka dead.
Ooh.
Kills. Meanwhile, we look at the bottom lane. Gumayushi has just killed Duda.
It's laning kills all across the board. I didn't think there would be 2v2 kills in the Seraphine 6 bot lane matchup. We'll definitely need a replay of that. And then Zeka dying to Feisty as well. I want a replay of both.
I think we will need it.
Yeah.
So
كاسيوبيا جابت الكيل على زيكا.
The rest is going pretty one-sided towards Hanwha Life. 600 gold lead at that as well. Which replay first? Mid.
I mean, both mid laners here.
اللي كنشوفوا ريبلاي ديال
I'm guessing Feisty just but he's
الفايت اللي كان في الميد.
Kills Zeka here. I guess he flashes over the Zeka EQ maybe.
انا زي كدخل ما عند بالوش بلي راه فيستي مازال في البوش فلاش اوت، ولكن البويزن البويزن قتلو.
He gets flash comboed by Delight into the stun, into the Seraphine root, yeah.
That's clean. Delight, insane turn in the bottom lane. But I think we need to bring it back to square one while mid is very good here for loss. I think top lane, a bit of a disaster.
Yeah.
You said top was all about that Tristana.
Yeah, so my previous win con for MIBR loss was
اوكي على الله تكون الكاميرا دابا تقادات.
a negative Nancy, but I think that win con is gone and dusted at this point. Like now, Nar already has the Ruby Crystal. He has the
سموحات.
I don't think Seth is going to be able to consistently be able to really chunk Zeus, get plates like you'd want to, unless Curse or Ackerman is able to get involved and get him ahead again. So it's more just going to be about feisty, be about Curse playing around this mid, especially since the fact that Seka has no flash. Curse is level 5. Once he gets that level 6, that's a prime target that he can look for in that.
كان كلتا في البوت لاين سيرافين جاب سكيل على الزيكس. النار واش غيجيب كيري واحد اخر على تريستانا، ولكن تريستانا الداشي.
Close that Seth needed to burn the flash there. If it took one more auto attack to get the second W reset, Zeus would have been able to.
هنا نقدر نشوفوا جانك من كيرس والجارفان غيعاون تريستانا ترجع لهاد الجيم هادي لحقاش بهاد الكيل نار غادي افونسي بزاف على تريستانا. اوه هنا نوتيليس غيموت، نوتيليس غيموت غالبا. اوه نا يا سيرافين فلاش ان ما بغاش يموت داك نوتيليس، ولكن سيرافين كانت ريدي لهاد الكيل هادي. اوكي هنا كرس يحاول يستيلي الدجاج للفوق. نوتيليس هنا اوفر كوميتا وما شافش باللي اليستار موراه. كانت ايزي كيل سيرافين هنا، واخا كان غيهرب على شويه. فلاش اوت من نوتيليس، ولكن فلاش ان من سيرافين وجابت الكيل. نوتيليس هنا غيطلع طوب غادي غانكي نار وغيجيبوا الكيل على زوس. كريزي زوس، كريزي زوس ما كيبغيش يموت هاد النار هذا. برافو نار توب. غيكون ماتش صعيب بزاف على تريستانا. تريستانا غادا فول دامج، ولكن سكويشي بزاف. نار متانكي مزيان وعنده الدمج الكافي. هنايا دودو غيموت. زيكا غيجيب اول كيل ليه في الماتش. is able to pick him up, and now Cest might be in trouble again. He wants to break this wave, but the light is in the bush. Can the rocket jump be buffered? Zest is like something fishy in the top. Zest. He doesn't want to go too close to ما ساقش الخبر كاع على ديلايت كيسين الفرصة فلاش ان. واش غتهرب تيستانا ولا لا؟ ولكن غالبا غتموت. نار مسيطر في الطوب. تريستانا دوماج. Scary there for Seka. Ends up being fine, but says he buffered the Delight combo, but still Delight held it as they're not TPing for the grubs. Delight is back on the map. He's looking for the flank. He might even find it. Because he's not spotted out. He's got a blast cone there as well. He's gone deep into the blue buff. Is he going to shadow top lane again for Zeus for the respawn is my question, Jack, but into grubs he's got a lot of angles. هنا الوسط بداو يديروا grubs. Curse might look for the grubs here. Does Ackerman want to fight? Dredge line, but Ackerman's by himself. Yeah, it's gonna be one grub
for
Okay.
MIBR loss and 2 grubs for Hamwa Life. Oh, and it resets. Well, he's smited it. It's fine.
Now, of course, 2 went over to...
لوس قدروا ياخذوا جروب واحد.
That's why the logo popped up on the screen. But you know, as Zeka comes down again,
oh no,
I think Duda needs a break.
دودو عاوتاني غيموت. كيتقانكا بزاف. اوه غيجيب الكيل. واش غيجيب الكيل؟ ما قدرش يجيب الكيل. كان قريب يجيب الكيل على سيرافين وياخذ تريد او موان، وغالبا شوت داون تكون، ولكن ما قدرش. اليستار لعب ماتش واعر.
As he shuts down Duda one more time, and now he's already back in mid lane, TPing, stunning up Feisty, dodging the Nautilus hook.
Ackerman's going to get the auto attack down. Petrifying gaze with the slow Zeka.
اليستار كيعاون زيكا دابا في الميد.
The kill's not down. At least Zeka after teleporting back in is a bit low. As he levels up, that'll heal a bit, and the passive from Delight will get his health back up as well.
زيست مازال كيغالير مع زوز. هنا جامبين باغي يجيب كيل. زوس غيهرب ولكن قدر يهرب. زيست كان اغريسيف بزاف ولكن ما قدرش يجيب الكيل. ناتشيليس زقل زيكا. كان فيش فرجاج الكيرس.
Feisty has no ultimate. They're gonna have to back off unless Ackerman not able to find the hook. And with that, it's gonna be just Curse farming up the top scuttle. And Hamwa Life remain in full control of this map. You can see their bot side vision. They've set up such great wards. We keep seeing Delight able to get full deep vision.
افونتاج كبير في الجولد. ال HLA اكثر من 3000 جولد ديفرنس. برينسيبالمون من عند سيرافين اللي جاب 3 الكيلز كونتر زيكس. اليستار لعب ماتش واعر كيرومي في الماب بشكل خيالي. اوكي هنا خصهم يعاونوا ضروري زيكا في الميد. زيكا كيقدر يهرب، كيحاولوا يشدوا اليستار. الدمج قليل شويه، ما كاينش نافيري كيدخل على اكيرمان كيموت. نوتيليس مشى، فيرتي تا هو مشى، فيستي تا هو مشى، دودو تا هو غيمشي. كوادرا كيل. الماتش سالا 5000 الجول ادفانتج. دريك الثاني. هذا هو اكبر ماتش كان فيه سيطره مطلقه صراحه من شي تيم على التيم الاخر. ديلايت غيحاول يغانكي عاوتاني طوب. زيست مشى للزبل، قدر يهرب الزيست، برافو عليه. هنا نوتيلوس غيدخل. زيست واش يقدر يجيب شي كيل على النار؟ ديلايت متانكي بزاف وقدر يعاون زيست يجيب الكيل الرابع على زيست. جي برافو زيست، ماتش خيالي، ماتش خيالي. مينيموم 500 جولد ادفانتج في كاع اللين. هنا حاولوا لوس يلعبوا تيم فايت نقيقي ولكن اتش ال اي ما خلاوهمش، ما كيعطيوهمش كاع لي زوبورتونيتي، كيبقاو ديما قراب بعضياتهم وعندهم الدمج الكافي. هنايا كانافي جاب تريبل كيل، برافو جي كيبينوا لنا علاش كيداروا تيربحوا الام اس اي. هنا فيستي كونتر زيكا، فايت في التوب لاين، واش يقدر يهرب؟ لا، فيستي واخيرا جاب كيل وهو الوحيد اللي جاب الكيلز في التيم ديالو. فيستي عنده 2 الكيلز دابا، غادي باكي باش يشري الايتمز. شوت داون زوين اخذها ولكن صعيب تعاونوا باش يرجع في الماتش لحقاش التيم ميت ديالو كاملين داون في الجولد بشكل خيالي. زوس غياخد تي 1 ديال التورت الاولى ديال البوت لين.
We've seen the Syndra win against the Cassio, but I feel like the Cassio overall to me looks quite a bit stronger than the Syndra. Although once you get to that 20-minute, 25-minute point, it can.
نوتيلوس ديما كيحاول ولكن ما تفوقش كاع في التيم فايتس ديالو. هنا كنشوفو تي بي ان فيستي واش غيقدر يهرب. تي بي ان حتى من عند اللوس. هنا 5 اللعابه ديال ام اي بي ار واش يقدروا يربحوا هذا الفايت هذا. ديلايت ديلايت متانكي بزاف ما كيبغيش يموت هذا الحماق هذا. زوس جاب كيل دخلوا وسط التورت كاملين خداو كيل. زوس خدا كيل ولكن خسروا جوج ديال صحابهم. 5 كونتر 3 وخرجوا غير بكيل وحده. ديزاستر بالنسبه للام اي بي ار. ب5 بهم وما قدروش يربحوا تيم فايت كونتر 3. ماتش صعيب بزاف.
They could have just ran them down, but it's repeatedly outplays from Hanwha Life that make the game so difficult for them to play. Cess goes a little bit too deep to begin with. He gets really.
انا كما كنشوفوا سيرافين دارت الالتي ديالها في الاول بقاش عندها الالتي. زوس كيحاول يهرب ولكن كيرس اوفر كوميتا وما عندوش الارمر الكافي. هنا دخلوا وسط التورت طمعوا بزاف. دودو كيتوفى هنايا ب5 كونتر 3. خسروا جوج اللعابه ديالهم وبحال جابوا كيل واحد والفرق ديال الجولد كيزيد يطلع ل 7500 جولد. اتش ال اي ما خلاو حتى شي اوبجيكتيف الام اي بي ار من غير ذاك الجروب اللي خداو.
It's not going to be a perfect game for Hanwha Life, but it's pretty damn close to it.
It is pretty explosive regardless. Delight, is he caught out? You know the answer, probably know at this point. Dudar might be the one as well. Satchel charge away, really nice movement. He has to flash in the end. As Herald is going to open up the mid wave with a
غيبوشيو الميد سايد وغيحطوا الريفت في الميد. احاولوا يبوشيو حتى التورت الثانيه. واش غيقدروا يطيحوا للتورت الثانيه؟ هنا غيبداو الفايت تيم فايت. زيست كيتوفى. لا زيست هرب. زيست كيتوفى بطبيعه الحال. كيرمان تا هو كيتوفى. كيرس تا هو كيتوفى. وان شوت كيرس. تريبل كيل نافيري. كنافي لعب ماتش خيالي. نقدروا نقولوا بلي الماتش سهله واخا هو الماتش سهله قبايله ولكن مساله وقت باش النكسوس ديال ام اي بي ار يتهرس. هنا فيستي هي كلاصه هو اللاعب الوحيد اللي كان فيه شويه الضوء في الفرقه ديالو ولكن يد وحده ما كتصفقش. هنايا زيست هبط للطوب البوت سايد. ما فخبروش باللي كنافي كيكليري في الجنجل التحتاني. انا كاينه تيليبورت ان من عند اتش ال اي. تيم فايت في الجنجل كريزي 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 خيالي. تيم فايت خيالي بالنسبه ل اتش ال اي. صافي جي جي غالبا غادي يساليو الماتش دابا. غيسيريو الماتش قبل ما يخرج البارون. God damn. سلم عليه زرب عليه. اخر تاور باقا قبل من نكسس ومازال كيقتلوا فيهم في وسط النكسس ديالهم. كريزي مان. زوس مسيطر، زوس مسيطر. 9 الكيلز والايس وجي جي. برافو عليهم. الشامبيونز ديال ام اس اي بداو اول ماتش ديالهم في الاي دبليو سي بقوه مطلقه تبارك الله. قتاله.
I felt like after T1 versus GAM, we kind of thought, yeah, this is going to be competitive, this is going to be close. These teams can get stomped in the early game. Life says no, we cannot.
They've already had their warm-up. They had about a month of it at MSI, and now coming to the tournament.
نقدروا نقلبوا الماتش ديال جي دي جي مع اللاين.
I would not want.
The hole is going to hit Gala. There's the egg, and this could be the nail in the coffin as JDG.
داز نص ساعه الماتش. جي دي جي مافونسين بزاف في الماتش. عندهم 3 ديال الدراجونز، 3 د جروبس، 13000 جولد ديفرنس. وهنا غادي ياخذوا البارون. لايون ميتي لهم 3 د اللعابه. غيمشيو غالبا ياخذوا السول ويساليو الماتش. جي دي جي هنايا سيطروا وغادي يلعبوا مع اتش ال اي في الفينال ديال الجروب ستيج غالبا بنسبه كبيره. صيدوا الحمام.
Empire's been my absolute goat this game, has played so incredibly well on this pike, been in every single fight, every single play. They might not have had the most impact, but these hooks have been good, and they've been finding the angles. As we did as well see, the dragon has been secured. It is the Chemtech Soul locked in for JDG.
JDG خطاو السول وغادي يبوشيو بالبارون اللي عندهم باش يساليو الماتش. تي بي ان من عند الميد لاينر ديال جي دي جي كيبوشيو من جميع الجوانب. ناي كوميتي وغيبداو تيم فايت. دامج خيالي. 2 ضربات كتهبط البارد الاتش بي كامله تقريبا. مبغاوش يساليو الماتش، بغاو يفايتيو. كريزي. جي جي. برافو جي دي جي.
EWC 2026 take a bow as what a game. That was quite the show.
Look, that was an exceptional performance out of JDG. They were looking so strong. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They shut out the players that they knew were the problem. Dokla couldn't find his angle. Inspired had nowhere to go in his own jungle, let alone the river and beyond. So it's just going to be a little bit hard as Lion now move down to the lower bracket. Maybe they'll find some success there.
But that's it from us. We will throw back over to the desk for the post-game analysis.
Thank you very much, guys, as that was a little bit more one-sided than I was expecting, as JDG, never to be underestimated, definitely something we hit on before this game even began. One of the top teams from China, from the LPL, and even though we didn't see them at MSI, they come out here and they look incredibly strong. We're a little bit worried about that Kaisa early on, especially against the Caitlyn and the Bard, but it ended up kind of not mattering.
Yeah, I mean, I think the lane matchups in general, right, were definitely very Lion favored on paper.
But of course, it's this man on your screen. Yes, he dies 1-for-1 from it because Berserker's barrier is very well timed. But he's a psychopath, man. He was always going to try and make this game very heroic. Of course, Caitlyn lane's notoriously fragile and immediately went down there to try and impact it.
Yeah, I mean, also the Pike was actually trying to help him on top side there, but and it's like it was really good punishment like from Lion. I just trying to just shutting down like the case because they got really great pick, the really great counter pick the bottom. It's just like until here, even like Isles like was trying to make a super play, which is like he actually leave with the 1 HP and being ends up Ziggs using all the abilities for Orianna, use a flash. Be able to just, you know, get the kills off like really for free. And it's just after that, it's like they started to lose like the concentrate the level, like started to losing the skirmishes, they started getting picked by Pike.
سلو كاع الماتشات دابا ديال الراوند الاولى في الجروب ستيج وغادي يبداو الماتشات ديال اللور براكت واللي هي لاست شانس عند تيمز اللي خسروا الماتش الاول ديالهم بيست اوف 3 اللي ربح غيدوز الفينال واللي خسر غادي يودع. الماتش الاول عندنا غيكون الماتش ديال الماتش ديال غام و كوي. غيبدا دابا شويه وفي نفس الوقت غيكون الماتش ديال كارمين كورك مع تيم سيكريت. وموراه الماتش ديال فيوريا مع دي بلس والماتش ديال ام اي بي ار وجي دي جيمين واللاين.
Poppy was insane, and we know what Gala can do on the Kaisa, and everybody else did a good job of essentially supporting those two. A lot of guys saying a lot of good stuff about Vampire as well on the Pike.
Yeah, I mean, he did really, really well, especially in a game like this where, you know, there's not exactly easy ways to engage on the enemy team composition, and honestly, you know, Lion were the ones rocking, you know, Bard into immobiles, Dom into immobiles, right? But when Lion get pushed out of objectives and they have to try and enter through the river or whatever angle they try and find, it's so much easier to then find angles if you're Vampire on this Pike, and he did just that.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the JDG plan as well. Like, as soon as the Kai'Sa got full behind, and the Pike just ditched the lane and they just go and help a mid laner, like forcing enemy team to actually should match the Pike where Pike goes. Like, I think that's really helpful for also AD carry when actually you're losing so hard from the bottom. So it was a really nice plan, and also like prevent like you know they get Poppy, so make sure Kai'Sa can actually play it out. Like I think being kind of underwhelming as we could kind of say because we saw so many good things from the Gala, but I think this is the game that he could like easily, even though he starts slow, like he could be easily impact the game really pretty much easily from the middle game.
Yeah, he definitely did, and with this win, JD Gaming will go up against Homolife Esports, who did take down MIBR. That was a very one-sided game on the other side of the stage here, and not a big surprise. I mean, HLE just won MSI, MIBR wasn't there. Furia was, but not quite on the same level. So that was very one-sided, and obviously the winners in this group will go head-to-head and so will the losers. But first, before we do get into that, we are going to jump over to the interview now with Kitty, so take it away.
Welcome in everyone. We have the post-game
رجعوا الستريم الاول شوفوا
At MSI, they feel confident against
اش كيقولوا فيه
He talked about
الاناليست.
JDG, another team who wasn't at that tournament. They haven't got to test themselves again. So I think HLE definitely favored in that matchup, but it'll be interesting to see how it plays out in that head-to-head.
All right, as you can see behind us, it is time for some best of threes, and it will be a French affair as it is Carmine Corp doing battle against Team Secret. After this content, don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
نتفرجوا دابا في الماتش ديال كارمين كورب. ضد تيم سيكريت.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
I am here right now at EWC at the FanFest League of Legends booth. Guys, they have League of Legends Classic, an exclusive. You cannot play this anywhere else, maybe on PvE, but right here. Now come with me. Look at this beautiful Baron. Look at that. We're gonna get something monumental like that. They have a Baron Smite challenge over here. They have 5v5 booth stations. If you win the game, we have a chance to win tickets to Sunday's League of Legends final. That's sold out, by the way. It's sold out. Walk with me now. We have much more. Excuse me, gentlemen, excuse me. We have a beautiful, beautiful turret right here. Millions of likes, I swear to God, by the way, I swear. Beautiful over here, Katarina visual, monitor. Guys, and let me remind you one more time, this is an exclusive experience to play League of Legends Classic, the game that you remember from years ago, but that's like, we're talking about 15 years ago. You can play it right here, EWC FanFest. Come to the League of Legends booth. I'll be waiting. No PC. Nah, you got me messed up. I'm playing. Hey, get off the computer. No, what? Get off the computer. Let's play.
What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world, I would invest. I know a bit of a boring answer. And I would help people when I can. I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah. Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family, I'd invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like,
I buy 10 Ferraris, bruh.
What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying.
I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so...
So don't lie, you're gonna pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Teemo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my traitor, yeah. A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd. Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Teemo, what would you do with $75 million? Up, 2, 3, 4. Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that 75 mil is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is 75 mil? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the 75 mil to buy some skills.
our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
All right, we're here at the KC booth. Now, these guys are a little bit salty because they just got bodied in their last match. Guys, how are we feeling about the next?
It's Genji. They are the winner of the EWC. How? Okay, even we got bombed, like you said. It's a good matchup. It's a good match.
This guy is absolutely coping, has no idea what he's talking about. I got it. They're getting real rowdy over here. Guys, be honest here. Out of 100%, what are your chances to beat Genji? Team Secret.
Oh, we won against Team Secret. So.
Any wins this tournament, what are your odds? This guy is thinking about it though. He's not even confident in his own team.
Nah, it's a free match. It's a free match. We're gonna
hey, free match like you have 90% free, like for free. Maybe 10% because they're Korean. That's all day. Like
3-0. I think I can go on the. I can be titular in the match. I can play against Team Secret. We won.
What's your okay? Wait a minute. What's your league rank?
Iron.
Emerald 1.
You're not beating anybody. You couldn't beat an intermediate bot, brother. Oh, you're master tier.
I'm master.
Master, you don't get 20 CS in the entire game. Guys, sorry. Let's not get sidetracked. Let's keep this about KC. How long have you been KC fans, and why do we support this team? He doesn't really know.
صعب ما قاعد يضرب فرنسا.
From the start at the
لا زعما بلونجي.
We support KC because we like Kamel, we like his project to One World. We are French, it's a French organization, and we have the same dream. So
Nice, هذا مذيب أنا راس.
For sure, it's Kamel. From the very beginning, when he started streaming, we support him, and that's the
to the top, from the Div 2 to the top.
Honestly, wait a minute, hold up. This guy wants to talk?
Yeah, because we've been following KC. I mean, personally, I've been following KC since 2020, since the beginning. I've been following Kameto since earlier, even than 2020. So it's just like, following your favorite streamer, creating a team, realizing, achieving his dream, and it's just like beautiful to watch, And I've been a KC fan, and I'm gonna be a KC fan until like.
Okay, well, I came here to trash talk these guys. I kind of feel bad now because you guys are like die-hard fans a little bit, but
I have a question. What related you to T1? Except the fact that you are friends with Faker and anything, you have a big relation with Red Game and League of Legends. What relates you to T1?
Okay, he's asking why I'm a T1 fan. I would love to answer that question. Unfortunately, production is cutting me off. Guys, I can't wait to see KC lose their next game. Back to you.
بغيت راستالكيو مستقوم ملي تراستالكيو.
The blue wall beckons yet again, but this time for their EWC lives, as it is an elimination match, best of 3, Team Secret versus Carmine Corp. Welcome back. Degon here alongside Ox and Wadid to break this one down. And maybe a bit of a surprise here. Not so much, not so much Genji, the reigning title defenders, defeating KC. But Team Secret Wales find themselves in an elimination match after losing to the 5th placed LCS squad, who qualified in, winning the North American qualifier for EWC Sentinels. It's a elimination match now.
كارمين كورب خصم ضروري يربحوا هذا الماتش اللي بغاو يبقاو.
That's the thing with best of ones. You can get those upsets. You can come in and have strong prep in the day. To be fair, I think Sentinels versus Team Secret, it's not the craziest upset. If KC had beaten Gen G, that would have been a bit bigger magnitude. But I think Sentinels came in with some good preparation in this match and managing to take down one of these MSI teams.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of random team fights, even though it's not between the Sentinels and TS. I think we've seen so many random skirmishes between the top teams. So I think there's no surprise that Sentinels got the win against Team Secret here.
I think there's one big factor that has to be talked about.
What is it?
Bro talent.
Bro talent. That's right. Hero Hambach took the lease in and got it rolling. In this Sentinel squad, when they found success over at the LCS, it was generally snowballing games as they did here. The snowball got big and then it kind of held on for a little bit, but then plays like that where it was accidental engages really crushed Team Secret's opportunities to work their way back on in, which is why they find themselves in this best-of-3 elimination match. So I wanted to ask you, as the man that was there at MSI with Team Secret, what jumped out at you the most from their nice run over in Daejeon?
Well, I think obviously coming into that matchup against Top Esports really struggled at the tournament, but I think Team Secret, this is a team that we've always seen as very aggressive, willing to take frequent fights, willing to challenge you at every opportunity. I think they're a team that if they're setting the pace of the game, you can be really confident in them, and especially the mid-jungle are the point you really want to focus around, you want to play around. So I think having a strong mid-jungle duo, I mean, able to lead the charge from there, spread it around the map, to me, that's really what this team is about.
And for KC, I think they have a strong like counter picks on the mid and top. So I think based on that, Kaminkov is going to have a favorite here.
All right, we'll see what happens as it is just seconds away. Karmine Corp and Team Secret for their EWC lives. It is a best of 3, so we'll see you in just a little bit. Let's send it down for the introductions.
Very serious here at the STC Arena. Bonjour Paris! We've had some fun already, but the best of ones are now in the rearview mirror. Right now, we step into elimination territory. And let me just set the scene, if we haven't already. All of these teams are playing for a $2 million prize pool. Crucial club championship points, and of course the opportunity of a lifetime to make some history and raise this beautiful trophy high in the air. For one of our next 2 teams, the dream stays alive. For the other, their dreams and key shall be crushed. To welcome this first team onto the stage, I think we need to get into the heartbeat of this crowd. Lou, where you at?
Ouais, y'en a des mots. Yes! Ian, I am where real stuff is about to happen with the best fans in the world. C'est l'histoire d'un shonen, d'un rêve qui est porté par Kameto et qui est vécu par des centaines, par des milliers d'ultras en France. Bienvenue.
Karmine Corp قصة ديال موار.
Driven by one of the most passionate fan bases in esports. KC now find themselves with no margin for error in front of home support. And their opponents, Team Secret!
It's the story of underdogs. They were not expected here. But they can do good, they can do great, and they could eliminate the French org out of Paris. Do they have what it takes?
It's about to get
Team Secret.
It's about to be a ruckus in here. Both of these teams have already suffered defeat today, and now they are fighting for the right to stay in the tournament, to keep their dreams and keys still intact.
Mesdames et messieurs, je n'ai plus besoin de vous le dire, mais quand même, faites du bruit!
Okay, what an incredible introduction. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Trouble Inc. here to get into this best of 3. And I have to say, I'm terrified about what may happen after this series because I was there. I watched Team Secret take Top Esports out of MSI. They've broken hearts before, and they may be prepared to do it again.
I do not think France can take another hit. They took one at MSI.
Are you talking about last night?
Losing to NA.
Oh, God.
Then last night losing to Spain in the World Cup.
No.
And now here we are. KC's facing elimination yet again.
I am a little bit worried for what this means, but We'll just have to see whether they can get it all together. Their first opponent was a tough one. Up against Gen G, I do feel like their early laning phase was actually pretty good. I think that Yehu especially looks like he's on form, being able to outlane Chovy for the first few levels at least. And so I think that KC should definitely be the favorites, like we was talking about. But the amount of curveballs that can be thrown by a team like Team Secret is kind of terrifying, right? They've got Pun in the top lane. This guy plays volley bear. He plays set, and he looks so good when he does it. I hope he just doesn't play Cassante again, because like Cassante's just, it's Cassante, it's boring, you know? I think we need him to cook, otherwise it's not gonna work, yeah.
No Cyan. I feel like Kana is so used to it though. In the LEC, there are so many weird picks that are being played over in the top lane. I mean, Broken Blade brings in whatever is played internationally, right? I feel like KC have had a really, I don't want to say heartbreaker of the year, but it's like you're almost at the finish line and you cannot make it, like your foot is touching it, but you just can't get past it. They're always second to G2, both in winter and in spring. And now at MSI, losing today is even bigger of a heartbreaker. Of course, Lion made a huge run, right? There's nothing to be ashamed of losing today.
Lion also eliminated Team Secret from MSI as well. I mean, they've certainly done some pretty incredible things, even if they weren't able to win their last one. It is still, I think, KC should have their heads held high, and with the support of this gigantic crowd at the SEC Arena, I think that there is a chance that they will be able to use that to leverage a victory here. But it's all going to have to go down on the Rift. We are going to be getting into Champion Select very, very quickly, and we'll find out exactly what they have prepared. But I think, like, Team Secret especially, right? This is a best of 3. In game 1, I want to see them do something weird. I don't want them to save it for game 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want them to save it for game 2, because that's when things get really, really tense, right? I think just bring out the crazy stuff first, see if you can surprise them, and try and get that game advantage. You know, sneak that one out, cheese it, if you will.
I feel like jungle will be a huge talking point for both of them. I remember Histo on Lee Sin at MSI had a phenomenal game versus Top Esports, versus no one other than versus Tian at MSI. And right here, Yike, I feel like he's been the sword and the shield for KC. It feels like if Yike cannot push himself forward when KC is really struggling, the team just collapses. And I feel like it was very apparent at MSI. It's very apparent in a few games over at the LEC as well. And I feel like they just really, really need to pretty much boost Yike here. I need Boostio to step up and play for him. I need the solo laners to play something with a bit more priority to allow a little bit more flexibility for Yike to make plays.
Yeah, we'll just have to see whether they can actually get the picks that they want. As Kana downloading, doing a little bit of a Faker reboot, and of course Kana did share a a slot on a team with Faker earlier on in his career. Has been a while though. He's been over in the LEC for quite some time, and we'll see. I'm just I'm worried. I'm like nervous. I'm anxious. Not for myself or anything like that, just for what's going to happen in this arena if the unthinkable happens. You know, this is day 1. It's day 1. We're already eliminating someone from the tournament. It's crazy.
And it can't be KC. Honestly, we're in Paris.
It can actually, because if they lose here, like if they lose 2 games now, then they are eliminated actually. That's so it can happen.
Okay, so it's a rule that if they if Team Secret wins 2 games, they're out.
Yes.
But it can't happen.
But it can though. We just highlighted that.
إلا خسروا كارمين كور في بلادهم. صعيبة.
But I think, I don't know. For some reason, I have this weird feeling in my bones, you know? And I often talk about this when I'm on the LCK, and that is my waters. And my waters are telling me that Team Secret have got something planned.
Okay. Is that an Australian saying or no?
My waters. You know, you can feel it in your bones. I don't know whether it's an Australian saying, because I don't want to like throw other Australians into this, because I've just been saying it. But
it's an Atlas saying.
Yeah, it's just one of those feelings that I have. And it's sometimes right, oftentimes it is wrong. So it doesn't really actually say anything. It's just that feeling that you get when the scary things are coming. But I'm looking at Team Secret. They did lose to Sentinels, which is a little bit of a rough one.
Yep.
Because you're not expecting an outcome like that. But Sentinels have found opportunities to overperform in the past as well.
Here we go.
You never really know. Those were best of ones. This is a best of 3, and we are into the draft for game number 1. The Nocturne, the Poppy, both taken away.
تنشوف كيفاش بغا ندير هاد الكاميرا حيت كتبقى تحبس. اوكي دونك البانز الاولى نوكتورن بوبي كارمين كورب تيم سيكريت باناو جيس وليسن. ثيرد بان دابا ديال كارمين كورب.
I think they just want to play Jarvan because it's his turn, and he just wants to play Jarvan at all times. DRA going to have his Rise respected though in probably their best game of MSI.
رايز باناو رايز.
Did pop off pretty exceptionally.
رايز كيلعب به بزاف الميد ديال تيم سيكريت داكشي علاش باناو. إسرائيل بان عند تيم سيكريت. اوكي.
I just feel like Oriana's too strong. So they could just play. I feel like Oriana's been left up all the time.
أوريانا غادي تخسر غالبا. فاي. اوكي. تيم سيكريت يختار أوريانا. كيانا.
Is that a good? I don't know why we had to do the introduction with all of those things.
It's important.
Is it
important because you probably don't know I'm a Vi hater.
Okay, yes.
Pick B1 because a lot of the times they forget they picked Vi and there's just no fault. And it's just a naked
Kami.
And it's happened to Yike when he was in G2 so much that they pick this Vi and they forget about it.
And wasn't Yike not so good at the Vi and has since been better at it?
It was B1. That's what people say, oh Yike sucks on Vi.
Wait.
His win rate is fine.
But hang on a second. Does this mean Team Secret get... They could have had Camille Oriana. They've decided not to pick the Oriana just yet as the Jarvan was up and available. Histo obviously loves this champion. And what is Yehu going to do?
I kind of see a 6 follow-up right here.
تيم سيكريت الماتش الاول لعبوه برايز داكشي علاش بونس باناو رايز. كارمين كورب دابا.
There's a lot of... It's you really get to like fully insulate the box. With the cataclysm. Yeah, I don't know why I had
Jarvan.
But that'll work. Okay, the Leona going to be the answer to the Camille.
ليونا سيبورت عند كارمين كورب.
So Busio doesn't really like the Leona matchup, I guess, as far as the Camille is concerned, so we'll be taking that one into it. I wasn't expecting it to be picked this early, though. I feel like you could have kind of got away with leaving that one and then picking a little bit later in the draft. But Yehu, will it just be a bottom lane pick? Will he take something like the Ari instead?
Ziggs.
Take away of the Ziggs. I actually love this a lot as well.
Taking it away, especially since you've got Camille, Jarvan, there's just too many cages.
اوكي سيفير اديسي عند
You're gonna get caught, especially with the Ezreal being bound.
سيكريت تيم سيكريت.
Now the biggest elephant in the room is the Syndra and the Oriana.
Yeah.
They've both been completely ignored.
ايدي كيلعب سيفير ديجا لعب بزاف.
Over the past year, it's always been Yehu been picked for in the first 3, which hasn't necessarily been the best.
70% win rate ولكن
counter plenty of times, and that was where he couldn't follow up with Yike and give him
بون
that freedom.
ماشي هي
I like it here that Yehu has fallen
احسن
on
بيك عندي.
priority to potentially get a pick that he can get away from things like the Jarvan and the Camille.
Yeah, unless there's going to be some weird swaps, it does look like we've got bottom lanes and jungles locked in for both of our teams so far. The Mundo
بان اهري وبان موندو.
Just to try and dig into Pun's champion pool, which I think is going to be a difficult task, as this guy has played a whole bunch of different things. The one thing that I would say to Canna is don't blind pick Sion, because you will get setted and you will die. That is
a lot of times.
That's basically how it goes. Pun basically solo won that game. It was absolutely incredible, but I don't think they're going to walk into it as it has been shown so far. There is the Syndra ban, as you were mentioning before, one part of the Orb Lady duo. Let's see whether the other one is going to be taken off the board, as it is Team Secret that
اخر بان عند كارمين كورب. تيم سيكريت بانو ساندرا.
Yeah, I feel like it would be a deadly wombo combo because it's also Camille that can carry the ball.
Jarvan, Camille,
even deeper,
Orianna.
right?
Galio, Ban Galio and
They are
Carmen
not
Corp.
gifting here.
I mean, Jarvan, Camille, Galio is also ridiculous, but I think just play ballet dancer robot lady. It's probably what you should do.
AKA Orianna, that's what we've been talking about.
Yeah.
However, Akali is still...
Shogat.
Shogath was available.
Cassiopeia.
I actually like Orianna in the Cassio matchup though. So I
really don't.
Like I think I don't mind it.
كاسيوبيا لعبوا بيا بزاف هاد المرة.
He can really force Orianna off of the lane. We actually saw Yehu play a fantastic Cassiopeia into Canyon Syndra in that first match of the day.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Yehu's gonna choose to go with the Orianna right here, which
Nar.
works out really nicely with the Leona and the
Nar
Vi,
top.
but it's not necessarily the follow-up that I want to see. When you do have the Vi. Akali is kind of the champion that I want to see here because it's very elusive to the Camille and the Jarvan, and she can't slide into the backline to get to the Sivir.
Akali.
Right, Pun's playing with our hearts just a little bit here.
Nice.
After the Akali does come in. This is often banned actually when the Cassiopeia
Irgo.
get locked in.
Okay. Irgo contra Nar. Blan.
And it's been locked in. So we're playing Ergon. Pun, he's listened to me. And he's decided, you know what? I am just going to cook game one. And up into the Gnar. Like, this has been a good matchup. I think this is a matchup that I've watched Canna play into Kane back in the day, like a long time ago.
A more recent one, we had a conversation with Flounder and Whip on the podcast, and Whip was saying that he doesn't necessarily think that those niche picks are that valuable anymore because of Fearless. Once one champion is taken out the pool, then your counter pick goes out the window with it, right? Ergon was the one that he mentioned versus the Gnar. That it's a really great pick.
Yeah, it's a good matchup.
So I'm really excited to see how Pun is going to actually leverage the early game with that Ergon to try and create more pressure through the Jarvan. The more lanes you've got pushing, the more freedom you give to the Jarvan, and he loves early game. Level 2, level 3, he can regang. There's a bunch of immobile champions on the side of Casey as well that you can very easily punish.
Yeah, I do think I kind of like how both of these drafts are looking, to be honest. And I feel like we got our wish, right? It's Pun doing something a bit strange towards the top side of the map, but otherwise it's a lot of team fighting on the side of Team Secret. And Carmine Corp have really good picks, right? Like this is Canna on arguably one of his best champs of all time in the Gnar towards the top side. Yes, he's into a tough matchup, but if there's ever a champ that he'd be able to play against, you know, going upstream, if you will, it's going to be on that Gnar.
Fans del Carmen Corp.
Playing the Ziggs, this is his mage, the one mage that he has played, even if it was quite recently.
I'm excited for Yehu. I went through an entire year of seeing him gain picked Azir in the first 3 and getting counter-picked.
Don't worry, the year prior to that, I was doing the same thing.
The fact that they actually give him the Akali right here to be able to access the backline, I'm so happy that Casey did not forget that they B1 fight for Yike, and they've actually surrounded him really well with the Leona and the Akali diving forward, plus the Gnar, and then you've got artillery coming through with the Ziggs.
Yeah, I just think that if Eddie is actually able to get online though, this Sivir will become a very large problem. And Yike's gonna have to make sure he's got that smite button ready so that that spell shield doesn't sort of
Let's go. الماتش الأول في البيست اوف 3.
to game number 1 of this best of 3. If either team loses this game, they are not out just yet, but they are well and truly on the ropes. As Yahoo running out first. Let's see where this first blood is going to be drawn on the Rift.
Really important. Vi suffers level 1. And Jarvan is pretty happy to actually enter jungle around that level 2 mark when she has the flag and drag. So we'll see if he's just going to choose to play a little bit more aggressive. He did that in the top esports series at MSI. And right here, he's actually got some pretty strong lanes that they can pressure. Because if you look at bot lane, Ziggs needs a mana item before he can outpush Sivir. Cassiopeia with a couple good trades, you can outpush Akali, she's a melee champion early on. So I feel like this Jarvan's going to play a huge part in this early game.
Yeah, I do think that the lane states are going to be looking pretty good for Team Secret very early on. But I think if KC can play it safely, should be all right. And there might be some opportunities for Yike to get some stuff done early, given the pushing nature of the lanes out of Team Secret this time. Still, I think it's going to be a tough time unless Kliss just lands every bouncing bomb and Eddie just
اديلو بزاف.
very beginning of the lane.
So usually the way that we can break down sort of a mage versus an AD carry, I want to bring back the old mid lane meta, which was Syndra versus Lucian. They're pretty similar in terms of how they play the game and their spells.
استعمل البوشن ديالو.
AD auto attacker will always outpush because their auto attacks do more damage and they can actually push the wave without having to expend extra mana. And of course, with the ricochets from Sivir, that becomes even easier than with the Ziggs. So that's why we're saying Ziggs needs his mana item so that then he
الميد ديال تيم سيكريت لعب مزيان في هاد الايرلي جيم.
actual spells before Sivir can push the wave.
معذب اكالي في الاول.
Hitting minions as much as he possibly can. This lane does have a Camille in it though, and so I imagine that Eddie's probably going to be alone.
اوه
Quite a bit of this.
ايرغو ما مخليش ناري فارمي كاع.
And yeah, so there we go. Level 2, and he's out. There is Histo in his own jungle towards the top side, but it looks like BA is going to start the ganking a little bit earlier. Oh, okay.
كامي كيقلب على شي جانك هنا.
Yeah, BA is like, well, just going to leave. Honestly, it looks like you've got this one. As never mind. We're just going for a real.
كامي دخل مزيان.
In he comes, and even if they zone him away from these minions, it is
ما
still going
قدرش.
to be a lot of work because it looks like it's going to be a plate that they're going to opt into first. Hextech sweep, not a whole lot more is going to be coming out now as Busio makes his way up. He's still in position.
باش كوميتي.
Will actually get over here. Vision available for Yike as he does take down his blue buff. And now Volt breaks over, so good defensive play here from KC so far.
فاي غادي تمشي للسكوت اللي من التحت.
From the top side scuttle crab to the bot side scuttle crab, as the pressure from BA right here was fantastic.
هيستو غيحاول يغانكي هنايا في الميد. 3 في 1 3 في 2 ولكن ياك قريب بزاف. كيهو فيري لو ولكن ما قادرينش يدخلوا عليه حيت ما عندهمش فيجن في الاذر سايد من الماب.
It's actually so important for Akali to get her first item. That's when she truly becomes a champion.
كارمين كورب بادي الماتش معذبين الصراحه.
Reach other champions, and it's just so important for Yehu to hit every single creep. The fact that BA puts so much pressure in that mid lane, the fact that they're forced to boost you there is just heartbreaking for.
هنا كيكوميتي وتيم سيكريت واش غادي يقدروا يجيبوا شي كيل. بوسيو هرب فلاش اوت.
Now Flashless does have Hex Flash, so activating Hex Flash this early, I do very much like. But I'd probably still put it in the cons column.
You're a glass half full guy. You're like, hey, just burn both summons, but
I'm just a Hex Flash fan.
Okay.
I'm just a massive Hex Flash fan.
I will say though, that was a very successful sort of shadowing from Boosio right there. Overextends.
النار هنا بدا يرجع
sticks around. Camille does
في الفارم.
so much damage with Halo Blades early on. The TPs are gonna land in.
جوج ديال لي تي بي عندنا في الميد هنايا. كاين غانك في الميد ولكن ما غاديش يكوميتيو. هنا بغا يحاول يديناي هاد الباك ديال كاما.
Around the 10-minute mark, especially when you've got two roaming supports, the AD carriers get so bored that they actually go at it 1v1. And suddenly they show up at Dragon, on second Dragon, and they have no flashes.
باي كترومي بزاف.
You have no flash, you've been alone bot lane the whole time. Like,
شويه الفيجن
we just 1v1.
في التوب سايد ديال الجانجل. هنا غادي يشدو باي غالبا غتموت. غيشدوها ما تقدرش تهرب. اوكي فلاش اوت. بون هنا غيجي حاول يخلي ما يخليش باي بوحدها.
This next skirmish might be a little bit more difficult here for Team Secret, as Busio really has unlocked himself from the map in this game. This is what we've been wanting to see from him. Looks a lot more comfortable on the lead this time around.
بوس هنايا بوسيو توفى فيرست بلاد. دوماج. ما عرفتش علاش بقى تما صراحه هو اللي زير راسو في ديك البلاصه. هنا ما فهمتش شنو بغا يدير علاش شنو علاش. داخل وسط توب وميد وسيبور.
suspect a lot of people sharing that sentiment right now.
As if it wasn't hard
دوماج.
Okay, Busio back at it again though. There's possibly an angle towards Fury, but he has got a whole bunch of rocks in his inventory right now.
ماشي مشكل، يلا بدا الماتش.
He's been on a hike.
يقدروا يرجعوا. دراجون الاول طلع.
Yeah, he's been mining or something like that. Not entirely sure. I think I saw some.
جانجلرز بجوج ليفل 6 مازال حتى واحد ما قدر يدخل على مقرر يدخل على جانجلر على دريك. هنا جارفان دار الفيجن وارد دريك. باغي يحاول يغانك هنا ايرغو ولكن ايرغو يحاول يديناي الباك ديال كان ولكن ما قدرش. بوسيو كيباكي ايدي ما قدرش يحبس بوسيو من انه يرجع. بوسيو تيب توب سايد. هنا كان شويه اغريسيف، خدا شويه ديال دامج ديال تورت. هنا بوسيو غيلقى راسو وسط الجانجلر ولكن كان عنده الوقت الكافي انه يخرج. باي هنايا كان في الميد داير غيحاول يهجم ولكن اكالي هربات. داش اوت مزيانه. هنا ييك بدا الجروبز غيكون حيرو كونتيستي و تيم سيكريت وغياخدو جروب وحده. شويه البليت ديال الميد تورت الميد لاين ديال ميد لاينر ديال تيم سيكريت.
And it looks like they really have been able to slowly but surely add on to the initial advantage that they picked up after Punch gathered that first blood. Histo down here towards the bottom.
هيستو هنا غياخد سكوتل وغيبدا دريك. بوسيو غياخد لانفورماسيون ولكن هيستو غيرجع ما يكوميتيش. ما عندهمش افونتاج في اللينز لا الميد لا البوت دونك ما يقدرش يبدا دريك دابا. لي زاديسي صراحه لاعبين بوحدهم. السيبور غالبا كيلعبوا في التوب لين هذا الماتش هذا. هنا كنشوفوا لا دي سي ديال تيم سيكريت كيبوشي هارد. كاليست واش غيموت؟ كاليست ألتا ولكن توفى كاليست. ايدي كانت قريبه من انها توفى ولكن قدرت تجيب اول كيل ليها في هاد البارم لين. تيم سيكريت سلولي كياخذوا لافونتاج في هذا الماتش هذا. قربوا يوصلوا ل 2000 ديال الجولد ديفرنس ولكن مازال كارمين كورب يقدروا يرجعوا. هنا كارمين كورب غيبداو الدريك ييك غيبدا الدريك. ما عندهمش انفورماسيون ليكيب ديال تيم سيكريت على الدريك هذا دونك الا زرب ييك الا زرب يقدر ياخذ هاد الدريك هذا فور فري 100% غياخدو. هنا زيكس جاي يعاونو شويه و اتس دريك فور فري لعند تيم كارمين كورب. هنا الريبلاي ديال الكيل اللي كانت في البارم لاين عند تيم سيكريت. كان بوحده صراحه ما يقدر يدير والو في ديك اللقطه. هنايا كاين فايت في الميد لين. بوسيو غيحاول يبدا لونجاجمون دغيا رجع، ما كانش اوفر كوميتمنت من لا من جهته ولا من جهه اللعابه الاخرين ديال التيم ديالو. هنا كاين فايت على السكوت اللي في التوب سايد، يك كيشفرو. فايت واعر لكارمين كورب. هنا يقدروا ياخذوا الدبل كيل. ثلاثة الكيلز، 4 الكيلز وما مات حتى شي واحد فيهم. كارمين كورب تيم فايت خيالي، وكاع الافونتاج اللي كان ديال الجولد لا عند تيم سيكريت ردوه في هذا الفايت هذا. كارمين كورب 4 الكيلز في تيم فايت واحد وصفر ديت. جي كارمين كورب، برافو عليهم. هنايا نار فريمون دار خدمه واعره، عاون فايت تاخذ الكيل الاولى، من بعد هكا خدات الكيل الثانيه. دامج رهيب كيدير النار. اكالي خد الدبل، خد الجوج، خد الدبل كيل هنايا ونار خد الكيل الرابع. جي كارمين كورب. تيم فايت واحد ردهم الماتش بعد ما كانوا بديه ناقصه شويه. هنا اللعابه تقريبا سالاو الرول كويست ديالهم كاملين. اوكي هنا كاين فايت ما بين باي ويهو وكارمين كورب. بداو يسيطروا. اكالي مسيطر صراحه في هذا الماتش هذا. 700 ديال الجول ديفرنس بينه وبين كاسيوبيا. هنا كاين سويتش ديال الرولز. اللعابه ديال التوب لين هبطوا للبوط. ايرغو غادي مزيان في الفارم. عنده واحد لافونتاج قليل في الجولد بارابور النار. واخا نار جاب كيل وشي تريبل اسيست في ديك الفايت اللي داز. هنا كيكوميتيو على نار. ايرغو كيحط راسو بلاصه خايبه بزاف، غيتوفى. ايرغو توفى. دوماج. بدينا نشوفوا الفرق ما بين تيم سيكريت وكارمين كورب في تيم فايت. كارمين كورب واقفين مزيان وكيلعبوا مجموعين بطريقه واعره. هنا تيم سيكريت يقدروا ياخذوا ليونا. دريك الثاني باقي له اقل من دقيقه. ايرغو تيبي في الطوب غيدخل على نار. ايرغو واش يقدر يجيب هاد الكيل هادي؟ لا. نار متانكي مزيان. هادي ريبلاي ديال ايرغو فاش توفى. دخل حاول يكون حتى بجوج العشرين ومعاه، ولكن نار كان معاه كانت معاه ليونا اللي قريبه ليه وعاوناتو باش يجيب ديك الكيل. انا بوسيو ما كانش يقدر يهرب، دونك تيم سيكريت خداو الكيل تا هما. ولكن دابا غادي تيم سيكريت غادي يبداو دريك. واش غادي كونتيستيوه؟ غادي كونتيستيوهم كارمين كوربس. هنا يهو كيدخل. بوسيو جا يك خدا لا كان بعيد. تيم سيكريت هما اللي خداو دريك. برافو عليهم. ياك كان في التوب لين خدا الريفت وغادي يبوشي الميد لين دابا، غياخدو التورت الاولى اول تورت في الماتش، غيولي ياخد الريفت وغيزيد نيشان يبوشي الميد مزيان مع كاليست وصافي غادي يرجع بحالاتو. خداو بليت وغادي يرجعوا. هيكستيك دراجون هذا اللي غيجي دابا. ايرغو هنايا دخل نار، واش يقدر يقتل ايرغو؟ قتل ايرغو وجارفان هرب. كريزي ايرغو دامج وتانكينس ما يمكنش. برافو 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 الكانيا. توب لينر ديال كارمين كورب خدام مزيان صراحه من غير الA D C، ويمكن حتى السيبورت الصراحه شويه في الاول بدا عيان ولكن بدا يرجع. لعبة كارمين كورب كاملين مسيطرين على الماتش ديالهم.
So they're trying to engage on this Mega now over and over to see if any of them stick. If it doesn't, they'll stop eventually.
Trying to build up the sample size.
That's right.
I don't like that. I like small sample sizes personally.
هنا كارمين كورب كانوا كيحاولوا انفيديو، خداو الباف ديال تيم سيكريت. هذا الفايت اللي كان بين النار و ايرغو. جارفان ما عنده لا دامج لا تانكينس لا والو، كان يوزلس الصراحه في ديك الفايت.
Again, those champions, the Gunblade we mentioned, the Trinity Force for the Nara as well, those two champions become so strong on that one item power slide.
Okay, see, still a little bit of work to do as the 2.6k gold lead.
كامي هنا كدير شويه الفيجن وكتباكي. لا ما باكاتش، رجعت. كارمين كورب يك كيحاول انفيدي عاوتاني وكيشفر. لا ما شفرش الريد، قدروا ياخذوها تيم سيكريت. وهنا كاين انفيد حيت العشران ديال ياك كيجيو يعاونوه. غادي فارمي التوب سايد ديال الجانجل.
Pushing mid wave at the same time. Yehu is catching both sides of the map as well. There is not necessarily a neutral objective they have to prepare for at this point. So they're literally just pressuring those waves, having TS to respond at every single one of them. And this time, now that they've got their resets through, now that Ziggs is back on the map with 2 items completed and the Shadow Flame, this is where Busio walks in a little bit more aggressively to set vision behind enemy lines for the next struggle that's coming up in about a minute.
البارون غيطلع دابا. دراجون الثالث باقا له دقيقة. انا كنشوفوا المومنتوم ديال الماتش جولد ديفرنس كان عند تيم سيكريت حتى الدقيقة 11 تقريبا، فين تيم فايت واحد قدر يبدل الماتش كامل. ياك مازال كينفيدي في الجانجل ديال هيستو، خدالو الدجاج.
Team Secret fans. Okay. This Sivir is almost 3 items. That's when the clock starts ticking. You give 3 items to Sivir, I feel like Jarvan's kind of tanky, you know, he's got the Black Cleaver in there, same for the Urgot. If these 2 guys live long enough, you got low CC from Cassiopeia and
كارمين كورب قدروا ياخذوا التورت ديال البوت لين. دابا عندهم 3 ديال التورت. تيم سيكريت مازال ما عندهم حتى شي تورت، هما قرابين ياخذوا حتى شي تورت صراحة. اكالي مبوشي بزاف في البوت لين وتقدر تاخذ التورت الثانيه كاع. دابا عاد كاسيوبيا رجعات، ولكن رجعت معطله بزاف لحقاش التورت الثانيه ما بقالاش بزاف وطيح حتى هي. كارمين كورب قدروا ياخذوا الدريك الثاني، ما كانش حتى شي كونتيست من جهه تيم سيكريت. بوسيو كيكريري الفيجن ديال تيم سيكريت من جهه البارون. بوسيو داير ماتش واعر صراحه، واخا بداه فريه قدر يريكوبيري مع الوقت. هنا الجنجلر ديال كارمين كورب مازال ما بغى انفيدي ويشفر شويه ديال الفارم الهيستو، ولكن هيستو مع 10 دابا ياك ما قدر يدير والو. ودابا لافونتاج الجولد عند كارمين كورب في كاع اللينز بدون استثناء، ديال قدر يرجع شويه ديال الجولد لمصلحته، ولكن اللينز الاخرين مدمرين فيهم صراحه تيم سيكريت. ياك ياخذ البلو ديال تيم سيكريت. هنا كاين تيم فايت، بوسيو مع يهو، ولكن خسروا الاول وخسروا الثاني. دبل كيل هنايا التيم سيكريت. برافو تيم سيكريت، تيم فايت زويونه. هنايا كان نار كيبوشي على ايرغو، واش يقدر يشدو؟ هنا كامي غتهبط تعاون ايرغو. برافو كامي جات في الوقت. تيم سيكريت حاولوا يبداو البارون، ولكن كونتيستاوهم كارمين كورب وهيزتو هرب 1 اتش بي. هيزتو خاصو يهرب ضروري، ولكن هنا جاو عشرانو. كارمين كورب هنا يدخلوا في تيم فايت كونتر ايرغو وكامي. كامي كترجع وان شوت غادي تباكي. كريزي ايرغو شوت داون على الفاي. كاسيوبيا غتزيد تبوشي. بوسيو داون. سيفيرجي جابت الكيل على ليونا وغادي ياخذوا البارون. تيم سيكريت يقدروا يرجعوا في الماتش دابا من بعد التيم فايت الخياليه. كان كيحاول يبقى هنايا باش ياخذ الانفورماسيون على البارون، ولكن حصلوه غادي توفى غالبا. الجنجلر ديال كارمين كورب ميت، والبارون خداوه تيم سيكريت. لافونتاج الجولد هبط ل1000. الماتش ولا كومبيتيتيف بزاف. لافونتاج الجولد هبط ل 800 جولد فقط. ايدي 4 الكيلز، بون 3 الكيلز. صراحه تيم فايت واحد اخر قلب الماتش عاوتاني. هنا كامي هي اللي كانت سكويشي قدرت تهرب، وبون خدا الغولي مع ايدي وكاسيوبيا. ايزي كيل الايدي. كان هنا كنحاول يبقى باش يشفر البارون ولا ياخذ او موان لافو، مي ايرغو وكامي ما خلاوهش. برافو تيم سيكريت، خرجوا من الفايت بلا ما يخسروا حتى شي شامبيون، ودابا غادي ياخذوا الدريك الثاني ديالهم وغادي يتعادلوا في الدريكس. بون هنا كيبوشي كونتر النار، نار واش غيهرب ولا غيبقى؟ غيحاول يفارمي الويف ويرجع بحالته. اوه هنا تيم سيكريت غادي يخسروا ايدي، دوماج، ولكن غيقدروا يتريديو وغياخدوا اكالي. باي واش غتموت كامي؟ كامي وان شوت، كامي وان شوت، هربت عاوتاني. كريزي كريزي كريزي، كامي ديما كتهرب وان شوت. برافو 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 تيم سيكريت. كارمين كورب في وضعية صراحة صعيبة بعد ما كانوا مسيطرين على الماتش كامل. تيم سيكريت قدروا يرجعوا للماتش بتيم فايت واحد، والبارون عاونهم بزاف من بعد. هنا ما يمكنش كيفاش هربات كامي وان شوت، وإيرغو قدر ياخذ دبل كيل. إيرغو لعب ماتش خيالي صراحة. إيرغو زنيكي في الجانجل ديال تيم ادفيرسير، تورت الاولى ديال تيم سيكريت في هذا الماتش هذا في الميد، لا التورت الثالثة ام سوري. كارمين كورب خداو تورت بجوج ديال الميد والطوب والبوت، هما افونسين في التورت ديال الانهاب اللي في الطوب. إيرغو لعب ماتش خيالي الصراحة، واخا هكاك حتى كان لعب مزيان، مازال ما مات حتى شي مرة. كامي ما تقدرش تهرب هاد المرة، كامي ما غاديش تقدر هاد المرة. غامرات فاش دخلات للجانجل وهي ما عندهاش الفيجن، كانت كيتسناها، كانت انا عندهم فيجن في ديك السايد ديال الجانجل كاملة. كان لاعب ماتش نقي واخا هكاك، 3 الكيز 4 الاسيست والصفر دات. هنا نشوفو تيم سيكريت يمكن باغيين يديرو هنايا شي تيم فايت، اي بروتيكتيو بالريد باف ديالهم غادي ياخدوها. كارمين كورب ما غاديش كوميتيو، كانوا كيتمناو يبدا شي تيم فايت حيت كان عندهم المين ادفانتاج، ولكن تيم سيكريت لعبوها سيف، خداو الفارم ورجعوا بحالهم. كان كياخد ترينيتي فورس دابا. اوه كريزي ياك غواردين انجل عاونات كارمين كورب بزاف في هذا الفايت هذا. قدروا يقتلوا سيفير وما يخسروا حتى شي واحد من التيم ديالهم. برافو عليهم كارمين كورب، واخا خسروا ديك الفايت بقاو في الماتش. هنا كما شفتوا ياك كيخسر اللايف الاولى ديالو، وفي البلاصه جات رينفورسمنت من عند عشرانو، كيل الاولى والثانيه هربات بون اتش بي عاوتاني. كامي ديما كتهرب بون اتش بي. الجمهور ديال كارمين كارب كيشجعوا الفرقه ديالهم.
of this game.
صراحة ماتش رائع.
An absolute monster. He has a cool hat now completed, but Kalist,
ما تقدرش تعرف كاع شكون اللي غيربح.
I mean, this Ziggs is just kind of artillery fire now.
البارون طلع، الدراجون بقى له 20 ثانية، وهذا السول بوينت. تيم سيكريت هنا غيبداو البارون بهم 5 على البارون. كارمين كورب في خبارهم هذا البلان هذا، وغادي يجيو غيدخلوا غيكونتيستيو بعد بزاف على البارون، ولكن جارفان خدا البارون. جارفان خدا البارون، تيم سيكريت خداو البارون الثاني ديالو، ولكن كارمين كورب قتلوا الفرقة كاملة. ايس الكارمين كورب. برافو عليهم، خسروا البارون ولكن غير ربحوا الماتش. جي جي، برافو كارمين كورب. بارون فور نكسس، فيري جود تريد، برافو عليهم. برافو الصراحه الفريق بجوج لعبوا ماتش رائع. هذا يمكن احسن ماتش شفناه هذا النهار هذا. كريزي ماتش مع التوب لينرز بجوج بصراحه، وسيرتو نار اللي خرج به فلولس. ما كان حتى شي كيل، ما كان حتى شي ديت عنده زعما. برافو 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 كارمين كور.
coordinated when it came to MSI. And when you're playing a composition where you kind of all need to push your buttons at the same time, it needs a certain type of coordination, and they brought it here versus Team Secret.
That is enough from us. Let's throw it over to the stage.
برافو حتى تيم سيكريت صراحة. في واحد الوقيته كانوا خارجين بزاف من الماتش ولكن قدروا يرجعوا.
Exclamation point, and it ends in French as KC take 1-0 after a fantastic mid-game here by Team Secret.
That was an explosive end in many ways, but that was a pretty close game throughout it. I feel like Team Secret put up a good fight, but ultimately KC really bringing it together and utilizing this Ziggs so much damage. I think Kana as well on the had some fantastic moments in this game.
I think initially Team Secret had a similar idea in the MSI as well, because I think Poon is the player who loves to pick some pocket picks on the top side, and this time around he picked the Orgot into Nar, but Kana be able to have insane moments just like that, and I think that kind of stopped the Team Secret from the snowball.
And again we saw
كاليست صراحة دمج خيالي. العدسة ديال تيم سيكريت كان مغيب. باش تربح جوج البارونز وتخسر الماتش صراحة قاصحة شوية، ولكن برافو عليهم. المومنتوم كان عند كارمين كورب في 10 دقائق الأولى، من بعد رجع عند كاسي. واخا هكا كارمين كورب قدر يساليو الماتش ويربح. برافو كارمين كورب.
And it's a pick that has a high bar for execution. Even though the pick has an insane level of potential, we're seeing a lot of our pros struggle and just kind of get exploded in these fights.
All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights here, and we start over at the Grubs early on in this one, and this felt like the highlight moment. We're like, okay, job's done here as Kana gets his big moment in front of the crowd.
I think it was really great focus on the Jarvan and reposition by Kana here. He takes the pit, and I think when he gets the Meganar here and lands a big ulti on 2 targets and chain CC there, it was just complete a 1v9 moment right there.
Such a tight window. He nearly went down but gets it just in time, and then here flashing away from the Camille stun, BA doesn't get a chance to finish him off. Not the first amazing moment from Kana this game, but not the last either.
No, definitely not, but you're thinking there it's done, but Team Secret showing some resilience, finding ways to bounce back in this one, and then they take the Baron here. It was like a pick into all of a sudden KC starting to panic.
I feel like we've seen teams so many times play in these really aggressive positions in the enemy jungle, and it feels initially good because you have that big
اوه سربرايز واعره في الماتش الاخر. مكوي كونتر القام. قام رابحين 6000 جولد ادفانتج عند قام. والمكوي واخا عندهم السول خاسرين الماتش لحد الان. قام كانوا خذوا البارون وبوشاو بزاف. دابا بقى ثلث واحد النكسس. سربريز هادي.
They've just gone too far. Yeah, that's it. You can see Jojo was so comfortable sitting there with 4 or 5 members trying to do damage. But now we're back in.
هنا كاين إلدر دراجون. يمكن هذا الفايت ديال الماتش. كريزي مكوي. يقدروا يجيبوا 2 الكيلز هنا. غيجيبوا 3 الكيلز. غيجيبوا 4 الكيلز. غيجيبوا الايس. غيجيبوا الايس مكوي وغيرجعوا للماتش وغادي يربحوا الماتش. واو 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 خاسرين 6000 ديال الجولد ادفانتج واخا هكا غادي يربحوا الماتش. جي جي برافو المكوي. مبقاش الوقت اللي عند كاع باش يرجعوا يدافعوا على النكسس ديالهم. ايزي ايزي نكسس فور امكوي. ماتشات اسطوريه تفرجنا فيهم.
The Baron take was good, the Goldie was good from Gun, but the Mountain Soul difference, the extended fight difference just proved to be a step too much. And that is on the
نرجعوا الستريم ديالنا.
Still alive, but only by a thread. Let's see if they're able to bounce back after this short piece of content. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup 2026 presenting League of Legends.
To give us a bit of a rundown in terms. And the lovely Glitter joining me today to give us a bit. What is going on over here?
Yeah,
besides
okay.
the drums.
Right, besides the drums, we've got some crazy crowds up there on the Superfan area. However, we have Free Fire starting off now for week 2. This is how it's going to work. We have 2 groups of 12 teams. They're both going to be playing 2 series of 6 matches, 1 series per day. Okay, so now we're in day 1. We've only made it through 1 series so far. What does this mean for Club Championship? How does this all tie in? Well, of course, in the first series, we already have Falcons playing. They're done and dusted. Now, in order to survive all the way through to finals, you need to end up in the top 4 after the 2 group stage days. Falcons ended up in 6th place after today. So not great, but not too shabby either. Totally doable to get into that top 4 after their series tomorrow. But another team we need to look out for is AGAL. They ended up in 3rd after their first series today, so they're already in a very comfortable spot heading into tomorrow, which could then set them up well for some CC points. But Falcons are one of the top teams. They won in 2024, and you know they want to do it again here in 2026 after missing out in 2025. So that's what we've got going on here so far.
That's a lot on the line for the side of Falcons when it comes to the club championship points. Excited to see how it plays out for AJL because we got them competing on our stage as well for the STC. They've had a banger first best of 1, so we'll see how the rest of the day is going to play out. That's it from us. Bye. the B stage, our lovely casters Logan and Pike are joining us to give us a little bit of an update in terms of what has happened over here.
We've had some pretty hectic games, if I'm going to be honest. Like, there have been some pretty spicy. The last game we just had, JDG just absolutely blew Lion out of the water. But it was, every game so far has been nail-biting, close. Everyone's hungry for those wins, and it's just really good to see really big competitors here at EWC.
Yeah, absolutely, and the energy of the crowd has been phenomenal. It's been really driving us all, and we had the fortune of having Tyler One join us on the cast as well with Lion, so that was pretty hype. These games have been great, Ginny.
Are there any teams that particularly maybe took you by surprise that you didn't expect to perform the way they have today?
Ooh, that's a tough one. We were kind of expecting Lion to perform very, very well off the back of their MSI run into JDG, but unfortunately they went down against them, same as they did at First Stand in 2026. What about you?
Yeah, that was the series. JDG just came out. It was probably the most dominant performance we've seen all day long. So a team that didn't get to really any internationals so far coming to EWC and showing up how they did, incredible.
Yeah, it's kind of great to see them play off of the momentum from that qualifier that they had over for the LPL. That's it from us over here at the B stage. I hope you guys enjoyed that update, and we'll see you around.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for game number 2. Team Secret are on the ropes. And unfortunately, it is not a secret. It's actually quite obvious that they need to win 2 games to keep themselves alive here at EWC. And KC, just 1 win away from staying like an extra day at least. And losing the home team heroes day 1 would be absolutely heartbreaking, but it'd also be heartbreaking to lose Pun, because he's really fun. You know, he picks Urgot, he picks Volibear, he picks Set. I think that it's just going to be heartbreak no matter what.
دابا غادي يبداو الدرافت ديال الماتش الثاني.
Perhaps in games 2 and 3, the Urgot looked really good.
It did.
Got that first extra kill, and then
كارمين
snowballed
كورب
from there. I want to say
يربحوا ماتش واحد
pulling it back together.
ويتأهلوا الفينال ديال الجروب ستيج.
Pulled the trigger, called the target, and ever since that, they just looked way more cohesive. They were playing as a unit. Bucio was a lot more connected with Gaik in the jungle for the 1-2 and the CC, and it just looked great from there on out. I feel like they really needed that win coming off of what happened on MSI.
I would agree, and especially coming off what happened in that best of 1 against Gen G as well, where things kind of were okay, and then they were really not okay a lot after that. But Gen G are obviously the EWC winners of last year, and it is a tough ask to take them down on day 1. And they should be the favorites of the group as well. But KC, I think probably looking like a pretty solid number 2, especially if they're able to put another win on the board here up against Team Secret. The problem is, this team can definitely throw some curveballs, and we'll see whether they've got some more of them ready for us as we get ready to get into the draft for the second game of this series. I think Dire probably needs to get it together though, because I feel like the way they played around Yehu, hitting that first item was beautiful out of KC, and then Dire just built no damage at all, and then nothing really happened.
I don't mind that, because he was buying time for Eddie to be able to hit on that saver. I felt like Eddie getting caught twice at very pivotal points was what completely opened up the game for KC. I'm not the biggest fan of just like having more tanky items on Cassiopeia. However, in that one, I don't particularly mind. The more time you build for Sivir, the better it will be. The more you survive, the more the Sivir is going to hit. My question mark here is, what's going to happen to the Orianna?
Ooh, that's a good
both
point.
teams completely ignored it throughout the entirety of game 1, and it wasn't even banned.
Well, let's see whether it gets banned away this time around, as the Ezreal continuing to be taken away from Kalist, and the Olaf and the Nocturne. The Olaf ban is an interesting one, and that means that the Jace ban will come on through.
Okay.
Pun did
ودير بان نوكترن بان جيس وإزرائيل.
Yep, and it's a pretty good matchup into the Jace at the same time, so maybe showed their hand just a little.
I think KC are going for Ashe Seraphine. Where Olaf is fantastic into. It's their bread and butter. One of Boostio's best champions as well from recent years.
Listen ban.
And Kalista is more than happy to pilot things like the Ashe, and it will give them a lot more time to scale into the game. Shinzao, another one of those
Rumble
champions
ban.
really loves to play. So I'm wondering if here's is going to be like a straight up B1 Seraphine.
We'll see whether they do lock that one down. We have seen Seraphine being used in a lot of different ways.
Look who's there.
Instead, the Orianna has been discovered here in game number 2 and will be instantly locked in. I think Orianna with the Xin Zhao Ashe Seraphine could be an option, but Pun, I mean, his Mundo did get banned in the last one, but he's just cycling through a bunch of different picks until he probably doesn't lock away his own champion.
They're too normy, these picks.
That's what I would assume. As yeah, there is a Victor being considered. Victor versus Orianna. Oh, the classic.
All right, put on your seatbelt.
Victor.
I think we're going for a long game. We're scaling already.
بيك فيكتور وبيك أوريانا.
Video games to be coming on
أول ماتش وقيلا يلعبوا فيكتور هذا النهار. ما باليش في الدرافتس الآخرين. نوتيلوس سيبورت ديال سيكريت في هذا الماتش هذا.
Seraphine, because Nautilus is really good. You hit a Q, you pretty much force a flash or you get a kill. So I wonder if now Kalista and Boostio have a different angle towards that bot lane. You could potentially go from something like even a Zaya, which is really good into this. His Ezreal, of course, is permabanned, or even if they want to look towards a
Trundle.
lane, perhaps. But it is going to be a priority.
كارمين كورب باي بيكي وترندل.
Trundle, which I'm not going to lie, after the previous game, I do not want to see it bot lane again.
Yeah, no, I don't think that is going to be the case. A little bit of, a little bit of a shout out to DK, who didn't exactly have the greatest of times in that particular match. But Yahoo, see what he's going to be locking in for. Probably Canner at this stage, unless they do want to grab something else. But instead, it will be that Renekton. Renekton Trundle can really bully a top lane. We'll see what Pun is going to be doing.
Renekton top.
To round out the bottom side.
Trundle maybe jungler.
And it looks like it will be the jungle angle.
Nafiri.
Nafiri is going to be
Nafiri pick Team Secret.
Here on the side of Team Secret is going to be a real difficulty. The problem is the Trundle is being picked face up very, very early in this draft, so subjugate value might just be protected here.
Yeah, I really like the Nafiri into the Trundle as well. You get a pretty free matchup right here to farm around the Trundle, and especially the less amount of champions that you have that the pillar is useful into, the better for the side of Team Secret. Reminder that KC is 1-0 up, so they really need this
Caitlyn ban.
alive in this tournament. And they've still yet to lock in something for that top lane. I'm expecting that the R4 that's going to come through for Team Secret right here is going to be an answer into the Renekton. Of course, with the Gnar off the picture, things like the Jax potentially could rise into priority for Pun.
Yeah, saving counterpick for Eddie would be a crazy one. And we are going to see the first ban of the second round here for KC. We'll see what they're going to be attacking. I wouldn't mind a volley ban, something like that.
كارمين كورب يبانيو بموندو عاوتاني.
Into the Renekton. You guys were watching MSI. There was a certain guy called Zeus who did some things on the Mundo in a game 5, and it was kind of ridiculous.
He was pretty immovable.
He was pretty good. With his barcode health bar, it was just extraordinarily large. So Pun not going to have an opportunity to do that.
And it's great because Mundar banks up HP. That's his thing.
He does.
But Trundle doesn't necessarily do too much to him.
And do you know who else does that?
Seraphine.
But they have an opportunity to
Secret ban of Seraphine.
Seraphine also going to be removed.
I think we might be looking for something like a Lucian Nami lane for KC. I know that playing Nami is kind of scary into the Nautilus.
Lucian Milio, the normal one.
Lucian Milio, yeah, Milio also pretty scary played into the Nautilus. I feel like with Nautilus locked in so early for BA, again, he was one of the game changers in that top esports game in MSI when he was playing that Nautilus. It was played with Senna in that particular one, and it would make sense if they could lock in a tank from some of Team Secret to play it again with Senna. So I'm actually expecting to see here top lane and then keep that R5 potentially for AD carry.
Let's see exactly where Eddie is going to go, whether he's picking for himself or picking for Pun. Volley Bear, still there. I'm still thinking about it. Could also go for like his set from before, but it's not the Scion matchup that he does really, really like it into.
Volley Bear.
They will lock that one in.
بوني يلعب بفوليبول.
That we get to see this, even if Team
فوليبول
Secret
رنكتون.
leave the tournament here. At least we go out with the Yorick Bernison there towards the top side of the map. Shout out to Philip Pullman.
Here is KC locking in their bot lane. What do they want to play here? Zyra Khan, always an option if they want to play it more safe. Something like a Lucian lane could also work.
Yep, getting a bit of a ball carrier here with the Rel could be an option, and that is what they're going to lock in. And now what is Kalista going to be playing alongside it?
Oh, the Shock Storm.
Yeah. The Magnet Wave.
Magnet Wave.
Yeah. Well, Busio is always going to hover vein.
Cover, yeah.
So it caught me off guard the whole tournament because it was banned a lot. You know, this is a good champion.
You could go with Jhin right here and not necessarily have too much damage on the team.
Don't will it into existence.
But it actually sets up really nicely for wombo combos when you can open a curtain and then you get Rel moving forward with the ball. So I don't mind.
اوكي جن ريل الكارمين كور.
I don't like Jhin very much. I'm just not a fan. Even though 4's my favorite.
متمكن شويه في الماتش كارمين كور.
And I still just don't really like Jhin.
ريل رنكتون ترندل.
Feels like a bit of a freebie lane.
Can I say that? Because I called him Jackie Love in the previous one. Now he looks in the Kaisa.
But isn't that Gala's
Let's see
thing?
what skin he's gonna come in with. Well, one has a skin, one doesn't.
Yeah, that's
Kaisa.
Jackie's one's pretty good, but now it is time to throw it over to
Kaisa
Meadow
Nautilus.
to take us through the draft.
بلان. مويتش.
Il n'y a pas besoin de le présenter, évidemment. Le CEO de la Carmine. Kamel, moi je voulais te demander, je sais qu'il y a une grosse histoire au niveau
Kameto.
du draft et des fans cassés. Donc moi je voulais savoir ce que t'en penses. La reine de Calice, tout ça, ça nous inspire?
En vrai, la draft d'avant, j'aimais pas, on a gagné. Donc là, j'aime pas trop non plus, mais je pense qu'on va gagner, donc ça le fait. Et en plus, grâce à eux, nos joueurs se jouent encore mieux.
Exactement, not a huge fan of the previous draft yet. We won, so I'm not commenting too much, but the players are surely going to win thanks to our fans right there. Et deuxième question, je le sais, ton objectif de devenir la meilleure équipe du monde, qu'est-ce qui va faire que vous allez gagner cette game 2 et un jour devenir la meilleure team du monde?
Bah, sans les supporters, il n'y a pas de club, donc c'est grâce aux supporters qu'on va le faire un jour, les gars. Merci comme d'habitude de supporter le club, de nous soutenir, même dès que ça se passe mal. Et vous êtes toujours là. Le Blue Wall sera toujours là.
Merci, Blue Wall will always stand strong. Thank you so much. That's how we will finally manage one day to be the best team in the world. And let's get back to the game. Merci, Kamel.
All right, getting ready to get into the game. Thanks, Kumeto, for taking us through the draft there by saying basically it's going to be okay because we're the better team.
Doesn't want to jinx it. Want to jinx it. He didn't like the previous draft. I was a big fan, actually. I really like the Akali all-in.
I thought it was all right.
This draft kind of has sort of the same
It has Jhin,
idea.
so I don't like it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I really like Jhin when you go like a setup, right? Like Jhin open skirt and call. You go Rel Oriana. No.
Nah, it's kind of my thing.
But there's no tanks on the other side. Jhin is cool.
But like Volibear's pretty tanky. Tanky.
There's Trundle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but the Trundle does provide a little bit of an issue here. Plus also, you do have Trundle Jhin again.
مويتش هذا.
Did you like it? Yeah, did you like it the last time?
Okay, I didn't like it together in the bot lane.
But it's together.
على الله يكون بحال الماتش الاول.
Bot lane, I feel like Rel Jhin is a lot more dangerous in the bot lane.
ما يكونش وان سايدد.
But we are still waiting to get onto the Rift here for game number 2. I feel like Team Secret have a lot of comfort in this one. And so maybe they could bring us to that coveted game 3 and keep themselves alive here at least for one more game.
It's going to be a bloodbath. Both teams have a lot of engage.
Yep.
And they've got really great outcomes for team fights.
Wow. Here we are onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. We've loaded in. Carmine Corp very, very close to just winning this series. Only one more Nexus to take down. Team Secret, they could do it. And they do have a lot of potential with a draft like this, right? I really like the early lock-in of the Nautilus as well as BA. He was really good on this.
انفيد هنايا من ذا بوي نوتيليس ولكن ما قدروش يشدوا بوسيو. كاين بوز هنا.
Insane behavior from BA. Just walks in the jungle, cues whichever chump stands in front of him.
Yeah, I learned this.
His ward, leaves.
I learned this from Ox. It's the walk strategy. And the walk strategy has often been very, very
But you
good.
have to be confident when you're doing the walk.
Yeah.
They can't sense the fear that no one's behind you.
Absolutely.
You have to walk as if the whole team is right behind the Nautilus.
And they were, which is helpful.
Just 2 of them, but they didn't know.
Well, there was more than the people on KC at that point in time. And I don't know what this pause is about, but hopefully it is not something too disruptive.
Maybe it's the fly. There was a fly around.
That was a very cool camera as well. I'm going to have a look. See. Yeah, I can watch it coming down. Oh, that's really cool. All right. I can't see too much like referee support happening, so it means that something may not have completely broken. But hopefully it is all right. And hopefully it isn't an issue because those can take a little while longer. But we'll let you know when we find out exactly what's going on here.
That's a great drawing from Yahoo.
Very, very cute.
Cadril.
Cadril fan.
Less than 3.
There as well. And obviously all the Kometo fans are now like, yeah. I like how we like in the LCK we don't have boos. Like boos just don't happen.
You want to know something funny?
No? What? Yes.
There was a tournament where Faker shows up and KC fans boo.
Yeah.
And he looked so stunned. He's never heard that in his life.
Yeah, I thought that was very weird. I remember that tournament. That was the Red Bull tournament a while back.
We did not understand what was going on.
Neither did I. Is it just a thing? Do they just boo everyone else?
Yeah. MCOY actually invited it when they were walking on stage, and obviously
I saw
fans
that.
were
Yeah.
booing. They were like more, like fuel our hate, fuel it. This is what makes the rivalries, I guess.
I mean, it felt pretty personal after what happened yesterday. That certainly makes sense.
True.
Yeah, right?
Plus 1 point, yeah.
But still no word as to what's going on as far as what's happening on the stage. But you can see Kana trying to keep himself calm. Once again, going for a little bit of a reboot. Woke up there, so maybe that means the PC is back on again. Just have to find out, though. But did anything look weird in the beginning there? Obviously, you know, Busio didn't want to lose half of his health bar, but everything was kind of fine after that.
Yeah.
So
unless there was some interaction we didn't necessarily pick up from that rail, but it looked fine. He used his W, and that was it.
Looked quite normal to me.
Went down. They are talking.
Now talking.
So maybe that's a good sign that we're going to get in soon.
Yeah, hands are on mice, or mouses, because of course they are not the animal, and therefore it's mouses, right? The plural.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Very confusing. The English language.
Do you know what the plural of Gragas is?
Drag-eye?
No. Gragooses.
Gragooses.
Yeah.
Is that actually?
I made you say it. That's so cool. You're the first one who says it.
What do you mean?
1 Gragoosie, 2 Gragooses. With IES in the end, yeah.
But it's 1 Gragas.
No. It's fine.
But how is it the plural of Gragas if it's not Gragas to begin with? I don't understand. I like Grag-eye.
You're trying to understand.
What else would I do? We're in a pause. There's nothing else to do.
All right, I'll explain after.
Okay, wait, what? Explain now. Everyone needs to know.
All right, it just sounds funny. It's like Gragoosie.
Ah. But
1 Gragoosie, 2 Gragoosies. That sounds funny.
I still don't understand the 1 Gragoosey thing because
people do that for all champions. They just add the ending word.
Ah, okay. That still doesn't make sense, but I wanted to sound like I understood, even if I didn't.
I'll keep the round after.
It's like Nexuses, though. Like, is it Nexuses or is it Nexi?
I don't know, man. Nexuses sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, right? But they like, so does Nexi, though. It's a bit of a vibe. Why is there a carrier fan in this series?
Kana, over.
Wow, yeah, that is a lot of overs. And that guy likes Kalista and Kana.
There is a lot of Kana love.
Yeah. I mean, he's a pretty good player. Been around for quite some time as well. Had some disappointing times in the LCK, but then left, went over to the LEC and found a whole bunch of success. I think it's a pretty cool story, you know?
I feel like he's also been very open ever since he came to KC, and he talks about the struggles and everything that KC has helped him with, and how grateful he is that he's able to play with his team, play an international tournament again, and how much they're trying for the team. So big props to Kana for being vulnerable and letting it out there. I feel like it's really cool seeing the human side a lot of the times from the players.
Yeah. And also, like, the inclusion of Yehu in this squad is something that I wasn't necessarily expecting to go
he's
well.
Crazy.
Right? Because he's been really good over in the LEC. And
He's more Western than Korean, I'll tell you that much.
I know, he's really embraced the vibes. Absolutely. But when he was on DRX, I mean, he was trading places a lot of the time. He didn't really come on in until they were already sort of stuck in the Rise group, the more recent time anyway. I don't know whether that sign is necessarily correct.
Over.
That's a lot of overs. Maybe they cancel each
تعطلوا
other
علينا.
as you continue. And that's why he remains the GOAT. I'm not entirely
الماتش الثاني بدا.
but still. Yeah, who is
عندنا لكم الماتش الثاني على ما
story that I've really enjoyed watching.
على ما يبداو هذا.
Even when he came in to DRX, he was actually sort of saving that team.
And goes from Jojo for just a flash from Glory. Taki will get a little bit of a chunk there onto that turret, and Alvaro's going to try and prevent too much happening. They should just get that plate nonetheless. And of course, you also lost the Ghost on Kiaya, but honestly, it's a short enough.
Okay.
Don't care too much.
هنا عندنا النار ترندو.
Again, you went to proxy farm to give yourself that better reset time.
لا مش ترندو.
Miles away mid lane we look instead as Draktar.
Though Draktar needs to be pretty careful here because if you get caught on one wall, you don't have vulnerability. You will get
Poppy jungler. Whoa.
who can cancel out those pushes. It's
Poppy في jungle.
very tiresome, very
Rise.
sort of a thing to get through for the dogs. But now, have to see his Taki has to flash out. Nice little scatter does send them packing, and Jojo again incredibly low.
Taki is going to have to be earning that flash though, as you noted again. And Jungle Sports turning up mid. Feel like I've seen that once or twice in League of Legends history. Alvaro tries to go for a little bit of a joust there. Can't quite go full tilt though, and that'll be the end of that for now. Kiaya and
اوكي ارجعوا للماتش ديالنا نبدا. دوكا الميركور.
yet so far, which is a little bit of an unusual state of affairs for some of these teams. Some kind of means we're
Kaisa. As you can see, oh, there you go. Yep, that one.
Bit of an engagement here as we're trading aftershocks, but that is a lot of damage there from Eddie actually, as the hook is going to land. They turn their attention towards Kallis. Good crash down there on the right-hand side of your screen, but that is first blood going over as
Nice.
just explodes.
Crazy. First blood عند لا دي سي ديال تيم سيكريت. بوسيو عاوتاني بدا الماتش عيان. بروكسي فولي بيركي بروكسي. ريل فلاش ان.
So Busio at least retains his flash, but doesn't even activate.
هنا فولي بير دار بروكسي ورجع للبيس دغيا وشرا شويه الايتمز. دابا يكون عنده لافونتاج بارابور للرينيكتون.
Moving up, but I don't know whether he's taken this crab as Histo's over here as well. Level 2 to level 3, more buttons available for this Nautilus as they do manage to stun up Busio for now.
اوكي انا كاين تيم فايت على هاد السكوت هذا. باي كيدير فلاش اوت. كان من كرب خداو السكوتل. ياك يقدر ياخدو كيطلع مور السكوتل الثاني. نافير غيحاول يسبق وياخد السكوتل قبل ما يوصل له ياك. ما عندوش سمايت ياك دو توت فاسون.
Managed to get the crash down here, but Yehu is going to get zoned away by the gravity field. Really well placed there by Dire to make sure that the follow-up was not there. Oh, okay, a little bit of an animal battle. Bear versus Crocodile in the top.
هنا كان كيحاول يبوشي ويفايت مع بون ولكن خاصو يزير راسو.
Of all time, especially when he was in the jungle. He's just one of the more active junglers, but top lane, he's just so good into melee champions that like to burst, because his burst will always be better. His entire kit is just curated around taking short burst trades. He's got a stun, he's got damage output, he's got shields, he's got slows. This whole package is just so good for 1v1 in
وليبر هنا كيحاول يديلي الباك ديال رينيكتون.
So far, 10 CS in the lead as Kana does have to try and lick his wounds at least.
ديجا عنده تير اوف جادس كتعاونو في المانا. ودابا غادي يباكي. رينيكتون مازال ما باكا حتى شي مره. فوليبير ديجا هادي المره الثانيه اللي غيباكي فيها. كون بادي الماتش مخير. تيليبورتاو توب لينرز بجوج هنا. كان مشى شرا الايتمز تا هو وجا دغيا. هنا جين غيحاول يبوشي مع ريل زقل الابيليتي ديالو في ايدي وما قدرش يستونيه. كاين هنا واحد تريد بين بون وكانا. فوليبير صراحه مسيطر على اللين ديالو، عنده البريوريتي من يبدا الماتش. يقدر يفكر دابا عاوتاني يمشي يدير بروكسي، ولكن جو بونس كاين هنايا فايت في البوت لين. تيري في 4 كارمين كورب ما كوميتاوش حيتاش وي حتى تيم سيكريت عندهم الفورث بلاير في الجنجل. نافير يقدر تجيب كيل هنا ونوتيليس هو غيموت. ياك حاول ياخد الدبل كيل من بعد داك الفلاش، ولكن داير كان مبعد عليه. الالتي هنا ديال نافيري تزقلات.
Secret, they get to walk back in lane, grab the CS as well, push out that bot lane. So all good for the time being. Unfortunately, he had to burn his flash in this one, which makes him even more exposed to that rel level 6. Luckily for him, Bush is about 3 levels off of that.
هنا بوسيو غيحاول يغانكي كان، ولكن باي كان قريب بزاف وغادي يجيبوا دبل كيل. غالبا غيجيبوا دبل كيل. واو رينيكتون دمر فوليبير، ونافيري هنايا كتسيطر وكتجيب دبل كيل خرافيه. كنت كنقول راه غيجيبوا دبل كيل ديك الساعه، ولكن كان دمج خرافي هنا. دبل كيل مع النافيري. ترندل كان معطل. هنا كاليست غيطلع التوب لين. رينكتون غيهبط في البوت. كايسا غادي يطلع كايسا غادي الجروبز جو بونس غادي تحاول تعاون التيم ديالها في هاد الجروبز هادو. غادي يكون هنا شي فايت على هاد الجروبز هادو، ولكن كارمين كورب قرروا يخليوه لتيم سيكريت، ما كونتيستاوش الجروبز. هنا كاين فايت ما بين توب لينر ديال تيم سيكريت و ادي سي و سيبورت ديال كارمين كورب. كاليست مازال ما عندوش دامج. فوليبير متانكي. هنا كاليست غيحاول ياخذ البليت. خدا البليت الاولى ورجع بحالو. رينيكتون باقي في البوت لين. كايسه في البوت لين هي وناتويليس ما قادرينش يتعاملوا صراحه مع داك رينيكتون. فوليبير تزير في هاد اللقطه هادي. بوسيو ترندل يايك، وبوسيو دخل وسط التورت. قدروا جين قدر يقتل فوليبير، عاونوا ترندل وريل. ريل دخلت وسط التورت، خدت لها النص ديال الاتش بي ديالها، واخا هكا قدروا يجيبوا الكيل على فوليبير. هيستو كيحاول يشفر الفارم ديال يايك. يايك راه سميتو في الفارم متاخر شويه، كان كيغانكي بزاف. دريك مازال ما دخل عليه حتى شي واحد. نافيري لعب ماتش اسطوري. 3 الكيلز ديجا.
Fighting back and forth with the crocodile. Executioners has come through already, of course, from Kana. There's a lot of healing.
Oh, it's a big one.
Kid of Volibear, so a great early pickup, especially for their skirmishes and the 1v1 back and forths. And as we see on the screen, another
كارمين كورب كمل. يايك ديال الجنجلر ديال كارمين كورب كمل ترينيتي فورس. فايت هنا ما بين كانا وبان عاوتاني. فوليبير هنا كيحاول يدخل، ولكن بوسيو جايلو من اللور. ريل غادي تستونيلو فوليبير، وكان غيقدر يجيب الكيل على فوليبير. جي جي بوسيو، فيري جود غانك. وهنا تيم سيكريت غياخدو دريك. هنا غيكون غانك على الميد لينر ديال تيم سيكريت. بوسيو عاوتاني كيقدر يغانكي سكسسفولي في اللين ديال الميد، وخدا كيل هاد الساعه هادي. بوسيو الماتش الاول وهذا الماتش كذلك كيرومي بزاف. هيستو هنا يحاول يدخل على بوسيو، ولكن بوسيو غيهرب بسهوله.
The gold lead is not really much to speak of, right? 400 gold is not going to be too much of a problem. Still, I think that KC going to be happy taking this game later on, especially with that Orianna that will be scaling up. You can see exactly what they want to do with their team fight, right? And it is going to be working as this game goes on. But I am a little worried about Eddie, and as he gets more and more items, will this Kai'Sa be more valuable than the Jin?
كاليست ما قدرش يقيس نوتيلوس، ونوتيلوس غيباكي في الوقت المناسب.
She used to be the #1 quote-unquote ADC counter to things like Olaf, for example, because she runs forward, you just ult all the way back to
the leapfrog strategy.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like if they can manage to get some sort of CC onto the Jin and get the Kai'Sa over in the backline, that means you free the Kai'Sa from the pressure.
اوه هنا فايت مبنيه وداير. اوريانا كتهرب. نكشوف بلي الماتش شويه متكافئ، كاين افونتاج عند التوب لينر ديال كارمين كورب، الميد لينر وكذلك السيبور، وكاين الجانجلر والA D C ديال تيم سيكريت كيعادلوا هاد الافونتاج هذا. هنا ترندل كيتراجع مبغاش يكوميتي. هنا كيسا كتكليري الويف وكتباكي. كارمين كورب بداو الريفت، تيم سيكريت غادي كونتيستيو واقيلا غادي يدخلوا على الفايت. كارمين كورب تجمعوا بخمسه بهم هنايا غيبداو الفايت، ولافونتاج غيكون عند كارمين كورب حيت يقدروا يقتلوا نوتيلوس. واش غتكون شي دبل كيل؟ فوليبير كيفلاشي كي اولتي اوت، واش يقدر يهرب؟ ترندل كيدمجي بزاف ولكن بون متانكي وقدر يهرب. مازال تيم فايت كنشوفو كارمين كورب متفوقين بزاف على تيم سيكريت كيف ما كان الحال في الماتش الاول. هنا اولتي ديال نافيري ياك فلاش اوت عند كانا، يزدو فلاش حتى هو ولكن دخل في الحيط. هنا تيم سيكريت ما كانش عندهم فيجن كاع على الجنجل ديال كارمين كورب، داكشي علاش مشاو بجوج، ولكن كارمين كورب كانوا بربعه بهم تما. التي ديال جين هنا ما قدراتش تقتل فوليبير، ما عندوش الدمج الكافي. فوليبير متانكي شويه.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like when you're feeling behind the play like that, I think a bit of patience and then being at the play next time around would have been a better option. But sometimes you really can feel like you're just getting rushed and you have to make a play. You have to defend. And Team Secret are not one.
الدراجون الثاني غيطلع في هاد الوقيته هادي. تيم سيكريت قرابين له بزاف. الجانجلر خدا سكوتلو ولكن ما غاديش يكوميتي لهاد الدريك هذا، غادي يرجع. كارمين كورب كيكري له الفيجن اللي في الريفر، عنده فيجن على الريفر كامل، توب سايد والبارم سايد. تيم سيكريت ما كيشوفوا والو في الماب. هنا غيشدو هيزتو ولكن ما غيقدروش يكوميتيو في الفايت. هنا كاين تي بي ان غادي يعيق بها يايك. واش غادي يهرب ولا غادي يتشد؟ فوليبير غيشد بوسيو غيموت هنا، ما يقدرش يهرب مالوغوزمون. وتيم سيكريت غادي يكوميتيو الدريك وغياخدو الدريك الثاني. والتورت ديال البوت لين غادي تطيح غالبا في هاد الاوقات هادي. فيكتور قدر يطيح التورت ديال البوت لين. نافيري خدات الدريك الثاني. ياك قدر يشفر الدجاج لهيزتو.
Right, I feel like Fed Nafiri going to be incredibly excited about that one. Not to mention the Victor, who will be doing so much work with that buff if it does come in. So Team Secret still some work to do. Need to grab another couple of dragons. But this is a solid.
بوسيو هنا كيدخل بلا ما تكون عنده فيجن ولكن يقدر يهرب. الريفت كيحطو ترندل. كارمين كورب ما يقدروش ياخذوا التورت الاولى ولكن غتبقى لهم بليس وحده على التورت ديال الميد لين. كان هنا فايت مع بون، شكون غيربح؟ رينيكتون عنده الدامج. هنا بون كيحاول يهرب ولكن جا بوسي وكاليستا وما يعاونوا التوب لينر ديالو. بون فلاش اوت وما غاديش يقدروا يتبعوا. هنا مازال غيدخلوا يحاولوا يشدوا فوليبير ولكن فوليبير الكيو كيهرب. تيم سيكريت بوشاو الميد تاور، خداو التاور الاولى، لا مازال ما خداوهاش، ما قربوا ياخدوها، بقى لها جوج ديال البليت. كان من كورب هنا غياخدو التاور الثانيه في التوب لين. هيستو غياخد الريد باف ديال يايك، وغادي كليري الجنجل كامله تقريبا. بوسيو انا ما عندوش فيجن، ما غاديش يقدر يشد داير يقدر يهرب. تيم سيكريت ما عندهمش كاع الفيجن في الماب. كان من كورب مسيطرين على الماب كامله تقريبا، والتورت ديال البوت لين كتمشي. جين كيزيد يافونسي في البوت لين، كيشوف اللعابه الاخرين كاملين في الميد، غياخد الانيسياتيف وغيبوشي التورت الثانيه. تيم فايت واعر هنا عند كارمين كورب، ما خسروا حتى شي واحد، وفي نفس الوقت جين قدر ياخد التورت الاولى والنص ديال التورت الثانيه. تيم سيكريت بوشاو التوب لين بفوليبير، ولكن فوليبير مازال ما قدر ياخد حتى تورت، وديجا خسر جوج ديال التورت ديالو اللي في التوب لين.
It does feel like Team Secret is biding their time for something, and I'm trying to work out what that is.
مازال حتى شي حد
You know, they do have a lot of damage moving into the late stage.
ماخذ الانيسياتيف انه يبدا البارون. دريك ثالث، باقا له دقيقه. واش تيم سيكريت غيلعبوا على دريك بوينت ويخليو البارون لكارمين كورب؟ كارمين كورب واش غيخليو الدريك هذا ويغامروا السول بوينت، ولا غادي يفايتيو عليه؟ تيم سيكريت هنايا واخدين لا بوزيسيون ديال البارون. هنا كارمين كورب كيبداو الفايت. تريدز بدون اي كيل ولا شي دامج اللي كونسيديرابل. هنا كارمين كورب كيبريباريو الدريك ديالهم مزيان، و جوبونس غياخدو فري دريك دابا، ولكن ما خصهمش يخليو الميد لاين، ما خصهمش يخليو البارون سيرتو، حيت هذا نقدر نقول بان دراغون غير مهم بزاف لسيكريت. ديجا عندهم جوج ديال دريكس. كارمين كورب خداو الفيرست كيل هنا. فولبير كي اولتي، واش غيقدر يجيب شي كيل؟ ما يقدرش. ريل كتموت. كايسا جابت كيل. تيم سيكريت ما يقدروش ياخذوا الدريك، فري دريك الكارمين كورب. هنا تيم سيكريت داو الفايت مع كاليست، ولكن ييك وبوسيو كانوا ريدي لهاد الفايت هذا. غادي يقدروا يقتلوا نافيري، وغيقدروا يقتلوا نوتيلوس. في المقابل غيخسروا ريل، ولكن ماشي مشكل حيتاش هادشي غيعاونهم باش ياخذوا الدريك ويحرموا تيم سيكريت من السول بوينت. تيم سيكريت قدروا ياخذوا التورت ديال الميد لين، ولكن مازال معطلين، مازال معطلين في التوب لين بالخصوص، وفي البوت لين كذلك. فيري جود تيم فايت مع كارمين كورب هنايا. كان غيحاول يدخل عند بن ما شافش هيزتو، ولكن يقدر انه يهرب بسهولة. هنا كاين بوش وغانك في الميد، جوج ديال البليتس مشاو في الميد. كارمين كورب كيقربوا اكثر واكثر للانهبس. واش كارمين كورب يبداو البارون، ياخذوا السكوتل، يكليريو شويه الفيجن، ولكن ما غاديش يونجاجيو. يستو هنا غيحاول يشفر شويه ديال الفارم اليايك ويرجع بحالته. لافونتاج كيزيد يكبر لكارمين كورب، ولكن ماشي بداك الافونتاج اللي كبير بزاف. 3000 الجولد يقدروا تيم سيكريت يردوها بسرعه زعما. هنا ريل غادي يدير هيكستاك فلاش، غادي يشد بون، غادي يعاونو يايك، ولكن فوليبير متانكي بزاف، يايك ما يقدرش عليه بوحدو. بوسيو كيوردي الجنجل، كيوردي البارون وكيرجع بحالته. اتيليس هنا كيوجد الويف الايدي. تيم سيكريت ما عندهمش الفيجن في الريفر. كارمين كورب هنا غي اونجاجيو في الميد، يقدروا كاع يدخلوا للجنجل عند هيزتو. هيزتو بوحدو ولكن يقدر يهرب، يقدر يهرب بسهوله. واش كارمين كورب يبداو البارون ولا لا؟ مازال ما عندهمش افونتاج في هذا الاثناء، ما عندهمش برايوريتي لا في الميد لا في الطوب، ما يقدروش يدخلوا عليه. هنا تيم سيكريت كيزيدوا يقربوا من البارون وكيوارديو شويه باش ياخذوا شويه الفيجن، ولكن والو ما كاينش. الاونتي واردز ديال كارمين كورب ما عليهم كاع الشوفه. دريك بقى له دقيقه غيفايتيو على هاد السكوت هذا. تيليبورت من عند فوليبير ولكن تعطلوا. تيليبورت من عند رينيكتون ولكن ريل توفات. تيم سيكريت جابوا كيل. فوليبير هنا كيبوشي ولكن ما كيقدرش يجيب الكيل. نافيري اولتي كتقدر كايسه تاخذ الكيل الثاني. نافيري خدت الكيل الثالثه. نافيري ما قدرتش تاخذ الكيل الرابعه. تيم سيكريت خداو 3 الكيلز هنا وغادي يرجعوا غيمشيو ياخذوا بارون. تيم فايت اسطوري هنا من تيم سيكريت، واخيرا ربحوا هاد التيم فايت. هذه اول تيم فايت جوبونس غيربحوها في هذا الماتش الثاني. بارون بوف عند تيم سيكريت دابا. كارمين كورب يحاولوا ياخذوا الدراجون بسرعه قبل ما يرجع الجنجلر ديال تيم سيكريت. هنا ما فهمتش انا صراحه علاش اونجاجاو كارمين كورب قبل ما يوصل توب لينر ديالو. كانوا يقدروا يلعبوها سيف. فوليبير هنا اولتا ستونا بزاف ديال لعابه كارمين كورب وقدروا يقتلوا الرينيكتون وشت داون على جين. تيم سيكريت تقدروا ياخذوا السول بوينت، خداو حتى دريك، عندهم افونتاج كبير دابا، 3 ديال دريكس بارون. جين ألتا ولكن ما قدر يقيس حتى شي واحد. هنايا تيم سيكريت يحاولوا يبوشيو كاع اللينز وغيعاونهم البارن باف. هنايا كان غادي اونجاجي هاد الفايت هذا، داير كيتوفى. فيكتور لعب ماتش متوسط صراحة، متأخر في الفارم، متأخر في الجول ومازال ما جاب حتى شي كيل.
So many Barons be absolutely terrible over the last few patches. It's just not been the same buff. So 2,000 gold, we take those.
That was a great play. They do realize there does not have flash a bit.
ولكن الدمج كيدير بزاف. فيكتور هو اول واحد داير دامج في الماتش مع كايسا بيان سور. كان هنا غادي يبوشي، ما عندوش الفيجن ولكن عنده صحابه. هنا هيزتو كيدخل ولكن كارمين كورب ما غاديش يونجاجيو عليه حيت عارفين بلي صحابو يقدروا يكونوا قراب. هنا باي كيدخل ولكن كانوا مستعدين له. كارمين كورب جين ألتي ما يقدرش يجيب ايدي، خرج بزاف وهرب من الرينج ديال الألتي ديال جين. تيم سيكريت ما قدروا يعطيو والو الكارمين كورب من هذا الفايت هذا. البارون بوف سالا لتيم سيكريت. كاين شت داون على كايسا 1000 جولد وهيستو ب 700 جولد. كارمين كورب يقدروا يرجعوا. توب لين من خداو التورت الثاني هادي شي 4 ساعة ما قدروش كاع يوليو يزيدوا يافونسيو فيها. ودابا تيم سيكريت قربوا ياخذوا التورت الثاني ديال التوب لين ويتعادلوا معاهم في التورت. عشرين ثانية على الدريك وتيم سيكريت كيحاولوا يبريباريو مزيان لهاد السول هذا. هنا كيبداو التيم فايت. كارمين كورب لو يايك غيتوفى. شت داون على كايسا. ترندل توفى. اوه جين كريزي جين. اوه جين دبل كيل. نافيري هربات وان شوت مسخوطه. السول ما غاديش ياخذوه تيم سيكريت. البارون بقات له 10 ثواني وغالبا كارمين كورب غيمشيو ياخذوا البارون حتى هو. كون كانوا قتلوا نافيري كان يقدر يكون الماتش سهله، ماشي سهله ولكن كانوا غيكون عندهم افونتاج كبير لحقاش غيكون عندهم بارون فور فري، ما عندهمش سمايت، ما عندهمش لا دي سي. افونتاج كبير هنا عند كارمين كورب. كاليست تلعب مزيان وجين زقل تريبل كيل هنا. برافو كارمين كورب، ما خرجوش من الماتش. واخا في واحد الوقيته تيم سيكريت هربوا عليهم. هنا كاليست غيرجع شويه ديال الجول ديفرنس اللي بينه وبين ايدي. عاوتاني تيم فايت على البارون هاد الساعه هادي. كان غيتوفى نافير، يقدر يقتل رينيكتون. يايك الا مات يايك يمكن جي جي. كايسا قتلات ترندل. بارون فور فري لتيم سيكريت.
What a decisive play from Team Secret, and this is their second Baron in the same game. And let's watch this one more time.
هذا البارون الثاني لتيم سيكريت، ولكن ما نساوش بلي حتى الماتش اللي داز خداو جوج البارونز وخسروا. كلشي مازال ملعوب. نافيري هنايا سيطر. نافيري كيدير اللي بغا. 3300 الجولد ديفرنس بين الجانجلر ديال تيم سيكريت والجانجلر ديال كارمين كورب. وهنا كيحاولوا يبوشيو بالبارون بوف توب سايد، كياخذوا الثالث في الثانيه ويزيدوا يبوشيو. كاينه كايسا جايه من الميد. كارمين كورب غادي يحاولوا يبوشيو، يحاولوا يفايتيو مع ايدي، ولكن كاين تيليبورت ديال فولي بير اللي غيجي من البوت لين. غيبوشيو من الميد. يايك مشى للزبل، ترد الميد مشات للزبل، ترد ديال الطوب مشات للزبل. وتيم سيكريت غادي يربحوا هاد الماتش نسبة 100%. لم يعد هناك مجال للعودة. برافو برافو عليهم، ماتش واعر. تيم سيكريت مازال باغيين يبقاو معنا في التورنوا هادي. كارمين كورب لعبوا ماتش زوين، ولكن في داك التيم فايت المهم كانوا مفرقين. تيم سيكريت تيم فايت واحد اللي داروا زوين، هو التيم فايت الاخر هو اللي ربحوا من الماتش. برافو تيم سيكريت، ماتش زوين صراحه. جامي سبورتس ربحوا الماتش الثاني كونتر ام كوي، وغادي يمشيو حتى هما الماتش الثالث.
The big dog got rolling. Nafiri going off there, his toe, and the rest of TS push us to game number 3. Yeah, I think
الماتش بجوج غادي يتلعبوا على 3 ديال المابس.
The Kai'Sa and the Neferi just such big threats, and as soon as momentum got built up, they're just diving forward onto your back line, able to find these picks, and it felt like once momentum shifted, the ball started rolling and not in the right direction for KC.
برافو تيم سيكريت على هذا الماتش هذا.
I think if they can handle the early game, they have such a great scaling option with Victor and Kaisa. So I was really confident in them because they got the first lead on the Drakes. So I think if KC wanted to win this game, then they have to somehow get the control back on the Drake, but they couldn't be able to in time. So I think that was the main issue for KC, that they didn't have the early game lead.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights. That early game lead disappear that led to these mid-game fights here at 23 minutes in the mid lane.
So this was an example of them doing a great job of peeling the Neferi and just halting that momentum. This is kind of how KC need to play it out to stop this sort of dive-in aggression. And then this shot from Caliste was phenomenal. And this was an example of a fight where Team Secret didn't really get what they wanted and couldn't just push forward and advance on the backline. They still put up a decent fight, but this is kind of what KC want to be doing.
But even then, I think it was really terrifying because your front lane is just literally getting one-shot by Victor and Kaisa. So I think even though they had such a great chance in there, we could see like what's going to come out later on.
Yeah, right here. It was Eddie's pop-off moment there on the Kaisa, 28 minutes, the big one. This is where we got to see it, really what he was capable of.
Yeah, so in this situation, we end up having a scenario TP just getting in time, could have been close. But Busio, who peeled so well on the previous fight, kind of makes a bit of a flub here. Goes to the flash, gets stunned as he does it, then Nautilus Hook doesn't get to really do
أنا جاي
anything.
العشرين.
One member down, KC are kiting away, they're already down in the fight. And look at Team Secret, they just see blood in the water. Eddie approaches this so slowly, so methodically, and then just dives in, gets that first reset for the Neferi, and they're just so decisive with this play.
To be fair, even if Busio landed his engage correct, I feel like Kaisa had enough time. So Eddie could react with the flash, so it couldn't really change anything. And I think they should be able to just play with macro, not looking for the team fight. Because at that point, we were like already talking about they cannot win the team fight 5v5 just like that. So I think they had just wrong decision in terms of the macro.
And then finally here, that last couple of picks, it just felt like this was such a tough way to go if you're KC. A catch by the Baron pick, kind of trying to clear vision. Busio's nearby, but here comes TS.
Yeah, I think you got to the point of the game where KC started to feel pretty desperate. They're trying to contest Baron vision, but the threat from picks like the Neferi, like the Kaisa, are chasing down targets. And the setup here, the fact that not only get Canna, but get the jungler too, it's an easy transition into Baron. And then the follow-on from this is quite similar. They get the Baron, they start to move in to start pushing waves, and they just get more picks to lead into the game end. Yeah, who's trying to clear out the wave? He's like, let's get this before the Baron push comes in, and he just gets taken out.
Yeah, it was really great pickup from his toe here again. I think whenever he's on playmaking champion, something like Neferi, that's where like Team Secret finally like comes out with the insane performance. So I think it's really good that he has a favorite matchup into Trundle. On the other hand, we had I mean KC Yike having a negative matchup into Neferi, but this is the matchup that he chose. So I'm wondering why like there is so many Trundle hype train, especially into this EWC here.
Yeah, to me, Trundle is a pick that is phenomenal in the right spots, into the right champions, when you're countering the right things. Neferi is not that. Neferi is a champion who can very easily circumvent your pillar, doesn't have to engage in the melee 1v1 where you're auto-attacking and trading blows with Trundle. And you saw his toe's damage was insane there. He really just dominated this matchup this game.
I think both of those in that last replay, both of those fights, Busio was nearby, but not necessarily in a position to immediately help. And I think that's what led to, although already doomed, that final semi-engage by Busio. Then he had to flash out and then got chased around. It was one of those things where they intend well. I think I can help you. I can buy time while you split push on the bottom side of the map, Yehu. You can push that wave. I'll cover you if anyone's there. But it was just a little bit too far away, and those miscalculations cost KC.
To me, I think Busio has been such a star when he was in NA and since coming to EU. But this tournament so far, he's looked not in the best form. So I'm hoping to see him bounce back a little bit going into this next game.
Yeah, I think he's struggling to find a spot where he's comfortable on, especially he was on the engage and no one could really help him, you know. And I think it's, again, synergy between the jungle and support. And it's really important to have like a winning matchup in the jungle side again. I think it's not only just this matchup, but also just in general. Like this meta is all about getting lead in the counter jungle and so on. So I feel like The game 3 is gonna be all about the draft, but especially for jungle and support.
Ox, real quick before we toss to some content. Pun has been one of the stars from this rise of Team Secret. He pulls out the volley bear here. What do you make of his champion pool, and how does that allow you to like play differently here?
I think his champion pool is super cool. He's willing to bring out these more eclectic picks, and that's really interesting. But if I'm going to be honest, Kana has been the better top laner so far this series. He's been in pretty phenomenal form. The Gnar game was just absolutely dominating, and here on the Renekton also having a big impact. So I think as much as it's a cool role to have and provides them a lot of volume and draft, I do think Kana has been just a big force for KC, and I think Pun needs to bring out some more picks to get an advantage in game 3.
All right, well, we are going to our elimination game number 3 here. One of these squads will go home. Is it TS or is it KC? We'll find out after this short piece of content.
What up? We're here at EWC. Look what's behind me. We got a basketball court, we got a soccer net, and we're about to get active. Show you how athletic we are. Let's go. All right, now I've already picked some predetermined teams. We're playing a game to 1. Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you.
Me too.
Nice to meet you. And then here's my teammate, Big Dog. We're going against these two in a game to 1. First to score wins. Let's go. I put the mic down real quick. It's just gonna be aggression. Well, we lost, and it wasn't my fault at all. He's not the best at basketball. Guys, come have some fun. Come check it out. It's crazy here.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
D plus Kia, Fudia, important match coming up. Let's see what the fans have to say about this. Guys, we have an important game coming up. D plus Kia, Fudia, what we thinking about this one?
Furia is gonna destroy them one, like 100%. There's no chance.
Me, I say D plus Kia all the way.
Definitely D plus Kia. They're the stronger team.
D plus Kia, Showmaker gonna destroy them so hard, so hard.
This guy got nothing about that.
They don't know. Few best top lane.
Come on. They are too strong, the Korean.
Stop the stalk.
See after the show. We'll see after the show. Yeah.
The boys are gonna here, and they're gonna destroy them one for sure.
We got a bit of a back and forth going on here. I guess we're gonna have to wait and see who's taking this one home.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC 2026. It is time. The final game of the series, and of course, it went the distance. KC versus Team Secret, and it is all tied up trouble. Who do you think it's going to be? I'm putting you on the spot right now. Who is going home and who is staying?
I'll say KC is staying.
Okay.
However, the entire series, from game 1
from minute one has been back and forth. I had no idea who was going to win. Game one, KC got it together really quickly, figured out how they want to play it more aggressive, and they went through the finish line. The second one, Team Secret. I loved a little bit of, what do you call it, passing the baton?
Yeah.
Like, hit start at the start with the Nafiri, getting fed until Eddie came online, and then he took over.
Yeah, this Kai'Sa was an absolute monster, but Eddie not going to have access to that moving into the next game. Maybe we get his Ezreal, maybe we get a different surprise. But I think a lot of people, if you're a Team Secret fan, your eyes are going to be glued towards the top side like mine, because I just want to see what Pun's going to do. Are we going to get the set? Trouble, you were telling me that I was going to get it, and it was going to be in the Dragon Pit. It wasn't there. Maybe it's going to be here in this
actually lost
draft.
that dragon.
Yeah. Maybe that's why I didn't turn up.
That's why the set wasn't there, because it was supposed to turn up after the dragon was taken by Team Secret,
yeah,
but it wasn't.
It was going to suplex its way in there. But here we are into the draft for game number 3, the decider. Who is going home and who is staying here? We'll find out right now. Well, not right now, at the end of the game. We're going to find out what champions they're going to play in it, though, right now, as we do have the first couple of bands coming in for both sides. Poppy and Rumble, we just don't like Yordles, I guess, on the side of Team Secret. And KC going to be getting rid of the Blue Man and the Blind Man.
All right, we do have things like Ryze still around. Yehu really loves playing that champion, Ryze and Azir.
I know he's red, but he is...
Oh, see, that confused me.
Yeah. I said Blue Man, but he was actually red. He is blue, but he was red.
Well, Ezreal banned for the 3rd time in a row versus Kalist, one of his best champions to play. And let's see what's going to be the B1 right here. Syndra comes to mind. Mid laners have been a big favor, and this is the next one that pops to mind after Orianna.
Nocturne going to be taken away first. So that Syndra you were talking about, Dire could go that way if he would like to.
Does look like it, and a lot of the junglers have been trimmed out as well. Jin Zhao will be the one locked in. And again, Ashe, Seraphine has been the go-to bot lane for Kalist and Busio. However, with Olaf open, I don't know if they want to take that trade.
Yeah, it could be a little bit frightening, as well as the fact that they don't have the Xin Zhao, which does also synergize quite well with the Ashe Seraphine at the same time. They're in danger of it being just picked away from them on the other side. That being said, I mean, I feel like at the moment, I just don't really like the Ashe Seraphine that much. Haven't seen it find all that much success more recently, as the Syndra will be the pickup here for Yehu. And will it be a Yike pick here? Will it be something else? Because you could also take to have a bit of extra priority there and escape the next round of bans.
Well, I'm looking at the bot lane, and they're not necessarily talking too much. I feel like it is Yike mostly, and with Reaper right on top
the looming Reaper might give something away.
A jungle pick coming through from Yike, the Wukong, of course. One of the very few junglers that remains there in this A-tier group of junglers, as the S tier has already been played or banned out, and a great combo with Syndra if you want to start fights.
Yeah, a lot of wombo combo now available, but the Caitlyn going to be the choice here for Eddie. Yeah, an old favorite of his. And we'll see what it is going to be picked.
اوكي دونك بداو ديجا درافت. كان عندنا بان ديال بوبي رامبل وازرايا نوكتيرن رايز وليسين. تيم سيكريت اختاروا الشينزاو. هيستو كيلعب مزيان بالشينزاو. يايك غيلعب ب ووكونغ. غنشوفو ساندرا عاوتاني. كاينه كيتلين.
Yeah, we've actually seen this as an answer to the Elise support quite often, especially used over at
كاينه ميل كاينه إليز.
bottom lane quite a few times over there. So the Mel going to be there as an answer. This will be the first time Kalista's played it, I'm pretty sure, if memory serves, at least this year. And so going to be
إليز ما كتخسرش بزاف.
goes towards the bottom side. It could theoretically be the Syndra down there as well. That I guess the same thing applies to that one.
Now this is where tanks become a problem.
Yeah, what's that?
There's no tankulars on either of those teams, so tanks do become a problem. Olaf is going to be taken out because KC have way too squishy of carries that Olaf would potentially run down. But my question here is, what happens to tanks, things like the Casante that we have seen Pun play over on top side of the map.
مال نشوفوا مال أول مرة
I'm thinking they're going for something a bit bulkier on the top
في الماتشات اللي تفرجنا فيهم. بان جيس بان أودير.
Just have to see.
You wanted to see it.
Yeah. The Olaf, though, I think the Olaf was
Olaf
saying,
plutôt.
we want to play Jace, and so then the Jace is the response. Is the next one going to be a similar thing? As the final ban for KC will be the
Galio. Ban
I
Galio.
actually really like that ban. I think that the Galio syncs up really, really well with this composition, so not going to have access to that, as the Ambessa will be the answer.
I was about to say if the Vayne is the ban here, there is a big what is it? Big screen outside of the arena, I think, that says Kalista is not. Kalista is the best ADC, not in the world, not in LEC, not even in KC, because Kana is.
Oh.
They're just trying to big up Kana playing AD carries, of course, which was really funny.
Ban Ambessa.
He's a great Vayne player if you wanted to pull that one out, if Pun goes for something like that.
Well, it's probably not going to be the set because it's used as an answer, and it
Pike.
will be that classic Mel
Boost your
towards
Pike.
the bottom side of the map.
كاليست مال. كريزي هذا.
To the bottom lane.
هذا البوت لاين غتكون كريزي.
There could be explosions down there. But like you were saying, I also don't think that I'm going to be getting my set because it's normally used as a counter pick. That's a Silas though. There are some fun ultimates to be picked up here. Death from Below is definitely a good one. And so that is likely what Dire is going to be playing. And now Pun has to blind pick towards that top side into Kana. A tough ask.
Yeah, I think you might have to take one for the team and maybe lock something in like a Casante to be that front line. Or Mundo, anything that's like super bulky and can extend fights, because KC are super squishy and they've got a lot of burst, but they cannot kill something like
Udyr.
And this is the most annoying pick they could have gone for.
Udyr.
Man, that is a lot of fun. Bootsy are going to hover the Vayne, or maybe even lock it
Vayne.
in theory. Kana could go towards that if he would like to. What are the counter picks to Udyr these days?
One of your ex-casters will be very happy somewhere out there in the world. I'm talking about LS.
Oh yeah?
He loves Udyr top.
He does. It's no Ornn though. He does like that one as well, although he's more of an Ornn jungler guy.
All right, noodle fight.
This
Send
is,
it.
yeah, this, okay, that's different. Wait, we actually... No, Busio just goes back to his original hover and is going to lock in the Vayne for Kana.
Kana is the best AD carry on KC because he's the only one in this draft.
That is very true. Unless Calista's going to be playing it, we're going to have Mel top.
I will say this is a very squishy composition coming through from the side of KC. However, the damage
Mel mid
from every single champion, even their support, is crazy. So if Eddie slightly mispositions on that Caitlyn, he's
كيتلين هاسلاس.
Yeah, I'm
لا هاسلاس ميد.
both sides, to be honest. I think as soon as someone gets a lead, it's going to be so difficult to get back into this game.
وي ميل بايك.
Yeah, who is going to be playing that Syndra in the mid lane.
ميل بايك كيتلين إليز.
A little bit careful. Because I think laning into the Syndra as a melee just sounds like an absolutely horrible experience, but after he does get a few levels, he's going to be feeling better.
I'm not gonna lie, I do like Silas when he gets more survivability kind of ultimates on him, or gap closing ultimates like Ari.
Yep.
He can slip and slide around team fights. Right here, majority of the ults he can get is just extra damage on his kit, which
Team
means that
Secret probably psyched about that, let's be honest.
which means that he's not gonna necessarily be able to stay alive longer in those fights. Sure, the champion has inherited life still in the kit, but a simple anti-heal item is going to negate a lot of that, right? And without survivability from like a Mundo ult or from an Alistar ult, makes it pretty tough in those fights, especially since KC have so much damage.
They really do. And this Mel Syndra combo means that someone is just going to die real quickly. But now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to get onto the Rift for the final game of the series. Who is going home first? That is what we're going to discover here. Is it going to be KC on their home turf, or will it be Team Secret? As the Caitlyn Elise versus the Mel Pike in this bottom lane, will the rebuttals be able to keep this bottom lane alive for KC, or will the Caitlyn just get that shove? Will they find that combo that and has worked so well as we go into sepia mode once again for a couple of moments. I didn't exactly see whether there was anything that did go wrong, but maybe it was Yehu, because that's who we're looking at right now.
No, he's looking at his computer, so you might be onto something. No, never mind. Just
maybe he dropped his bottle.
Just thirsty.
Because he did just pick up his bottle, so maybe he dropped it.
See,
stay hydrated,
from our experience
everyone.
with pro players, you would never let them have that bottle on top of the desk.
Yeah, you need a sippy cup.
The amount of keyboards that have been changed due to that is crazy.
I want it to be known that I also just hydrated.
Saying that he did leave it on the desk, so.
Oh no, it's doomed. It's all over.
It's a closed bottle though.
At least he doesn't have a hand warmer. Yeah, the hand warmer explosions, they're the worst.
Really?
Ones. Yeah.
Wait, I've never seen any of them.
Oh no, it happens. It just like because
squeeze it too much.
Yeah, the players use it like a stress ball, and so it just kind of explodes sometimes, and that can be an absolute mess. But thankfully, it is really hot right now, so I don't think we need hand warmers. I think hands are
Of course,
well
not
and truly
inside here.
warm.
We've got air conditioning.
Yeah. But just in general, it is quite warm, and there are a lot of people here, so that is going to heat things up as well. As once again, we get that cool camera from the sky. And hopefully that means that we are getting towards getting back into the game. Yes, we've got some vibes going on. Yeah, still no word on what had actually happened. I don't like guessing either. I was about to ask you, like, what do you think happened? And
what do you think is the issue?
Yeah, but like we just don't know, and nothing really obvious had occurred either. So hopefully we get everything sorted and we're back onto the Rift shortly.
There is no ref, so we will be shorting whatever is shortly.
Yep.
Sorting it out. Now, I think this is going to be a very, very explosive game. We've got Caitlyn, Elise, which is probably one of the most aggro bot lanes together with probably Renata Kalista down there. Versus a super aggro top to bottom coming through from KC.
And I'm very worried about Pun. I know I keep going on about it, but I really like him. And Canna is playing Vayne, exactly. And I feel like Vayne versus Udyr sounds like one of the best like Vayne matchups like ever. Yeah, you've got bear stance and stuff, but like, I don't know, man. It just sounds really rough.
I can just already see this Udyr just slamming Thornmail, first item.
عشان معطلين
How do you get the Thornmail? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
امكو يبداوا مع قام ايسبورت.
Get the glove armor, you stick spikes on it, eventually you get there.
So he's just doing arts and crafts under his turret.
He might have to be
I think that sounds like a much better idea than trying to hit
Sometimes you look at a player's inventory that's fallen behind, and then it kind of looks like a bootyard sale where they've just bought bits and pieces from like 3 different items to try and make their laning phase a little bit smoother. That might be the case for Pun here.
Yeah, I think you might be right. If they do manage to get through that, though, I do think that their team fight does look somewhat scary, especially if this Sylas can get rolling. Like you were saying, though, a lot of the ultimates aren't necessarily the most terrifying. Unleashing the power as a Sylas doesn't have the same vibe as the Syndra.
Obviously, you guys cannot see the drafts, but as a reminder for KC, we've got Pyke and Mel bot lane, Syndra mid, Wukong jungle, and Vayne top, which is pretty damn explosive.
Yep.
And on the other side for Team Secret, we've got Elise Caitlyn bot lane, which is incredible. And then we've got Sylas, Shinzao, and Udyr. All the tankiness and survivability is pushed towards the top side for Team Secret.
Yeah, it is. And I think the jungle matchup is probably what stands out to me as far as when these teams can get stuff done. I think if Team Secret manage to get some advantages towards the bottom side and capitalize on the pick potential of this cocoon, if they can find a window where there's no rebuttal to get that cocoon through, then maybe there could be an angle with the Xin Zhao, who is much more capable of ganking a little bit earlier than that of the Wukong. Really does want that level 6.
Of course, we will be resolving whatever issue it is very shortly. Game 3, all on the line for both of these teams. One of those teams visiting Paris is going to be cut short. Just one day.
Yep.
Come in, say hi, play, leave.
Just home. Will it be Team Secret or will it be KC? At least if KC go home, their home is here. So that's handy.
That far.
Right?
It's like a road trip.
They won't have to
as
leave.
well,
They won't actually have to leave.
Yep,
You know, they can stick around. It's gonna be all right. And I guess
however, they
Team
do not
Secret
want
could
that.
too.
Atlas, France has suffered enough. They need something to give.
Well, hopefully they stick around, but that doesn't, like, we have to sacrifice someone. It's sad no matter what, you know?
Said a bad word there, but it was censored in time.
Ah, okay, I didn't see it.
It wasn't a bad word.
It wasn't available. Okay.
It wasn't that bad.
Oh, I can see no hands on mice, or mouses, sorry, on the side of KC, so we're not quite ready just yet to get back into it.
They're using them.
Oh yeah, just a little bit. Checking things out. And we are still working through. Be back in as soon as we possibly can.
Wait, is that a date? So, Kimchi Princess is a Korean restaurant in Berlin.
Okay.
So maybe they're inviting Kana for a date, for a food date.
Aha. Well, maybe. Who will say yes? But you know what? I've got a better option. Let's go for a date in the video game.
That's right.
Because it's back up once again. Here we are, onto the Rift for game number 3. We just wanted to skip for a little bit first, as Pun is just walking at Yike. And Yike is just going to have to leave. Popcorn Chicken's going awry here.
What a great level 1.
Just being really annoying.
So annoying for Yike as well, because there is... Udyr has no job right now. Vayne is fully controlling how this first go. So his only job is to piss Yike off.
Well, it's working. As Pun definitely doesn't want to be there in the top lane, so he may
اوكي اخر ماتش في هذا السيمي فاينل.
And then the Udyr will be going back and probably teleporting towards this top lane to catch the wave.
Yeah, this is sort of like the Sion tactic as the first Cocoon and Q from Caitlyn going to miss. So yes, are throwing things, seeing what sticks down that bot lane as this is not going
ايه هو انا
to be
مسيطر على داير.
on the top side for Team Secret. They're basically stalling out through mid and top and then allowing probably bot lane to get ahead. This is why you also see Shinzao pathing from the top side of the map to the bot side of the map. However, Wukong can be a bit disruptive right here once he hits that level 3, since he has been forced to use both controls.
They're going to be moving back towards Lucio now as Yike is in this brush. I think BA knows.
انا باغي بوشي
Lit on fire. Little spiderlings gathering a bit of extra.
الجنجل ديال كان من كوربو اللي كان بغى يرجع. بوسيوكي كلير فيجن في الريفر ويحاول يغانكي. يهو اصلاص اكسبكت هذا الموف هذا ورجع بحاله. فين هنا معذبة ودير معذبة مخلياش يفارمي. ياك غيمشي ياخد سكوتل ديال الطوب. سكول البوت باقي. شينزاو غيحاول يمشي السكوتل ديال الطوب وغيلقاه مشى. شينزاو دخل وردا الريد بوف ديال ووكونغ لقاها مازال كاينه. غادي فارمي الجنجل وغيجيو صحابو يعاونو باش انفيدي. بدات غيدخل ياخذ الريد حتى هو. لا ما فارماش. ما قدرش يكمل الفارم. هيستو هنايا غادي يغانكي بون كان مشى فيرست بلاد. فيرست بلاد كتاخذها سيبورت. وهنا غادي يغانكيو الجنجلر باش ينفيديو توب سايد. غادي يبدا مع بايك مشى. كاليست هنا ما يقدرش يقتل كيتلين. ايه هو مشى وقيلا فلاش اوت هرب.
the flash away will get him to the safety of the turret.
You get a flash, and you get a flash, and you get a flash, and you get a flash. There's about 4 people in this entire Summoner's Reef with
يستو غياخد السكوت وغيرجع بحالاتو يكليري الكامبس ديالو. دريك بان حتى حد ما غيمشي له دابا. كان عاوتاني بوشا إليز غاز تمرض هاد كان هادي. فين كان عندها افونتاج، مازال عندها الافونتاج صراحه، ولكن ودير مع إليز كيحاول يرد هاد الافونتاج ديالو. دابا بوسيو غيطلع يعاون كانا باش يحاول داك الافونتاج د كانا في الجولد و في الفارم يبقى ما يضيعش. هنا بوسيو ويايك غيحاولوا يغانكيو الطوب. بوسيو يقدر يشد ايدي فلاشه ولكن ما يقدرش يهرب. باي واش غتهرب؟ باي فلاش اوت هربات. فين حاول يبوشي ولكن البوشن والفلاش عاونوا إليز تهرب. إليز دابا ما غاديش تقدر تغامر بزاف وتبوشي مع بون توب لين. غتعطي شويه د الريسبي لكانا. عاوتاني مشات الكاميرا السموحات دابا نقدوها.
For the whole bounce house feeling on the Caitlyn, and Eddie didn't get to play the game. Grabs a call from earlier and just hopes he can cash it out at some point, because this Caitlyn is one of the few damage dealers that this team has this game.
Yep, does still have a slight lead, so not going to be feeling too worried. Obviously from that plate from earlier.
بوسيو دابا طلع ميد يعاون يهو داير. واش غيقدر يهرب؟ ما يقدرش يهرب. كان قريب ياخذ كيل ولكن بايك قدر يقتلو قبل. هيستو هنا بوحدو غياخذ الدريك.
Casey really need this. We really stressed how Busher needs to play together with Yike to create that pressure, and they've both been doing that this whole game so far.
Yeah, really nicely done. Casey do lose out on that dragon though.
كان غيحاول يفايت يبون هنا.
Nothing being gained back here by Team Secret.
فين معذب ودير بزاف ومخلياش كاع يفارمي. هنا كان غتحاول تفايتي ولكن تا هو لعب سيف غيباكي وغيفريزي اللين. تيليبورت البوت ولكن غادي يشدوه بثلاثة. واش غيهرب؟ لا ما يقدرش يهرب من ميل. ما عرفتش شنو بغا يدير في ديك اللقطة. تيم سبيريت هنا غادي ياخذوا الجروبس. كايتلين هنا طلع الطوب هي وباي. شينزاو قريب ليو. تيم سيكريت ديجا خداو الدريك الاول ودابا غياخذوا الجروبس، دونك افونسيان في الاوبجيكتيف ديال الجنجل. هنا هو يقدر يجيب كيل على الداير ولكن ما عندوش الدمج الكافي. ايه هو الشير على داير بالكانون.
Don't look top.
And does it get better? Yeah, no, I haven't been. I've been making sure that I'm just not paying attention to that 30 CS lead that has been built up by Kana. And Casey, this is exactly what this composition wants to be doing, right? Like, just dominate. You've managed to pick all of these winning lanes, and
They've shut down
working out for now. I just don't know, like, obviously Team Secret, they have a plan. And right now, the plan isn't working.
I'm not sure what the plan is so far.
No, neither am I, but it's a secret.
Very fitting to the brand.
هنا غيحاولوا يجمعوا على ميل، ولكن بوسيو او يايك كانوا قرابين بزاف.
Yeah, this is kind of rough from Team Secret and a great start.
إليز كتموت بسرعة فائقة. هنا كيتلين غتحاول تشد بوسيو، عندها إلتي بوسيو ما غي اوفر كوميتيش، يرجع بحالته.
Managed to crash the wave under the tower. I feel like Team Secret are playing a little bit disrespectful right here, especially knowing how strong Boosier is currently with his Swifties.
كاليست هنا مخبى، غيحاول يخلي ايدي اوفر كوميتي، تونجاجا، غيدخل عليها دابا ما غاديش يسينا.
Kalist might be playing for the time being with a little bit not much support as Yike cancels that back the second he sees BA walk into this bush.
Yeah, and now be rechanneling it. We'll see whether he does stick around.
باي هنا
There is the snare going on out. Bliss not going.
التي ديال كايتلين غادي تشد كاليست، يايك غادي يدخل وغادي يصوفي عشيرو وغيجيب كيل. كريزي يايك، كريزي صوفا كاليست وجاب كيل. كارمن كورب افونساو بزاف في الجولد ادفانتج، وهنا كاين بوز. هذا غتكون إليز مرضات.
In the late game, but a cocoon, and this cocoon has to land. And let me remind you, there's a Mel in the game.
Yeah.
You might eat that cocoon in your face.
You need to worry about that rebuttal. As we are in a pause one more time, still not entirely sure what has happened here, but we'll make sure that we resolve it as soon as possible. As let's have a look at this one more time from Yike's perspective.
Yeah, Yike has always been behind Boosier, and when Boosier's not there to cover for Kalist.
And it's a little bit of a peripheral situation. Sorry for the interruption, but yeah, a little bit of a mouse issue here. So we are going to resolve that as soon as possible, and then we should be back in. I have a feeling that it's a little bit of a unplug one and put a new one back in, and then we should be.
You tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah, that's my theory. That's from my IT experience from my previous life.
Do you think it was the water bottle that did the harm?
I hope not.
Oh, I'm seeing.
Yeah. Did you see that big mouse movement?
Oh, no, we've seen some cleaning happening as well.
Ah, I thought that was the big mouse movement.
Was it?
I guess it's not an FPS
Maybe
situation.
Maybe you're right, because I think we're going back in.
Ah, there you go. Just needed a little bit of a wipe of the mouse pad, and then everything is.
The bottle is still there, though. I see, right next to Yahoo.
That bottle is really bothering you, isn't it?
Just worried for it falling and then the whole desk full of water, you know? It's happened so many times.
We need to get a ref to move it just for you. All right, there's the death from below. Fury does manage to at least hijack that one. Is that the best ulti that he can get? Probably a Cyclone feels the best.
I would say anything with CC, Silas won't be able to stick to the targets, even though he is kind of mobile. More extra 65 ability is great. One he'll be.
That's what I was just thinking about. I'm like, I guess you can chase people a bit better.
Unless you could use her Q as well.
No, but like, don't you get a little bit more like approach speed from her ult, or does it actually just buff up the passive that Vayne already has?
Is it really that great?
No.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering if it does anything at all. Because yeah, you cannot tumble, so going invisible isn't really a thing that.
I'm thinking Pike ult if he wants to get extra damage.
كارمين كورب هنايا مجموعين في الجنجل ديالهم. جو بونس ما يخليوش تيم سبيريت ياخذ دريك فابور.
Champion that completes this item on time, and it's just 13 minutes into the game, becomes a little mini boss for the time being, and luckily right here for
ما خلاهم ياخذ الدريك. تيم سبيريت خداو الدريك الثاني.
They'll put their hands up for this time and say it's fine, we don't have to contest that. We'll contest the next one, or we'll contest the top lane.
Yep, I think contesting the next one will be a good idea because Hextech Soul is a big deal. And Pun is just wondering why he is getting abused so much in this game.
Maybe because he picked Udyr.
Maybe. And that was always going to be a bit of a difficulty. Oh dear, poor Pun. He has always really liked Udyr. I think even when he was over in the Kester Cup playing for Vietnam, I think he played this champion quite a few times off meta. It was a top laner for quite a moment, but hasn't been around for a while. Still, he likes it. He's going to be moving towards the bottom side because he saw that there was no bad guys down there. As Kalista with that Solar Snare is not going to connect onto Eddie. And biding their time, Team Secret for now, but I think they're going to need a lot of it. As you can see, there is not much of a gold lead for anyone outside of 1 gold advantage for the Elise.
That's great, man. You need the Elise to not fall behind because she becomes target number 1 for Casey. I think she still is target number 1, no matter what, whether she's ahead or behind. You did see BA sort of walk up and down that topside river trying to set down some vision. The next visual objective for 30 seconds, and it is spawning on the top side of that river. So they want to be able to get some vision in case they might want to contest or make a play, or at least keep their Caitlyn safe. Who's now been set on the shortest lane of the map, which is that mid lane since he's flashless.
Yeah. Okay, things calming down. Probably bodes well for Team Secret as the Condemn is going to throw Pun away from the ward for a few moments, but he does manage to take it down in the end. Dire moving on in as maybe Kana could be in trouble.
داير هنا غيحاول يغانكي بان كان غي كوميتي ولكن غيبقى قريب للتورت. واش غيجيب الكيل على بون؟ ما قدرش يجيب الكيل على بون، بقى وان شوت هو. داير غيدخل عليه، سايلاس غيجيبو. كريزي إليز، كريزي إليز. جوج الكيلز. جوج الكيلز كار من كورب، 3 الكيلز تيم سيكريت. تريد زوينة، قلصوا شوية الفريق ديال الجولد.
They did commit so much onto Kana and a fantastic flash ult from Kitstar.
هنا كاليست ما قدرش يهرب، ديكشي علاش يلتا او موان باش ياك ياخذ الكيل، ياك خدا الكيل، ولكن إليز تريداتو ديك الساعة. كان مازال مسيطر على داك أودير في الطوب. تيم سيكريت غياخدو الريفت من بعد 2 ديال دريكس و 3 ديال جروبس. هنا بون كيعاون داير باش يافونسيو في التوب سايد. بليت وحده باقا على التوب، على التورت ديال التوب لين الفراقي بجوج.
One of you annoy him while I get some CS. Well, we do have 35 seconds until this Hextech Dragon spawns. Would be soul point for Team Secret if they can get there, but right now KC kind of overloading this bottom side. They have a lot of vision available.
يحاول ياخذ تورت ولكن جو بونس ما يكفيش الوقت. هنا غادي ب3 بهم كونتر بون، يقدروا يبوشيو فاش هاد الويف ياخذوا تورت ويدخلوا على بون. ما خداوش تورت، دخلوا ديريكتومون الفايت، خداو تورت وبايك جاب الكيل على أودير. هنا كارمين كورب يحاولوا ياخذوا الدريك، لقاش الا ضيعوه غيعطيو سول بوينت لتيم سيكريت. اوتي ديال كيتلين على بوسيو طيحات له هي النص تيم سيكريت كونتيستا وباغيين ياخذوا هذا الدريك هذا. كاليست غادي يدخل حتى هو داير جاي يهو تا هو جا كاينه جا الريفت تحط. اوه تيم سيكريت اوه كارمين كورب شفروا دريك في اخر لحظه. برافو غاليو برافو ووكونغ. ياي كلاب ماتش واعر بوكونغ. حاولوا نفهموا شنو وقع هنا. هنا باي اولتات دخل داير اولتا على اليز. كيتلين جابت الكيل هنا على سيندرا وفين جابت الكيل.
Yeah, this is the thing. Oftentimes you see it picked into. You were mentioning this earlier. The Alistair is the best.
اول اوبجيكتيف لكارمين كورب هو الدريك هذا في هذا الماتش. واخا افونسين في الفارم وفي الجولد ديفرنس. يهو عنده 200 سي اس كونتر 150 فقط الداير. وكان تا هو فايت كون ب50 سي اس. نايو غيحاول يسربرايزي داير ولكن خرج عنده ما كانش صابر. هنايا بايك دخل ولكن غامر فيها وتوفى. فلاش ان اولتا ودار كلش باش تقتلو اليز في التالي.
Seconds time, no 10 seconds until Busio is back available once again, and I think he thought that there was a Caitlyn there, didn't quite know that there was a cocoon wielding Elise alongside her.
There was a Caitlyn there though, he was right.
هنا كاين بوش ديال 3 لعابه من تيم سيكريت دابا ولاو 4 ولكن ووكونغ كلونا وهرب. تيم سيكريت غيبوشيو التورت التحتانيه كان غيحاول ما يخليهمش ياخذوها. يقدر ياخذ شويه ديال الاسباس ويردهم للور. كاس خداو تورت ديال توب لين غيحاولوا يشدوا ياهو ولكن هرب ليهم. ياهو هرب عاوتاني. برافو كارمين كوربس. هيك راه ياخذ السكوتر.
A bit overzealous to think you can catch that Syndra, since who was piecing out way before that TP landed, and he's back just to trigger them a little bit more, pushing out yet another wave. And I feel like KC are in a pretty good spot right here. Your Vayne's ahead, your Syndra's ahead. You have 101 stacks. You've got 3 almost items onto Kalist on that Mel. And that Caitlyn has not taken off. She's not hit any turret platings. If anything, it's been Udyr and Silas holding hands, trying to get some of those towers chipped off. And Eddie, unlike the previous game, he's been starving here.
He is. I mean, it is Caitlyn, right? You do want to just like get the rest of your team to hold on to the game until 4 items. And right now, he's got 2 and a bit, right? And if they manage to stay in the game until 35 minutes, then maybe they can win.
The unfortunate part is that he had to hold the game for his team. Udyr and Silas fell behind.
Hey, I mean,
they did it backwards.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world though, right? Like the gold lead is 2.6k, not the end of the world. But KC, I think they should be able to take control of this dragon area, and the problem is they're heading towards a 4-stack Hex Tech Soul. As at least
كيتلين كدير الالتي بون مشات لنص الاتش بي ولكن قدر يهرب. هنا كارمين كورب غيمشيو ب5 5v4 ودير ما عندوش تيليبورت
Okay, let's have a look at this from Yike's perspective. As wind becomes lightning, and Wukong still waiting for an angle. And the rest of Team Secret off to the side.
دمج كبير خداها يهو.
Pun trying to find a window back in here. Still doesn't have that flash available after a Syndra earlier on. And it looks like Team Secrets are going to give this one away.
They're going for the Baron. They're threatening
تيم سيكريت غيبداو البارون دابا
on the map, and the only thing they can is
ولكن ما يقدروش يساليوه.
is playing guard dog yet again onto this
كان من كورب
allowing KC to walk into this river.
ويحاولوا يدخلوا. ودير مشى. وكونغ ما يقدرش يقتل ايدي. سايلس هرب وتيم سيكريت سمحوا في البارون. كارمين كورب غياخدوا الدريك الثاني فور فري. جو بونس ما يكونتيستيوهمش تيم سيكريت.
They lose their top laner, but 2 Drakes to 2, right, is the response. It's not over.
تعادلوا الدريكس. كارمين كورب مع تيم سيكريت. هذا الفايت ديال قبيله. بون توغل ولكن ساندرا كان عندها دمج كبير خيالي. هنا فلاش اوت من ايدي داكشي علاش ما قدرش وكونغ يقتلو.
Sort of behind the clock can feel a little bit rough. Feel like you're shooting with a pea shooter instead of a sniper rifle. Kana with the most damage in the game so far, having been abusing Pun all game.
The positive about the Caitlyn that we've been talking about is that everyone on KC does damage, therefore all of them are
سايلس هنا غيحاول يبوش البوت لين ولكن كان ما يخليش يوصل له. بوسيو غي غانكي كان ولكن عندك إليز راه من اللور. إليز غادي تشد بايك وغادي يكون كيل ايزي كيل. او ايزي كيل. واش غيكون دبل كيل؟ هربات 1 اتش بي. إليز جابت كيل على البايك وفين ما قدرتش تقتلها ما قدرتش تشريدي. إليز لعبه مزيان هذا الماتش.
trying to play super aggro. They're sacrificing their support. So what? They're getting so much on the map by pushing constantly waves that no one soaks from TS.
Is trying to do it here towards the top side, but like you were saying, I mean that advantage for the Syndra is.
هنا بوسيو ما كانش عنده الفيجن واخا هكاك كوميتا. فين حاول يبروتكتيه من الالتي ديال كيتلين ولكن إليز كانت قريبه بزاف قدرت تاخذ الكيل. بوسيو فلاش ان ولكن غيضيعو. الطيفه على السكوتل دابا. سايلس خدا الالتي ديال ووكونغ.
I do think that if Pun's not there and Yehu are not there, that's probably better for TS. Because yeah, Pun has not
كان يقدر ياخذ الثلث الثاني في الميد. الماتش مازال متقارب بزاف.
To build this advantage ever further. They're playing this one very slowly though and very respectfully, understanding that they are certainly against the ropes here. Any kind of mistake, things could really get bad fast.
I feel like they're playing for Wukong's GA and then they can more freely engage with Yike. He might have it right now after the Krugs. He had those 2 items for a very long time. There you go, GA completed, and I feel like now they can play with a little bit more ease, because even if he overextends, he at least gets into the GA stasis and then his teammates can bail him out with the sheer amount of damage that all of them do that we talked about over and over again. And now it's a dance about the next dragon. It's going to be soul point somehow for both of these teams as it's 2 apiece. And I do not see Team Secret walking down bot lane trying to get some sort of vision.
مل اول بلاير غيوصل ليفل 17 في هاد الجيم هذه مافونسي اكثر من اي واحد، لا في الفارم لا في الدامج لا في اي حاجه. كاليس لعب ماتش واعر.
Does have his Fiend Hunter bolts there as well. I love that lore accurate purchase. Because, you know, crossbows, hand crossbows and stuff like that as Busio gets himself into the Dragon Pit. Hex Tech gates taken.
هون هنا غيحاول يحاصر بوسيو. بوسيو مسكين كيشدوه ب5 بهم وكيتعلقوا فيه، ولكن دابا قدر يهرب. ودير يقدر يهرب؟ لا ما يقدرش يهرب. ودير كيموت. بايك كيجيب الكيل الاولى. سايلاس شفر الالتي ديال بايك. ميل كتقدر تجيب الكيل الاولى والثانيه دبل كيل. كان من كورب هنا دمروا تيم سيكريت. غياخذوا دريك وغادي يبوشيو تشيرش ديال الانهب اللي في الميد لين. غياخذوا حتى الانهب غالبا. يس غياخذوا الانهب وباغيين يبوشيو حتى التيرت ديال النكسس. واش يقدروا 4 في 2 باي عندها الدامج داير. كان من كورب كاملين ميد اتش بي، ولكن كيقتلوا داير وكيقتلوا باي. باي ما قدروش يقتلوها، خداو تورت. بقى النكسس فري نكسس، ولكن لو فيري لو اتش بي. غيهربوا ويو غيهرب. يو ما يقدرش يهرب. يو الوحيد اللي ما يقدرش يهرب، الاخرين جوبونس غيهربوا كاملين. بوسيو هنا غيجيب كيل كاليس. باي كيساي غير شي واحد يلتي عليه. اوه مال كتجيب الكيل هنايا. برافو كارمين كورب، برافو عليهم. قربوا بزاف من الرباح من انهم يتاهلوا لا فينال ديال جروب ستيج. برافو لتيم سيكريت اللي هنا بقاو مامنين بالتشانسز ديالهم. قدروا يبوشيو هنا وياخذوا كيل. شوت داون على يهو وخدتها لا دي سي كيتلين. كارمين كورب هنا غيمشيو للبارون باش يحاولوا يساليو الجيم. تيم سيكريت ما قادرينش يدخلوا، غادي يبداو دابا يدخلوا بشويه بشويه يقربوا للبارون. واش غادي يتشفر هاد البارون؟ كارمين كورب تراجعوا. ريسيت البارون. برافو كارمين كورب اللي ما كوميتاوش، واخا كان باقي غير شويه لديك البارون سمحوا فيه. باش ما يموتوش. كان من كورب غياخذ السول بوينت. بوسيو هنا غيدير ليه الريسيت. His two Elise كيساينو في الجنجل غيمشيو كليرو الفيجن اللي كاينه في البارون.
Sustain himself until his team shows up, and he's nowhere near finishing that hourglass as well, as he just came from base and there was no extra item purchased for the Silas. So a pretty dire situation right here for D-Ray, which is also kind of funny because if you spell his name.
Yeah.
I didn't think of that. It just lined up.
Sometimes the best puns are the ones that we don't intend.
Right?
But that's 4 items done for Eddie. I mean, the Caitlyn has reached that point. I mean, I said 35 minutes, but 34 is close enough. And he's also got that cheeky little vampiric scepter there as well. I feel like maybe too little, too late here for the Caitlyn.
Very importantly, GA back up for Yike, and that's exactly what they needed to sort of play a bit more aggressive. Talking about playing
هنا بايك غيبوشي واش غادي قتلو هيزتو. هيزتو هرب ولكن يدير ما قدرش يهرب. كارمين كورب هنا باغيين يفايتيو باش يساليو الجيم. بايك غيقدر يجيب الكيل الاولى، ميل غتجيب الكيل الثانيه. 5v3 اولا 5v2 كاع. جي جي دبل كيل ميل. جي جي سال الماتش. برافو كارمين كورب يتأهلوا للفينال. جي جي. برافو كارمين كورب، لعبوا ماتش ديالهم مزيان بالعقل، قدروا يربحوا ويتأهلوا للفينال. مفاجأة قام اي سبورت ربحوا ام كوي، وام كوي كيخرجوا من الاي دبليو سي. مفاجأة كبيرة هذه. ام كوي بعد ما ربحوا الماتش الاول خسروا الجيم الثاني والجيم الثالث.
Say goodbye to Team Secret as well, but first we've got an interview with Caliste.
Effectivement, une victoire de la cassée à domicile, mesdames et messieurs. Votre produit.
Bravo Caliste.
Caliste, c'est un plaisir, un honneur pour
moi
de faire cette interview en français avec toi devant ton public. Et justement, en parlant de ton public, on sait que les fans cassés font les déplacements à Berlin pour venir vous voir, même en Corée. Mais là, tu les retrouves à la maison. Qu'est-ce que ça te fait? J'imagine qu'il y a peut-être aussi un petit crowd puff.
Ouais, bien évidemment. Comme d'habitude, un grand merci aux fans. Ça rapporte énormément. Et là, en plus, on est à la maison, donc on a vraiment pas envie de perdre. Et je pense que typiquement dans le BO d'aujourd'hui, ils ont fait une grande différence.
C'est clair, et je pense que ça c'est vu. First question, you have your fans here, which kind of difference does it make? Do you feel like there is kind of a crowd buff? Obviously, thank you to all the fans for the support, and I think it did make quite a big difference today. Ma deuxième question, c'est à propos de cette méta. La méta, la fameuse méta, tu sais déjà ce que je vais te demander. La méta Mashbot, on t'a vu la jouer sur la game 1, sur la game 3 avec Ziggs et Mel. T'as gagné les 2 games aussi, t'as très bien joué. Moi je voudrais savoir si t'es vraiment passé du côté obscur pour de bon, ou est-ce qu'on joue parce que bon voilà, c'est fort, c'est broken et voilà.
Écoute, moi je joue pour gagner dorénavant, donc le plus important c'est de juste un peu suivre la méta, et il y a des choses que tu peux pas trop esquiver, on va dire, et les match bots c'est un peu compliqué à esquiver, donc forcément je suis obligé de m'entraîner dessus, de les jouer, d'avoir un bon niveau dessus, donc bon.
Après pour un mec qui est obligé, t'envoies quand même très très fort, je dois le dire. So about the AP meta, you know you played it with Ziggs and Mel. What are your thoughts on it? Do you actually like it, or do you do it because it's the strongest at the moment? Of course, it is very strong. I have to train on it, even though it's not specifically my favorite. Et dernière question, on t'a mis dans la lumière très très tôt. Calise, moi je te le dis, cette lumière tu la mérites, tu l'as montré aujourd'hui sur cette 3e game. Donc moi je voudrais savoir de quoi tu es le plus fier aujourd'hui, et est-ce que tu te sens confiant pour la suite?
je pense la chose dont je suis le plus fier aujourd'hui, c'est notre résilience et aussi surtout de pouvoir jouer on stage comme ça devant notre public et de pouvoir leur donner une victoire.
Effectivement, et je pense que le public
برافو كاليست.
very proud to have been able to give that victory
لعب مزيان صراحة.
in front of my crowd. Et c'est l'heure déjà d'aller au key crush pour essayer et surtout pour aller casser la clé de Team Secret. Mesdames et messieurs,
يهرسوا لنا السعر ديال سيكريت.
Ian, what are the thoughts about the key crushing?
KC fans, are you ready to crush the first key of the tournament? What's the color? What's the color? I said, what's the color? I think they're ready.
I think they're ready and Caliste is ready as well. Allez, c'est parti pour le crush. Le petit prince des Carmines qui renvoie un secret à la maison.
دمر اوه هرسة.
Ça c'est pas mal, je vais t'inviter avec moi. Caliste, on va retourner devant tes fans, devant la scène. Évidemment,
دمر الشامل مساكن تيم سيكريت.
la compétition. Moi j'ai envie de te demander peut-être tes derniers mots, on va se mettre en face de tes fans. Vous êtes Qu'est-ce que tu as envie de leur dire à tes fans, à ton CEO, à toutes les personnes qui te regardent, qui t'encouragent avant la suite?
Écoutez, comme d'habitude, un grand merci pour le soutien. Je sais que les résultats n'ont peut-être pas été à la hauteur ces derniers temps, mais je vous jure qu'on donne notre maximum, qu'on fait tout pour gagner, pour être les meilleurs, et un grand merci pour le soutien.
Bravo, bravo pour cette maturité. I know that recent results haven't been on top, haven't been the best, but we're gonna come back and make sure that this time it's ours. Merci encore Caliste. Un tonnerre d'applaudissements. Caliste. And before we get back to tomorrow, we have one more game. So make sure to stay with us for what's next.
نايس جي كاليست.
One of the greatest and most brutal parts of EWC, the true harsh reality of competition. There are winners and there are losers, and with 2 losses comes your key crushing down, and it is Team Secret falling short here of their EWC aspirations in a great 3-game series.
You know what it was? It was the snap when the key broke. That was guttural.
I mean, I could see the spark, by the way. I got scared, actually.
That's your first key crush. How was that?
I don't know, man. It was insane, impressive. Again, I think that's how it works in the EWC. Like, that's the content.
Yeah, absolutely, as it is. KC getting pushed here and stretched by the LCP's best, but ultimately come out on top thanks to Parisian's favorite son. It is Callista and the rest of KC getting it done.
I mean, that's the thing, is like Team Secret, this roster at MSI took down the LPL 2nd seed. They're no slouches, and they really made KC work for it, but a lot of resolve shown today. And for me, particularly in this last game, I think Busio really stepped up. I think on the pike was making some fantastic plays. I think he didn't have the greatest start of the tournament, but this game where it mattered, he came through.
امكو يتقصاو دابا. اول فرقه تقصات تيم سيكريت تقصاو تا هما.
Visceral it is as we welcome you back to the analyst desk. Digon.
غدا كارمين كورب يلعبوا مع اللي خسر من جنجي وسنتينيل.
Even the last couple of fights still close. Team Secret with opportunities to try and come up.
وقاما يلعبوا مع اللي خسر مع من تيوان وبيلي بيلي.
Running out of steam at the end.
I mean, there were so many actions in the early game, especially I think Comincorp had such an insane advantage in terms of the draft. I think there were some matchups that you already knew that Caitlyn and Elise into Mel and Pike, and this is one of the matchups that it's already got proven that Mel Pike is in favor.
And the thing is, I think the biggest weakness that KC showed at MSI was the jungle support just not being on the same page, not working together well, something that really defined that tournament. This game, they were completely on the same page. Everywhere they needed to be, both of them were there, show them up in the early game, and it just meant all three lanes felt that benefit from Yike and Busio just being present. And it's so frustrating for Team Secret. You're trying to make proactive plays, you're trying to make something happen. Suddenly this, the little noise comes through and the Pyke's invisible nearby. You see a Wukong clone just standing there. You know what's coming, but can't do anything to stop it.
Yeah, again, it was a great turnaround here. In the games where they played well, Busio and Yike on the same page. In the losses, you could see the disconnect, but that is the big difference here for Yike.
So yeah, you can see he still couldn't really do anything at 15-minute mark, but I think it was just that his team not really playing around him, because I feel like they had such a clear game plan, because his top lane Pawn as a Udyr, he punished Wukong in the level 1. I think it delayed a lot of tempo for the jungle. On top of that, he had the matchup where he has faster item spike. He has a Thunder item spike faster than the Triforce, right? So I think if they had a clear game plan, such as just playing on your jungler, then I think it could be much easier, because there was a window where he had a faster tempo and the faster farming, but you could see it from the replay. There were no Xin Zhao in the action, and I think it was the main issue where Team Secret has earlier skirmishes. They didn't really play around his jungler, and I think it's what it is. Like you have to play with the team, otherwise you're gonna get punished hard.
Well, with that loss, the best of the LCP is out of EWC, but the LCP still alive here in the tournament.
But it will be awesome.
Early on, this is our first elimination match, and we have the biggest upset that we're going to see in a little while. Gam Esports defeating LEC #3, MKOI, in fantastic fashion. Glory in the mid lane on the RE takes on over, and MKOI have no answers. And Gam Esports of Vietnam, we had TK Nguyen earlier, get the job done, and they qualify on to day 2.
And I want you to note, MKOI had Hextech sold that. This game was crazy, so intense, so down to the wire. And even though LEC dealt a blow to LCP for us on our stream, on the other side, it was the other way around, neck and neck throughout, but Gam come through huge, clutching it in those big end game moments.
The downfall from MKOI, they couldn't really manage to go to MSI, and also in the EWC, they're out after the day 1. They just played 3 games and they're out. It's such a depressing moment for MKOI, but again, we got KC alive, so at least we're safe.
Yeah, surprises already in our first elimination matches, but we're not done yet. 2 more series to go on A stream and on B stream. After this short bit of content, you're watching EWC 2026.
اوكي باقي لنا ماتش واحد ونساليو. النهار الاول ديال ليج اوف ليجندز. الماتش الجاي شوف شنو كاين في الماتش الجاي. كاين فيوريا ودي بلس ولوس ولاين. واش نتفرجوا في نتفرجوا في
For me, mid's just easy.
Close,
Not
حسن.
so easy, but I'm like on competitive, maybe not so much. In league, I think is.
غيبدا الماتش ديجا غيبداو هما الاخرين هما الاول دونك تفرجوا فيهم.
These teams are stepping up when it matters most under the pressure, and they're not just getting crushed, and that's a plus in its own right. As of course, getting ready for this matchup, Feisty did get that kill on Azeka. Okay, he got that kill. It was the one kill. It was the one kill, but a kill's a kill, and shout out to him. Shout out to Feisty. He got it done. Now he needs to try to get it done in a best of 3
And maybe they'll have a chance to show more of their stuff, right? Because you have a lot of games and a lot of chances to actually show that you're ready to go. Saint, take a little nap. As you do, I think everybody's kind of learning from Faker, and these days are...
Bit of meditation.
Yeah, these days can be long, you know, especially this first day, I think is the longest day that we do have, so... yeah, pretty fun stuff, and it looks like we do have our casters ready to bring us into the draft, so take it away. Take it away, gentlemen.
That's okay. I had a cool statement basically saying thank you, Valdez, and the analyst desk for being cool people and being quite correct. It is a marathon day, and frankly, it feels like it's been a sprint because it has been all action all day without any breaks. We just came off one of the most insane best of threes I've seen in a very, very long time. Garm nearly getting the win, then not against the Nexus, and you're thinking Baron and Hexo, like surely it's over. Then they win a fight regardless. Kiaya on the Zahen in the late game, finding some crazy moments. I mean,
angles.
The thing is, it's day one. We're not even done. We've got another best of three, which will be another elimination series. Like, the drama continues. This is a serious saga.
Well, that's the thing about EWC 2026 here, is that there's a story to tell over these games, and day one is only just about done. We still have so many more days ahead of us.
We just.
And speaking of ahead of us, we are already into the draft. We're seeing these picks and bans, and I
اوكي دونك ديجا بداو الدرافت. لاين كونتر لوس فاروس بوبي اوريانا وليسين. اوكي.
Well, bluntly, if Inspired can push HLE, who, by the by, won a 19-minute game earlier today, then maybe we don't give him the Lee Sin. The playmaking is very strong. And again, for those who don't know, again, we've seen Lion on the B stream already, but Meba lost is in fact lost from the CB LOL, but they're competing here at EWC under the Made in Brazil brand, because again, for the club championship, the organization umbrella matters for getting those championship points. So if you're wondering, wait, who is this organization? What is this logo? Don't worry, guys, you do know who they are. They've just got a little bit of something over the top of it. Exactly. The umbrella org is here.
But I want to talk about Lion and their adaptability. They're already banning Leona because we've been seeing so much of her here.
Genuinely, yes.
Yeah, here at EWC. So they've learnt that, they've read the play, and they're banning it away. However, that then leaves Nocturne open, who was the previous favored support sort of tank engage. But enough about that. We've got a Nocturne picked up here for Lion. They've prioritized that jungle pick.
Nocturne.
Nocturne, I think people have
بس أول مرة غادي نتفرجوا فيه اليوم. كونتر فاي. كاسيوبيا عاوتاني.
Which is completely correct, by the way, because I think a lot of people for a long time viewed Nocturne as a level 6 only jungler. Get to level 6 as fast as you can. The thing is, Nocturne's level 1 is disgusting. And he might not have a dash, but if you're fighting over a camp, you're in melee range, and therefore you don't need the dash.
Exactly.
And if Nocturne gets on the Raptors, start stealing them, you can do some really nasty things. Inspired always hovers in Italy. I doubt it gets locked in, but if it does, we'll be having a very different conversation.
And I heard a story, I think if Nidalee gets banned, or was it Vayne gets banned, they then like auto-hover the Kaiser or something. It's like a dual hover here. But Jace locked in for Lion in response to the, I want to say, already strong champions that Mivalos has put together. Cassiopeia has risen in the meta of late, definitely making her presence known in Split 2. She's now being flexed to that bot side in this mage meta. And Vi, that guaranteed click engage is just fantastic. So I really like this combination. But in response, Zig, so it could potentially be a mage bot lane battle.
Could well be. And again, Zig sort of outranged the Cassiopeia because Cass beats a lot of people right now. Theoretically, Syndra is actually the best answer to Cassiopeia from what I've heard from most analysts, because you outrange, you outjunk, you can see her, which is something that Cassiopeia doesn't enjoy that much. I will also note now with the Camille locked in, Camille Vi is horrible. Camille goes in with the R, or rather, Vi goes in with the R.
Yes.
Get that the right round. And then Camille gets to follow up for free, which is slightly annoying, or vice versa, which is also pretty devastating. You've also got the Vi Cassiopeia combination. And I think people have assumed that Vi needs a diving buddy. You need Nakali or what's that? Ari, great call, exactly. Those champions that can join you on your grand journeys into the backline. There is another option.
And that is say, well, if I'm on the same screen as you when Vibe presses R, I can now put a miasma under you, and you will just never move. You have to sit there forever, and there's nothing you can do about it. And so that Cassiopeia Vibe combo, in that sense, is also really, really dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of dangerous things, Shen banned away that global presence, that big shield to save those teammates, and the taunt as well. That flash engage that we see from Keria so often, so strong, so powerful, and demands respect here. We've also seen broken
Leon يلعبوا بجيس توب.
and there's that Nautilus ban that we were talking about earlier. If you're gonna ban Leona, obviously Nautilus stays up, but no one has picked it, so I like this ban. It's gonna prevent Lion from being able to pick that one up, get that long range engage into the
Ziggs.
lane of whatever Mebalos is going to put together, because Cassiopeia
في الميد
could very
peut-être.
well be in the mid. Camille, obviously the support, but what damage dealer are we going to see paired with that?
Well, exactly. And again, just trying to find some of those bans against Zest, who's been one of the, what I was hearing from a lot of the CB LOL English guys, shout out to Trajan again, who was giving me a load of info on the back end of this, that Zest's been one of those really exciting newer players alongside Dudu in that bot lane. Potential just Vayne lock in here. In fact, that is in. And again, Vayne has been banned a lot in the second phase. And as a result, they just go, all right then, Lion, what have you got?
فيكتور ميد. زيجز يقدر يكون لاعب في البوت لين. فين توب كونتر جيس.
Vayne's oppressive nature against melee top laners will be mitigated here because Jace can offset that. So I kind of like the call here, but we also see the hover of Alistar able to peel so effectively, but also engage. I see a strong engage tool coming out of line here.
I've got an angle here. I wonder whether Feisty looks at the Silas. You're seeing Alistar, you're seeing Nocturne, you're seeing Zigzalt. The Alistar and the Nocturne in particular, I think, feel real good. It might not be a bad angle to flex that cast bot.
Not to mention, if you steal the Nocturne, you've got so much dive.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Actually, with Mebalos, grab that Paranoia, Fire goes in, Silas goes in, and that's such a wombo combo. Obviously, you do have a little bit of peel with the Alistar, but not much. Maybe Victor gets down the stun field, but it could be really hard to repel them if they sync that one up as we deliberate on this all-important fifth choice here for Mebalos.
So you could look at the Syndra if you wanted to, if you wanted something with a bit of poke in that one. The Cassiopeia obviously could still go mid. There is a world where you throw something like a Talia down bot if you're really feeling it, and they will lock in the Talia. Could go mid, could go bot. If you're Viper, you throw it bot into the Camille. With the Camille on your team, though, I think you just throw that Talia mid and just use it to follow the Nocturne. Have your own global to match.
Yeah, and we did literally see Pays from T1 today lock in that Talia on the bot
There you
side.
go.
So
It's spreading. It's spreading.
The mages, oh my god. We heard from Tyler 1 earlier as well. He's like, I don't like mages in that bot lane, but we are seeing a lot of them.
Hot take. 80 carries. You're the only role in the game that isn't forced to play other archetypes of champions. It's time, guys. It's time. You've got to learn to play other stuff, you know? Genuinely do it. You know what? Maybe we can have a bit of a meta conversation.
All right.
If you nerf mages and buff AD carries, then AD carries just get played mid. And so they leave the mid lane. If you buff mages to deal with that, then they just go bot. I think we're hitting a point now in League of Legends, right, where a lot of players are good enough at the game.
اوكي لاين يلعبوا بزيجز في البوت كونتر زيجز واليستار كونتر كاسيوبيا وما شفتش سيبور ديال لوس.
Thank you for telling me that, by the way, because I've been here casting, so I've seen very little of what's happened on the A stream, so I'm a little ignorant of that front.
It's these innovations that these creative drafts bring that show the rest of the world that, hey, these picks can work, you should try them.
Yeah, and I think also with the fact that they have changed how mages deal damage to turrets, you don't need an AD carry to actually fight the siege anymore. You get grubs, or you just get some AP, you just blast turrets.
Yeah.
Sure, maybe in the early game you don't have quite so much, but do you need that the same way, especially with plates not falling off?
But an important note to mention is that we are seeing on our screens here, this is do or die for these teams.
Oh, yeah, it is.
If they lose here, their key gets crushed. So look, you don't want to lose, and if you win, you get another shot tomorrow.
The path to the top of the mountain is paved with the broken dreams of your opponents. At the end of the day, only one key will fit that final lock in the trophy. Everyone else Well, you're just paving stones, aren't you?
That's
back in
it.
Riyadh, we called it the Boulevard of Broken Keys. That was my little addition to year one back in the day. Feisty is about to have a four-man collapse on his head, and that is not a great space for Atelier. So
على الاول كان كاو مسكين فايست.
Flash, he's a bolder man than I.
Yeah, with 4 into 1 there, 3 obviously following up. He just walks it off. Saint potentially not done, maybe trying to prevent this recall, but yeah, holding nerves of steel keeps that flash is fantastic. And ML not done.
اوه انسبايرد بغى انفيدي الجنجلر ديال لوس وما يوقفوا عند حدهم.
Gets the ignite, but importantly, inspired now, no flash. That's really going to hamper his engaged potential, his ability to gank around the rip. So it might be a bit of a slower start coming out of him. He might want to keep farming until he hits that level 6 paranoia. So these early plays pay dividends 5 minutes down the road. We do see some boss side skirmishing and a couple of wards here and there, but in the early game, wards are just to get an understanding of where the jungle is.
اللي ستارتو فوق لهنا. وصل ليفل 2. اوه مشى فيرست بلود.
Defends his jungle, turns up bot level 1, doesn't matter, and Isles gets mind gamed. He tries to pulverize the hook shot, fails it, dies.
So hook shot goes in again from Ackerman there, but Ackerman on this Camille, we've been saying you got those nodes, he's in great form again, and he's
وكان خرج ما رجع عندهم كان لو ورجع.
straight to bot has immediate impact as a skirmish breaks out in the mid lane here.
Saint not having a lot of fun there again, has just come off a phenomenal MSI showing. Took down G2, was half a game away from taking out HLE in the lower bracket. However, that gets a bit spicy. Out comes the exhaust. Dokla in danger, and again, one of the problems that Jace runs into is eventually the DPS goes Vane's way.
سخوت زيست بقى 1 اتش بي.
Now, this is only level 3. We've still got 25-30 minutes of the game. If Zesty is able to keep this up against Dokla, that's not looking good, but it is only early. We're 2.5 minutes into the game. We can't get carried away.
خلاص بداو مزيان هذا الماتش.
Because 2 minutes until the first Drake of the game, but I'm loving what I'm seeing. This is Mebalos being proactive across the rift.
And again, they got, and I put this with a big underline in caps, in bold, demolished by Hammer Life Esports. It was not close. It was a 19-minute stomp that I'm not sure we could put on before 9 p.m. in the UK. Like that is a post-watershed game. It was real nasty stuff.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you got to take those L's to get the W's a little later on down the road, right? You're in the lower bracket. You can, I dare say, more easily win when you're in that situation. So it's up to Mebalos here to make the most of this best of 3 situation. Feisty already sort of aggressing forward into Saint. And we take a look at those summoners, right? There's only 2 flashes left on the side of Lion, whereas Mebalos, they've still got at least 3 up. So they have that summoner advantage, and they've got...
لا كرمان باغي جانكي زيست ولكن يسل ديجا كاين معاه في الطوب لكن ما شايفينوش. ما عندهمش فيجن عليه جوبونس. ناري غيجيو 10 ما قدروش. اليستار ما قدرش. كون جا داك الثالث كانوا يقدروا يربحوا 2 في 2.
take the initiative, turn this 2v3 around, maybe get something back, but unfortunately just not able to get it done here as we go back to this first Zest v Dokla and
it's a 1-for-1. The burn from the Cassiopeia with the Deathfire touch and the poison means that Berserker can't get the kill clean. Both low flash, both die.
Yeah, really well played here, but Mebalos, they find themselves up at 4-1. 1.5k gold lead at nearly 5 minutes. 5 kills a minute. I feel like I'm back home in the LCP. It's an absolute bloodbath, and I am here for it as we go back to check this one out. Oh, the satchel knocked Dudu under the turret to get the damage, and as you said, the damage over time takes Berserker out.
And I think actually, because Dudu said, I think I got the kill angle and flashes forward, Berserker's forced to respond or he just dies.
Yep.
دريك الله بان.
Really well done there by both of them.
ليون دارو الفيجن.
So ultimately, it's burning summoners, it gets the kills, and
كامي دابا كدير شوية الفيجن في الجنجل ديال الانمي تيريتوري.
I mean, Feisty was one of the few bright sparks against H. He got a solo kill against Zeka, which is no mean feat, right? Like, that's good going. And again, well, yeah, exactly. That's a very polite way of putting it. Very non-Australian of you, in fact.
Crikey. Oh, though Curse has started up the first.
كيرس بدا دريك ولكن عنده فيجن لاين ما عرفتش واش غادي كونتيستي ولا لا. نوكتيرن بعيده بزاف ما يقدروا يديروا والو غيخليوه له. ليفل 6 عند فاي.
Dropping some kills in the early game. Dude just hit level 6 and maybe I'll have to hold on my wider points as Berserk is able to get on out.
Berserker هرب.
Petrifying gaze. It's only really a slow, not full petrification. Look at these raptors. Ackerman here.
كان من كيحاول يبروتكت الجنجل ديال كيرس. كيرس تعاونو دخل زيست جاي حتى هو ولكن تعطل ما جاش في الوقت. نايس انسبايرد تريداوه جابوا دبل كيل فين. سانتا هو غيمشي لا فلاش اوت هرب.
Have been able to come back from significant deficits. They got a game win against HLE from 7k down, but you still don't want to see this. Ackerman, you think it's too far. He makes it work just about.
Yeah, so Ackerman goes into that 1v2, but he knows that the rest of Nibelos are around.
برافو كيرمان تري مات ولكن جاب عاون عشرة ياخذوا دبل كيل.
But it just was not enough. Nibelos 7.5 minutes in, 2k up. They are currently running the rift. We need to see something.
جيس هنايا كيغاليري شويه مع زيست. زيست عنده 700 جولد ادفانتج غيولي يوقع نفس البلان اللي وقع قبيله 3 في 2 ولكن واش يخليو جيس يباكي ولا لا. برزيركر جا يزل خرج ولكن ما عندهم ما يصور معاهم.
Commendable, but I think the lack of information, not seeing him, Nibelos knew something was up because he tried that play before and it did not work out. But Nibelos, they're collapsing again. They're everywhere on the rift and they do.
بص غيطايفوا دابا على الجروبز. لايون غيكونتيستيو. او التي ديال زيغز قتل فاي وغادي ياخذوا الجروبز كاملين جوبونس. Jungler match.
They were already on the retreat, but any hopes of getting something back snuffed out by that extra TP on the back side of things. So Inspired here, getting onto those grubs, trying to secure that jungle objective for themselves. Next Drake up in 2 minutes time here, so they could, you know, if Lion go for this, they could stop Nibelos' Drake stacking, but if Nibelos get it, that starts to get that win condition rolling.
It really does, and again, Lion, we've seen how good their team fighting.
والله خسروا دريك ولكن خداو الجروبز.
We saw it last week at MSI. How good were Lion in making it as far as they did? Again, they were inches away from knocking LCK out of top 4. It could have been NA with multiple seeds. Well, they could have been half of NA going to Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, Lion obviously ended 3rd at MSI, which is a spectacular performance for them. So, like, right now it feels like they're in form, right? Because MSI only ended a few days ago. But we take a look at this vision control. Nibelos knows exactly everything Lion is doing. It's all through the river. It's through that bot side jungle of Lion as well. They do not want Inspired to have any impact.
And the other thing is MSI was a few days ago. You have got to go from an absolutely relentless schedule to then fly all the way from Korea over to Paris to come and do this here, and again you lose that first matchup, and again it's a tough one. JDG, who've had a little bit more time to prep and come in, the Pike is really good from Vampire and stuff, and it kind of goes a little awry, right? And suddenly you're going up against a team you potentially not prepped for, and you've got to try and make it work regardless. There is very, very limited room for error here at the EWC in 2026, because again you lose this series, you are done. You have played a grand total of potentially just 3 games.
Yeah, BO1, and then if you get knocked out in 2, that's your 3 games. And That's not what you want to do here, right? Like, every team comes to these tournaments and they want to play as many games as they possibly can. They want to end as high as they can, win the whole thing. Dokla, though.
Yeah, Zest just getting a big chunk there. The final hour comes down. And again, one of the issues of the Jace into the Vayne is the Shock Blast is so dodgeable.
Oh, yeah.
You just queue it, and then the extended DPS check just isn't as fun. Ackerman won't be caught in the river there, as both supporters spent more time top lane than anywhere else on the map.
But I am loving this productivity from both of these supports, right? Obviously, Isles up slightly in CS, but Ackerman's still up in gold, having that kill to his name. Ackerman has been involved in 4 out of the 6 kills, a 66% kill participation. Is just having more
دريك تاني طلع
impact across the rift here.
وانا كاينه بوش او نوكترن اولتا وكان شرانو كاملين كاينين تما. جايس يقدر ياخذ الكيل، اكرمان تاهي غادي يموت، هو غيموت ولكن لا اربو. فيري جود تيم فايت من لاين هنايا، يقدروا ينقصوا شويه الجولد ادفانتج اللي عند لوس. اي بوشيو هنايا التورت الاولى.
Important kill though, going away with Dokla kind of narrows that lead that the Vayne was building. Again, does look to be one of those win conditions again. Zest has been something of a bright point for the side of Lost in the CBLOL, of course, again, here under the Made in Brazil brand for the whole club championship system here at Esports World Cup. And that will be potentially a big deal as well if they can...
لوس غيدخلوا عند دريك. لاين ما عندهمش فيجن، صعيب يكونتيستيو الدريك هذا. جوج ديال دريكس دابا عند لوس. دودو غيحاول يشد جيس ولكن جيس هرب وخدم بوشن ديالو.
Yeah, Judo's aggression is actually something to be noted. Is absolutely willing to go under these turrets. As you look at this vision control line that Ackerman has placed in the bot side jungle of Lion, they keep doing this. They keep wanting to protect their bot side, right? They do not want Inspired in the area. Let rip with that paranoia and take down whomsoever.
لاين هنا كيحاولوا ينفيديو. اوه دخلوا فايت. نوكترن اسطوري. فيري جود اولتي، خدا الكيل الاولى. واش غيقدر ياخذ الكيل الثانيه؟ لوس تريداو بفيكتور. لوس سيطروا بالرجوله. مشى برزيركر. برافو برافو لوس. اوه
Zest has got the final out. The exhaust came on down. Dokla drops out of vision. Needs to hit this shock blast, and we have ourselves a very different advantage.
زيست هنايا. اوه قدر ياخذ الكيل. كان قريب يتوفى ولكن قدر يبروفيتا من التورت باش يقتل جيس اللي طمع فيها بصراحه. هنايا قلتي واعره من نوكترن، جاب الكيل ولكن لوس قدروا في البلاصه يجيبوا الكيل الاولى والكيل الثانيه. لايون جابوا كيل ثانيه تا هما وجابوا هنا الثالثه، يعني 3 لجوج في التيم فايت هذه. لوس كيزيدوا يامليوريو لافونتاج الجولد اللي عندهم. زيست 6 الكيلز، افونسا بزاف على جيس. لاين كيحاولوا ياخذوا الدري، كيحاولوا ياخذوا التورت ديال الطوب. لاين الهيرالد سبونا مازال ما مشى حتى شي واحد. نوكترن جو بونس بدات الهيرالد. هاي نوكتورن في الهيرالد يجيو يعاونوا صحابو. لوس ما غاديش كونتيستيو بعد بزاف. جوج ديال دريكس لوس جروبز وهيرالد لاين. هنا لا يمكن كي دار زيست ريمونتادا هادي فلاش ان وفي البلاصه دمر داك الجيس. ترد البوت مشات. دريك باقي له دقيقه.
Good scaling here with the Victor, with the Ziggs. Again, you'll hit a point where your poke is incredibly obnoxious between Jace and Ziggs and Death Rays from a Victor as well. The problem is, I don't think side lanes are ever winnable. Like, theoretically, the Nocturne is a real problem for the Vayne.
Yeah.
If the Vayne is 6-0, that's a different question, right?
We do take a look at those damage charts, though, and look, Berserker putting in the work, but look at the top 5.
Yeah.
4 of them are Mebalos. They are putting in the work. They are doing the damage. But I wanted to call out, Ackerman actually took a recall to refresh those wards and is now out there.
نوكتورن ulti بغا تعاون سنت باش ياخدو بغاتي في التوب لين. خداو كيل كونتر تاليا. اول كيل عند فيكتور في هذا الماتش. واللاعب الوحيد الفلاين اللي ما افونسي بارابور لا تا لا دي سي ما افونسي شويه. هو جانجلر صراحه. توب لينر ديال لوس هو اللي مسيطر وعاطي الافونتاج الكبير لفرقته. انا كاين تيليبورت ديال لوس غادي يحاولوا يفايتيو على دريك وغاي كونتيستيوهم لاين. هنا ليون خصهم يدخلوا الا بغاو يكونتيستيو ولكن ما قدروش. ما كانش عندهم لا بريوريتي. كان ايزي دريك لاين ودابا عندهم سول بوينت.
Mebalos, they are on a 5-minute timer though. It will force Lion to respond. But what this does, it buys Lion 5 minutes, so to speak, right?
Yep.
They get more time to scale. They get more time to farm because Victor is at 70 stacks right now. If he's able to get a few more, he could really do some damage in the next team fights. And we take a look at those turrets. There's only one each across the rift. They've got the top side of Mebalos, and Mebalos has the bot side of Lion. So the map
Nocturne ulti في البوت لين. زيست تقدر يهرب.
Yep, just as easy as that. You mistime that spell shield, it expires, Condemn comes out, and there's no way for you to follow up on that. So I really like Zest there. Feeling comfortable, feeling confident, and you would be when you have 1,500 of the gold lead on you alone. He is literally the gold lead. He's 6-0-1 with 2 completed items, including that Essence Reaver. Crit damage coming through. The mana just endless.
Ackerman with the league classic, throws out the hook shot, entirely misses the wall, throws up the emote to go okay. You know, we've all been there. Slightly less mechanically proficient on that one. He's had a good game on the whole on this Camille, so I'll forgive him that one. Got ourselves 30 seconds till Baron. I don't think we're going to see that one on spawn necessarily. He's really doing to turn towards that dragon in 3.5 minutes because you give up Mountain Soul and suddenly again the Nocturne jumping on this vein, it's just going to become near enough an impossibility.
Absolutely, but Mebalos looking to make the play here. Isles sniffs it out, suspects something is up, but with that Oracle lens, goes in.
That's a rough time. The exhaust is in.
زيست هنا غيبوشي. دوك ما قدرش يلعب مع زيست صراحه. الكيل السابعه لزيست. 2000 جولد ادفانتج عند فين. جاي تعذب في هذا الماتش.
Is 4 out of the 12 kills. He's 1/3 of the kills gone over to Meebalos right now. It is a rough place to be. He's trying to stay in touch of the CS differential, but there's a 700 gold bounty over on Zest, and he has earned it. He's outplaying. When the ganks come through, he's able to condemn and escape. He's making these 1v1 plays that Lion are just struggling to answer. Baron on the rift. Drake 2 minutes away. I have to imagine Meebalos want to get vision control as the Rift Herald has been dropped.
ريفت دروبوه في الميد نوكتيرن. نوكتيرن ما قدرش يدخل بيه لحقاش كانوا جوج لعابة لوس في التورت. حاول افويدي الدات ديالو حيت كون دخل كان غيموت. ضيعوه الريفت هباء منثورا.
That one, you need that taken away. Meebalos, though, they are putting together a really cohesive game here. We're 22 minutes in. Yeah, they're 2k up, right? And at 22 minutes, not the biggest lead in the world. And it is all on Zest, which tells me...
أنا كاين جانك ديال 3 لعابة من لوس ولكن لاين كانوا ريدي وكاينين تيليبورت. هذه الفرصة لاين اللي بغاو يرجعوا خصهم ضروري يربحوا هاد الفايت. هربوا من الالتي لوس، هربوا من الالتي زيكز. جوج لعابة ب1 اتش بي، ولكن جو بونس هاد اللعاب ديال لوس غادي يموت ضروري. كاسيوبيا ما تقدرش تهرب، ولكن برافو لوس اللي قدروا يهربوا من جوج ديال الديتس صراحة.
Every single summoner, though, across the rift here burnt, except actually all of Meebalos's were burnt.
Yeah.
You look at Lion, they are happy where they're sitting.
And you now look at the gold lead, and it's not really a gold lead anymore, not for 22 minutes in the game. You look at the fact
اليوم قدروا يرجعوا شوية للماتش، ولكن خاصهم ضروري ياخذوا الدريك الجاي. 20 ثانية كيحاولوا ياخذوا البريوريتي هنايا، يبريباريو الدريك ديالهم، وش بونس ما غاديش يكونتيستيوهم لوس. خاصهم يردوا بالهم من البارون حتى هو. ما عندهم فيجن، لاين عندهم فيجن على دريك، عندهم فيجن على البارون، عندهم فيجن على الريفر كاملة، وهنا ياخذوا البريوريتي في الميد. غيبداو دريك. لوس واش غادي يكونتيستيو؟ فاي كيحاول يدخل، ولكن اليستار نطحو وقال له شنو باغي دير وليدي. هنايا اكرمان غادي يشد انسبايرد لتحت، ولكن صافي سمحوا فيه. اول دريك غياخذوه اللاين. برافو اللاين، رجعوا للماتش صراحة.
It's just one Drake, we'll get the next one in 5 minutes time. But would you take a look at that vision control? Now that the Drake fight's done, I expect that to move towards the Baron, because the Baron is up on the rift, and that is a very strong win condition for either of these teams.
Eyes on the Vayne, for obvious reasons. Yeah. Eyes on Berserker, who's also managed to build himself quite the lead of his own.
ما الاديسي ديال اللاين يقدر يكري واحد الكاب كبيرة بينه وبين الاديسي ديال لوس.
Red side Baron from Meebalos, where they are trapped in that pit, caught in the cauldron, ready for a Mega Inferno bomb. It can be a very bad time indeed.
Look, anytime you ever get Mega Inferno bombed, it's a bad time. I mean, I don't want to get Mega Inferno bombed, and I'm certain
I feel like it would be a very strange human who wanted to be a Mega Inferno bomb. Like, they go, what is wrong with you?
Yes, I like being incinerated. Thank you very much. But we do get back to the action here, right? A quick little recap, if we will. Meebalos, 3 Drakes, 0 Grubs, 1 Tower. And this is where Lion has an advantage. They only have 2 of the towers. So the map is a little more open to them if they so decide. But both mid lane turrets are still up at the 20.
بلس واخا كان عندهم لافونتاج كبير ما قدروش يبوشيو لينز وياخدوا تورتس. مازال جوج البليت في التورتس ديال التوب والميد وبحال خداو تورتس ديال البوت، alors que لاين واخا كانوا ناقصين قدروا ياخدوا التورتس ديال البوت وديال التوب.
And look, the wave clear for Lion is both safe and extensive. You have got a Victor, you have got a Ziggs, you've got a Jace. Hell, even the Nocturne with the Q is a nice little addition. Looking to potentially invade onto this red buff and decide the better of it, but still it has meant that for all you've got this very fed Vayne. Vayne and her ability to hit a turret is somewhat limited actually. She's not got the best wave clear, she's got a great dueling power. But again, if you can't just clear the wave, then she goes, well, that sucks, and just has to wait again.
Like, oh, all right then, I'll step back and wait, shall I? But does have amazing 1v1 potential, as unfortunately Dokla is learning up in that top side. A lot of pings coming down.
واخيرا نص غياخدوا هاد التورت ديال التوب، ولكن
And there's a return option on that front from Feisty Burns, the arm guard, and Inspired goes in.
لاين كانوا ريدي، ولكن لوس قدروا يخرجوا باقل اضرار من هذا الفايت هذا. ما خداوش تورت ولكن او موا ما ماتوش. فكان من هنا كيبوشي وسط الجنجل ديال لاين مع دودو ومع كيرس، بخمسه بهم دابا كاينين في الجنجل، ولكن لاين كاملين تا هما تجمعوا.
Yeah, look, it was very, very exciting. It was almost like that bot side fight where 4 TPs were immediately committed and everyone was there. And it's so scrappy. They're just skirmishing everywhere, every possible moment. Right now, if you win a fight, you get the Baron. But in 1 minute, 20 seconds is the next major objective fight.
Yeah, and again, remember that last time when we saw, hey, Miba lost, you don't have that many flashes. You just burned flash on quite a number of people.
التي ديال طاليانو غادي يدخلوا غيبوشيو غياخدوا التورت. فين قتلت فيكتور، فين ما كاينش يقدر يوقفها في هذا الماتش هذا، واللي يقدر يوقفها عنده شت داون ديال 1000 جولد. لوس خداو التورت ديال الميد، لوس غياخدوا البارون. لاين كيحاولوا يكونتيستيو طاليا وان شوت، البارون غيقتل طاليا، البارون قتل طاليا او نوكترن خدات الكيل. فين قتلت اليستار. اوه برافو كاميلا قدرت تقتل جيس. جيس مسكين اللي جا كيقتلو.
They're back up to nearly 3k gold lead. They've still got the 3 Drakes, but it's up in 10 seconds. Dokla will still be dead. It will be a 5v4. This is Mibalos's best chance to get the soul. And obviously, without vision,
لوس دابا خاصهم ضروري يمشيو ياخذوا الصول.
they started chipping away at Bison. Inspired goes in. Immediate turn from Mibalos. They're like, abandon the Baron, win the team fight, and win it convincingly they do. Dudu on this Cassiopeia knows his limits. He knows he's faster than Dokla as well. Dokla does an amazing
اوه برافو كامي، برافو كامي. لاين غيحاولوا يكونتيستيو ما يخليوش لوس ياخذوا هاد السول، ولكن غادي يكون فايت ديسيزيف بزاف. نوكترن التي، زيكس التي، لوس مشى. فين قتلت اليستار، فاي نوكترن قتلت فاي. نوكترن قدرت تشفر دريك. كاسيوبيا كتحاول تجيب كيل، جابت الكيل الاولى. او طاليا ماتت. زيكس قدر يجيب الكيل عليها.
Yeah, they lose that dragon, so it's another 5 minutes as we reach the half an hour mark. We're at 29 kills.
وبرافو الفين اللي مازال ما مات حتى مرة.
So Mibalos lost 2, Lion lost those 3, Isles back out onto the rift, lickety split. Baron still on the rift as we do go to this replay around this Drake. So this was the
هنا زيت بدا دريك
for Mebalos, right? Because Lion they keep
سانت انسبايرد وبرزيركر حاولوا يدخلوا لوبجيكتيف ديالهم كان هو فاي. هنا فاي فاش دخلات نوكترن اولتات زيكس اولتا وما كانش عندها كي دير تهرب. ايزي دريك اللاين. دودو هنا قدر يجيب كيل وياخذ لافونتاج من هاد التيم فايت هذا واخا خسروا دريك.
That one is an unforced error. I just walked into one mindful and Berserker goes, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll take that one to the bank. But Lion, they played it well. They bought themselves another 5 minutes after that Drake was failed to be capitalized on by Mebalos.
زيست صراحة لعب بوحدو في هاد الماتش هذا. 4000 جولد ليد بارابور الجيس. دوك لا كيعاني مسكين. 11 الكيل كريزي.
At the very least, Lion are within touching distance of the goal. They've denied Soul. The scaling is good and the Vayne phenomenal in the side lane.
ولكن لاين لاعبين كتيم مخيرين. غير دوكلا بيان سور. اوه هنا ايتي ديال طاليا بوشاو ما قدروش يفينيشيو اليستار. اليستار متانكي شويه كوميم. اوه هنا كيبوشيو فيكتور نوكسن كتولتي ان. واش تقدر تقتل كامي هربات كيرش دخل فين غيخلط عليهم وكلشي غيهرب. فاش كيجي فين كلشي كيهرب. دودو هنا كيحاول يجيب كيل كاسيوبيا فلاش اوت. برافو معلم. برافو لوس. تيم فايت واعر لعبوا دابا.
So they weren't able to finish him off. So I really did like that heads up play. But Lion, they have the advantage in health bars right now. And they're turning this into some
هنا يحاولوا يبوشيو باش ياخذوا تيرد ديال الميد.
He's got a Magi's. He's got a 6-page Magi's because Berserker is feeling it. Saint as well, the hex core is fully stacked. He's at 3.5 items himself, and it just begins to feel like Mebalos, for all the early game successes, are struggling to find that killer blow, the thing to put this game to bed.
Let's be real. You say Mebalos.
حد الان مازال حتى شي واحد ما قدر يدخل على هذا البارون. دريك باقي له 50 ثانيه وغادي يكون مهم بزاف هاد الدريك هذا. لوس كيبريباريو الدريك ديالهم ما باغيش يتفكوا. لاين ما غيخليوه لهمش. كامي كتكليري الفيجن وكدير بزاف د الوردز في الجانجل ديال لاين. 30 ثانيه لدريك. لوس ما باغينش يخليو الميد لحقاش ما عندهمش لا بريوريتي. لايون كليراو كاع الويفز ديال الميد وغيمشيو دابا للدريك. ولات عندهم لا بريوريتي بارابور لدريك. ترت اللي خداو عاوناتهم صراحه. لوس غيسمحوا في الدريك وغيمشيو للبارون. لاين ما غاديش يمشيو للدريك حيت ما عندهمش الفيجن في البارون. يحاولوا يبقاو في الميد يحاولوا يبوشيو ويفز يخليو لا بريوريتي ليهم. نوكترن عنده غوارديان انجل يقدر يكون شويه اغريسيف. دابا غيبداو البارون كاين بزاف ديال الدامج. البارون كيطيح دغيا لاين يمكن ما غاتوصلهمش حتى المعلومه حتى غيلقاو البارون مشى. فيري جود ديسيجن هنايا من عند لوس. والله دابا الا قرروا انهم يمشيو للدريك غادي يخليو بزاف ديال الويفز، ولكن عندهم ديجا لا بريوريتي في التوب لين دونك ماشي مشكل. واش دابا كيبوشيو كاملين من الميد يبروفيتيو من البوف ديال البارون، غياخدو الثلث الثانيه ديال الميد، كيكليريو الجنجل. خاصهم ضروري يطلعوا للطوب، عندهم بزاف ديال الويز اللي ضاعوا لهم في الطوب. غيباكيو طاليا ديجا في الطوب كتكليري الويف ديالها. الفرق بجوج دابا عندهم السول بوينت، دونك الدراجون الجاي غيكون ديسيزيف بزاف. نوكتن ايلت ان، ولكن دخلت وسط 3 ديال اللعابه من لوس. علاش نوكتن دار هاد الحركه هذا؟ فري كيل. نوكتن غير بغا يموت، ودابا نوكتن اوت 55 ثانيه. كاسيوبيا كتحاول تاخذ هاد التورت اللي في البوت لاين، باقا لها هنا زيست غيحاول الدمج ديال زيست خرافي. ما عندك فين تهرب، فيكتور ما عنده فين يهرب. التورت ديال البوت مشات، دابا التورت ديال الانهي بغات تمشي حتى هي. واش الانهي حتى هو غيمشي؟ فايتا هي خدات غوارديان انجل. غارديان انجل ديال فايك خليها تبوشي وتكون شويه اغريسيف. تورت الانهب ديال البوط، الانهب ديال الميد مشى. لوس قربوا بزاف من انهم يساليو هذا الماتش هذا. واش غيكون شي تيم فايت اللي غيخليهم يساليو الماتش، ولا غيلعبوا بيشنتلي؟ ما بانليش هذا البلان هذا. غيبوشيو. جي لاين، برافو عليهم. جيم اسطوريه الصراحه، كانت قريبه حتى لاخر الدقائق. برافو لوس، توب لينر ديالهم ربحهم الصراحه. باش كيكون عندك توب لينر بحال زيست صعيب تخسر. فين السيطرات.
Sip of that one. That is what we like to call the LCS tears as CB LOL take this game, and again convincingly they went after Dokla. Dokla had no help there in a lot of those situations because they were those 1v1s. Zest knew exactly what he was doing. He timed those exhausts spectacularly and was able to just punish, and it almost
نربط ليلة على الستريم الثاني نشوفوا شنو داروا الماتش الاخر.
inability to get it over the line in the later stages, that lack of killer instinct to really secure the win.
فيوريا تا هما سالاو الماتش ديالهم مع دي بلاس.
And they do it in style with players like Zest, with players like Dudu having a great time, and that Vayne, I mean, you see why it's getting bad, don't you?
This much here, but he is a major part of why they win this extended fight. They get the Infernal Soul, and Furia fans, that might have been the last hurrah.
نو مازال ما سالاش الماتش الاول، ولكن دي بلاس ما افونسين بزاف.
I think both teams are stressed at this point, but a 6.2k gold lead, Infernal Soul acquired, and now it's up to Baron. As you said, well, so aptly so, Jojo.
فيوريا صعيب يربحوا هذا الماتش. دي بلاس عندهم السول. هنا غياخدو كيل الاولى. تاتو مشى تا هو.
instead, Jojo's the new target of charm again from
كل
Showmaker.
ثانية
While Lucid takes care of business and Impale
كل ثالثة
plays time.
وبارون.
And DK have caught Furia napping.
He was looking back at the Baron saying, back me up!
برافو دي بلس.
I got the Impale! You got the Spirit! Where are you?
Yeah, well, D+, I think with that win in the jungle and the Infernal Soul, are looking poised to take this game. Not going to be the sub 30-minute you predicted earlier, which I think was a reasonable prediction,
I
all
think
things
until we
considered.
saw a couple of those fights, it was, yep.
And we'll watch this one again. I mean, in moments like this, as Furia, they're trying to get the pick onto career, right? They're trying to find anything they can because their comp is a pick-based comp, especially from behind. That's all they can fish for, but D+ there for backup, as the Baron is not there for backup for Tattoo in this case. As it's a neutral objective that D+ have now claimed, and it's being used against them. See the power play up to 1,500 already here off the Baron Slay alone. 10,000 gold lead here means D+ have doubled what they had in the mid-game, and now it should be smooth sailing to start breaking open the base.
Tattoo looks for a target. Career's just going to pace it out. Level 11, he gets scattered the weak. Maybe inting a little bit here, but Tattoo needs to find a kill.
اوه فيوري هنا قدروا يجيبوا كيل.
Honda towards the follow-up with Tempest Cripple. One more bit of damage.
اوه هنا لوسيد كيدخل كيحاول يشري يديه.
Showmaker with 25 stacks on the Magi's, who takes down Ayu, has had a really tough time being alive in this game.
تاتو يقدر يموت. لوسيد هنا تبلوكا يقدر يخرج. تاتو باغي يهرب ولكن اهري ما غاديش تخليه يهرب. تانكي بزاف ولكن اهري ليفل 17 ما غاديش تخليك تهرب. هنا دي بلس كيحاولوا يبوشيو باش يساليو الماتش. ياخذوا تورت الانهاب في الميد، غياخذوا تورت ديال الانهاب في البوت مع البارون. جو بونس جي سالا الماتش. كياخذوا الانهاب الثاني الانهاب الاول. امبيسا كيحاول كاسانتي ما مخليش. كاسانتي دبل كيل. جي برافو برافو دي بلس. ربحوا الماتش الاول ديالهم. رجعوا الماتش ديالنا. ياخذوا بريك دونك نرجعوا نشوفوا هنا شنو وقع.
Right, the idea that they could come back from that 4,500 gold lead what seemed unbelievable, but when you watch the play we saw from Furia, you could kind of feel it. It was a near comeback in so many moments, but ultimately D+ did end up taking it home.
I think props to Guigo in the top lane. You know, decent start of the game. I think, as you said, Jojo was kind of like a meat shield that they needed to rely on to find some of these engages. Tattoo on his Skarner actually had a lot of impact as well. It's just unfortunate that some of those last fights weren't clumped, so that the Syndra could find value. She was not dead, so that the Skarner couldn't drag towards that Ziggs. And it does feel like a lot of this game started on the leverage of Smash on this Victor bot, finding an individual lead, and the constant dive that came through as we throw back to the AD.
Thank you very much. Hysteric says yes, it was a battle and a brawl here, but D+ Kia come out on top, and they are up 1-0, one win away from moving on.
I'm starting to think Showmaker and Lucid are kind of good. I mean, that was...
That's a good thought.
That's a good thought. That's a good mid-jungle. I mean, if you're going to play Ahri Lee Sin, you're going to take over the map if you do it well, and they did just that.
Yeah, I think this is the peak moment from D+ Kia as well. Like I mentioned it before, even the pre-show, that I think whenever Lucid and Showmaker are active together, they are actually a good form. So I think it was one of the games that we could actually see it from D+ Kia when they were really good in the regular split as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at some of those plays that Lucid made throughout that last one. As you said, he took over, was back to that old Lucid of on this Lee Sin as he normally does here with did
just constantly making plays.
Yeah, making plays on the bot side. He got clean kill for Ziggs as well. And on the mid lane with Showmaker, chain CC with the Showmaker, it was the play. And I think this top lane skirmish kind of decided the game by itself.
Yeah, I think it's really cool to see Lucid popping off on the Lee Sin again, because I remember when he joined DK, filling in the shoes for Canyon.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's always had this Lee Sin that he pulls out, and Showmaker on the Ahri as well, landing the flash charms. It was a huge Skarn roll, but they're not quite able to pick them off, and Showmaker's able to survive as well. This was really the fight that put the nail in the coffin for Furia, unfortunately.
Yeah, and again, I think Xiu, he was really consistent in a negative way, I said, but I think now he's back on Cassandra duty. The tank duty is back, and that kind of makes Diplaskia making a simple plan for them, and I think they're now back to just making it really simple, and again, Showmaker Lucid making an insane impact in this game.
Which I think is good coaching, you know? As much as we call out CV Max for some of these crazy and wacky experimental drafts, when things are going bad for a team, what do we say? We go back to basics. And it's like, all right, someone's got to play tank here because we've got a playmaker in the mid lane. And they were able to do so. Shiwu back on that Cassante, made it simple for the rest of the team to function.
And I feel like putting Tatu on a tank was a mistake. You saw he had 20,000 damage on Skarner. Like, that feels wrong. He nearly had the same amount of damage as the Lee Sin. I really think you need to put him on a carry so that he can be the person to step up for Furia, because on the Skarner, even if you land the ultimates, if your carries are so far behind, like in this game, you can't do much.
I mean, still some concern about the Diploskia's draft, though. I think the Victor bot lane is not really ideal option when you play against Ziggs, because I think it's a lot easier to punish Victor on the bot side because you have support, you have jungler. So I think they have the enough tool to play against it, which is Skarner and Leona, but they didn't really play into it. So I think that was the issue that they had for the game one.
Well, D+Kia aren't the only team playing right now that are up 1-0 currently over at the B stream. MIBR Los, the CB Law representative number 2, come up huge here against Lion. It was a close series and a close match in this game number 1 until a Baron steal, then forced Inspired out. He gets caught, and then MIBR Los now charging in.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreboard looks pretty normal up until you look at the top lane.
What?
13-0 Vayne.
شو ما تدوس راه بدك performance ديال زيست.
Absolute 1v9 from Zest, and it's such a big contrast to what we saw against
مبغاش يموت الصاع.
where Zest was playing the
40 دقيقة ما مات حتى مرة.
But you see
Crazy.
now that if he's able to pull out these range drops and get that lead, he's going to carry the team.
Is Dokla back on tank duty after that game? Because that's what we figured out with Diplaskia, right?
I mean, that feels like a Dokla classic, I'd say.
Yeah.
You know, there's times where you flip the coin and Big Dokes is showing up big, and sometimes you got baby Dokes. That was
also
that was a baby Dokes right there.
Sometimes doesn't make sense because Leon took Hama Life to 5 games, super close, and then MIBR Lost just got stomped by Hama Life in 19 minutes.
That's true.
And now MIBR Lost just beat Leon.
So that means Lion are gonna beat Hanwha later? Is that what that means?
I think so.
If they're able to overcome MIBR Los, let us know in the chat what you all think. Let's refocus here on our series at hand. It is another CB LoL squad in Furia, falling short here against D+Kia. They are going to bounce back here for game number 2 in just a bit. But I wanted to get your thoughts on one of the biggest changes that you want to see for Furia in the next game.
I think no mage. I think for me it felt like because Ayu was on the Ziggs, they thought we shouldn't play around bot at all, just leave him on an island. And we saw that Smash was super actually comfortable on the Victor, getting a huge CS lead, and that they just could kind of snowball and play around that. That's where Lucy got the first blood as well. I think if you have the bot lane from Furia on a more winning lane that they can play by themselves, then that allows Tatu to play more of a greedy style and then still impact bot lane and help them out.
I think people kind of forgot how to punish the bot lane. I think if enemy bot lane is standing next to turret by himself, then you can just literally dive him. I think all the teams that struggle in the MSI is because they actually try to punish the bot lane, and then that kind of made your support to stick into the bot lane. So I think if Furia can just play on the bot lane, try to play around their AD carry, I think they have a good chance, as Zach said.
Well, speaking of someone who knows a thing or two about punishing bot lanes, we have Tyler1 standing by right now with some Brazilian fans. Tyler, take it away.
I am here with the faith of Brazil. They sadly just seen Furia drop down to 0-1, 0-1. Do you guys think they have what it takes to bring it back? What can they do?
I think it's kind of impossible to win against DK, but we believe if you have 1% of chance, we're gonna believe it forever. So let's go Furia, and we already won the other game. Brazil won, so let's see. Maybe we can go to the next stage. Tomorrow, right?
البرازيليين بجوج لاعبين لوس وفيوريا.
1-0 right now against the name. He's not wrong about that. Do you think they're going to take that series as well?
Sorry?
Do you think MIBR is going to beat NA on the B stream?
Yeah, I think they came really for real today, so perhaps they're gonna get it.
We already won in A in Brazil, the America's Cup. We're gonna win again.
Okay, this isn't a trash talk segment. I'm trying to root for you. Don't rile me up, please, guys. I'm rooting for you guys to win. Let's see if they can do it. Thank you very much, Tyler, as again, you love the Brazilian fan and passion. And maybe it'll be enough to get Furia over the hump here. We know that they've been able to do it again against a major region, especially last year. That was when they did it against Cloud9. But D plus Kia, a little bit of a different beast.
It's
here,
for sure a difficult opponent, but I remember back in 2023, there was this young prodigy ADC who came to Europe. They were boot camping there, and he reached rank 1 with 75% win rate, and he was just stomping everybody, and that was Ayu. Ayu, for me, is a player that has really, really high peaks, and I do think that if they put him and facilitate him more, that it is an avenue for success, especially as, like, DK for me seems like the most inconsistent LCK team you guys probably have. Maybe KT is more consistent. I'm not
Nail
sure.
on the head right there.
Gotta be careful, man. But I kind of agree. I think that's what like most of the AD carry players most struggled, because I think the AP bot lane meta is really annoying to adapt on, because you can't really be the main carry. But I think Ayu, he's also really good on some DPS majors, you know, something like Casio or like that you can actually deal some damage in the mid-late game. So I think even then, like, he can't play the AD carry. Just
ارجعوا للستريم ديالنا نشوفوا راه يكونوا رجعوا.
scaling champion. Then I think you have such a simple plan that you
like convincing fashion, going into HLE, playing fast games, and like still keeping their structure. And it feels like they're lacking both of those things. They're lacking the speed and they're lacking their structure right now. I'm not sure. Like, obviously, it's tight turnaround all the way from Daejeon over here to Paris, but they do need to get their stuff together, because one game away from elimination for a team that I think, frankly, shocked the world literally like 5 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is like the team that like we definitely didn't see. Like, it's just like as a team, as an individual, like both like not working really well, like compared to what they shown like the 5 days ago, which is like, this is too crazy. I mean, it's like so ridiculous, like, because they just played it in the MSI, and like we were like, everyone was like so shocked, like how they were managing like all the game stuff, and even like managed to be able to go to 30-minute plus against a great team. Like, I mean, today they have I mean, we did say they're in favor too, because like they're not like, this team was not an MSI. They didn't play against like great teams. They didn't get the chance to play like in Scream. They didn't get the great. I would not say they're not gonna be the, you know, greatest like Scream partners. So probably they didn't play against HLE like, or like there's a T1, there's a Gen G, you know, like there's so many teams, but Lion God did it, right? So there has to be a gap for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, you can say what you want about coming all the way over from Daejeon, but we've got a team here that came all the way from South America as well, and maybe they didn't have to quite play as many games recently on stage, but you could argue that that's actually to the benefit of Lion, and they're really going to have to turn things around if they want to have a chance here at EWC. Otherwise, they will be eliminated and their key crushed if they do lose one more to MIBR, who are looking pretty solid after this game number 1. As it looks like we're ready to jump into draft, so I'll hand it back to our casters.
Thank you, Valdez and Desk once more, and I have to say I agree with the sentiment. Bluntly, it's not just Lion that have had to travel, it is, of course, MIBR loss as well. Made in Brazil is the overall organization, and right now they've been taking that Brazilian passion and bringing it to Paris with aplomb.
And you are so right, right? When we talk about gaming communities, when we talk about passionate fans, to me, the number one community that comes to mind is Brazil. France, close second, but Brazil.
I heard those Carmine Court chants earlier. I'm going to say that there's some competition. And to be fair, we are in Paris, home of so many of those French organizations. So maybe there's some good competition here. But that's the thing, right? And the thing is, Lion, how close did they go to Magic, to the summit, to the League of Legends Everest? You know, not to get too superlative here at MSI, they were inches away from taking out HLE, from being top 3, from all of those things.
اوكي دونك درافت غيبدا.
Right now they're up against Lion, so they're better. So technically
بانز ديال لاس إسرائيل نافيري ليسين اوكي فاروس وأوريان.
Varus ban, strong choice. Nefiri Lee Sin, right? So Mibelos are targeting the jungle because Inspired, you got to give it to the man. He is a good jungler. So what do you do to good junglers? You ban their champ pool. You make it harder for them to have an impact on the game.
Yeah, if you can mess with the jungle matchup, it's a big thing. Oh, now there's a hover. I love a Kiana jungle. And from the region of players like Konami, just left us very sad about that. But again, got people like Tien and stuff who've been popping off in this champion for a while, and it gets locked in. It's a fun matchup into the Jarvan. You can use his ult to ult yourself, which is always very entertaining.
Yeah, that supreme display of talent can be so impactful in these team fights as well. You catch them in the jungle, you can get multi-man ults quite easily because those pathways are very, very narrow. We do see that J4, as you said, for Inspired. I like the game making that can come out of this. A good Cataclysm, and it is good night. Syndra has been picked up for Mibelos as well. I got my teams mixed up a little there. The J4 is on Mibelos.
Indeed.
And the Syndra is also Mibelos, as well as that Twisted Fate. I love Twisted Fate. This tells me they're going to play through sides, and they're going to be able to respond to fights even quicker than that game one.
And you've already locked in a Syndra, so that means Syndra's either going bot or Twisted Fate is going top. One of those two things is true. I doubt we'll see the TF bot unless I've missed something in my notes about what Mibelos has been doing back in CB LOL. And if that is the case, then I do apologize. And we'll find out soon enough, eh?
Exactly.
Second phase of Banter coming on through. Looking to get rid of some of Berserker's champions in that last game. It was Berserker, I think, who was putting out the lion's share of the late game damage alongside Saint. So trying to attack his pool makes some sense to me.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, Ezreal banned away already in that first round. Now that Lucian in that second round, as you say. We're taking a look at Lions bans, though. They're trying to do some damage to the composition, to the draft, and they ban away the support, the Lulu, because they don't want a good pairing on the bot side for Mibelos. But I dare say, Zest was the reason that Mibelos put up such good form, but I don't see any topside bans coming out of Lion. So that tells me it feels like they have answers into whatever it is Zest is going to play.
Well, the assumption
اوه تويستد فيت نايس. نشوف تويستد فيت اول مره هاد النهار عاود. كيانا تايا كيانا اول مره نشوفوها.
Minion's base stats are kind of sucky, right? Like, in fact, I think they might be the lowest in the game if memory serves. And if you have a champion that can trade on
جارفان وسندرا كما العاده. نار رايز شفناهم ديجا.
And like Mininar, I mean, yeah, it does have a little bit of range, but still doesn't enjoy that range matchup, right? So if I were Mibelos, I would almost potentially flex that Twisted Fate to topside to just make it that a little bit more painful for, you know, Dokla on the Nar, because unfortunately Dokla, he was targeted quite heavily in that game one, and Mibelos saw results. So what's to say they don't do it again here in this game too?
What's the statement that's been doing the round on the socials? Everyone's better than Dokla until it's time for better than Dokla. Well, in game one, Zest proved he was better than Dokla, at least in game one.
Important.
It is a best of 3.
It is.
This is do or die for Lion. Again, it has been an intense couple of weeks for them, make no mistake about it, but theoretically, they're coming in with the hottest prep possible.
Against some of the best teams in the world, and you're so right? Because Mibelos, my God, I keep saying LOL.
Well, it's almost like we're casting a game of LOL, and apologies for loss on that one. I'll cuff Logan around the head in a second.
Sounds good, I'll cop to that. But importantly, Mibelos are on match point, right? They win this, Lion is done, Lion is dusted, and that key gets crushed by Mibelos, which is ideal for them.
Look, we've already seen Garm beat MCoy, and And sure, MCoy coming in as that third seed from LEC from EU. Maybe not one of the favorites, but I think for my money, still an upset. And it was certainly a dramatic series. This will be on another level, though. Again, Lion were a game away, half a game away from being top 2 at MSI. From knocking Korea down to 3 seeds, NA getting 4, all of those big statements. They now potentially just get knocked out in a clean 0-3 on the day here at EWC. Last potential pick. This would make things a bit more interesting, but then we potentially having the Syndra bot and the Anivia going elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one shakes out, but they were teasing us with a whole lot of support. Hovers there, I saw the Braum, I saw the Karma, but we take a look at these drafts, right? Lion, they've got the Jin, they've got the Engage coming out of that Nautilus, the long range with the Jin.
Anivia Aurel,
Fantastic
Jin, Nautilus.
The Realm Warp coming out of that Rise, the other move team around.
Okay. Blan.
But on the other side, Meebalos's draft, they've got the walls from Anivia to slow the fight.
والله يكون ماتش زوين بحال الماتش اللي دازته هو.
Again, Anivia bot lane has not necessarily been the option we've seen. Once upon a time, Anivia support on was pulling that way back out in first stand and stuff. But these days, it's been a mid-top flex on the whole around the world.
Yeah.
Here, they've put the Anivia bot, they've taken that TF top, which we were kind of wondering about, and clearly, Lion saw that as a possibility. They weren't back to getting with Sivir and Lulu, really. And that means now that we get towards these team fights, and you go between Cataclysm and Rel and the Crystallize and the Glacier Storm, your zone control is horrible. Like, you put down some horrifying AoE.
Yeah, exactly. Meebalos has brought the circles, and we were talking about a little bit earlier as well, with the team with more circles, the team with bigger circles, because this is League of Circles.
It's the circle of death.
Yeah.
Very
I was like, where's this going? And then death. And I'm like, I love that. Exactly. And that's what Meebalos wants, right? They
The
want
Lion King. So you have lions here, right?
Yeah,
So
that'll be Lion Cubs.
Well, you see, it's all coming together, guys. It's all coming together. How many references can I fit into about the next 10 seconds, eh? What do you know? It's what I do as a caster.
That's it. But we do take a look here at Inspired, the jungler of Lion. And dare I say, one of the most confident junglers in the West at the moment too. And after that game 1, these guys, they're resilient, right? They've been here before. They've lost games before. They go into their coach room and they have that debrief and they bounce back. You cannot win as much as they have won without losing a couple on the way.
And we are going to head on to the Rift here, folks, as well. We'll continue this conversation as we go. I'd like to keep talking about Inspired, because I think you're right. And again, there is a conversation being had about where is Inspired in the pantheon of Western junglers of all time. Is he the
Let's
greatest
go.
of all time?
والله يكون هذا هو آخر ماتش في النهار اللي طويل بزاف.
Watching Gambit, I grew up
عييت أنا الصراحة.
back in the day, and Diamond Fox was my guy. That's where I stand, but I'm aware that is a certain dated nostalgia view. There's people like Yankos. Scumon's having a great show right now. Probably needs a couple more years before he's really in that one. But another one of those junglers is Inspired. He went into Worlds last year with so much hype, and it didn't really pan out. Didn't really work out. It got close, but again, close is still not over the line.
Yeah, exactly. And that conversation as well around the Hall of Legends, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Because they're going to have an announcement in the middle of August about our next Hall of Legends entrant. So far, Faker. So far, Uzi. What will be next? It could potentially be that jungler, but while we were having a bit of a yap as well, I want to call out that both supports actually went up to that top side looking to make a play. But then when the play wasn't there, they both recalled and they were able to reset into their lanes and start soaking up that XP. So, you know, it was all action as normal, but it could have been a little bit more interesting.
There's a mount up there as well with some Ferromancy, which I love as a name. Ferromancy Crash Down and Ferromancy Mount Up. It's a fun one. We love it. As Isles and Berserker trading well there onto the Rel, who does get that shield again from that crash down, will be just fine. And again, the zone control there can be pretty dicey. The damage will be a little hit and miss, but the CC is very heavy. The moment the wall comes up, it sets up for Rel to come crashing on down, which sets up a Flash Frost, and you know, all of those chains of CCs get very annoying very fast.
You're so right. Both sides actually have a significant amount of CC. Twisted Fate's gold card, the Cataclysm coming out of J4, Syndra with the stun as well, the wall, the slow from Anivia, and Rel with that crash down, the strike is the... What's the stun called again?
On which one, sorry?
Shattering Strike
on
from the
Rel.
Rel.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And then the Magnus Storm.
And then on the right side with Lion, okay, you've got the Deadly Flourish from that Jhin, assuming something else has hit already. Nautilus is a CC monster himself. Rise with the stun, Kiana with the ultimate, Na with the ultimate. So
yeah,
every single one has massive CC.
I mean, I feel like I need to have a chat with the Runeterra Meteorological Service because clearly the weather forecast in bot lane is not acceptable, right? We got storms galore. There's glacial and magnet and all of it. Like that's just not a good time.
Yeah, when two storms align, I think that means it's a typhoon. And typhoons are just, you know, but I'm no weather service expert either. I am currently just a League of Legends yapper.
Fun real life fact. I once had to walk to work in a typhoon, and I held my umbrella sideways, and I got a big circle of dry as I held it literally in front of me like a shield, and the rain was blowing so sideways. I had this one dry circle, and that was it.
And you get to work and they're like, what happened to you? And you're like,
كانوا جربوا نسالوا الكري ديالهم دابا بجوجهم حاولوا يغانكيو ولكن ما كان حتى اكسشانج يكملوا الفارم ديالهم. جرف انا ما باكاش كاع كيانا باكات في الميد ديال الكلير ديالها باش تاخد البيكاكس. كيانا تحاول ديناي الريسيت. زيست فين كان كيشوف؟ فين كان كيشوف زيست؟ دينايات له الريسيت غيتعطلو شويه.
Sidestep that, but not the shattering strike. Feisty, I don't think, has the scout of the week available. I say liar, but it's actually who I was talking about. I still caught the side of his name. I thought, wait, no, that's the team. Just gets to be in the river, won't necessarily be involved there in that play in the mid lane.
That's it, but I for one am appreciating a slower start to this game, right? First Drake up in 40 seconds time.
Makes for a change of pace at least.
It does, and we like pace changes, you know? It gives us an opportunity to flow a different way. Berserker there with that dancing grenade trying to clear this wave. Doesn't want Meebalos to get that wave clear, that push. However, Isles just standing firm, does not want to let Ackerman in.
اوه فيستي هنا يهرب فلاش اوت ولكن على شويه رايز فيرست بلاد.
That's it. Pops that ghost, gets that flash out of Feisty, follows up
Dragon
flash immediately, and is
Spawner.
able to take out Feisty, and with that first blood secures the bounty bonus as well. Good wall there.
Yeah, it is, and again, turning Frost into a Frost.
نشوف
Got a little bit
زقل
to say the least.
ريال.
Unfortunately, that hook from Isles missing there. As we do go to a replay back here.
هنا فيستي هي اللي بوشات ومن بعد فلاشات اوت، ولكن سانت كان عنده لافونتاج. لاين دابا غيكابيتاليزي وغياخدو الدريك.
They want to at least deny Meebalos from starting their own Drake stacking, or maybe even bring it online as their own win con. But gold at 6 minutes.
دغيا ياخدو الدريك دابا.
It's a quieter affair so far.
Level 6 Skullcrow was picked up by Curse.
كيان وصلت ليفل 6 هنايا راه غادي تبوشي سانت، ولكن كاينين 3 ديال اللعابه في الميد ما غاديش اوفر كوميتيو.
Managed to just walk away there from the attempt on his life.
That's it. I mean, Ackerman committed the flash and the heal with that spell book to try and get that extra movement speed. A lot of people forget with the heal.
فيستي كيحاول ديناي الريسيت ديال سانت كي ديناي كاع الريسيت ديالو مابقاش باغي يديرها هو كاع، يدخل يكمل الفارم ديالو. اكيرمان واش يقدر يشد دوكلا؟ جسد فيت ما قدرش يدمج دوكلا ما قدرش يديناي الريسيت ديال اكيرمان. هنا بهم 3 غيدخلوا عند زيست فلاش اوت. كيانا ضيعت الفلاش ديالها ولكن زيست استعمل الفلاش دونك 1 for 1.
The thing is as well, this tangent I don't think works anymore. Because it was about the flash in mid lane.
Yeah.
And every time I hear someone go flash, I really want to go as in flash golden.
جين هنا يوصل ليفل 6.
You know what, I'm gonna do it anyway. Flash.
اي باكي.
Exactly, you get it. Apologies for all that back home. I'll try and bring the vocal range down an octave or two. It's also why I'm a little sad that Ming retired before I got to cast it. Because then I could have made Ming the merciless jokes with Flash, Gordon's alive. See, it works. See, they're like, all of these references would have been for a very specific audience. A lot of people go like, what is this?
How old are you guys? We're old enough.
Exactly. Like, I was, the thing is, I'm well past the age when this came out. So like, or rather, so I never really saw this live on TV. But anyway, there you go.
Yeah, but we do go back to the game because we do have a game to cast, and Inspired is
probably why. Save me from the tangent. No, you're absolutely right. Pull me out of that hole.
And this is what I like, though, right? Twisted Fate gets the vision across the team of Lion, does take it up to the top side. So it's that information as well as that extra ability to get back to lane faster that proves so valuable here with that Destiny as well. Berserker and Dudu, though, it's almost like
Twisted Fate ulta.
top lane is the quiet lane, but right now it's the bot lane that's quiet. It's just these ADA.
اوه هنا انيفي كتحاول تشد بيرزيركر ولكن
nothing much is coming of it.
And again, this is another draft where Zest has gone for a very aggressive 1v1 range matchup. I want to smash lane type pick. And again, you're up a bit of CS. It's not a huge amount, but it's there. And again, you are a TF. You just get more gold by cheating.
جارفان هنايا ياخذ الجروبز ب3. اوه زيست هنا توفى.
But unfortunately, it's still the Football World Cup occurring, and a red card is given to the TF.
But what I really like is that they
زيست بادي الماتش صعيب ماشي كيما مثلا الماتش اللي داز واخيرا قدروا يقتلوه. سنت هنا كيحاول يهرب موفمنت سبيد عنده كبيره ولكن ما تقدرش تتبعو ريال خصها ترجع.
Haven't led to that much right now as Lion 2 for 2 right now as far as that goes, and a big pickup on Zest does keep Dokla in a much better position. This is not the unkilled 15 kill Vayne that was running the rift just around it.
هنا دوكلا داير بروكسي يحاول يدخل هو كيانا على زيست.
Maybe supremely displayed. There's a gold card waiting. Dokla trying to stack this one up. Out comes that.
اوه زيست كيستوني كيانا كتألتي وكتقدر تجيب الكيل. زيست معذب في هذا الايرلي جيم.
And then ultimately, once it was used, they went in and took Zest out. It's almost like they flipped the script, right? Because this is what Mibolos was doing to Dokla in game 1, and now Lion is doing it back to them. It's almost like, how does this feel? Have a taste of your own medicine. As Isle sends
جين ما قدرش يشدو هنايا.
safe on that bot side, but let's take a quick look at the vision control because the next Drake of the game up in 20 seconds, so a fight for mid lane priority. And there's a lot of pinging happening around the Drake as we go to this replay.
ريبلاي ديال كيل ديال كيانا.
Pretty clinical. They were waiting out the gold card, Dokla getting some chip damage. Sun comes out, then they go in. Dokla gets that aggro. He's the one who can take
برافو عليهم لعبوا مزيانة.
and it allows Inspired to get that kill on the board.
And again with
كيانا غادي تدخل على الدريك.
that profane Hydra guys, it's a little outdated. Go towards the voltaic. It feels so nasty on her, especially when that ability throw out an edge of Ixtal. Get that from range.
لاين غياخذوا الدريك الثاني ما كاين حتى شي كونتيست من عند لوس.
Off to the race with that first strike as well. Once you do start snowballing on the would-be Empress of Ixtal, you just keep rolling.
That's it, that's it. Gold leads across the board in favor of Lion is Inspired. Just
دراجون الثاني
that second Drake.
لاين.
This game are on to the Drakes. Like ASAP. They're not even letting them chill as it will be a chem.
زيست غيحاول يعاون كيرس باش يكليريو الجانجل ديال انسبايرد ولكن غادي اوفر كوميتي وغادي يشدوه. اوه معها كيرمان نايس. زيست قدر ياخذ اول كيل ديالو هنا قتل نوتيوليس غياخذ الكيل الثانيه. كيانا اولتات راه يقدر يجيب الكيل. ساندرا جابت كيل حتى هي. انيفي حتى هي جابت كيل وقتلت كيانا. نار هنا قتل جارفان وانيفيا قتلت نار.
is the way the CB LOL fans love to call him when he's popping off, and that's 2 kills to the good.
Yeah, ultimately a 3 for
3 for 3 تعادل. ولكن لوس رجع عندهم الافونتاج في الجولد ديفرنس، حيت كانوا شي شات داونز جوبونس عند اللاين.
Yeah, Isles tries to do the same here, but Ackerman waiting this time until Isles is going to have to run away.
راه هنا كتحاول
Come up here actually. The aftershocks worn off.
تشد
Went towards Berserk and quite landed with the dark sphere.
Eyes.
But look at the replay here again, and we'll see exactly the flanking cavalry charge comes on in.
Yeah, as you said, this comes around from the north side of that map.
هنا نوتيليس بقى بوحدو مسكين، من بعد فيستي بوشا حاولوا يقدروا سانت، ولكن دفعوا الثمن غالي. بداو مزيان ما يقدروا خسروا في التالي جوج ديال التيم ميت. لوس قدروا يتريديو مزيان في ديك الفايت.
And it's a much more even game than the last time. Doka nearly at the mega here. TP's flying.
أكلمان هنا خصو يرجع. الدمج ديال سندرا واعر. جرفان قدر يجيب الكيل. انيفيا حتى هي جابت كيل. سندرا جابت كيل. كريزي. لوس غادي يقدروا يرجعوا في الماتش. جابوا 3 الكيلز، 3-0. هنا برزيركر غيحاول يتريدي ياخذ اومو شي كيل. كيانا جايه كتعاونو حتى هي، ولكن كيانا ماشي هي اللي جا بلوتو نوتيليس. نقدر ياخذ تريد ويقتل تويستد فيت. نار دبل كيل. كريزي.
This game is non-stop. We're at 16 kills in 14 minutes. It's more than a kill a minute. Cheeky little hit there from Isles to interrupt that recall for Ackerman. But what a sequence of play. It started at 4 kills to me.
نار دابا كيبوشي البوت سايد.
7 and 9, so it's still only 2 kills separating both of these teams. All role quests completed for Mebalos.
انيفيا مشى الميد، حاول ياخذ البليت ديال التالت ويرجع بحالو. 120 جولد. الريفت بان. لوس غادي يحاولوا ياخذوا لا بريوريتي في الميد، ولكن اللاين ما خلاهمش يبريباريو على خاطرهم لهاد الريفت. لاين بداو الريفت. لوس خداو البوت لين تر ديال البوت لين توسد فايت بوشا بزاف. البوت نار غادي يرجع. نار واش غادي يشدوه؟ هو كيانا. نار وكيانا داخلين عند تويستد فايت، ولكن تويستد فايت كان الوقت الكافي باش يهرب.
So they get themselves that first turret gold bounty, so that is a healthy chunk of gold into the coffers of Mebalos. We see the Rift Herald is now up, the Drake 15 seconds away. Mebalos look to be trying to get priority here. They want to get vision control around this Drake pit because
دريك دابا غيبان.
they've gone for these Drakes off the
لاين
and Ackerman knows it. He's trying to get that
باغيين ياخذوا
there to respond. Clears it out.
سول بوينت. لوس 100% ما غيخليهمش ياخذوها. اوه تويستد فيت ولاك عنده الدمج كتير. زيست بدا يرجع من بعد ما بدا الماتش. بزاف ديال الداتس دابا قدر يرجع. عنده 4 الكيلز، عنده 2 الكيلز و4 الاسيست. جارفان غادي ياخذ الدريك. لا ينسمحوا لهم فالدريك هذا. كيانا مشات للريفت، ولكن اكيرمان غتحاول تكونتيستي. لاين سمحات في الهيرالد رايز جاي من اللور. اوه جين هنا كيولتي كيانات كتولتي زيست كيموت. رايز جا من اللور مقدرش يجي قتل حتى شي واحد. اكرمان هربات. راه اللعبة مخير. اكرمان كريزي ماتش صراحة كترومي مزيان. انا 8 د الاسيست. كاين خدات الريفت.
Drakes 2 to Lion, 1 to Mebalos. Rift Herald over to Lion as well. So they could use this to crack that mid lane tier 1 if they want and really open up this rift.
Saint really was dancing on there as well. What a great showing he had at MSI, really delivering. Berserker as well in that last game on the Ziggs was trying his very best to be a game-winning threat. Couldn't quite get it over the line, and him and Dudu here are both having really strong showings.
توسيت فيت مازال باغي بوشي البوت سايد كيكلير الويفز راه القريبه ليه.
And let's be real, what a crazy wall that was in that fight.
Oh yeah.
The hook was already going out and walled it, right? So mid-hook, the timing was perfection coming out of Dudu there to keep his team safe. And I love this. Yeah, blocking the creep wave with your body and wall to slow them down.
And as a result, you get to stack the wave. You
Dudu
and deny a lot of minions now for Berserker. Okay, hang on. Why is the wave
الويف
back there? I can't walk up to that.
ديالو. كرمان خصو يهرب.
Yeah, love a good rel here, but Saint is coming online, has that Rod of Ages halfway towards that second item here. Kraken and Rapid Fire completed possessed. So real threat now. 2 items for both of the bot laners for each.
نار هنا كيبوشي البوت سايد. توسد فايت خصو يرجع. ما يقدرش يفايتي معاه. نار بوحدو. اوه كيانا جات عاونت النار في البوت سايد وخدمت الريفت. انيفيا قالت لها حبس فين غادا الشريفه. انيفيا جابت الكيل ديالها. اوه رايز جاب الكيل على جرفان. تجي نعاونو باليلتي ديالو. كريزي الوال ديال انيفيا.
Then it was the Herald, and it just punished Inspired for it. Ultimately a 1-for-1, ultimately 1 turret for 1 turret, so it was a net neutral position, but you've got to respond in kind here, right? That Baron now up on the Rift could be the objective that either of these teams want to go for, and the 4th Drake of the game up in another minute 20.
And again, Dudu just showing his mastery on the Anivia. We've seen the really fun minion manipulations. We've seen really strong use of the wall, and if you were looking at ways to tell whether someone knows what they're doing on Anivia, good wall usage has got to be one of those marks of mastery that really showcase the good Anivias from the greats.
Ackerman over the back of the pit.
Spider's around, he's got himself the Edge of Night second, which is why he took a little while to die in that last play, and so Ackerman won't fall send. Has found a few excellent flanks here on the realm, not quite as active as on the map as he was on the Camille, but still not without his own ingress, and to be honest, he's still 100% KP, so you know.
I was literally just looking at that. I'm so glad you said that, because not only is Ackerman 100% KP, so is Curse. These 2 players have been involved in every single kill that Mebalos has secured for themselves. Berserker though, 3-0-3, hasn't died. Same can be said for Dudu.
Yeah, and he's still got that egg as well. You've yet to make an omelette, and Lion again, you need to get in that kick.
خلاص قدروا ياخذوا التورت الاولاد الميد. خداو كاع التورت الاولين في كاع اللينز. هنا كاين في تيم فايت واعر. كيانا ماتت. لايون ما قدروش يقتلوه. دودو ما دسترياوش الايج. اوه نار هنا عطاهم فري كيل. سانت هرب سانت. برزركر كان هنا باش يعاونو، ولكن جوبونس غيموتو بجوج. لا سانت سيطر، برزركر مشى، سانت جاب دبل كيل. ريال خصها تهرب، كان ما يقدرش يوصل لها.
It does mean we reset and go again because
Ouais.
what the dragon's still up.
What is this madness? But I really
تيم فايت خيالي.
there was a picture-in-picture moment.
تعادلوا عاوتاني فيه.
Gold-carded Dokla on the Gnar after he'd committed the TP. He stopped Dokla from getting into the fight, which critically gave them that numbers advantage and won it for them. He did eventually get there though. Here it is again. We see Berserker, as you say, get caught on the wall. Great hook. Here's the TP. Watch it. It gets cancelled. Dokla never comes through because Zest is
انا كومنتاو على كي انا قتلو هي الاولى، جي الالتا دمجها بزاف. نوتيليس ما قدرش يهرب هنايا، ودوكلا جا من اللور. هنا كنت كنظن انا سانت و برزركر خصهم يهربوا لحقاش 4 كونتر 2، ولكن سانت سيطر وخذا 1 كيل 2 كيلز وزقل الكيل الثالث على شويه. برافو سانت. كي انا عاوتاني كتموت هي الاولى، جين اولتي رايز مات دابا شات داون. لوس يقدروا ياخذوا البارون دابا، عندهم افونتاج. بعد ما ضيعوا دراجون وعطاو اللاين السول بوينت.
No, they cannot. Baron being slow, but it's being done. Feisty, Ackerman zoning off. The hook is wide. Isles doesn't find it. Dokla a long way away from the main.
لوس غياخذوا البارون غالبا.
The fourth shot would likely be a dead
اللاين ما عندهمش ما عندهمش جنجلر ديالهم، ما عندهمش سمايت. انيفيا كتاخد كيل على ناتوليس. انسبايرد جا، خاصكم ترجعوا، خاصكم تباكيو. معذبينهم ما مخليهمش يرجعوا. هنا كيانا فيستي شد كيانا رجعات باكات. كريزي زيست.
all they find is another gray screen simulator. Unless 8 slowed down, the crystallize is there.
كريزي سيطروا. لوس غير ربحوا عاوتاني. دبل كيل ساندرا. لاين غادي يغادروا المسابقة، يخرجوا من دور المجموعات مع كامل الأسف. لوس 5v2. هذا الفايت الأول. ناتوليس ما متنكيش اناف فاش كيدخل كيموت دغيا صراحه. هنا جين دمجهم بزاف، ولكن ما قدرش يجيب حتى شي كيل.
The power play at 4.4k. Mebalos, they're moving forward, they're advancing, they're clearing out the vision. They do
6500 7000 gold advantage. Loss.
It's Chemsol with a team that doesn't really abuse Chemsol very well. Maybe the rise.
هنا كاين من دخل عندهم، ولكن ما يقدروا يديروا له والو. في الاخير مات، ولكن كان تريد.
short in stature today, has been struggling. It's a better game from him, but better is not winning.
That's it. That's it. A really good play there from Mibelos. Obviously, Ackerman, you know, they thought they found an angle on him, but he turns it around, gets that Magnet Storm onto 2. The wall goes down. They're able to take out the mid laner of Lion. So a really good outcome. And it feels like right now, we're at 36 kills at 27 minutes. That's about 1.3 kills a minute there. Really high kills, and you love it, right? And it feels like Lion isn't comfortable in this constant fighting. Whereas Mibelos, it's like they're thriving here. They're like, we will fight you at every possible opportunity as we get to see this replay of this
هنا ضمج
and that wall.
واعر من عند ساندرا.
On this Anivia has been absolutely phenomenal. He knows what he's doing. The slows, the environmental control.
Double kill.
And Lion just don't seem to have an answer for this right now.
Look, game 1 was about Zest. Game 2 is about Dudu right now. What an incredible Anivia performance, and credit to Feisty as well for the comeback. The Syndra is well online. Soul available, but for Lion, I just don't know whether that's the win con.
I almost disagree. I almost think game 1 was Zest. Game 2 is every single member. Look at the kill participation.
لوس ما باغينش يخليو الدريك اللاين. دوك دخل هو ايزل من اللور. كيرس وان شوت هرب كيرس كريزي. لوس سيطروا. جي جي سال الماتش. لوس 4v1.
But they are going to TP is being committed. They've taken the tier 1 inhibitor turret. They will take this inhibitor as well.
غادي يبوشيو كاملين. جن ما غاديش يقدر عليهم. برافو لوس. لعبوا 2 ماتشات مخيرين. هنا جن كيحاول يتقل شويه. البوش ديال لوس على ما يرجعوا عشرانو ما يقدروش يفينيشيو.
I think that Lion have put up the defense, that ultimate as well, coming out from Isles there, bought them a little extra space, a little extra time. The fact that they couldn't get Berserk on the right side of that wall, it means that Mibelos, they have to respect it, they've backed away, but they are at 9k up. They're here though to prevent Lion from getting the Dragon's Soul here. If Lion get this, this could keep them in the game.
لاين يلعبوا للسول. واش لوس غادي يخليوهم؟ كيحاولوا يكونتيستيو ولكن ما عندهمش الاتش بي الكافيه، ولكن جابوا الكيل. الا كان عندك الدامج ما عندك ما دير بالاتش بي. ضيعوا السول ولكن غيجيبوا 3 الكيلز 4 الكيلز. غيجيبوا الايس غيساليو الماتش. لوس عطاو اللاين السول ولكن ربحوا الماتش. هنايا لوس ما غاديش يخليو برزيركر يباكي. انيفيا في نفس الوقت كتكون طلعات. لويز وصلوا للنكسس الايس وجي جي. ويل بلايد. لوس كتأهل الفينال ديال اللور براكيت، وغدا غتكون عندها فرصه باش انها تأهل للبلاي اوفز ان شاء الله. جي جي لوس. فيري فيري جود جيم. لاين جو بونس كانوا بزاف الناس كيتوقعوا انهم يربحوا ولكن ما لعبوش مزيان صراحه. برافو لوس.
Could have turned things around, could have gotten them the wins. It didn't happen. It's the second seed. It's lost under this umbrella organization here at EWC. It's a new tournament. It's a new day. It's a 2-0 win in the elimination series.
It's a 2-0. CB LOL, be proud of Mibelos, your second seeds, because they absolutely showed up. And in that second game, it was every single member. Ackerman involved in every single fight, almost every other member with a 90% plus KP.
credit where credit is due. That was a well-deserved win.
And that was after the early game went a little awry. They managed to put some attention towards Zest. They made some really, really clutch comebacks though. And again, credit where it is due. They just didn't say die. And Lion felt like they ran out of options. They ran out of steam.
Yeah, absolutely. But we've got to throw to the desk. They've got some highlights to go over and give us the details of that game.
Thank you very much, guys, as it ends up being the 2-0 to MIBR. Not what we were expecting coming into this one, but Lion a little bit too slow in the beginning of this EWC, and they do not get a chance to move on to the next day, whereas MIBR will do exactly.
لاين ضيعوا الماتش الاول ديالهم كان خاصهم يربحوا نورمالمون ولكن دوماج.
From Brazil. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how far they can go as we are taking a look at some of
ضيعوا الماتش كونتر جي دي جيمين، يمكن داك الماتش خرجهم من لا كومبيتيسيون.
on this Nivea bottom lane up against the Jin. Just felt like Berserker was doing everything he possibly could. I think he had a pretty good game, but like couldn't really play lane, and when it came to the team fights, he just didn't have much of a team in front of him.
Yeah, I think the Lion, I mean, it's really hard, right? I think there was a really abuse, like they were a top 3 team in an MSI, and they start off really strong off, and I feel like they
ستريم الثاني دي بلس ربحوا الماتش الثاني ديالهم، دونك الماتشات بجوج سالاو بجوج زيرو. برافو دي بلس وبرافو لوس.
And they were, I think, the overthinking actually just top lane thinking, which is they were playing TF.
سالينا الماتشات ديال اليوم.
Decent matchup, playing range champion into Gnar, and you know you're gonna have more gold no matter what, and you can actually impact the map like easier than Gnar.
غدا ان شاء الله
But the thing is, like, you don't actually have to. It's not like
يكون عندنا الماتشات ديال الفينال، الابر براكيت ولا لور براكيت. الماتشات ديال الابر براكيت غيكونوا بيست اوف 1، جي 2 كونتر اي جي ال، سنتينل جنجي، بيلي بيلي تي 1، اتش ال اي وجي دي جيمين. بيست اوف 1 اللي خسر غادي يلعب في اللور براكيت فاينل مع دي بلاس، كارمين كار، لوس وغام. دونك غدا كاينين 8 الماتشات. اللور براكيت فاينلز غيكونوا بيست اوف 3، واللي يربح في الفينال كيتأهل اوتوماتيكمون ديريكتومون البلاي اوفز. غدا ان شاء الله اللايف في نفس الوقت غادي نبداو معاه. الماتش الاول غيبدا مع 11 كما دابا، ولكن غنساليو شويه بكري ماشي بحال دابا. اليوم كان هو اطول نهار، دونك نشوفو غدا ان شاء الله في الماتشات اللي قلت لكم. انا نوقف هنايا، عييت. تنشكركم بزاف اخوتي على السيبور ديالكم ونشوفو غدا ان شاء الله. تشاو.